The train of time speeds forward, and Jiewen unexpectedly finds himself in the courtyard of the 1960s. He becomes the non-existent second son of the third uncle Yin Bugue in the television drama. Arriving in this family comprised of selfish individuals and shrewd calculators, Jiewen is rendered utterly speechless. Fortunately, he has acquired a fishing system, enabling him to catch countless props, allowing Jiewen to lead a prosperous and vibrant life. Occasionally, he fishes for props, sometimes torments beasts, flirts with young ladies, and even transforms the Yin family. Witness how Jiewen cultivates a joyful existence in this era, relishing the ascent of his life. Wait, I seem to have caught an aircraft carrier. Chapter 1. Time Travel. The fisherman never returns empty-handed. The story begins in the incessantly cicada-filled summer. In August 1965, at Shikahai in the imperial capital, the Air Force Base at Hohai. The sweltering summer heat does not deter the fishermen from their passion for angling. The banks are already filled with avid fishers. The peace doves hum at low altitude, adding an inexplicable charm to the summer day. In a corner by the bank, beneath the shade of a willow tree, Jiewen holds a bamboo fishing rod, squinting slightly, relaxed as he observes the bobber on the water surface. Suddenly, the bobber is pulled underwater. Without hesitation, Jiewen yanks the rod, causing a struggling and writhing silver carp to surface. He leisurely pulls for several minutes before successfully landing it in the bucket. Hey, this fish is enormous. Wow, Yin, your luck is simply remarkable. This silver carp must weigh at least 10 pounds. A voice nearby exclaims, filled with astonishment and envy. Jiewen smiles faintly and replies, Uncle Ma, this is called skill, not luck. It's merely luck. Are you implying that my fishing prowess pales in comparison to yours? Well, that's what you said. I refuse to believe it. Today, I will catch a fish larger than yours. Uncle Ma declares defiantly. Jiewen shakes his head in amusement. He has encountered many such boastful fishermen before. However, Uncle Ma is correct. If Jiewen managed to catch this roughly 10-pound silver carp, it indeed relied on fortune. Jiewen, whose real name is Jiewen, unexpectedly traveled from 2024 to this era 5 days ago. He is originally a modern youth working as a subordinate for his boss, occasionally indulging in peculiar fruit juices. Upon understanding the context, Jiewen realizes that he has not simply entered a different era, but rather the world of the television drama set in a courtyard. He has become the second son of the third Uncle Yin Bugue, a character that does not exist in the drama, while the original second son, Yin Jiefeng, has now become the third. At present, Jiewen has just turned 18. He graduated from high school at 16 and spent 2 years in the countryside. Half a month ago, he received notification from the Jiedaeku Street that he had been allocated a work position. Just 5 days ago, having returned to the imperial capital, it was at this moment that the modern Jiewen traversed into this era. In his recollection, Jiewen's academic performance was rather mediocre, rendering him incapable of attending high school. As he had not yet reached the age for employment, he found himself compelled to heed the policies and venture into the countryside for practical experience. During this era, gaining admission to high school was not solely reliant on wealth. Sufficient academic achievement was equally essential. However, merely 5 days after Jiewen's arrival in this world, the final examinations from 2 years prior had long since concluded, leaving him with no opportunity to alter his fate. Yet, how could a time traveler be without a system? Jiewen activated a fishing system, which bestowed upon him the ability to catch countless treasures. Naturally, with a system in place, a novice gift pack was included. The novice gift pack contained 3 items. First, an upgradable title, the ever-fortunate angler, which guaranteed that once the fishing hook was cast, he would certainly catch a fish weighing over 1 pound within 10 minutes, with a 10 chance of reeling in items from myriad realms. Second, a robust physique that doubled the attributes of a typical adult. Without strength, how could one contend with fish? Third, a cubic storage space, measuring 1 meter in length, width, and height, capable of holding some lifeless small objects. The 10-pound silver carp was solely reliant on the title of ever-fortunate angler. Otherwise, a wild 10-pound silver carp would easily snap an ordinary bamboo fishing rod. Thus, relying on luck was indeed feasible. As for Grandpa Ma, he was an angler whom Jiewen had only recently come to know, appearing to be in his 50s. His full name remained unknown, yet he exuded an air of authority and was accompanied by a secretary, likely a high-ranking official. There's a saying that in the capital, tossing a brick could hit 3 officials. Meeting Grandpa Ma was merely a stroke of coincidence. At that moment, Grandpa Ma's secretary approached and whispered a few words into his ear. Grandpa Ma nodded slightly and then addressed Yin Jiewen, saying, "Young man, I have matters to attend to. Let's go fishing together next time." Although they had only met 3 times, Yin Jiewen, as a modern individual and a beneficiary of the internet boom, could effortlessly engage in conversation across various fields, leaving Grandpa Ma in a state of astonishment. Grandpa Ma even exclaimed that their organization required talents like Yin Jiewen. Of course, Grandpa Ma's comment was made in jest, and Yin Jiewen did not take it to heart. Given their limited understanding of each other, they tacitly avoided discussing personal backgrounds and simply regarded each other as good fishing companions. "All right then, take care." Yin Jiewen waved his hand nonchalantly. Once Grandpa Ma departed, he continued fishing, hoping to catch an item today. With only a 10 chance, it was, to be honest, quite challenging. However, catching a few more fish would still not be in vain. By 4 in the afternoon, the float submerged for the 5th time. Yin Jiewen pulled up the fishing rod with force. The fish did not surface, but there appeared a glowing green spherical object on the hook. "What the heck? Have I finally caught an item?" Yin Jiewen's spirits lifted instantly as he glanced around, noting that the other anglers showed no reaction, as if he had merely pulled up an empty line. It seemed that catching an item would not attract attention. Otherwise, such a vividly colored and luminous object would certainly draw the eye. With this thought, Yin Jiewen hastily pulled the object closer. Grasping the green sphere in his hand, he immediately examined the item's information. Master Chef Stone, green grade. Upon use grants master-level culinary skills. Yin Jiewen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be a skill stone? How wonderful. According to the system's rules, items were classified into 7 rainbow colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, with red being the lowest grade and purple the highest. The green grade was already a mid-level classification, quite impressive and practical. Upon using the item, Yin Jiewen swiftly acquired a wealth of culinary knowledge. Exceptional knife skills, masterful cooking, adept seasoning, perfect timing, and extraordinary techniques, among others. Wow, am I now capable of mastering the kitchen? I wonder how I compare Shaju. Yin Jiewen marveled aloud. As the protagonist of the show, Shaju's culinary skills had greatly assisted him. Yet Yin Jiewen had never tasted Shaju's cooking, leaving him unable to gauge the true level of mastery. Nonetheless, Yin Jiewen now possessed an extraordinary skill. Regardless, finding employment would undoubtedly be easier. Having obtained an item, he lost interest in continuing to fish. Not only had he secured an item, but he had also caught a sizable silver carp and a bream, which was more than sufficient. After packing away his fishing rod and carrying the bucket of fish, humming a tune, Yin Jiewen swayed his way out of Shikahai. Chapter 2. The Young Widow Qin Huairu and the Foolish Shoe. This is an era characterized by fervent unity and collective ambition. As Yin Jiewen strolls along the roadside, he notices the nearby factories, buildings, and the walls of the streets adorned with various large, formal motivational slogans. Although Yin Jiewen is no stranger to such banners, he cannot help but acknowledge that, despite their meager spiritual lives, the common folk of this age exhibit an extraordinarily positive outlook. It seems that every individual's eyes sparkle with a glimmer of hope for the future. Located within the second ring of the capital, at number 95 Jiedaeka Street, is the very courtyard featured in the television drama. This expansive compound consists of 3 interconnected courtyards, each overseen by a steward. The head of the front courtyard, Yin Bugui, aged 54, is an ordinary teacher at Hongxing Primary School in Dongxing District. He possesses a modicum of education, but is notoriously miserly and overly meticulous. In the middle courtyard resides Yi Zhonghai, aged 57, an 8th grade fitter at the 3rd steel mill of the capital. He appears affable, yet is adept at moral coercion, often attempting to impose his beliefs upon the younger generation. In the rear courtyard, Liu Haizhong, aged 56, also a fitter at the same steel mill, relishes exerting his authority, frequently wielding trivial matters as if they were command. His aspiration is to ascend to a genuine bureaucratic position. Moreover, the courtyard is home to a myriad of characters, including the ethereal beauty Qin Huairu, the necromancer Jia Zhangshi, the opportunistic Wang Gang, the courtyard's champion Foolish Shu, and the scheming Su Damao. Sharing a space with such a diverse assembly leaves Yin Jiewen feeling utterly overwhelmed. Nonetheless, he maintains the perspective that as long as he does not provoke anyone, all shall remain well. Otherwise, he possesses ample means to deal with these unruly individuals. As one of the largest courtyards in the vicinity, No. 95 houses nearly 100 residents, fostering a relatively harmonious neighborhood atmosphere. At the entrance of the courtyard, a curvaceous figure stands expectantly, seemingly awaiting someone. As Yin Jiewen approaches, he recognizes it is indeed Qin Huairu. It must be said that her allure has attracted the attention of the likes of Foolish Zhu and Su Demao, indicating her appearance is certainly commendable. However, after years of labor in the workshop, Qin Huairu appears considerably worn. "Ah, Jiewen, you're back." Qin Huairu greets him cheerfully upon spotting him. The recently returned second son of the Yin family has unexpectedly caught quite a few fish, sparking a flurry of gossip among the neighborhood women. Fishing, after all, is a benign pastime. Anyone with leisure time is often keen to partake. And should they be fortunate enough to catch something, it could either be sold or consumed, thus slightly improving their household situation. Yin Jiewen's recent fishing exploits have yielded notable results, with reports indicating he has brought home several pounds each time. It is worth noting that even the seasoned angler Yin Bugue cannot guarantee a catch every outing. Currently, fish prices range from 30 to 40 cents per pound in the market. If he can consistently catch 2 pounds daily, it would be on par with the earnings of a formal worker at the factory. Yin Jiewen smiles calmly and replies, "Indeed, Sister Qin. Are you waiting for Foolish Zhu again?" Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu laughs awkwardly and changes the subject. "Oh, how many fish did you catch today?" It has become an unspoken understanding in the courtyard that Foolish Zhu assists the Jia family with their needs, though discussing it openly feels somewhat awkward. Yin Jiewen lifts the bucket in his hand and responds, "Not much, just a little." "A little? Let me see." Qin Huairu cheerfully approaches and opens the bucket's lid. "Wow, what enormous silver carp. How many pounds is this?" she exclaims, her eyes widening in astonishment as the bucket nearly overflows, estimating it to be around 10 pounds. That's equivalent to 3 or 4 yuan. She muses, completely overlooking the smaller fish within. Observing the sparkle in her eyes, Yin Jiewen quickly covers the bucket, saying, "Sister Qin, if you wish to buy, I can offer you a discount. How about 35 cents per pound?" Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu's demeanor shifts slightly, and she feigns a pitiful expression, replying, "Jiewen, you know our family's circumstances. We can hardly afford to buy fish. Since you've caught such a large one that you can't possibly eat alone, why not help me out and give me 2 pounds? Yin Jiewen scoffs and counters, "Sister Qin, that's a rather presumptuous request. My family's situation isn't much better than yours. How about this? You have Foolish Zhu deliver my lunch for a week, and I'll give you 2 pounds of fish." Qin Huairu appears to be dreaming, thinking he considers her akin to Foolish Zhu's devoted servant. "Oh, but Foolish Zhu's lunch isn't mine to give. I can't decide that for him. Please don't make it difficult for me," she explains, somewhat disgruntled. She desires the fish but also covets Foolish Zhu's lunches. To her, trading a week's worth of lunches for 2 pounds of fish seems an unwise bargain. Foolish Zhu, being the best cook at the steel mill, often brings back delectable leftovers, which she believes are worth more than 2 pounds of fish. Yin Jiewen shrugs, stating, "Then I'm afraid I can't assist you." "Oh, come on, let us talk this over. What about just 1 pound? Not even a gram?" "Jiewen, don't be like that. Discussing money can hurt feelings." "Cut it out. I'm all about the money, not the person. I'll sell you the fish, and you give me the money. Remember, if you miss a single word, I won't sell." At this moment, a bumbling figure approaches, net bag in hand. It's Foolish Zhu. Upon noticing Yin Jiewen and Qin Huairu engaged in their exchange, he furrows his brow and forces a smile, greeting them. "Oh, Sister Qin and the second son of the Yin family, what are you two up to?" Yin Jiewen glances at Foolish Zhu and replies, "Foolish Zhu, Sister Qin wishes to buy some fish. You'll need to pay for it when you return." "Wait, Sister Qin wants to buy fish. Why do I have to pay?" Foolish Zhu inquires, somewhat disgruntled. Yin Jiewen raises an eyebrow and teases, "Oh, don't you often help the Jia family in their time of need? Now that Sister Qin wants fish, shouldn't you, as a sweet neighbor, lend her a hand?" Foolish Zhu scratches his head and, looking at Qin Huairu, says, "Sister Qin, what is so great about fish? Not only is it difficult to prepare, but the bones can also choke you. Look here. Even though we didn't have a banquet at the factory today, I packed 2 large containers of leftover cabbage and vermicelli for you to take back to the Jia family." He genuinely wishes to assist Qin Huairu, but his pockets are empty. With a week left until payday, the few coins he has left are quite precious. Upon hearing Foolish Zhu's words, Qin Huairu does not take offense. Instead, she sweetly approaches him and, in a coaxing tone, says, "Foolish Zhu, while we adults can manage, the children are still growing. I've heard the elders say that eating fish helps children become smarter." As soon as Qin Huairu employs her charm, Foolish Zhu appears slightly flustered, his cheeks reddening as he explains, "That does make some sense. It's been a while since I've had fish, so maybe I'll buy some after all." "Yin Jiewen, how much is your fish per pound?" 40 cents, he replies, maintaining a neutral expression. Foolish Zhu is taken aback, retorting, "What? 40 cents? That is far too expensive. I could buy it at the market for about that price." "Huh, The market fish requires tickets, so it's not the same, is it? Foolish Zhu, you're not telling me you can't afford it? Jiewen eyes him skeptically, in front of his beloved young widow. Foolish Zhu cannot afford to lose face, so he confidently declares, who says I can't afford it? I'll take 4 pounds of fish. All right, I'll bring it over shortly. Be ready with the cash. Jiewen grins, taking the bucket and heading into the courtyard. Once Jiewen departs, Qin Huairu beams with gratitude and says to Foolish Zhu, thank you for always helping me. I truly don't know how to repay you. Oh, it's no trouble at all. After all, who could resist being the kind-hearted Foolish Zhu? Shazhu, with a flushed face, chuckled with a hint of pride. Qin Huairu, feeling amused internally, took Shazhu's lunchbox and departed, leaving him basking in his own self-satisfaction. Chapter 3. The Yin Family and the Greedy Qin Huairu. In the front yard of the Yin residence, third Aunt Yang Ruihua was washing cabbage when she spotted Yin Jie when returning. She called out, "Second son, you're back? Did you catch any fish today?" Yin Jie when casually replied, "About 10 caddies." Third Aunt immediately dropped her knife and hurried over to peer into the bucket, exclaiming, "Wow, what a big fish. Your father has been fishing for over a decade and has never caught one this large. Not bad, right, Mom? Later, please cut the fish in half. I'll take it to Shazhu, he buying it." Yin Jie was not particularly concerned about the size of the fish. He primarily fished for the equipment. Shazhu is buying it. "That's fine, I'll handle it right away," third Aunt replied cheerfully. Compared to Yin Bugui, it was evident that Yin Jie was a far superior fisherman. Yin Bugui often returned empty-handed, managing only a meager $2 or $3 in extra income from fishing each month. In contrast, the single fish Yin Jie caught today surpassed Yin Bugui's monthly earnings. Third Aunt felt a surge of joy in her heart. "Brother, can we have fish for dinner today?" Yin Jie Kuang, the fourth brother, approached Yin Jie with a glass of water, swallowing hard as he inquired. "Yes, brother, I want to eat fish too." Yin Jie Di, the fifth sister, eagerly gazed at Yin Jie while doing her homework at the dining table. Yin Bugui rarely brought home the fish he caught. He mostly sold them at the pigeon market. The Yin family could expect to eat fish only twice a year. However, Yin Jie was different, despite Yin Bugui's objections. He had been feeding his younger siblings the fish he caught over the past few days. This was why the people in the courtyard were certain he had caught fish. After all, it was unlikely that Yin Bugui would indulge in fish every day, and Yin Jie had not hidden his fishing trips from anyone. The longing expressions from his younger siblings made Yin Jie sigh and wave his hand, saying, "Sure, we'll have fried fish today." "Yay, thank you, brother." Yin Jie Di exclaimed joyfully, leaping up to give Yin Jie a peck on the cheek. Yin Jie Kuang, feeling a little envious, was halted by Yin Jie's raised hand. "If you dare to come over, I'll kick you." Yin Jie Kuang looked defiant. "Why can't I give you a kiss? Am I not your beloved younger brother?" Yin Jie shook his head, chuckling at the absurdity. It had to be said that being part of the Yin family was not particularly advantageous. First, the family culture was severely flawed, leading to the siblings growing up to be ungrateful and calculating, to the extent that even their parents' care in old age had to be entrusted to outsiders. Second, Yin Bugui's stinginess was truly excessive. His salary was comparable to Shazhu's, yet his spending on food and drink was nowhere near Shazhu's level. Of course, with so many mouths to feed, Yin Bugui's frugality was somewhat justified, but the irony was that he was not genuinely in need of money. In the narrative, Yin Bugui had significant savings. When Yin Jiecheng and his wife sought to borrow money to open a restaurant, Yin Bugui did not outright refuse. Instead, he aimed to charge a higher interest rate. This indicated that Yin Bugui had a substantial amount of money saved up, certainly not the destitution one might assume. Moreover, Yin Bugui had invested several thousand in smuggling televisions, further confirming that he had a considerable nest egg, contrary to the notion of being impoverished. Yin Jie did not expect to change the mindset of this frugal father, but since he had joined the Yin family, he was determined that it would not follow the same trajectory as depicted in the dramas. Third Aunt skillfully cut the fish in half, then tied the fish's chin with straw, presenting it to Yin Jie. "Second son, here's 5 caddies and 2 tails. Remember to settle the account with Shazhu." This fish was indeed quite large. Even after gutting it, it still weighed around 10 caddies. Yin Jie took the fish, responding casually, "All right. I'll take it to Shazhu now." "Wow, what a big fish. Goodness, the second son of the Yin family is quite the fisherman. I've hardly seen a fish this large before. Once the factory closes for the holiday, I'll go fishing too." The Yin family had been consuming fish daily lately, making everyone else envious. After 2 years in the countryside, Yin Jie not only grew stronger, but seemingly acquired some fishing skills as well. Carrying half a fish through the streets naturally attracted the attention of the neighbors. While fish may not rival pork or beef in desirability, it remained a valuable source of protein. Meat is meat, and nothing else can compare. Yin Jiewen was aware of the whispers around him, but so what? This was legitimate fish meat he had caught, not something illicit. Even if he traded it for money in front of his neighbors, no one would dare report him. In this era, who would claim they had never bought or sold anything at the pigeon market? If you dared to report one neighbor, you would likely be reported by others in return. No one wished to associate with such individuals. Even if the moral authority, Yi Zhonghai, appeared, he would have to turn a blind eye unless he wanted to be ostracized by the entire neighborhood. The He family occupied the best housing conditions in the quadrangle, located in the central courtyard with ample space and a fine view. Arriving at Shaju's home, Yin Jiewen knocked on the doorframe and called out, "Shaju, I've brought you fish. Come in." The door isn't closed. Shaju's voice came from inside. Yin Jiewen walked straight in and saw Shaju chopping vegetables. He announced, "Here is your fish, 5 caddies and 2 tails. I'll charge you for 5 caddies, a total of $2. $2? Is it really that much?" Shaju felt a twinge of regret, but still pulled out 2 $1 bills to hand to Yin Jiewen. Yin Jiewen accepted the money and joked, "The Jia family has 5 mouths to feed. 5 caddies might not even be enough for them. It's my fish. What does it have to do with the Jia family? Oh, are you not tempted by Sister Qin's figure?" Upon hearing Yin Jiewen's words, Shaju blushed and retorted, "Nonsense. Yin Jiewen, don't speak such nonsense. I help Sister Qin because I have a kind heart. It's not as sordid as you imagine." All right. Enough of your blabbering. I need to go back and cook," Yin Jiewen said, uninterested in further banter. In any case, without external interference, Shaju would remain firmly in Qin Huairu's grasp. Just as Yin Jiewen left, Qin Huairu swaggered out of the Jia family, heading straight for the He family. "Shaju, did Yin Jiewen bring you fish?" Qin Huairu entered the He family without hesitation, immediately spotting the half fish beside the cupboard. Yes, Sister Qin. Why don't you take 2 caddies of fish back with you?" Shaju replied with a silly grin. Qin Huairu chuckled, lifting the fish and preparing to leave. But Shaju quickly called out, "Hey, Sister Qin, why are you taking all the fish?" Shaju felt quite helpless. He had not anticipated Qin Huairu's eagerness to arrive just after Yin Jiewen had left, leaving him no time to divide the fish. Qin Huairu turned back and shot Shaju a glance, scolding, "Shaju, you have plenty of food. Whether you eat fish or not doesn't matter. But the children still need to grow. Then at least leave me a little." "Oh, you're so annoying. How about this? I'll bring you a bowl of fish soup later, all right?" Qin Huairu rolled her eyes and swiftly departed. Shaju was left speechless. "I'm annoying. I bought this fish, and I haven't even complained. Goodness, I intended to make some fried fish to enjoy with drinks, and now it's all gone." Chapter 4. The Stingy Yin Bugue and Fried Fish. Upon returning home, Yin Jiewen discovered that Yin Bugue had already arrived. "Second son, your mother said you caught 2 fish today, one of which weighed over 10 caddies?" Yin Bugue asked with envy etched across his face. "Yes, what about it? What about it? Your father has fished for so many years and has never caught one this big," Yin Bugue remarked with a hint of acidity. Recalling his proudest achievement from 3 years prior when he caught a fish weighing over 5 pounds, a moment that had filled him with immense joy. Yin Jiewen remained non-committal. In any case, he intended to fish often in the future, ensuring the Yin family would not lack for fish. Yin Bugue took out his smoking pipe and drew a couple of puffs, which piqued Yin Jiewen's curiosity. He recalled that in the television series, Yin Bugue was not a smoker. "Your mother also mentioned you sold 5 pounds of fish to Shaju. What about the money?" Yin Jiewen waved his hand, interrupting. "You needn't dwell on that money. I intend to keep it for myself." "Oh, what do you mean by that?" "I meant you should leave the money with me, and I will help you save it. Besides, now that you've returned to the countryside, the family's burden has increased. You've grown up and should contribute a bit to the household." Yin Bugue felt a twinge of reluctance. In his view, the fish Yin Jiewen caught and the money earned from selling them were assets belonging to the family, thus should be entrusted to him, the head of the household, for equitable distribution. Yin Jiewen cast a glance at Yin Bugue and firmly replied, "I wish to keep my own money. As for the household expenses, I will contribute whatever the eldest brother gives me. If you are still dissatisfied, I will choose to move out." Yin Bugue's expression shifted slightly, displeasure evident in his tone as he said, "If you want to keep your money, then do so. I never said I would drive you away." This second son, who once was so obedient, had transformed entirely upon his return from the countryside. Both his speech and demeanor now exuded a strong sense of independence. Enough of this. Further discussion will lead to an argument. "Old man, I'll go prepare the remaining fish for dinner tonight with spicy bean paste," he said. "Huh, you're cooking it all. Do you even care about living? 5 pounds of fish can fetch $2. Yin Bugue lamented at the thought of consuming more fish. Believing that converting fish into money was the proper course of action, it was merely a matter of satisfying one's appetite. And if the family became accustomed to such delicacies, how would they manage in the future? Yin Jiewen calmly tapped the table and replied, since I have returned. The family's living conditions should change as well. You need not fixate on trifles. The Yin family does not lack for basic sustenance. Hey, young man. You don't know the value of money until you manage a household. Besides, if I don't scrimp and save, how will I raise all you little rascals? You haven't even spread your wings yet, and you're already trying to teach your father a lesson, Yin Bugue retorted, expressing his dissatisfaction with Yin Jiewen's words. Yin Jiewen dug at his ears, standing up to head towards the small kitchen, genuinely unwilling to engage further with Yin Bugue. The so-called small kitchen was merely a small room partitioned from the corridor next door by wooden boards, where Aunt San was busy cooking. Second, what brings you here? Aunt San asked, slightly puzzled as she stirred the fire. Mom, I'm here to help you cook. Help me cook? Do you even know how to cook? Aunt San questioned skeptically. Yin Jiewen smiled and replied, in the countryside, one must do everything themselves, including cooking, so I've learned a bit. Aunt San nodded. While she was unaware of what challenges awaited him in the countryside, she knew that those sent to remote areas typically had to fend for themselves. Initially, she thought Yin Jiewen would merely assist, until she saw him chopping up the leftover half of the fish into pieces. Second, what are you doing? Are you cooking the whole fish? Aunt Sen exclaimed, her face displaying urgency as she hurried to stop him. Oh, Mom, it's just half a fish. What's the big deal? Yin Jiewen dodged Aunt San's attempt to grab the fish, responding nonchalantly. No way. This fish can still fetch a few dollars. What kind of family do you think you can waste food like this? All right. You should leave quickly and not waste time here. Yin Jiewen sighed in exasperation. It was more frustrating than being solitary. He glanced at the Yang family in the central courtyard and the Liu family next door, both of whom lived alone and could eat as they pleased. Aunt Sen stomped her foot in frustration, scolding, You wasteful child. I'll tell your father. Yin Jiewen shook his head and began cooking, eager to test the culinary skills he had recently mastered. Cooking fish generally requires a fair amount of oil. But the Yin family was short on oil, or rather, no one had enough to spare. Workers in state-run departments received a monthly ration of 2 taels of oil, which Yin Bugue, as a teacher, had, along with Yin Jiewen, who had just joined the factory a few months prior. However, the rest of the family had none, meaning the Yin household theoretically had only 4 taels of oil to last 8 people for an entire month. 4 taels of oil for a month was quite challenging, especially as it was already the end of the month, and the oil they would normally buy had long been consumed. Yin Jiewen glanced at the container, noting a small amount of pale yellow, solidified oil remaining, likely lard. I hope a hunting or farming tool comes soon. How can one manage without oil? He lamented, scratching his head in distress. In modern times, who lacks for food or clothing? Even in remote areas, electricity and running water are commonplace. And cooking oil is readily available at affordable prices. Arriving in the 1960s, Yin Jiewen realized just how scarce resources truly were. Even within the second ring of the capital, places like Nanlo-Guxiang were only just gaining electricity, with running water still being a communal service, let alone other regions. Since they lacked cooking oil, he decided against frying the fish and scraped a bit of lard into the pan. After the lard melted, he added ginger and garlic, then scooped out 2 spoonfuls of the dwindling bean paste from the ceramic jar. Once the bean paste became fragrant and released its red oil, he added a splash of soy sauce and poured in some water, bringing it to a boil before tossing in the fish pieces to stew. Before long, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the courtyard, enticing the neighbors and causing their mouths to water. Wow, is that fish being stewed? It smells incredible. Upon realizing the delightful scent originated from the Yin family's small kitchen, the neighbors began to chatter excitedly. Ever since Yin Jiewen returned from the countryside, the family's meals had noticeably improved, with fish being served daily, indeed, quite tempting. Yin Jiewen paid no mind to the opinions of others. He waited until the sauce thickened before adding a pinch of salt and some chopped green onions, then plated the dish. All right, an improvised version of spicy bean paste fish is ready. With less oil, fewer condiments, and a minimalist approach, it was already quite an accomplishment. Observing the vibrant, glossy fish pieces in the bowl, rich with the aroma of the sauce, Yin Jiewen silently nodded in approval. His culinary skills, now at an advanced level, had allowed him to intuitively know how to prepare the dish perfectly, even on his first attempt. Chapter 5. Greasy Delights and the Overbearing Mother-in-Law, Jia Zhang. Meanwhile, the Yin family was enduring considerable torment. The small kitchen, being the closest to the main house, filled the entire Yin residence with the enticing aroma of the dish, leaving the family members salivating. Wow, I didn't expect the second one could cook fish so well. It smells even better than what Mom makes. At the dining table, the eldest, Yin Jiecheng, drooled in anticipation. Aunt Sin shot him a glare and scolded, You little rascal, do you think my cooking is inferior? Then from now on, don't eat my food. Oh, come on, Mom. Jiecheng didn't mean it that way. Please don't be upset. Yin Jiecheng's wife, Yu Li, interjected. giving him a light smack and quickly comforting Aunt San. Humph, Aunt San huffed, conceding to Yuli's plea. Dinner is served. Jiewen entered with a large bowl of stewed fish, and the colors and aroma were simply mouth-watering. Hee, I want tea hold back then. Jiecheng's eyes lit up as he eagerly picked up his chopsticks to grab a piece of fish. Wow, the fish is tender and rich. The sauce savory and aromatic, enveloping my mouth with the delightful fragrance of the bean paste and the essence of the fish. Not only does it lack any fishy taste, but it is also deliciously warm and full of flavor. This is truly a perfect dish for rice. Second brother, you've outdone yourself. Jiecheng chewed on the fish, unable to restrain his praise for Jiewen. Brother, the fish you made is incredible. Old fourth, Jiekwang, stared in astonishment. Jietti spat out a large fishbone, and, her eyes gleaming, praised Jiewen. Brother, this is the most delicious dish I have ever tasted. The elderly couple, having sampled the fish, were equally astonished. They had sensed from the aroma that the flavor would be extraordinary, but they were taken aback by its deliciousness. Second brother, tell me honestly, where did you learn this culinary skill? Yen Bugue inquired, astonished. Jiewen smiled slightly and replied, from the countryside. Where else could I have learned? Oh, well, Yen Bugue mused, recalling that Jiewen had not been able to cook before, so indeed, he must have acquired such skills in the countryside. Yet, did the countryside offer the opportunity for Jiewen to learn cooking? Or was there a retired chef there who taught him? The Yen family's meals were quite modest. Apart from the fish prepared by Jiewen, the dining table held only a basket of cornbread, likely 2 pieces per person, accompanied by a plate of pickled vegetables that appeared to have no oil at all. Without Jiewen's fish, the cornbread and pickled vegetables would have represented the family's standard fare. The Yen family eagerly shared the fish, rapidly devouring the generous portions of fish fillets and scraps, leaving their faces glistening with oil. Jiewen took a bite of the cornbread, which was rather hard and slightly scratchy on the throat, while the pickled vegetables, cut into strips, were both sour and salty, yet still palatable, albeit completely devoid of oil. At that moment, Yuli placed a piece of fish into Jiewen's bowl and gently remarked, Uncle, don't just eat cornbread, the fish will be gone soon. Ah, thank you, sister-in-law. Jiewen smiled gratefully. To him, the fish was merely satisfactory, having tasted far superior cuisine before. However, for the Yen family, this fragrant braised fish would linger in their memories for a long time. Don't mention it, we are all family. Please enjoy, Yuli smiled. Though she was not very familiar with Jiewen, having only married into the family after he had gone to the countryside. Very well. Jiewen took a piece of fish and bit into it. It was indeed tender. Although the silver carp was not the most suitable fish for braising, its few bones and tender meat offered a unique flavor. Jiecheng was more adept at eating. He broke apart a piece of cornbread and dipped it into the rich sauce from the fish, taking a satisfying bite. To his delight, he found the cornbread to be vastly improved. The younger siblings followed suit, quickly finishing their own cornbread while enjoying the fish with the sauce. The aroma of the bean paste braised fish was simply irresistible, so much so that even Yen Bugue, who typically emphasized fair distribution, could not concern himself with dividing the fish for the children, indulging heartily in both the meat and cornbread. Before long, after Jiewen had served the last piece of fish to Jietti, the 5 pounds of braised fish had been completely consumed, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, the Jia family was also enjoying their fish. In contrast to Yan's braise, Qin Huairu opted for a simple stew, merely simmering ginger and fish with water. As it had not been fried, the fish soup appeared slightly translucent and pale, but fortunately, the silver carp had a mild fishy scent, making it quite palatable. 5 pounds of silver carp filled nearly half a large enamel basin, but the Jia family had their hefty eater, Jia Zhangshi, and the small glutton, Bang Gong. So the two quickly devoured the fish, leaving a pile of bones on the table. At that moment, the plump Jia Zhangshi was eating with gusto, her mouth glistening with oil, when she suddenly noticed Qin Huairu packing fish into a lunchbox. Her eyes narrowed, and she demanded, Qin Huairu, what are you doing with that fish? Stopping momentarily, Qin Huairu replied, I'm taking it to Shaju. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhangshi flew into a rage, scolding, what? Sending fish to that idiot? We don't have enough to eat ourselves. With a look of resignation, Qin Huairu explained, Mom, this fish was purchased from Jiewen by Shaju. Humph, so what? Shaju has a decent salary, and he's not even married. Does he really need this food? She retorted, and that little rascal from the Yen family. After catching such a big fish today, doesn't he even think to bring some for us, but dares to sell it for money? One day, I'll report him for speculation. Ignoring her mother-in-law's words, Qin Huairu continued to pack fish into the lunchbox, knowing well the temperament of this malicious matriarch. Any retort would only provoke her wrath further. Seeing this, Jia Zhangshi's anger flared, and she seized the lunchbox, pouring the fish back into the basin, shouting, "Qin Huairu, my grandson hasn't even had his fill yet. And you're already thinking of that silly fool? Are you eager to remarry? Mom, what are you saying? I promised to take Shaju some fish soup this afternoon." Qin Huairu explained, feeling wronged. "Humph. Even if you must deliver, it should be after we've eaten our fill." Jia Zhangshi slammed the empty lunchbox onto the table, then called for Bang Gong to continue devouring the fish in the basin. The situations in the Jia and Yin households were quite comparable. However, the Jia family fared slightly better due to Shaju's assistance. Nevertheless, Qin Huairu had not managed to save much money over the years, largely due to the voracious appetites of Jia Zhangshi and Bang Gong. They frequently craved meat and steamed buns, and if Qin Huairu did not comply, Jia Zhangshi would throw a fit, dragging Bang Gong into her tantrums, leaving Qin Huairu overwhelmed. Fortunately, with Shaju's support, Qin Huairu no longer had to exhaust herself over meals, though it still left her feeling somewhat drained. Before long, Jia Zhangshi and her 3 children were satiated, wearing expressions of bliss. Meanwhile, the basin held no intact pieces of fish, as Qin Huairu lacked Yin Jiewen's culinary skills, and fish, being a delicate meat, easily disintegrated. "Look, there's still plenty of fish left in the basin. It's a good deal for that silly fool," Jia Zhangshi remarked, picking her teeth. A satisfied look on her face, Qin Huairu sighed deeply, feeling embarrassed to send the leftover bits of fish to Shaju. It seemed she would have to indulge him once more. Chapter 6. The bewildered Shaju, borrowing money. As Qin Huairu had anticipated, when Shaju saw that the lunchbox contained only fish soup and some fragmented fish meat, his face fell in displeasure. "Qinjia, I brought you 5 pounds of fish. Is this what you've brought to trick me?" Initially, Shaju did not expect to receive much fish, knowing the Jia family's tendencies. But he had not anticipated that Qin Huairu would be so stingy as to offer him only scraps. With an apologetic smile, Qin Huairu explained, "Shaju, the children are growing. And you know how much my mother-in-law can eat. Well, even if she eats a lot, that doesn't mean she has to take my share," Shaju protested, shaking the bottle of liquor on the table. "Appetizers? I have something for you. Here are some peanuts." Qin Huairu playfully pulled a small bag of peanuts from her pocket and handed it to Shaju. Shaju, speechless, shook his head and opened the bag, noticing, "Hey, these peanuts look familiar." He hurried to the box under the bed where the peanuts were stored, and sure enough, the freshly roasted peanuts from yesterday were gone. "That rascal Bang Gong stole my peanuts again." Qin Huairu chuckled and chimed in, "Well, it's just that Bang Gong likes you. He doesn't see you as an outsider, so he often comes to take things from your house." Upon hearing this, Shaju misunderstood and chuckled, "All right, I also quite like Bang Gong." However, his fondness for Bang Gong was, in truth, overshadowed by his affection for Qin Huairu. For her sake, he could overlook the matters of fish and peanuts, considering it a trivial issue, as it was not the first time such things had occurred. Qin Huairu, ever the understanding one, poured a glass of wine for the simple-minded Jew, sweet-talking him to gloss over the matter of the fish. Unlike Jia Zhangshi, who lacked foresight and acted without consideration for consequences, Qin Huairu was acutely aware of the distinction between occasional feasting and daily sustenance. She desired everything, but she could not afford to lose Zhu, the breadwinner. "Zhu, in a few days, my cousin will be coming to visit. Shall I play matchmaker for you?" Qin Huairu asked with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, Zhu immediately set down his wine cup, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he inquired, "Really? How old is your cousin?" "Indeed, she just turned 18 this year and is quite enchanting. Far more beautiful than I," Qin Huairu replied. "Well then, I will defer to Sister Qin. Is she even more beautiful than you? Oh my, to what heights of beauty must she ascend?" Thus, it was settled. "By the way, could you bring me a few steamed buns from the mess tomorrow?" "Of course. Count on me," Zhu asserted, thumping his chest in promise. With a smile and a nod, Qin Huairu departed, fully cognizant that once she struck the right chord, Zhu could easily be managed. Introducing her cousin? Certainly, but whether it would bear fruit remained uncertain. At the Yin household, third aunt and Yuli had gone to wash dishes, while Yin Bugue, patting his full belly, lamented, "Oh dear, second. Our family can't continue this way every day. It's too decadent. How about this? Starting tomorrow, you can have steamed corn buns and pickles while the rest of us enjoy meat?" Yin Jiewen asked with a grin. Yes, yes, yes. The siblings eagerly nodded. The fish from tonight lingered on their palates, and if they could indulge in it daily, they would die without regrets. "Shu, what do you lot want here?" "Eldest, return to your room, and fourth and fifth, put the leftover fish broth in the cupboard. We'll have noodles tomorrow," Yin Bugue said, shooing them away with apparent disdain. The siblings scampered off to avoid reprimand, leaving only Yin Jiewen and Yin Bugue at the table. "Second, when will the street office assign you a job?" Yin Bugue inquired with a hint of seriousness. If Yin Jiewen secured employment, it would mean 3 workers in the Yin family, significantly alleviating their financial burden. Yin Jiewen poured a glass of water for Yin Bugue before serving himself, responding calmly, "Tomorrow. We'll gather at the street office then." Going to the countryside wasn't without its advantages. At least it offered prioritized job placement, a process that could take anywhere from 2 years, which was considered relatively swift. You should choose wisely. It's best to select a job that's a bit easier, Yin Bugue advised earnestly. In truth, the jobs assigned by the street office were largely random, but typically nearby, as sending Yin Jiewen to a different district would necessitate arranging accommodation for him. "I'll be mindful. By the way, father, could you lend me some money?" Money? What do you need it for?" Yin Bugue asked, puzzled. "Uncle Lin's son is being transferred to the outskirts, leaving a room vacant. I wish to rent it," Yin Jiewen replied after taking a sip of water, grimacing at the oily taste. "Why rent a room? Our house is hardly overcrowded." Yin Bugue assumed Yin Jiewen needed the money for something more pressing, but upon realizing it was merely for renting, he deemed it unnecessary. Yin Jiewen shook his head, voicing his frustration. "I'm already an adult. It's not convenient to share a room with you all." The Yin family had 2 rooms. One was the front courtyard side room, where Yin Bugue and his wife resided, and the other was a split street-facing room, shared by Yin Jiewen and his wife. Yin Bugue's room was already cramped, containing a bed for the couple and 2 iron bunk beds for Yin Jiewen, Yin Jiefeng, Yin Jiequang, and Yin Jieti, the 4 siblings. It was worth noting that this room also served as the living room, making it quite congested, and Yin Jiewen had grown weary of it after just a few days. Yin Bugue took out his pipe, puffing it a few times before grimacing. "Second, this money really isn't necessary. You'd be spending several yuan on rent each month. Think of how much cornmeal that could buy." Leaning back in his chair, Yin Jiewen nonchalantly replied, "If you want to lend it, I'll find a way myself." He had some money on hand, so his primary motive wasn't merely about borrowing. All right. I never said I wouldn't lend it. How much do you want?" 100 yuan. "What? 100 yuan? You must be joking. I can't possibly come up with that," Yin Bugue exclaimed, taken aback. If it were 10 yuan, he could manage that, but 100 was far too much. Yin Jiewen shook his head, amused. "Your perspective is too narrow, old Yin." "Fine, I'll find another way," he said, losing interest in the discussion. This 100 yuan would determine his future attitude toward Yin Bugue. As Yin Jiewen departed, Yin Bugue stood there, perplexed. "You could at least say a few more words if you're borrowing money. Isn't this a bit disrespectful to your old man?" Yin Bugue noticed a marked change in his second son's demeanor. Previously, if Yin Jiewen wanted to borrow money, he would have been persistent and persuasive. Now, with just a few words, he had given up at the slightest resistance, leaving Yin Bugue baffled. Chapter 7. Renting a room, job allocation. That evening, Yin Bugue, his expression dark and heavy, approached Yin Jiewen, reluctantly extending a neatly folded stack of money to him. "Here's 100 yuan, take it." Yin Jiewen accepted the money with a smile, saying, "Father, you've made a wise decision." "What wise decision?" "You're just squandering money. I can't control you anymore." Yin Bugue felt a pang of regret. It would take him over a year to save that amount, and now it was gone, leaving him sleepless for several nights. But what could he do? He found his second son increasingly inscrutable, and when he had expressed his reluctance to lend money, Yin Bugue sensed a significant rift growing between them, one that might never be repaired. Instinct told him that failing to lend Yin Jiewen money would lead to lifelong regret. Compared to his elder son, who was unlearned and inept, Yin Bugue placed greater trust in Yin Jiewen. After all, his culinary skills were no less impressive than Zhu's. Even if Yin Jiewen pursued nothing else, he could certainly thrive through his cooking talent. "Rest assured, I'll pay you back 10 yuan each month. And you and mother can look forward to enjoying the good life," Yin Jiewen assured. All right, anyone can talk sweetly. Just don't mention this to your mother. By the way, I'll help you rent the room from Lin tomorrow to prevent you from being swindled." Yin Bugue's figure appeared somewhat aged as he walked away, holding a fan and clasping his hands behind his back, moving slowly out of the Yin household. Yin Jiewen watched him leave and smiled softly. "Old Yin, you'll soon realize the true value of that 100 yuan. It can multiply 100-fold. Indeed, Yin Jiewen's request for a loan was not born of necessity, but rather to gauge the choices his father would make. It was crucial to understand that the youth sent to the countryside did not work for free. Like the locals, they needed to earn work points to eat. Over the course of 2 years, Yin Jiewen managed to save a little over 10 yuan, which would suffice for the short term. If Yin Bugue refused to lend him money, he would still support his parents in the future, albeit under vastly different circumstances, one with a life of comfort, the other with wealth, luxury, and a prominent reputation, all depending on whether Yin Bugue had the foresight to see it. It has been proven that although Yin Bugue is frugal, he still made the right choice. After a night of silence, Yin Jiewen rose early and discovered that Aunt San was already cooking noodles. "Is the second son awake? Hurry and wash up. Breakfast is ready." Aunt San's demeanor was calm, seemingly unaware of the fact that Yin Bugue had lent money to his son. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, a steaming bowl of noodles was served at the table. The mixed grain noodles paired with the leftover sauce from last night's fish made for an incredibly fragrant dish. A delightful carbohydrate explosion in the early morning. The Yin family relished the meal, exclaiming how delicious it was. After finishing, they all patted their bellies in satisfaction. Yuli was tasked with clearing the dishes, while Yin Jieqing returned to the factory after his meal. Yin Bugue then took Yin Jiewen to the neighboring Lin family to explain the situation. Upon learning that Yin Jiewen was seeking to rent a room, Uncle Lin was quite pleased. Since he needed to rent out the space anyway, it was best to lease it to someone he knew. Otherwise, he would worry about the safety of the yard with strangers moving in. The house was adjacent to Yin Jieqing and his wife's residence, a half of the duplex, covering approximately 18 square meters, furnished with basic amenities such as a wooden bed, table, chairs, and a cabinet. Uncle Lin initially quoted a rent of 5 yuan per month, but after vigorous negotiations with Yin Bugue, they settled on 3 yuan per month. After renting the place for Yin Jiewen, Yin Bugue hurried off on his bicycle. As it was still a weekday, Yin Jiewen moved his belongings, which consisted of just a few pieces of clothing and a bedding set, into his new rental. Living alone was truly delightful. With privacy, he could even sleep without his trousers, feeling utterly content. It was now 9 in the morning, and a group of young individuals had gathered at the Jiedeka street office, all preparing to enter the workforce. Director Wang of the street office took attendance and, once everyone was present, began to speak while holding a document. Currently, there are 6 factories in the entire capital looking for workers, with 36 positions available for our street. The Huayang Electric Motor Factory in the East City requires 3 apprentices, Zhou Chongyang, Li Yangfa, and Sun Bingxing. The Hardware Forging Factory in the West City is seeking 15 apprentices. Director Wang methodically assigned positions. These factories varied in distance from Jiedeka Street, mostly requiring physical labor. Of course, securing a permanent position was not guaranteed upon joining. Apprentices were expected to learn the job responsibilities, and only those who adapted and performed well would be offered full-time roles. If someone struggled or was unsuitable, their position would be retained while they awaited an opportunity to swap with apprentices from other factories for similar reasons. After all, it would be unreasonable to expect a slender person to wield a heavy hammer, yet job assignments offered little choice. If one was unwilling to work, countless others were ready to take their place. Take Qin Huairu, for example, a young woman who could hardly manage the physically demanding work of a mechanic. But the Jia family had no one else to fill the gap. Could they ask a relative to take over? That would leave the Jia family without any means of support. Could one rely on that relative to spend their wages on the Jia family? Not to mention, Qin Huairu had inherited her husband Jia Dongshu's seniority, effectively bypassing the apprenticeship stage to become a first-level mechanic. Bringing in a relative would mean starting from scratch as an apprentice. In these times, jobs were scarce, and no matter how exhausting it might be, Qin Huairu could never afford to relinquish the position left by her husband. The East City Hongqing Steel Rolling Mill was offering 8 apprentices in its new cafeteria. Specifically, Li Dongxiang, Zhang Weidong, and Yin Jiewen. A position in the cafeteria? The young people present expressed envy. As cafeteria jobs were highly sought after, less tiring than factory work and included free lunches, which was a definite perk. Yin Jiewen raised an eyebrow, thinking, oh my, I'm actually in the cafeteria of the 3rd rolling mill? That means I'll be colleagues with Shaju. The courtyard was not far from the steel mill. About a 20-minute walk, and working in the cafeteria was indeed a commendable opportunity. Once the job allocations were complete, Director Wang instructed everyone to report to their respective factories on the morning of September 1st, where they would receive food stamps and other documents. Are there any questions? Director Wang maintained a gentle demeanor, readily answering inquiries. After half an hour, the group departed the street office with their introduction letters in hand. Upon returning home, Aunt San promptly approached Yin Jiewen, and upon learning of his job, expressed her delight and rushed to the yard to boast to the other women, who all expressed their envy. As the saying goes, regardless of the era, no cook goes hungry. Thus, chefs are seen not only as having secure jobs, but also lucrative ones. Chapter 8. Selling Fish at Pigeon Market, Aunt San's Ramblings. After lunch, Yin Jiewen, under the eager anticipation of Aunt San and Yu Li, set off again with his fishing bucket and rod to catch fish. At the back lake near the Air Force Base, numerous elderly people came to fish daily. During this time, the public was permitted to fish and hunt, provided they did not sell their catch. Of course, this rule was often ignored, as the pigeon market existed as an unofficial acceptance of such practices. In other words, as long as transactions went unreported, the authorities turned a blind eye. They understood the plight of the common people. If they were not allowed to survive, they would not make it easy for those in power either. Hence, they tacitly accepted that people could rely on their own means to make a living. There were even instances when the red armband-wearing enforcers would be tipped off by street officials to notify people to disperse. In simple terms, everyone preferred to maintain a facade of normalcy. No one wanted to make life difficult for others, as it was all for survival. Jiewen's bait consisted of plain earthworms, as he lacked the resources to procure suitable bait, and his primary purpose in fishing was not solely for the catch, but rather for the equipment. Arriving at his usual spot, Jiewen cast his line, squinting his eyes and clearing his mind. With his advanced culinary skills, handling the cafeteria job would be a breeze. He was quite satisfied with his position in the cafeteria, though the thought of enduring another decade or so felt daunting. A few minutes later, his bobber was pulled underwater. Jiewen quickly reeled in a fish weighing around 5 pounds. "Oh wow, another silver carp," he exclaimed, feeling pleased. As it seemed the benefits of his title were indeed substantial. By around 4 in the afternoon, Jiewen reeled in his line, having caught 3 fish totaling just over 10 pounds, though regrettably, he hadn't acquired any new equipment. After securing his bucket, Jiewen did not head straight back home, but instead made a trip to the nearby pigeon market. Typically, the market opened in the early morning, but there were still some transactions during the day, albeit with fewer people. Jiewen planned to sell all the fish, as eating fish every day could become tiresome. "Young comrade, these fish look quite fresh. How much are you selling them for?" A middle-aged man wearing a hat and mask approached as soon as the bucket was opened. 3 jiao 5 per pound, no receipts," Jiewen replied calmly. The man nodded, saying, "That's a fair price. I'll take that silver carp." Without a scale, Jiewen borrowed one from a neighboring vendor. 5 pounds 7 ounces, that LLB 1 yuan 77, but I'll charge you 1 yuan 75. The middle-aged man praised Jiewen for being reasonable, then counted out the money and handed it over. Jiewen accepted the payment and took out a dime to give to the neighboring vendor as a rental fee for the scale. The vendor beamed, quickly grabbing a handful of dried mushrooms from his stall to give to Jiewen. A dime held significant purchasing power, as a pound of cornmeal cost only 9 cents. It was merely a scale rental after all. Due to Jiewen's freshly caught fish still wriggling, the other 2 fish were sold in no time, yielding a total of approximately $3.50. After tidying up his belongings, Jiewen meandered through the pigeon market, purchasing a 2-pound white chicken for $1.50, along with a substantial block of marinated tofu for 30 cents. Placing these items into his bucket, he then proceeded towards the courtyard. Upon returning to the Yin household, Aunt San and Yuli immediately approached him. "Oh my, a chicken. Did you go to the pigeon market, RZ?" Aunt San inquired in astonishment. "Indeed, I caught 3 fish today and took them to the market to sell. Then bought a chicken and some tofu," Jiewen replied nonchalantly with a smile. Yuli swallowed hard, eagerly asking, "Jiewen, are we having chicken tonight?" It must be noted that before Yuli married into the family, her circumstances were rather dismal, with meat being a rare occurrence, perhaps once every month. Even after marrying, the situation remained somewhat the same, as Mr. Yin was notoriously frugal. Could one expect to enjoy meat more than sporadically? They often had thin porridge paired with sweet potatoes or steamed buns accompanied by pickled vegetables. However, since Jiewen returned from the countryside, the family had been indulging in meat daily, much to their delight. Jiewen nodded, "Of course. Just earlier, a vendor gifted me a handful of mushrooms. I shall prepare a mushroom stew with the chicken, and we can also have the crucian carp from yesterday, along with a crucian carp soup with tofu." Yuli's face lit up with desire, unable to fathom how delicious dinner would be. Aunt San, however, felt a pang of reluctance and advised, "We can't afford to eat like this every day. Why not turn the chicken into preserved chicken for special occasions instead?" Upon hearing her mother-in-law's suggestion, Yuli fell silent, aware of her low standing in the Yin household. Having been there for over a year without producing a child, the Yin couple felt somewhat dissatisfied with her. Jiewen frowned, a hint of irritation in his voice. "Mother, if you don't wish to eat, I can cook for myself." Having such parents could be vexing, always discouraging him even over something as simple as food. "Hey, child, can I not express a word of concern? I'm merely thinking of your future. You're spending money so lavishly before even marrying. What will you do when you truly need it?" Aunt Sen retorted disapprovingly. "Shall I send these items to the Jia family then?" Hey, you spendthrift. I never said I didn't want to eat." Aunt San grew agitated at his words. How could she not want to eat? It was simply her lifelong habit of frugality that made her react this way. Besides, sending food to the Jia family would be akin to feeding it to dogs. Jiewen shook his head in disbelief and left to return to his rented room. Around 5 in the afternoon, his neighbors began to return from work, and Yin Bugui learned that Jiewen had been assigned to the new canteen at the steel mill. He cheerfully entered Jiewen's room, exclaiming, "RZ, you've landed a good position. Who knows, you might end up bringing home food like Shaju. Is that what you think of canteen work? Just a means to bring home food?" Jiewen replied, RZ, Why do you not seem happy? Yin Jiewen had no desire to engage with Yin Bugui, stepping out to prepare dinner. Hey, I'm talking to you. You must work hard in the canteen. Once your position stabilizes in a couple of years, I'll help you find a suitable wife, and then you can have 2 grandsons for your mother to look after. Just don't turn out like your elder brother, who has been married for ages and still hasn't produced an egg. It was evident that Yin Bugui harbored significant grievances towards Yin Jiecheng and his wife. Yin Jiewen scoffed. Old man, are you that eager to have grandchildren? Of course. I'll be retiring in a few years, so naturally, I wish to have grandchildren, he replied. Just then, Yin Jiewen spotted Su De Mao wheeling his bicycle into the courtyard and called out, Su De Mao, come here and give my father a hug. What? Su De Mao responded, perplexed. I can't carry this grandson. Yin Bugui exclaimed. Chapter 9. Mushroom Stew Chicken, a strong endorsement from the father during mealtime. The Yin family waited expectantly, mouths watering for the feast Yin Jiewen was preparing. In the small kitchen, he first split the white chicken in half, pulling off the chicken fat. Goodness, this chicken was quite plump, with at least 2 tails of fat. Perfect. Using the chicken fat to sauté the meat would enhance its flavor. Once the chicken fat was fried, he added the chicken pieces to the pot. Given that this was a fresh, free-range chicken, there was no need for blanching. He sautéed and seared the chicken until it turned a golden brown, then added scallions, ginger, and dried chili for flavor. The aroma wafted through the air, and Yin Jiewen could only praise the unpolluted, all-natural little chicken. Just the scent alone was delightful. He added boiling water along with the soaked mushrooms, covered the pot, and let it simmer on low heat. Oh my, that second son of the Yin family is up to his culinary magic again. Is that mushroom stew chicken I smell? It truly smells divine. Those unaware were merely chatting, while those in the know had already devoured 2 steamed buns. According to Aunt San, Yin Jiewen had caught fish again today, and even traded them for chicken. Ever since Jiewen returned, the family's meals had been nothing short of exceptional. The aroma of the chicken stew was significantly stronger than that of the fish, especially after the addition of dried mushrooms, filling the courtyard with a tantalizing fragrance. The residents of the courtyard experienced stark differences in their meals, with the best food often found in Su De Mao's household in the back and Xia Zhu's family in the middle courtyard. One benefited from earning extra income by screening movies in the countryside, while the other was a canteen chef with a good salary and no burdens. Had it not been for Qin Huairu's infatuation, Xia Zhu would have enjoyed the best meals in the courtyard. In contrast, the family of Yizhonghai, a skilled mechanic earning $99, had rather average meals. Yizhonghai was overly concerned about appearances, fearing that if his family dined too lavishly, they might be seen as out of touch or become the subject of gossip. Additionally, he aimed to save money for future retirement expenses. Thus, chicken stew was a luxury seldom enjoyed even during festive occasions. Some peculiar individuals, however, were so enamored by the fragrance of the stew that they managed to swallow 2 steamed buns in one go. Impressive indeed. The neighbor's chatter was well within Yin Jiewen's expectations. But everyone knew that his chicken was exchanged for fish, so he remained unfazed. Even Lu Haizhong, who was always scheming for a promotion, did not think to use this matter to criticize Yin Jiewen. At most, he would mutter about Yin Jiewen's daily meat consumption, labeling him a spendthrift. In the Jia household, just a wall away from the Yin family, Jia Zhongshi, who was crafting shoe soles, caught a whiff of the chicken stew and, with saliva pooling, asked Qin Huairu, Huairu, what are we having today? Without turning her head, Qin Huairu replied, porridge, along with the leftover stir-fried eggplant Xia Zhu brought back yesterday. What? Is that all? My grandson wants chicken stew. You need to figure something out. Jia Zhongshi pouted in disgust. Qin Huairu's forehead creased in frustration as she calmly said, Mother, we can't afford to eat meat every day. Besides, we just had fish yesterday. With a crash, Jia Zhongshi slammed the shoe sole onto the table, scolding, Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. Have you not noticed how thin Bang Gong has become lately? Meanwhile, Bang Gong, who had been playing nearby, immediately feigned a pitiful expression, wailing, Mom. Mom, I want chicken stew. I want chicken stew. 2 bewildered younger sisters followed along, crying incessantly, causing Qin Huairu's head to throb with frustration. Silence. All you think about is indulging in good food. How old are you? Can't you contribute something to the family? Your mother is already working so hard. Qin Huairu's voice was laced with fury, nearly erupting into a shout. Her day at the workshop had already been tumultuous, having been reprimanded by the team leader. And now the noise at home was unbearable. With a loud thud, Jia Zhongshi slammed her hand on the table and scolded, Qin Huairu, why are you being so fierce? How can you call yourself a mother when you can't even take care of your own son? If only my Dongshi were still alive. Our family would be feasting on meat every day. Hearing this, Qin Huairu scoffed. When Jia Dongshi was alive, their meals were hardly any better than now, and he often squandered money on drinking and revelry with his friends, leaving nothing saved. Her disdainful attitude incited Jia Zhongshu's fury, who rebuked, "What kind of attitude is this? You jinx? If my Dongshu hadn't married you, would he have died so early? If you don't want to stay in the Jia family, just go back to the countryside." Such harsh words struck deep, and tears streamed down Qin Huairu's face. She had been doing her utmost to care for the Jia family. Why was her mother-in-law still so disdainful and exclusionary towards her? Neighbors overhearing Jia Zhongshu's raucous outburst shook their heads in dismay. Such scenes were commonplace. And it could only be said that the Jia family was indeed unfortunate to have such a plump matron. While some neighbors disapproved of Qin Huairu's situation with the single man, Shaju, they still recognized her virtuous nature. Meanwhile, next door, Shaju gulped down a mouthful of alcohol, feeling the pain of his sister being scolded by her wicked mother-in-law, unable to intervene. At the Yin household, Yin Jiewen and Yin Jiefeng entered, each carrying a large bowl. "Dinner is served," Yin Jiefeng announced cheerfully as he placed a bowl of fragrant mushroom and chicken stew on the table. The Yin family gasped in delight. The golden chicken fat floated enticingly atop the broth, both visually appealing and aromatic. Yin Jiewen held up a bowl of crucian carp and tofu soup, having first pan-fried the fish to perfection before adding boiling water. This method yielded a rich, milky broth. After simmering the tofu with ginger and pepper for a few minutes, a delightful crucian carp tofu soup emerged. "Second brother, your culinary skills are exceptional," Yin Jiecheng exclaimed, leaning in to savor the aroma of the mushroom chicken stew, feeling overwhelmed with happiness. Yin Bugui playfully tapped Yin Jiecheng on the head, admonishing, "Stop looking like a starving ghost and sit properly." "Ouch." Yin Jiecheng rubbed the spot where he was hit, grumbling, "Dad, I say, why not let the second brother take charge of the household? Just look at his cooking compared to yours and Mom's. It's on a completely different level. As an important family member who pays for meals, I strongly suggest he be the one in charge." "Hey, just because you paid a few coins doesn't mean you can act like the master. Look at your behavior. The money you contributed wouldn't even buy a few chickens." Yin Bugui retorted, slightly annoyed. "Mom, I didn't mean it that way. I just thought that with second brother's skills, we might get to enjoy more meals." Yin Jiewen, filling a bowl for Yin Jiedi, shook his head. "I'm about to head to work. I don't have time to cook every day." "Oh, come on, second brother. You can always cook when you get back from work." Yin Jiecheng envied Yin Jiewen for working at the steel mill's cafeteria. He had just been assigned to a job at a mechanical factory, doing heavy and dirty work, returning home exhausted every day. "Sure, but you need to pay me $10 a month for labor, and I promise to cook for you every day." Yin Jiewen shot a stern look at Yin Jiecheng. Yin Jiecheng hesitated, forcing a laugh. Let us pretend I didn't say that." He was still an apprentice, earning only $18 a month, having to pay $5 for meals and $3 for rent to Yin Bugui, leaving him with just $10 for personal expenses. Giving that to Yin Jiewen would mean working for nothing. Yin Bugui shook his head in amusement. Taking a piece of chicken. The chicken was crispy on the outside and tender within, infused with the unique aroma of the mushrooms, making one's mouth water. The broth was rich and savory, simply exquisite. "Second brother, it was a wise decision for the street to assign you to the cafeteria. Your skills are definitely on par with Shaju. Indeed, yesterday's fish and today's chicken are the best dishes I've ever tasted," exclaimed the youngest, Yin Jiedi, with grease on her lips, gazing adoringly at Yin Jiewen. Yin Jiewen affectionately ruffled Yin Jiedi's hair, smiling, "If you like it, eat as much as you want." Hom. Yin Jiedi nodded eagerly, her face brightening with a sweet smile. Tonight's meal was still the usual fare of corn cakes, pickles, and sweet potatoes, but with the addition of mushroom chicken stew and crucian carp soup, it was indeed a delightful feast. In the following days, nothing significant occurred in the courtyard, except for the gossip among neighbors about Yin Jiewen's daily fishing exploits, which always yielded a bountiful catch. Yin Jiewen had no intention of concealing his good fortune. Secretly indulging in meat would only evoke feelings of guilt. Thus, today it was braised pork. Tomorrow a chicken stew, leaving the Yin family in high spirits, with his younger sister, Yin Jiedi, noticeably plumper. Yin Bugui was uncertain whether these changes were for better or worse, as in this era, it was prudent to maintain a low profile, and feasting on meat daily would surely incite envy and resentment from many. To Yin Jiewen, however, his provisions were neither stolen nor taken by force. He savored his meals as he pleased, indifferent to others' jealousy. Regrettably, he had not caught any new tools in recent days, though his fish haul exceeded 5 pounds daily. On the last day of August, with a reporting date to the steel mill approaching, Yin Jiewen continued fishing at the rear lake. As dusk fell, he had already caught 2 fish, but had yet to snag any tools. Scratching his chin, he muttered, "The odds are too low at 10. I need to find a way to upgrade my title." Theoretically, catching 10 fish should yield 1 tool, but probabilities don't always align. Sometimes, even if one catches 100 fish, They might only acquire one tool due to bad luck. Just as he was internally lamenting, the fish's air bladder submerged. And with a strong tug, he pulled up a glowing green stone. Wow! Finally, something good. Jiewen couldn't help but exclaim. Knowing how eagerly he awaited the moment, he reeled in a catch. He quickly brought the tool ashore and eagerly examined its details. My tawny chicken X2, green grade. One rooster with a middle-parted comb can produce an egg every 60 minutes, with egg production efficiency doubling every 2.5 years. Little Blackie. Don't eat the eggs laid by my brother. After reading the description, Jiewen's mouth twitched. Wait, how does this tool seem so unreliable? A rooster laying eggs? To his surprise, Little Blackie had already proliferated across the realms. He mused, I see you're frying fish with essence now. Though he felt a bit perplexed, this tool was indeed quite valuable. Producing 1 egg per hour would yield 24 eggs a day. With a market price of 5 cents each, totaling over $1 a day. With 2 chickens, that would be over $2. Accumulating to more than $60 a month. It's worth noting that even Chin Huiru, a first-class fitter, earned only $27.50 a month, which translates to less than $1 a day. In terms of 2.5 years, that equates to a significant income. Every 2.5 years, the egg-laying efficiency doubles. This can be interpreted such that after 2.5 years, a single hen will produce 48 eggs daily. After 5 years, this number will rise to 96 eggs, and after 10 years, it could reach an astonishing 384 eggs. Assuming the price of an egg is 5 cents, in 10 years, one hen would generate an income of $19 each day. It is worth noting that 10 years later would still be $19.75, and earning $19 in a day would be considered an extraordinary income. Now, what about a century later? The egg production from these 2 hens could potentially suffice for the entire nation. No wonder they are classified as premium green grade. It seems these hens could indeed defy the odds in the future. Today, Jiewen has already caught a remarkable item, and with satisfaction. He prepared to return to the courtyard. At the Yin family home, near the small kitchen, Gui and his family watched in astonishment as 2 more eggs fell into the hen house. They were utterly dumbfounded. Wait, second brother. Can these 2 hens really lay an egg every hour? Gui felt as though his worldview was crumbling. Indeed. Didn't I mention that I purchased these miraculous hens for $50 from a farmer? Jiewen replied, slightly embarrassed. On his way back, he had found a secluded corner to unbox the item, bringing home the 2 beautiful mytani hens. The appearance of the mytani hens shocked the Yin family. Who had ever seen a rooster without a comb, sporting a striking gray-white, middle-parted head? It was quite terrifying. Fortunately, aside from that unique feature, the hens were otherwise quite similar to ordinary chickens, with predominantly gray-white feathers. After much explanation from Jiewen, the family was initially skeptical, but after 2 hours, when they discovered 4 eggs in the hen house, they finally believed in this highly unscientific spectacle. Hey, don't underestimate these hens. Despite their odd looks, they're truly miraculous. Does this mean we will never run out of eggs? Jiewen mused lazily, content as long as they had eggs to eat. Yuli nudged Jiewen with her elbow and retorted, whether we have enough or not is not for you to decide. These are Jiewen's hens. That's true. Second brother, what do you plan to do with these miraculous hens? Jiewen asked, looking at Jiewen with anticipation. Ever since their second brother returned from the countryside, their family had undergone a tremendous transformation. They had been enjoying ample meat, and surely a few eggs would not be a concern for him. The siblings looked at their second brother with equal eagerness. Despite the recent abundance of meat, they had previously struggled to even have a simple fried egg, so their desire for eggs remained. Gui remained silent, confident that his decisive son had already formulated a plan. Jiewen indeed had one, and he spoke up. If, as the farmer stated, these 2 hens can lay eggs every hour, we could collect 48 eggs each day. There's no way we could consume them all. So I propose that each of us has 1 egg daily, and the remaining 40 eggs can be sold. Eldest brother, sister-in-law, Jiefeng, and Jiequan can take turns selling them at the pigeon market each week. At 5 cents per egg, that would yield $2 daily from egg sales. I would take $1.50, and the remaining 50 cents would serve as a labor fee for selling the eggs. What do you think? This method was the result of Jiewen's careful consideration. He had been managing the family meals, feeling somewhat like a caretaker. Jiewen believed this was unnecessary, but the family's diet could not revert to its former state, right? With the chickens now available. Having his brother sell the eggs would contribute to the family, while also allowing them to earn some money. Calculating it out, that would amount to 50 cents a day, or $3.50 a week, pure profit. I want to go too, Jiewen exclaimed, his face reflecting his reluctance. He was already exhausted from work during the day, and the thought of selling eggs at dawn was overwhelming. Jiewen shot him a glance, coldly stating, you can choose not to go, but then you'll miss out on the eggs. Yen Bugue nodded in agreement, adding, second brother makes a valid point. If you want eggs, you must put in the effort. Eldest brother, if you don't want to go, I can take over. Father, Jiecheng will definitely go. No need to trouble you. Yuli stepped on Yin Jiecheng's foot with determination. You fool, Jiewen is clearly offering this opportunity to take care of us. And you dare to refuse? Just think, that couple could earn an additional $7 each month. Imagine what they could do with that money. Yin Jiecheng winced. Clutching his foot and seeing his wife's threatening glare, he resigned himself to this task. Yin Jiefeng and Yin Jiequang were absolutely eager to join in as students. Their pocket money seldom exceeded a dime. An additional $3.50 a month would allow them to indulge in many delightful treats. Observing the excitement on his two foolish sons' faces, Yin Bugue pondered how to coax them into contributing their earnings to the family. Chapter 11. Third Aunt's Discontent and Factory Reporting. The Maitani hens officially became the most treasured possessions of the Yin household. Yin Bugue surrounded the chicken coop with utmost caution, fearful that these precious chickens might escape. The Yin family was also warned by Yin Jiewen to ensure that no one else learned about the miraculous hens. Concerned about their own income, the family members acknowledged this directive. 16-year-old Yin Jiefeng was quite responsible, while 13-year-old Yin Jiequang was also aware of what was appropriate to do in this era. 11-year-old Yin Jiedi, still youthful, longed for pocket money, and after a round of coaxing from Yin Jiewen, she managed to extract $1 from him, which delighted her immensely. With the egg-selling arrangements in place, Yin Bugue and his wife were excluded from the plan, which left third aunt feeling somewhat displeased. Having experienced poverty firsthand, the couple understood that financial stability provided a sense of security, while the entire family enjoyed additional income. They themselves were left out, which must have been quite disheartening for third aunt. Nonetheless, Yin Bugue understood the situation, suspecting that his second son was concerned for their safety during late-night sales. Regardless, having eggs to eat every day left Yin Bugue feeling quite satisfied. Hey, we're finally at the same level as Lu Haizhong. The next day, the neighbors quickly learned about the Yin family's new chickens. Raising chickens was relatively normal. For instance, the Su family in the backyard had 2 hens that laid eggs. In the capital, it was permissible for a household to keep 2 chickens. Any more than that was not allowed. Thus, while the neighbors were intrigued, they harbored no other thoughts. Why were they surprised? It was simply due to the scarcity of food during these times. Otherwise, everyone would have wanted to raise hens that laid eggs. And Yin Bugue, known as the old Shi'er in the area, actually dared to spend grain to feed chickens. How could that not astonish people? Early in the morning, third aunt prepared a boiled egg for each of the 3 children still attending school to take with them. Today marked the start of the school year, and families with children were bustling about. Meanwhile, Yin Jiewen had arrived early at the Hongqing steel plant. The Hongqing steel plant, also known as the third steel plant, employs nearly 10,000 workers and stands as one of the foremost steel manufacturing facilities in both the capital and the entire Long Country. The plant is vast, comprising 3 cafeterias: the southern cafeteria for logistics and administrative staff, the western cafeteria for workers from 6 major workshops, and the northern cafeteria. Shaju worked in the western cafeteria. Earlier in the year, a 7th workshop was established, equipped with newly imported continuous rolling machines, employing approximately 800 workers. With such a large workforce, mealtimes had already been tight. The establishment of the new workshop exacerbated the situation, leaving some workers unable to eat at all. Thus, the steel mill established a new cafeteria, the East Cafeteria. Yin Jiewen entered the East Cafeteria, which had the advantage of only needing to cater to the workers of Workshop 7, resulting in a lighter workload and less fatigue. The cafeteria director, Zhou Haihua, a bespectacled man of Mediterranean descent with a modest stature, held a list and called out, Zhang Chunyang, present. Lu Xinling, present. Yin Jiewen, present. Yin Jiewen calmly raised his hand. Excellent, everyone is accounted for. Before we commence work, I would like to inquire if any of you possess culinary skills? Zhou Haihua inquired loudly. Yin Jiewen, unperturbed, raised his hand and responded, Director, I can cook. Oh, Zhou Haihua glanced at the list. You are Yin Jiewen, correct? Yes. Do you have a chef's certificate? No. Zhou Haihua was not particularly surprised. After all, those with a chef's certificate would not require the street to arrange work for them. They could simply walk into any factory in need of a chef. Shortly thereafter, several workers clad in chef uniforms entered the kitchen. Zhou Haihua introduced Ma Hua, Li Zhong, Wang Fuxing. These individuals are assistants borrowed from other cafeterias. For the next few days, you will learn from them how to manage the operations of the cafeteria. Yin Jiewen, the head chef from the branch, will be transferred over tomorrow. Today, you will assist for 1 day and see if you can manage the large pot cooking. Do you have any questions? Zhou Haihua looked at Yin Jiewen with anticipation. Primarily, Yin Jiewen appeared quite robust, The prominent veins in his exposed arms indicated considerable strength, suggesting he would have no trouble handling the large pot. Moreover, the culinary standards for the factory's large pot dishes need not be exceptionally high, so even if Jiewen's cooking skills were lacking, as long as the food was edible, it sufficed. Jiewen nodded slightly and replied, "I can manage, there are no issues." He was not aiming to showcase himself, but rather, being in charge of the cooking would significantly lighten his workload. He would not have to wash, prepare, or chop the ingredients, merely enduring that busy hour or two. This was much like the character Sha Zhu, who would usually sit leisurely with a broken teacup. While all the preparations were handled by others, he merely had to focus on frying. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach me," Zhou Haihua remarked, casting an admiring glance at Jiewen. He favored workers who complied with arrangements. Otherwise, those like Sha Zhu, who were always bustling about, could be quite bothersome. Had it not been for Sha Zhu's exceptional culinary skills, often leading to special requests from superiors for his dishes, he would have been assigned to the most labor-intensive tasks long ago. Once Zhou Haihua departed, the seasoned workers, Ma Hua and others, immediately assigned tasks to the newcomers, such as washing and chopping vegetables, with an air of superiority. "Comrade Jiewen, the meat processing plant has delivered 50 kilograms of pork today. Do you know how to prepare any meat dishes?" Ma Hua inquired with a somewhat cold tone, a typical demeanor of a seasoned worker looking down on a newcomer. Jiewen shot a glance at Ma Hua and casually responded, "Then let's prepare shredded pork and garlic sauce. Master Ma, I'll need your assistance with slicing the meat." "Shredded pork and garlic sauce? Very well," Ma Hua acquiesced, somewhat reluctantly. He had intended to assert dominance over the newcomer, yet the newcomer was evidently under the director's arrangement, leaving him unable to command. The first of every month marked the meat delivery day from the processing plant. As a heavy industry factory, the steel mill had a quota of 2,000 kilograms of pork each month, delivered in weekly installments of 500 kilograms. Although it may seem modest for such a large factory, it was, in fact, quite substantial. In the television drama Iron and Rice, a mere 300-kilogram live pig mobilized the entire repair shop, leading to meetings to discuss menu options, arranging transportation for the pigs, and even real-time updates on the pigs' locations. Only a ceremonial ribbon cutting was missing. This illustrates the difficulty many factories face in obtaining meat. In contrast, the steel mill's weekly meat supply was indeed quite favorable. Soon, the entire kitchen buzzed with activity, workers chopping, washing, and preparing ingredients. The cafeteria work was not overly challenging, allowing the newcomers to adapt quickly, while the seasoned workers observed from the sidelines, occasionally hurling remarks, exuding an air of arrogance. Chapter 12. The Discerning Foodie is a Talent. Director Yang Weiman. As the clock approached 11 in the morning, all the ingredients were prepared, and Jiewen donned an apron and chef's hat. The newcomers and seasoned workers gathered around, eager to see the skills of this temporary chef. Jiewen examined the sliced pork. Alas, the newcomers had cut it unevenly, and it was not even tenderloin. However, in those times, one could hardly be picky. Having food was already a blessing. He combined the shredded meat with water and starch, stirring until evenly mixed, then poured oil into the large pot, knowing that dishes requiring more oil would taste better. At this moment, one might wonder if the steel mill had an abundance of oil to spare. The truth is, it did. Many departments, such as fitters, blacksmiths, millers, and boiler workers, engaged in physically demanding labor, where the taste of food was secondary to the necessity of ample oil and salt to sustain their strength. Thus, while the cafeteria's cooking oil was plentiful, it would never be scarce. Once the oil heated, Jiewen leisurely tossed the marinated pork into the pot, where it quickly changed color upon exposure to high temperatures. After all the meat was in the pot, he wielded the spatula to stir, and with a few deft motions, the shredded pork became well separated. After plating the pork, he utilized the remaining oil in the pot to saute ginger, garlic, and chopped chili peppers, releasing their fragrances before adding the pork. Next, he introduced a can of bean paste, stirring until it became aromatic and a rich red oil emerged. What a delightful aroma erupted at that moment. "Wow, this chef certainly possesses remarkable skills," murmured the onlookers, their mouths watering in anticipation. The only accompaniments in the cafeteria were shredded carrots, wood ear mushrooms, and green peppers, with carrots and green peppers being the most abundant, an unavoidable situation. Jiewen added all the accompaniments to the pot, and with a commanding shout, his veins bulging, he expertly wielded the large pot, tossing the pork and vegetables with a flourish, creating not merely a dish but a veritable work of art. Finally, he poured half a basin of prepared garlic sauce into the pot and continued to stir vigorously. Under the intense heat, a more potent, sour, and fragrant aroma wafted through the kitchen, signaling the dish's completion. The newcomers had nearly lost control of their salivation, while the seasoned workers stood dumbfounded. Goodness, this masterful technique, this enticing aroma. Could this truly be a newcomer? Ma Hua, in particular, gaped in astonishment. His master, Sha Zhu, could hardly manage the large pot, let alone produce a scent that rivaled the deliciousness of this shredded pork and garlic sauce. Why, if you are indeed a master chef, why masquerade as a newcomer in the factory? After transferring the finished dish into several large serving bowls, Ma Hua hurriedly approached with a towel, a somewhat fawning smile on his face, saying, "Chef Yin, you've worked hard. Please wipe your sweat." Just like that, moments ago he was Comrade Yin Jiewen, and now he had transformed into Chef Yin. Hence, it is true that those who appreciate food are indeed discerning talents. "Thank you, Master Ma," Yin Jiewen replied as he wiped his brow, reflecting inwardly on how exhausting it was to cook for large pots. "Just call me Ma Hua or Xiao Ma. You are the true master," Ma Hua grinned, displaying a thoroughly sycophantic demeanor. Although he was a disciple of Sha Zhu, he had received little guidance from him, making the title of master quite bothersome. Yin Jiewen was distinctly different. Earlier, he had prepared the dishes without any attempt to avoid their presence. Ma Hua instantly felt that this was what true grandeur entailed, a mark of a genuine master chef, which inspired profound admiration in him. In the 7th workshop, Yang Wei-min, the director of the steel rolling mill, along with 2 deputy directors, was escorting 2 senior officials on a tour of the workshop. Among them were Deputy Minister Wang Ai-min from the Ministry of Metallurgy and Director Ma Zhenghua from the Ministry of Industry. "Xiao Yang, how is the operation of the new continuous rolling mill?" Wang Ai-min inquired with a congenial smile. Director Yang nodded affirmatively and promptly replied, "Leaders, the new machines are far more efficient than the old ones, with a monthly production increase of approximately 50. That is reassuring. Although this batch of machines can only be considered second-tier products abroad, they are still quite advanced for us. Ensure they are well maintained. If they break down, we would have to invite technicians from overseas for repairs," Wang Ai-min advised with a touch of seriousness. "Understood. I have already assigned a team of seasoned technicians and maintenance staff to clean and maintain the machines daily, striving to thoroughly comprehend their technology, so that if any issues arise, we can repair them ourselves," Director Yang confidently assured. Ma Zhenghua, frowning slightly, cautioned, "Learning is one thing, but do not disassemble the machines. There is no budget for new equipment this year." "Rest assured, Director Ma, we will be vigilant," Director Yang confidently affirmed. Wang Ai-min turned to Ma Zhenghua with a smile, saying, "Old Ma, you need not worry. My subordinate is quite reliable." Ma Zhenghua nodded and shifted the topic. "Since everything is functioning well, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, Director Yang quickly interjected, "Director Ma, why not stay for lunch first? I have already made arrangements." Wang Ai-min furrowed his brow and mildly admonished, "It wouldn't be the same 4 dishes and soup served in 4 basins like last time, would it?" Yang Wei-min, do refrain from such superficialities. "Not at all. Just ordinary fare." Director Yang awkwardly chuckled. He certainly could not serve the leaders a meal meant for the workers. At that moment, a burst of mouth-watering aroma wafted into the workshop. Just as Ma Zhenghua was about to refuse, his eyes brightened, and he asked Director Yang, "What an enticing smell. Where is it coming from?" Director Yang paused, inhaled deeply, and exclaimed, "Ah, that unmistakable fragrance is from the fish-flavored shredded pork. It must be from the new cafeteria next door, which just opened today. Perhaps it is the handiwork of some master chef." Wang Ai-min, a lover of Sichuan cuisine, displayed an approving smile and declared, "The chef's skills sound promising. Let us dine at the nearby cafeteria for lunch." "Old Ma, what say you?" "Very well." Ma Zhenghua nodded in agreement. Leaders, is that appropriate?" Director Yang felt somewhat anxious. Treating the leaders to a meal meant for workers seemed rather improper. Ma Zhenghua's expression turned stern as he rebuked, "What is inappropriate about it? I have eaten the most rudimentary fare. Surely, dining at the workers' cafeteria is beneath me?" "Yang Wei-min, you seem to have some misguided notions." Director Wang Ai-min added meaningfully, "What Director Ma said holds truth. Xiao Yang, you should reflect on your mindset." Despite Ma Zhenghua being merely a director, his authority was substantial. If Yang Wei-min offended him, the steel mill could very well find itself without new machinery in the future. Recognizing the underlying message in Wang Ai-min's words, Director Yang quickly apologized, "Leaders, I admit my fault. It was my erroneous thinking. Enough, let this be the last time. Now, let us go to the cafeteria." Ma Zhenghua relented, not genuinely angry, as he valued Wang Ai-min, an old comrade, and merely detested extravagance and sycophants. Chapter 13. The Starving Ghost Reincarnated. I am the one who cooks. At that moment, the Eastern cafeteria had already prepared the midday meal. There was 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish, fish-flavored shredded pork and stir-fried cabbage, accompanied by a batch of steamed buns and some rice. The apprentice cooks were thoroughly impressed by Yin Jiewen, as his adept handling of the kitchen belied his youth. resembling a seasoned chef with years of experience. Zhou Haihua was the first to sample the dishes, devouring the food voraciously, taking large bites of the steamed buns. Fish-flavored shredded pork and stir-fried cabbage, resembling a ravenous ghost reborn. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Both dishes are flawless. Initially, Zhou Haihua had harbored some reservations about Yin Jie when cooking, contemplating allowing Ma Hua, who had assisted for several years, to take charge. However, Ma Hua was a disciple of the disrespectful Xia Zhu, and Zhou Haihua felt powerless against Xia Zhu. How could he not manage a mere assistant? As the saying goes, one who lacks hair on their mouth cannot be trusted, especially in a profession like cooking, where experience is paramount. Zhou Haihua was concerned that Yin Jiewen might falter in the kitchen, which was why he volunteered to be the first to taste. To his utter astonishment, Yin Jiewen exceeded all expectations. Zhou Haihua resolved to dismiss the chef from the branch factory arriving tomorrow, entrusting Yin Jiewen with the culinary responsibilities at the Eastern cafeteria henceforth. At worst, he could promote Yin Jiewen to a formal position and grant him a team leader's salary, thereby acknowledging his culinary prowess. At this moment, Director Yang entered the Eastern cafeteria, accompanied by two distinguished middle-aged men and several aides resembling secretaries. Zhou Haihua hastily swallowed the food in his mouth and approached Director Yang, asking, "Director, what brings you here?" Next to Director Yang stood a middle-aged man known to Zhou Haihua, the prominent leader from the steel mill's higher-ups, Wang Ai Min. The other man was unfamiliar, but undoubtedly another high-ranking official. While he recognized them, their status was beyond Zhou Haihua's reach, so he could only greet Director Yang. Director Yang waved his hand, explaining, "Isn't the Eastern cafeteria opening today? I brought a few leaders to sample the fare. You may continue with your duties." "I see, Director. I'm not exaggerating. The new chef's skills are exceptional. Leaders, you must try them," Zhou Haihua said before returning to his seat, as his meal was yet unfinished. Director Yang believed Zhou Haihua's words, as the rich aroma permeating the cafeteria could not be feigned. Since the seventh workshop had not yet concluded its work, the cafeteria was relatively empty, allowing Director Yang and the others to stand at the front of the line with their meal trays. Director Yang stood at the forefront, as he needed to present meal tickets for the two leaders and their secretaries. One ticket for an additional dish, two tickets for rice, costing a total of 12 cents, which included one meat, one vegetable dish, and two steamed buns. "Young chef, we are 5, Director Yang said, peering through the window at the server, surprised to find a remarkably young individual, likely a newly hired assistant cook. The server was none other than Yin Jiewen, who was idly passing the time. He served 1 scoop of fish-flavored shredded pork, 1 scoop of cabbage, and 2 steamed buns. Quite a commendable meal for the workers. Director Yang observed the vibrant, glistening fish-flavored shredded pork and remarked, "My, this is splendidly cooked." The second in line was Ma Zhenghua, who immediately recognized Yin Jiewen and internally exclaimed, "Isn't this the fishing enthusiast, Master Ma?" Ma Zhenghua greeted Yin Jiewen with a look of surprise, asking, "Oh, Xiaoyan, what brings you here?" Upon hearing Ma Zhenghua's inquiry, Director Yang perked up. Could it be that Director Ma recognized the young server? Yin Jiewen's lips twitched as he replied, "Am I not permitted to work in your eyes? Ha ha ha. I remember you claimed to be unemployed last time. Does this mean you have just started at the steel mill?" "Indeed, I just arrived today," Yin Jiewen casually replied. "Oh, really? So what do you do? Are you just a kitchen hand?" Master Ma jested with a smile. Yin Jiewen, feeling somewhat helpless, pointed to the dishes before him and retorted, "I am the one who cooks." "Huh, you mean to say that you prepared this dish?" Master Ma asked incredulously. The fragrant dishes before them bore the hallmark of a seasoned chef, a stark contrast to Yin Jiewen's youthful demeanor. "TCH, believe it or not," he said with a smirk. "All right then, I shall taste your cooking properly. Come on, don't tremble with the ladle." Master Ma grinned, extending his bowl eagerly. When it was Wang Ai Min's turn, he glanced at Yin Jiewen, his mind clicking in admiration. He had witnessed the playful banter between Yin Jiewen and Ma Zhenghua. If this dish truly was prepared by the young lad, he would have to commend him as a culinary genius. At the dining table, Ma Zhenghua picked up a mouthful of fish-flavored shredded pork, and a burst of sour and fragrant flavors exploded in his mouth. After a few gentle chews, he exclaimed, "Wow, the pork is tender, the wood ear mushrooms are crisp. The green peppers are mildly spicy, and the shredded radish is delightful. The fish-flavored sauce is exquisite. The ingredients and seasonings seem to meld into one, releasing a harmonious symphony of sour, sweet, fresh, spicy, and aromatic flavors. Simply put, it's incredibly appetizing. Delicious." The simplicity of his praise belied his astonishment. Having tasted countless dishes, few could rival this fish-flavored shredded pork. Well, what a treat. Truly a worthwhile visit today. This dish alone has left him thoroughly satisfied. The discerning Wang Ai Min also displayed a look of enjoyment, praising, This fish-flavored shredded pork rivals anything I tasted in Sichuan. Since leaving Sichuan, I haven't had such delectable fish-flavored shredded pork. And this stir-fried cabbage is also remarkable. The cabbage is crisp with a hint of sweetness, and biting into the stem reveals a juicy explosion. I've never had such delicious stir-fried cabbage. Old Ma, how do you know that, young fellow? As a food enthusiast, Wang Ai Min had no other hobby than indulging in culinary delights. The seemingly ordinary dishes prepared by Yin Jiewen were, in truth, the fruits of exquisite culinary skill that could not be replicated without profound expertise. Ma Zhenghua, savoring the stir-fried cabbage, felt his spirits lift with each satisfying crunch. And he responded with a mouthful, "You mean Yin? He is a young friend I met before. We get along quite well." "Oh, I see. You must introduce him to me," Wang Ai Min replied cheerfully. Meanwhile, Director Yang, who was devouring his meal, perked up upon discovering the apparent camaraderie between Yin Jiewen and Ma Zhenghua, and a plan began to form in his mind. It was fortunate that he had come to the East Canteen today. Otherwise, he would have missed out on a golden opportunity. He recalled Yin Jie when mentioning he had only just joined the factory today, which meant he was still an apprentice. No need to worry. He would ensure to take good care of him, perhaps even create a situation where Yin would owe him a favor. The meal was a satisfying one, and Ma Zhenghua contemplated when he could invite Yin Jie over to his home for a culinary feast. Coincidentally, Wang Ai Min shared this thought, convinced that if Yin Jie could create such unforgettable fish-flavored shredded pork, he must possess the ability to whip up other Sichuan dishes as well. Director Yang was even more pleased. He believed these two dishes surpassed those prepared by Sha Zhu. Even if Yin Jie had no connections with Master Ma, he would frequently bring clients to sample Yan's culinary talent. Sha Zhu, not familiar, came the echo of their conversation. Chapter 14. Respecting Leaders, the Mockery of Sha Zhu. At noon, the workers from Workshop 7 grabbed their lunchboxes and headed towards the East Canteen. Having heard that it had just opened today, they were curious about the quality of the dishes. "I believe they should be quite delicious. I caught a whiff of an enticing aroma while in the workshop," one remarked. "I smelled it too. I wonder which chef is cooking. Could it be Master Sha Zhu? Who knows? We'll find out once we eat. Today, there are meat dishes. Whether they are good or not remains to be seen, but everyone is eagerly anticipating this weekly feast." As the workers filed into the canteen, they were immediately enveloped by the fragrant aroma of the dishes, causing their mouths to water as they hurried to form lines. Before long, for serving windows had formed long queues. "Master, I'd like 2 steamed cornbreads. I want 1 steamed bun and 1 cornbread. I'll take 4 cornbreads." The portions of the dishes were fixed, with only staples available for an additional charge. 2 steamed buns cost 12 cents, while 2 cornbreads cost 6 cents, allowing them to buy according to their means. In just a matter of minutes, the canteen was filled with the sounds of hearty eating. "Wow, this food is amazing. I've never tasted such delectable dishes. My goodness, is this cabbage really stir-fried by a human? How can it retain such a crisp texture after being cooked? The fish-flavored shredded pork is delightful. Oh no, I suddenly feel reluctant to finish it. I think the cabbage alone is enough for me. I plan to take the fish-flavored shredded pork home for my family to try. Could today as chef be Master He? No, it doesn't seem like it. I've tasted He Zhu's fish-flavored shredded pork, and it pales in comparison to this. Could it be a chef transferred from another factory? It's simply too fragrant. I think I'll be living at the new canteen from now on." The workers were utterly enchanted by Yin Jiewen's cooking, loudly discussing and exclaiming, turning the entire canteen into a bustling marketplace. The back kitchen was similarly lively. Only after serving all the workers did the newcomers finally get to eat, each one praising Yin Jiewen and giving him thumbs up, showering him with compliments. Yin Jiewen's expression remained largely unchanged. After all, he only stepped up to the stove to ensure an easier future for himself. Otherwise, as an apprentice earning just 18 yuan a month, he could easily make over 40 yuan selling eggs alone. Far too little to entice him. After the meal, several seasoned workers approached Yin Jiewen to bid him farewell, claiming they would assist him with anything he might need. As lunchtime ended, the workers continued to discuss how wonderful the meal had been. Those who loved to boast shared their experiences with others in different workshops, praising how the dishes from their East Canteen chef surpassed those from Sha Zhu in the West Canteen, sparking curiosity among the workers there. Some leftover dishes remained in the serving bowls. Following unspoken rules, the kitchen helpers divided them to prevent waste. As Yin Jiewen contemplated taking a portion home for his sister to taste, a newcomer named Lu Xianlin hurried over, taking the lunchbox from Yin Jiewen's hands and smiling ingratiatingly. "Chef Yin, you rest. I'll help you serve." Yin Jiewen was taken aback. It was merely serving. Was it really necessary to be so flattering? However, Lu Xianlin paid no mind to the flattery. With Yin Jiewen's skills, he could very well become the head chef of the East Canteen in the future. How could one call it flattery when it was merely showing respect to a leader? Lu Xianlin was quite thoughtful, filling Yin Jiewen's lunchbox to the brim, nearly causing the lid to pop off. Yin Jiewen muttered a thank you, to which Lu Xianlin quickly waved his hand, smiling, "You're too kind. If you need anything in the future, you can count on me, Lu Xianlin." Seeing Lu Xianlin already ingratiating himself, the other newcomers felt a pang of envy, knowing that if Yin Jiewen became the sole chef of the East Canteen, he would become their superior. Winning Yin Jiewen's favor would certainly make their future work easier. Thus, unable to find their chance to flatter Yin Jiewen, the newcomers shifted their focus to other tasks, such as actively cleaning the stove, washing dishes, and tidying up, ensuring Yin Jiewen had no need to lift a finger. With this arrangement, it was as though Yin Jiewen was on par with Sha Zhu in terms of treatment. As the afternoon shift ended, Yin Jiewen carried his lunchbox towards the Sihiyuan, only to coincidentally run into Sha Zhu on the way. "Ah, the second son of the Yin family. How is your work in the cafeteria?" inquired Sha Zhu, a grin plastered across his face. Do not mistake this for kindness. Rather, it was an attempt to mock Yin Jiewen. Aunt San had already blabbed about Yin Jiewen's new position in the steel mill cafeteria, making it common knowledge throughout the compound. Upon learning of this, the seasoned chef Sha Zhu was immensely pleased. While both worked in the cafeteria, he took pride in being the most skilled chef at the steel mill, whereas Yin Jiewen was merely a newly hired kitchen assistant, clearly of a different caliber. The thought of himself leisurely sipping tea while Yin Jiewen toiled away, washing vegetables, and cleaning up, left Sha Zhu chuckling. Yin Jiewen cast a fleeting glance at Sha Zhu, responding with a faint smile, "It's quite good, everyone is very friendly." Such a lowly provocation was amusing, but Sha Zhu was indeed the type to revel in others' misfortunes. Humph, how naive. Working in the cafeteria is about seniority. In a few days, you'll learn what rules are. By the way, if you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to seek my assistance. After all, we are neighbors. Not to mention, I have a bit of influence with Director Yang. There's nothing in the factory I can't handle. Little did Sha Zhu know about Yin Jiewen's dominance in the East cafeteria, and his apprentice, Ma Hua, would not divulge this information. Even if he did, Sha Zhu would likely dismiss it as exaggeration, and Ma Hua would end up receiving a reprimand. Can any Tom, Dick, or Harry compare to my culinary skills? Really? Brother Zhu, I actually have something I can't resolve. Oh, do tell, for a brother must look out for his younger sibling. Sha Zhu declared boastfully, thumping his chest. Find me a woman who is 18, fair-skinned and beautiful, with a curvaceous figure. I wish to marry. Sha Zhu exclaimed. Are you intentionally trying to provoke me? I wish to marry as well. Would I introduce you to such a rare gem? Absurd. Yin Jiewen. Don't come to me for assistance in the factory anymore. Feeling slighted, Sha Zhu hastily quickened his pace to leave. Damn it, mocked by a young lad. No, I must find a partner and marry soon. Yin Jiewen chuckled to himself, pondering why Sha Zhu had not retaliated. I am eager to test my physical strength. Chapter 15. A world turned upside down. The excited Yin Bugui. Ah, Jiewen, you're back. How was work? Uncle Lin asked. Everything is going smoothly. Yin Jiewen replied. That is good to hear. Since it's your first time in the factory, keep your temper in check and avoid offending anyone. Understood. I know how to conduct myself. Upon returning to the Sihiyuan, a neighbor washing vegetables outside greeted Yin Jiewen, who responded amiably. Once inside the Yin household, Aunt San immediately approached him, asking, Second son, how was your day in the cafeteria? Did anyone bully you? Mom, no one bullied me. Yin Jiewen replied with a hint of exasperation. He recalled how, after lunch, the cafeteria director, Zhou Haihua, had come over to chat, encouraging him to work diligently for a few days, after which he would help him apply for the position of class leader at the East cafeteria and expedite the process for his formal employment. Was this bullying? It was almost flattering. Although Yin Jiewen was unsure why Zhou Haihua, his superior, had such a demeanor, he suspected it might be related to Grandpa Ma. Regardless, he was confident that he was the one calling the shots in the East cafeteria. Hearing this, Aunt Sen breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. That's wonderful. Work hard. With your skills, you are no less capable than Sha Zhu. Who knows, we might soon have a factory chef in our family. Are you hungry? What would you like for dinner? How about a fried egg? In Aunt San's eyes, her second son now held greater importance than her other children. Yin Jiewen placed his lunchbox on the table, responding, Let us fry an egg for each person, and here are the leftovers from lunch. We can heat them up later. Oh my, on your first day at work, you were able to bring back food? Let me see what you've got. Aunt Sen exclaimed, opening the lunchbox to reveal it brimming with shredded pork and garlic sauce. What? Second son, so much meat? You didn't secretly stash this away, did you? Be careful not to get reported. Aunt San was somewhat taken aback. Primarily because her son had brought back such a bounty on his very first day at work, it seemed rather audacious. Yin Jiewen chuckled. It's not that exaggerated. I was in charge today, and everyone who started with me showed me great respect. They prioritized filling my box with leftovers. Is that so? Good, good. I always knew my son would be successful. You're already in charge on your first day. You take a break. I'll go prepare dinner. With the lunchbox in hand, Aunt Sen cheerfully headed off to cook. How could she not be happy? In the past, only Shaju would bring back food to the courtyard. And unlike others who purchased their rations, Shaju's meals were free, making comparisons futile. For this reason, Yin Bugue and his wife had always coveted Shaju's lunchbox. Now things had changed. Yin Jiewen could also bring food home. Not to mention, it meant they could skip making an extra dish at home, saving a considerable amount of money. Free food was indeed delightful. Later that evening, the whole family gathered for dinner. The table was set with the leftover shredded pork and garlic sauce brought back by Yin Jiewen, which was still fragrant after reheating. There were 8 fried eggs, 8 steamed buns, and 8 cornmeal cakes, along with a dish of stir-fried bitter melon. The meal was a far cry from their usual fare. It included meat, eggs, and buns, rivaling even the dishes served during the New Year, something Yin Bugue had never dared to dream of. Each person received an egg, a bun, and a cornmeal cake. And as the head of the family, Yin Bugue still adhered to his habit of portioning food among his family members. This was primarily due to the large number of family members. Without proper distribution, some would eat less while others would eat more, creating an imbalance. Fair distribution was a virtue of Yin Bugue. He would neither give his son Yin Jiewen an extra bun for having contributed to the household expenses nor deprive the younger daughter, Yin Jiedi, of her share of cornmeal cakes simply because she was younger. Absolute fairness and justice. After so many years of calculation, it had become second nature to him. However, things had improved somewhat. At least now he only urged them to be frugal with the dishes on the table. In the past, he would meticulously ensure that every strand of chili or wood ear mushroom was evenly allocated. Tonight's meal was delightful, and the Yin family savored it. Yin Bugue took a bite of the fried egg, exclaiming, "This divine chicken truly lives up to its name. Not only are the eggs delicious, but they are also quite large. Honestly, I think selling them for 5 cents each is a bit of a loss. At 6 cents, I'm sure people would be clamoring for them." The mythical chicken, as the treasured gem of the Yin family, was lavished with care by Yin Bugue, who not only fed it personally but also chatted with it, almost wishing to cuddle it to sleep. The mythical chicken did not disappoint. The eggs it produced were not only rich and flavorful, but also significantly larger than ordinary eggs. Because of this, when the third son, Yin Jiefeng, took the eggs to the pigeon market for sale last night, they were nearly sold out. Yin Jiewen had agreed to allocate half of the monthly income from the egg sales as food expenses, which left Yin Bugue utterly thrilled. Selling 200 eggs a month at 5 cents each yielded a total of $60. After deducting the labor costs of $15, that left $45 for Yin Jiewen. Half of that amounted to $22, comparable to more than half of Yin Bugue's monthly salary. It was worth noting that even Yin Jieching only contributed $5 a month for food expenses. However, the condition that the second son insisted on was that every meal must include buns or wheat-based products, which weighed heavily on Yin Bugue's heart. Currently, a pound of unregistered white flour is priced around 0.46 yuan. Assuming that the Yin family consumes 1.5 pounds daily, the monthly expenditure on white flour amounts to approximately 20 yuan. If eggs are sold for 6 fin each, the monthly income could increase by 12 yuan, sufficient to cover half a month's supply of flour. Yin Jiewen took a bite of the steamed bun and shook his head, saying, "Old man, let us price them at 5 fin each. One should not be overly greedy. Maintaining a steady stream of customers is the true path to success. The price should align with the market rate, but the quality must surpass it, ensuring quick sales of the eggs." The second son concurred, "Father, you only have that little bit of cunning. You simply do not understand the art of business." Yin Jieching grumbled, savoring a fried egg. Yin Bugue shot a glare at Yin Jieching and scolded, "Do I really need your guidance? Is the bun not enough to silence you?" Just as Yin Jieching was about to retort, Yuli quickly kicked him under the table. Yin Jieching was indeed talkative. It was evident that the in-laws were now more inclined to heed the second uncle's advice. What business did he, an aimless elder son, have to command? Just eat your fill. Yin Jiewen waved his hand and said, "Let us eat first. Jiefeng, remember to collect the eggs later and make sure to return quickly." "Understood." Second brother. Yin Jiefeng lifted his head from the bowl and replied. Since Yin Jiewen had spoken, Yin Bugue refrained from further comment. After all, this second son was quite assertive, and whatever he said was final. However, he himself was not at a loss, as he received 22 yuan monthly from the second son, 5 yuan from the eldest, and he charged 10 fun for each bike rental, along with collecting 2 yuan monthly as so-called school fees from the third and fourth siblings. Quite a delightful arrangement indeed. Chapter 16. The conscientious Yin Jiefeng, overseer of the East Canteen. As night fell, Yin Jiewen carried a cold water bucket to the public bathhouse for a quick wash. In these times, there was neither shampoo nor shower gel, and even soap was a luxury to be used sparingly. Yin Jiewen resolved to instruct the brothers selling eggs to keep an eye out for soap in the pigeon market, intending to purchase several bars when possible. Upon returning to his room, he saw Yin Jiefeng sneaking in. Jiefeng, what are you up to? Yin Jiewen inquired, drying his hair. Yin Jiefeng grinned, pulling out a paper package from his pocket. Upon opening it, it revealed slices of pig's head meat. Brother, I bought this pig's head meat after school this afternoon. I wanted to share it with you, Yin Jiefeng explained excitedly. Yesterday marked his first day selling eggs, earning 50 fun, of which he handed 20 fun to their father, Yin Bugue, and pocketed 30 fun. Having never possessed so much pocket money, he decided to spend it on some pig's head meat to enjoy with his brother Yin Jiewen. Oh, just for me? Yin Jiewen asked with a bemused smile. Yin Jiefeng scratched his head shyly and replied, I only had enough for this. I can't afford to treat everyone. Next time, when I save up more, I'll treat mom and dad to something nice. His words reflected a desire to exclude Yin Jieqing, who had been working for nearly a year without contributing a single fun to the family. In contrast, Yin Jiewen had significantly improved the family's meals and often brought back small snacks for his younger siblings after fishing. With the recent egg-selling venture providing additional pocket money, Yin Jiefeng held great respect for his second brother, believing that any good things should first be shared with him. Yin Jiewen chuckled, lightly patting Yin Jiefeng's head. All right then, I suppose you have a good heart. Sit down, let us eat together. Great. Yin Jiefeng joyfully spread the pig's head meat on the dining table and eagerly took a bite. Wow, brother, you have to try this. It's delicious, Yin Jiefeng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. He had never tasted pig's head meat before, as their family circumstances meant Yin Bugue would never purchase such expensive delicacies. It was a struggle for him to resist the temptation to sneak a bite earlier. Yin Jiewen sampled a piece and found it quite palatable, suitable for pairing with drinks. The brothers quickly devoured the pig's head meat, with most of it being consumed by Yin Jiefeng, while Yin Jiewen merely tasted it. As a modern person, having savored countless delicacies, Yin Jiewen did not consider pig's head meat to be particularly exquisite. After satisfying their hunger, they realized it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Yin Jiefeng wiped his mouth with his hand and said, Brother, I'm off to sell eggs. Be safe, and return as soon as possible. Yin Jiewen smiled, reminding him. The capital's nights could be somewhat perilous, but fortunately, the pigeon market was just a stone's throw away from Nanluo Guxiang. Selling the eggs and cycling back would only take about an hour. Days passed, and the Yin family's egg business flourished. Initially, it took over half an hour to sell out, but now they were snatched up almost immediately. It was no surprise. Given their large size and superior quality, purchasing them was a guaranteed profit. Yin Bugue's face beamed with joy as he counted the money repeatedly, seemingly never tired of it. Much to the annoyance of Aunt San. Despite her complaints, Aunt San still diligently prepared the chicken feed, fearing the Mytani chickens would go hungry. Meanwhile, Yin Jiewen's work was progressing smoothly. On his first day, he took charge of the kitchen and won over all the staff, to the point where everyone in the kitchen now greeted him as brother. He had become the overseer of the East Canteen. The workers in Workshop 7 now eagerly anticipated lunchtime, for the vegetarian dishes prepared at the East Canteen were exceptionally delicious. To put it simply, meals from the East Canteen were so good that one could easily eat 2 extra bowls of rice. Gradually, the East Canteen's reputation spread to other workshops, with workers from various departments flocking in, all exclaiming how delicious the food was, many requesting seconds. As for Yin Jiewen, he was indifferent to how many people arrived. The food was limited, and once it was gone, they would have to go to other canteens. He had no intention of cooking extra. What? You think you can do the work of an 8th-level chef on an apprentice's salary? Dream on. In the East Canteen's kitchen, Yin Jiewen sat in a chair, blowing on his teacup before taking a gentle sip. Beside him, his number 1 lackey, Lu Xinlin, reported with a list in hand. Brother 1. The warehouse has procured eggplants, green beans, cabbage, potatoes, asparagus, and white radishes. Which 2 dishes would you like to prepare for lunch? Yin Jiewen spat out a few tea leaves and pondered before replying. Send 2 people to the warehouse for 30 jin each of potatoes, asparagus, and white radishes. Oh, and grab 2 jin of dried wood ears. We'll make a vegetable medley for the workers at lunchtime. Also, bring back 50 jin of cabbage. We'll stir-fry that as well. Understood, I'll get right on it. Lu Xinlin cheerfully nodded in agreement. The newcomers in the kitchen were eager to build rapport with Yin Jiewen, hoping to be taken on as apprentices, which would promise a bright future. However, in recent days, only Lu Xinlin had managed to converse with Yin Jiewen. This was due to Lu Xinlin's lively personality, cleverness, and knack for flattery. Most importantly, he had gifted Yin Jiewen a jin of tea leaves. Although they were remnants, they were still preferable to those who merely talked without action. In these times, one could not accomplish anything without offering gifts. While Jiewen was unconcerned about the act of gifting, he genuinely needed something flavorful to mask the oil and smoke from the hot water. Making the tea leaves a timely gift indeed. At that moment, the cafeteria director, Zhou Haihua, entered with a basket of vegetables. Upon seeing Jiewen, he greeted him cheerfully. "Jiewen, taking a break?" Jiewen stood up and inquired, "Oh, director, what brings you here?" We have a few guests from Spring City visiting the factory to purchase steel, and the higher-ups asked me to treat them to lunch. So here I am looking for you," Zhou Haihua replied. He held a fondness for Jiewen, appreciating his amiable demeanor despite his significant background, unlike the arrogant Shaju. With Jiewen now at the factory as a chef, Zhou Haihua decided that future hospitality would be entrusted to him, while Shaju could be sidelined. Jiewen took the basket from Zhou Haihua's hands and, examining its contents, asked, "What do they wish to eat?" "Let's prepare some homestyle dishes," Zhou Haihua suggested after a moment's thought. Although the guests hailed from Northeast Spring City, it would be inappropriate to serve them Northeastern cuisine, as no dish prepared in the capital could rival the authenticity of their home cooking. Moreover, why would they travel all the way to the capital to eat inauthentic Northeastern fare? It would be utterly redundant, hence the need for a different culinary experience. "No problem. When should the dishes be served?" "Around 11:30, Zhou Haihua replied. He appreciated Jiewen's straightforward and meticulous nature. It was refreshing and dependable. In contrast, Shaju would likely have been indifferent, not caring about the timing of the meal. Jiewen agreed, thinking to himself, "I never expected that just a few days into my tenure at the factory, I would already be handling hospitality. This seems to have usurped Shaju's role. How will he support Widow Qin now?" Chapter 17. A special meal, praises abound. Zhou Haihua left, completely unconcerned about Jiewen's ability to cook for a smaller gathering. In the culinary profession, mastering large-scale cooking assuredly meant one could handle smaller portions, unless one had begun their training solely with large kitchens. Given Jiewen's prowess with larger dishes, his smaller offerings would undoubtedly be even more delectable. Jiewen inspected the basket of vegetables, which contained a chicken, a piece of pork, green peppers, tofu, tomatoes, and eggs. He quickly formulated a plan. The menu would feature white-cut chicken, shredded pork with green peppers, minced pork with tofu, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, 4 quintessential homestyle dishes. As the clock struck 10:30, Jiewen rose to prepare the ingredients. He began with the white-cut chicken, a celebrated dish in Cantonese cuisine, which demands that the meat be cooked while leaving the bones slightly rare, juicy, and vibrant. However, considering the Northeastern guests might find the sight of blood in the bones unpalatable, he resolved to cook it thoroughly. This dish is not merely steamed or boiled, but rather immersed in water at approximately 90 degrees Celsius until fully cooked. Weighing around 3 pounds, the chicken would require about 40 minutes of soaking. But to ensure the bones reached the ideal state of doneness, Jiewen calculated that 53 minutes would suffice. While the chicken soaked, he turned his attention to the remaining ingredients. He picked up a knife and deftly sliced the appropriate portion of pork for shredding, using the leftover scraps for the minced pork and tofu dish. After preparing the pork, he cut it into thin slices a few millimeters thick, stacking them to create shreds. He seasoned the pork shreds with cooking wine, soy sauce, and starch, mixing them thoroughly to marinate. Subsequently, he sliced the green peppers, finely chopped the minced pork, diced the tofu, and prepared the tomatoes and eggs, ensuring all components were ready. He then concocted a sauce for the shredded pork with green peppers, combining a large bowl of water with a spoonful of soy sauce, a spoonful of starch, and a pinch of sugar, stirring it all together for later use. As 11 o'clock approached, Jiewen commenced the actual cooking. Chef Yin is ready to prepare a special meal. The kitchen assistants, alerted by the commotion, gathered to witness Jiewen's culinary skills. It was undeniable that not only were his dishes delectable, but his cooking technique was also visually captivating. A feast for the eyes. He heated oil in a hot wok, adding the shredded pork and stir-frying it over high heat until it changed color. Then set it aside while leaving some oil in the pan to sauté the minced garlic until fragrant. Once the garlic was aromatic, he tossed in the green pepper shreds, stirring until they softened slightly before reintroducing the cooked pork, mixing it all well. Finally, he poured in the prepared sauce, cranking up the heat for a vigorous stir-fry to reduce the sauce. A wave of fragrant, spicy aroma enveloped the kitchen. "Wow, Chef Yan's skills are truly exceptional. It smells divine," exclaimed one of the assistants. "I can't wait to have a taste. Shredded pork with green peppers is my favorite." Having observed Chef Yen at work these past few days, the assistants began to understand that working in the cafeteria had its challenges, as well as its rewards. This is the first time witnessing Chef Yen prepare a special meal, and his flair rivals that of cooking for a large group, they whispered among themselves, eagerly watching as the shredded pork with green peppers was plated. Next came the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. This dish requires ample oil and high temperatures to achieve fluffy eggs that quickly take on a delightful, slightly charred texture. After removing the eggs from the pan, he did not wash it, but directly added the tomatoes, seasoning them with salt to expedite the release of their juices, followed by a splash of water to blend with the tomatoes. Once the juicy tomato sauce was ready, he folded in the scrambled eggs, allowing them to break into smaller pieces, finishing with a sprinkle of green onions before plating. At that juncture, the white-cut chicken was also ready. Chilling it in cold water was essential to preserve its crisp texture. After the cold water rinse, Jiewen skillfully butchered the chicken using a swift, decisive motion, presenting the dish alongside a dipping sauce made from minced ginger and scallions, a perfect rendition of white-cut chicken. Tofu was prepared last, as it is best enjoyed hot. It loses its appeal when cooled. Lu Xinling, Zhang Chunyang, serve the dishes, Jiewen called out, and the two assistants promptly rushed over to carry the plates. Chef Yan, thank you for your hard work. Do you need me to fetch you a glass of water? One of the assistants inquired, eager to please. Jiewen glanced at him and replied, that would be great. Please refill my thermos with hot water. He believed in maintaining a cordial atmosphere, avoiding any hierarchy among the kitchen staff, as he hoped to train a few clever assistants in large-scale cooking, allowing him to relax and take a back seat in the future. Chef Yan, please don't mention it. The assistant beamed, knowing that making a good impression on Chef Yan could only benefit him. In the private dining room, Zhou Haihua was warmly welcoming the guests. Director Zhou, Director Wang, please have a seat and sample the culinary skills of our factory's chef. The visitors were not high-ranking officials from the factory, so it sufficed for the cafeteria director to host them. This was one of the few occasions Zhou Haihua could bask in the limelight. Oh, Director Zhou, no need for formality. We're just here for a casual meal. Director Wang replied with a friendly demeanor, his eyes glancing at the 4 dishes on the table, inhaling their enticing aromas. Director Zhou, your cafeteria chef is quite skilled. It smells delightful. Indeed, that is certain. Previous visits from higher officials have left them singing praises for this chef's culinary talents. Zhou Haihua responded with pride. Upon hearing this, the guests exchanged glances, realizing that any officials referred to by Zhou Haihua must belong to the Ministry of Metallurgy or the Ministry of Industry. How impressive it was for a steel factory to frequently host such high-ranking dignitaries. With 8 guests and 4 substantial dishes, the meal was ample, as Jiewen had prepared generous portions, more than sufficient for everyone. Director Zhou picked up a piece of chicken leg and took a bite, his eyes lighting up in surprise as he exclaimed, "Wow, this chicken is delicious. The skin is crispy and the meat is tender and juicy. Though it has no additional seasoning, it perfectly showcases the chicken's natural flavor. Excellent, excellent. I find the shredded pork with green peppers to be utterly delectable. Not only is its hue visually appealing, but the pork is also exquisitely tender, and the green peppers are delightfully crisp and flavorful. Furthermore, the seasoning is perfectly balanced, fragrant and spicy, compelling one to devour several bowls of rice." Director Wang displays a look of sheer amazement. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes are equally delightful. The eggs are cooked to perfection, while the tomato sauce is a harmonious blend of sweet and tangy. Oh, how I yearn for a couple of steamed buns to accompany this feast. And the tofu is remarkably delicious as well, smooth and tender, bursting with the essence of soybeans. The minced meat must have been fried beforehand, adding a delightful crispy texture. Rice. Director Zhou, I want rice. The guests exclaim excitedly, causing Zhou Haihua to feel a swell of pride. Just look at the prowess of our chef Yan. He samples several dishes himself, and indeed, they surpass his expectations. Jiewen is truly a treasure bestowed upon him from the heavens. Subsequently, Zhou Haihua indulges in purchasing a dozen steamed buns, inciting the guests to fervently wield their chopsticks. In mere minutes, not a morsel of the 4 dishes remains. Indeed, not a single scrap is left. There stands factory director Zhou, balancing the plate of shredded pork with green peppers in one hand while rubbing a steamed bun against the plate, ultimately stuffing it into his mouth, sparing not a drop of sauce. What a bold individual. Chapter 18. A Reward, the Confusion of Shaju. Burp. Director Zhou, thank you for the hospitality. I am exceedingly satisfied with today's meal. I have never tasted such exquisite home-cooked dishes. They are truly unforgettable. Oh heavens! Why must you tempt me with such delicious food? What shall I do if I cannot enjoy it again in the future? Having feasted to their heart's content, the guests express their gratitude to Zhou Haihua, leaving with a sense of fulfillment, feeling that their visit has been worthwhile. As he bids farewell to the departing guests, Zhou Haihua breathes a sigh of relief. Surely, this order is secure, and he ought to reward Jiewen. The reason for this reward is primarily because they have consumed every last dish. It is worth noting that Shaju's receptions often leave behind a considerable amount of leftovers, typically allowing him to take them home, ensuring that his efforts are not in vain. Leftovers, albeit filled with grease, are a treasure in this era of scarcity. Shaju not only desires leftovers, but often shortchanges the portions served. In the initial scenes of the story, Shaju brazenly took half a chicken from a reception home, leading to a subplot involving the theft of chickens. The fact that he dared to withhold half a chicken from a single dish illustrates just how audacious Shaju is. This matter is generally a tacit agreement. If the dishes are well prepared and the guests are satisfied, then shortchanging is permissible. However, Zhou Haihua notices that Yin Jiewen's poached chicken is a whole bird, and the other dishes have not been diminished in quantity, indicating that Yin Jiewen has retained nothing. Ah, this child is too earnest, Zhou Haihua muses. Coupled with the absence of leftover dishes today, he resolves to privately reward Yin Jiewen. After all, with the catering fee as a safety net, there is no need for it to come out of his own pocket, and he believes that even if the factory leaders were to learn of it, they would not object. After all, the factory leaders would not wish for their guests to be served poorly, would they? The Eastern canteen gradually falls silent as the lunch hour draws to a close, marking another day of satisfaction for the workers. The vegetarian platter, featuring yellow potatoes, white radishes, green asparagus, and black fungus, not only dazzles with its presentation but also delights with its refreshing flavors and varied textures, prompting the workers to exclaim their approval. Upon returning to the kitchen with the chicken in hand, Zhou Haihua finds the kitchen staff already tidying up, while Yin Jiewen remains seated in a corner, sipping tea and resting. Zhou Haihua sees no issue with this arrangement. After all, the chef's responsibility is to prepare the food, allowing the assistants to handle the rest. Oh, director, have you finished entertaining the guests? I hope there were no issues with the dishes. Yin Jiewen raises an eyebrow in inquiry. Zhou Haihua tilts his head with a smile, responding, "How could there be any issues with the dishes you prepared? The guests were thoroughly satisfied." He then hands Yin Jiewen a chicken as a token of appreciation for his hard work that day. Yin Jiewen hesitates to accept it, politely declining, "Director, that is unnecessary. As a chef, it is my duty to prepare good food." "Oh, just look at how noble you are," Zhou Haihua exclaims, firmly placing the chicken in Yin Jiewen's hands. "Chefs need to eat too. You've worked hard today. What is wrong with the canteen rewarding you with a chicken? Take it, for we shall need your expertise in future receptions." "Well then, thank you, director." "Oh, don't mention it. I have work to attend to. So do rest well," Zhou Haihua replies cheerfully as he departs. Yin Jiewen gazes at the chicken, contemplating. Wow, being a host has its perks? No wonder Shaju can afford to keep the Jia family's children and that plump woman well fed. The kitchen assistants are filled with both envy and admiration. They envy the attention Zhou Haihua pays to Yin Jiewen, even going so far as to present him with a chicken as a reward. They admire that Yin Jiewen's reward stems from his own skill, which they cannot begrudge, yet it only strengthens their resolve to cultivate a good relationship with him. Meanwhile, in the Western canteen, Shaju and Yin Jiewen adopt similar relaxed postures, resting with their legs crossed while sipping tea. "It's strange. I thought I saw guests arriving at the factory this morning. Aren't we supposed to host them?" Shaju scratches his head, puzzled. Typically, whenever guests arrive, a meal is arranged. Yet today, there seems to be no such arrangement. This poses a bit of a dilemma, as he had promised Sister Qin a nice dish this afternoon when he brought her steamed buns at noon. Now, without a reception, where will the leftovers come from? Nearby, Ma Hua, wiping down the table, watches Shaju with hesitance. He suspects that the reason there is no reception in the Western canteen today is because the new chef Yin from the Eastern canteen has taken over. Sharing this with Shaju might lead to being reprimanded for being foolish, as who would believe that a recently hired kitchen assistant could take the helm? Furthermore, the workers from the 7th workshop are still unaware that Yin Jiewen is in charge of the Eastern canteen, let alone those from other workshops or canteens. With no information circulating, Shaju is even less likely to believe it. Ma Hua feels a conflict. Not informing Shaju about the situation seems disloyal to his own mentor, as despite having trained under him for several years, he is still relegated to chopping vegetables and has never even touched a ladle. Yet, for the overly loyal Ma Hua, not revealing the circumstances to Shaju contradicts his character, but he does not wish to offend Yin Jiewen, knowing that Shaju would surely cause trouble for him upon learning the truth. Alas, he finds himself in a predicament. At that moment, Zhou Haihua strides into the kitchen, his expression one of anger as he confronts Shaju. "Shaju, someone has reported that you stole 5 steamed buns for a female worker at noon. Is there any truth to this?" Shaju is taken aback and hastily retorts, Zhou Haihua, don't just speak without evidence. Why would I steal anything? Am I not a proper canteen chef? Who the hell is the rat that reported me?" In an instant, Shaju suspects the culprit to be Lu Lan, a fellow kitchen assistant. This woman seems to have connections with one of the deputy factory directors, Li Huide, making her the only person in the Western canteen who does not fear him and frequently opposes him. It is also known that Shaju often keeps all the good food for himself, never considering sharing with the other assistants. which has led to their discontent. Zhu scoffs at the idea. As long as the factory needs hospitality, no one can touch him. The Western canteen is effectively his domain, and he has little regard for the canteen director. Otherwise, one might find themselves in a state of discontent, inadvertently rendering their culinary endeavors unpalatable, and in such a scenario, the one to bear the shame would not be him. This predicament is not without precedent. However, regardless of whether it be the logistics department, the administrative department, or the production department, all require the culinary skills of the hapless Zhu. Offending one might invoke the ire of leaders from other departments, and over time, Zhu has grown increasingly brazen. Zhou Haihua's complexion darkened, and he admonished, "You refuse to acknowledge it, do you? Very well, Zhu, effective immediately. I am revoking your position as the head of the Western Canteen. Should you err again, I shall directly deduct your wages and report you to the logistics department for a significant reprimand." With that, Zhou Haihua stormed off, leaving Zhu furrowing his brow. Sensing that matters were taking a turn for the worse. Why was Zhou Haihua so audacious today? Fine. At the next gathering, he shall not escape my wrath. What is this? Is it unacceptable for me to occasionally falter in my cooking due to my ill health? Chapter 19. The regretful Zhu and the scheming widow Qin. As the afternoon workday drew to a close, Jiewen ambled leisurely towards the courtyard, his lunchbox in hand. Within the box lay neatly chopped pieces of chicken. After all, this chicken belonged to the factory, and to brazenly carry it away would be to disregard the security department. En route, Jiewen made a stop at the grocery store, purchasing some milk candy. After all, who could resist indulging younger siblings? The grocery coupons were reasonably obtained from trading eggs at the pigeon market in recent days. At the entrance of the courtyard, Qin Huairu awaited with bated breath, clad in gray summer work attire that subtly highlighted her ample figure. "Oh, Jiewen, you're back so soon?" Qin Huairu greeted enthusiastically. Since Jiewen's arrival at the canteen, her demeanor towards him had warmed considerably. Of course, it was not that Qin Huairu had any particular interest in the contents of Jiewen's lunchbox. Considering the size of the Yin family, it was unlikely he could spare any food, and even if he could, the Yin couple would likely come knocking at her door. A woman as amiable as Qin Huairu did not wish for her reputation to be tarnished in such a manner. The reason for her desire to befriend Jiewen was primarily to maybe one day visit the Eastern canteen he worked at, hoping to coax him into offering her some free buns, much like Zhu had done. With a smile gracing his face, Jiewen replied, "Sister Qin, you really do move swiftly. It seems I can spot you in any corner of the courtyard at any moment." Spot? What does that mean?" Qin Huairu inquired, curiosity piqued. Jiewen tilted his head slightly and responded, "It's nothing, merely a compliment." As he entered the courtyard, he caught a glimpse of Qin Huairu's frown as she watched his retreating figure, pondering, this Jiewen speaks in such a peculiar manner. Moments later, Zhu returned with a sullen expression, prompting Qin Huairu to approach him eagerly, asking, "Zhu, why do you look so glum?" Zhu regarded Qin Huairu, forcing a somewhat stiff smile as he replied, "It's nothing, just a little incident at the canteen." "Oh, I see. It should be nothing serious, right?" While inquiring, Qin Huairu's eyes were fixated upon Zhu's two lunchboxes. Sensing her intense gaze, Zhu let out a dry chuckle. "Sister Qin, there were no leftovers from the canteen today, so the dishes I promised you are no longer available." "What? Oh, come on, Zhu. Don't jest with me, just hand them over." Qin Huairu's expression shifted slightly, and without waiting for an explanation, she snatched Zhu's bag. To her dismay, the two lunchboxes were utterly empty. "Sister Qin, let me explain. I thought there would be guests today, but it turns out those patrons weren't dining at the factory, so..." In his eagerness to save leftovers for the supposed guests, Zhu had not even taken any surplus food from the canteen during lunch, hence they were indeed empty. Hearing this, Qin Huairu's expression fell, and she tossed the bag back at Zhu, indignantly questioning, "Zhu, how can you not keep your word? Did we not agree that you would bring me some good dishes today?" Having already been in a foul mood due to Zhou Haihua's removal of his position, Zhu now felt his temper flare at Qin Huairu's accusatory tone. "Qin Huairu, did I not say there were no guests today? Furthermore, with that attitude of yours, even if I had leftovers, I would be reluctant to share." Zhu's voice rose, and his face flushed with frustration. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu's heart quivered. Her countenance shifted dramatically, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she spoke in a sorrowful tone. "If you won't give it, then don't. Why must you be so fierce?" The sight of her tears struck a chord with Zhu, and he lamented internally, "How could I possibly be harsh with Sister Qin?" Cursing Zhou Haihua under his breath, he stammered, "Ahem, Sister Qin, please don't cry. I did not mean it. Oh no, I cannot bear to see a woman cry." Zhu hurried to explain, fearful that Qin Huairu would shun him henceforth. However, his words only exacerbated Qin Huairu's tears, and with her right hand wiping at her eyes, she spun on her heel and fled. Zhu reached out, wanting to stop her, mouth agape, yet found himself at a loss for words. Once her figure vanished from sight, Zhu, filled with regret, slapped himself, exclaiming, "Damn it! Zhu, do not depend on leftovers for survival. I shall head to the pigeon market this instant and buy a chicken to make amends with Sister Qin." Determined, Zhu turned on his heel, not even entering the courtyard, and headed towards the alley. Upon reaching the front courtyard and sensing Zhu's absence, Qin Huairu's sorrowful expression transformed, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She understood Zhu all too well. By tomorrow at the latest, he would undoubtedly return with something to apologize. From the moment Zhu began providing for the Jia family, Qin Huairu had taken it upon herself to assist Zhu with household chores, such as cleaning and laundry. This fostered a dependency that made Zhu accustomed to her managing his home. Habits can be detrimental. When Zhu eventually realized that his home had gone uncleaned for a week, a month, and that he had no clothes to wear, he would find himself with no option but to seek Qin Huairu's aid. These little tricks were not particularly sophisticated, but they proved immensely effective for Zhu, who was inherently lazy. In the narrative, even after marrying Qin Huairu, Zhu would only bathe once a week, and often would not wash his feet before bed. While bathing might be inconvenient, it was primarily his laziness. He had grown accustomed to being served, and if left to his own devices, he would prefer to endure the stench of unwashed feet rather than exert himself to clean. Consider the implications if a potential match arrived at the He household, only to find it in disarray, cluttered with belongings, and emitting unpleasant odors. Who would willingly marry into such a household? Zhu's slovenliness stemmed not only from his nature, but also from Qin Huairu's indulgence. Moreover, in the storyline, when Ran Xiuyue and Zhu were set up for an introduction, the scheming widow Qin Huairu feigned ignorance while brazenly entering the He household to handle Zhu's dirty laundry, proclaiming that she had always washed his clothes. In that era, it was unthinkable for a neighbor, especially a beautiful widow, to come into contact with such intimate items. Yet, Zhu, oblivious to the impression this would leave on Ran Xiuyue, jovially expressed his gratitude towards Qin Huairu. Ultimately, Ran Xiuyue's impression of Zhu plummeted, leading to a complete failure of the match. Once Zhu became accustomed to this kind of servitude, he was doomed to remain ensnared in Qin Huairu's grasp, unless he entirely distanced himself from the courtyard circle, which might offer a glimmer of hope. But would Zhu ever leave? No. Thus, Zhu found himself at odds with the entire courtyard. For instance, Yi Zhonghai, ostensibly advocating for Zhu's well-being, was in fact maneuvering for his own retirement, callously pushing Zhu into the abyss of widowhood. Similarly, Yin Bugue, fully aware of the entanglement between Zhu and Qin Huairu, was concerned about Ran Xiuyue falling into the same trap, and thus articulated many truths, which significantly contributed to the failure of the match between Ran Xiuyue and Zhu. For instance, Lu Haizhong, in his relentless pursuit of promotion and performance, confined Shazhu to a small dark room, showing no inclination to grant him an opportunity, despite having watched him grow up. Had it not been for the intervention of the deaf old lady, Shazhu might have been sent to a farm for reformation, bearing an indelible stain on his reputation thereafter. As for Su Damao, the situation is even more dire. Their enmity since childhood is evident. While Su Damao might not resort to outright harm against Shazhu, he would certainly not facilitate Shazhu's well-being. Similarly, Qin Huairu has burdened Shazhu for decades, treating him as a mere beast of burden, all the while denying him the chance to have children out of fear that he would neglect the care of the Jia family's offspring. Had it not been for Lu Xiao, Shazhu would have undoubtedly faced extinction. With such a pack of beasts surrounding him, it is nearly impossible for Shazhu to find solace. Chapter 20. The Neighbor's Envy and Jia Zhang's Sarcasm. The petty squabbles between Shazhu and Qin Huairu are of no concern to Yin Jiewen. He ought to mind his own affairs, for the fate of others is inconsequential to him. Jiewen and Jiekong each received 3 candies. Yin Jiewen, with a smile, produced a handful of milk candies from his pocket and offered them to his youngest siblings. Wow, milk candies. Thank you, brother, Yin Jiewen exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yin Jiekong, with a foolish grin, added, thank you, second brother. Meanwhile, Yin Jieqing gazed longingly at Yin Jiewen and inquired, eldest brother, what about ours? Yin Jiewen cast a sidelong glance at Yin Jieqing and calmly retorted, eldest brother, didn't you just receive your salary a few days ago? Why not purchase some for yourself? By the way, I have yet to see you buy anything for the family. Upon hearing this, Yin Jieqing's face stiffened, and he forced a smile as he explained, I only have 10 yuan to spend each month, and I must buy cigarettes and liquor for the group leader and the technicians. By the end of the month, I hardly save any money, so I dare not waste it. But I did sell you and sister-in-law some eggs, didn't I? He added. Second uncle. It's just not our turn yet, Yuli awkwardly interjected. Most of Yin Jiefeng's money was with her, and indeed, there wasn't much to speak of. After nearly a year of work, she had saved barely 50 yuan. Yuli was eager to participate in the egg-selling business. Yet it was still Yin Jiefeng selling them for now. Next week, it would be Yin Jiekong. And only after 2 weeks would it be Yin Jieqing and his wife's turn. Yin Jiewen shook his head in amusement and pulled out 4 more milk candies, saying, "Eldest brother, I hope by the end of the month you can buy some good vegetables to treat the family to a meal." Yin Jieqing snatched the milk candies and replied somewhat dismissively, Of course. Yu Li's face flushed. Yin Jieqing was utterly foolish. Treating the family to a meal would certainly cost 3 to 5 yuan at the very least. Did he truly believe money was easy to come by? Not wanting to dwell on Yu Li's displeasure, Yin Jiewen refrained from further comment. After all, she was his sister-in-law, and it was inappropriate to show her a cold shoulder, particularly given her unfortunate marriage into the Yin family. Yet, he would ensure that the Yin family would not starve. That evening, the meal was quite lavish, featuring braised chicken pieces, pan-fried eggs, stir-fried peppers, and 8 steamed buns alongside 8 cornmeal buns. The cooking was entrusted to Aunt San, who, in her own words, believed that Yin Jiewen had endured enough hardship working amidst the oil fumes all day and should not be expected to cook upon returning home. Although Aunt San's culinary skills were somewhat lacking, the presence of meat ensured that the Yin family feasted heartily, devouring the food with gusto. While the Yin family relished their feast, the other residents of the courtyard felt quite distressed. Recently, the Yin family had been enjoying meat dishes daily, leading everyone to question their own existence. It was common knowledge that previously, the Yin family's meals had been among the least appetizing in the courtyard. Now, however, the aromas of various meat and egg dishes wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. At this juncture, the neighbors speculated that the delightful dishes were a result of the fish Yin Jiewen had sold previously, for he was indeed an adept fisherman, having once caught a 10-pound carp, a testament to his undeniable prowess. Selling fish at 4 jiao per pound meant that 10 pounds would yield 4 yuan. If he could catch 20 pounds, it would suffice for the Yin family to enjoy a week of meat. Yin Jiewen undoubtedly possessed the capability to achieve this. Even the miserly Yin Bugue seemed unconcerned with Yin Jiewen's extravagance, allowing him to purchase meat daily without objection, much to the astonishment of the neighbors. In the Jia household, Jia Zhang observed a plate of pickled vegetables on the dining table and, with a frown, turned to the busy Qin Huairu in the kitchen, asking, "Qin Huairu, what are we having for dinner today?" Qin Huairu placed a basket of cornmeal buns and steamed buns on the table and replied, "This is all we have." "No. What about the vegetables? Just pickles?" Jia Zhang demanded, her irritation palpable. "Having pickles is already quite good. What else do you expect?" Qin Huairu retorted, exasperated by the incessant demands of the overweight woman, who never considered their family's circumstances. "Wait, where's Shaju's lunchbox? Didn't you go to fetch it?" "Shaju didn't bring any vegetables home today. We'll have to make do with this." Qin Huairu sighed softly. Jia Zhang's eyes bulged with anger as she scolded. "That stupid fool. He steals from the canteen every day. Why didn't he do so today? Doesn't he know my eldest grandson is still growing?" Qin Huairu frowned and advised, "Mother, Shaju has already taken great care of our family. You needn't call him a fool so often." At this, Jia Zhang slammed the table, startling the 3 Jia children. "Qin Huairu, are you trying to teach me how to do things? If you have such capability, why not bring back something good for us to eat? Can we survive on cornmeal buns every day? But there are steamed buns too." "Bah! You know full well how unclean those buns are. I wouldn't dare eat them," Jia Zhang berated her. Qin Huairu felt a swell of indignation as she retorted, "How are these buns unclean? They were brought to me by Shaju from the canteen at noon." "Oh right. Who in the courtyard doesn't know about your little rendezvous with that stupid fool? You've brought shame upon our Jia family." Jia Zhang scoffed disdainfully. Tears welled in Qin Huairu's eyes. She had truly had enough of this wretched woman. Without Shaju's goodwill, where would all this food come from? Yet Jia Zhang would later accuse her of neglecting the Jia family. "What are you crying for? Who are you trying to play the victim for? I'm still alive, so get out." Jia Zhang raised her hand, intending to slap Qin Huairu. Heartache overwhelmed Qin Huairu as she covered her mouth and fled from the Jia household. "Humph. If you have the ability, don't you dare come back. You bring misfortune wherever you go." Jia Zhang continued to curse, gnawing on the steamed bun as she berated Qin Huairu. The 3 children trembled in fear, and Jia Zhang devoured 3 large buns before instructing her eldest grandson, "Here, you eat these 2 buns. Your sisters can have the cornmeal buns." "Grandma, can I give my bun to my sister?" Bang Gung cautiously asked. No. Those 2 little brats should be grateful for their cornmeal buns. Why should they have something better? Do you want to grow up to be just like your mother, chasing after men all day?" Jia Zhang spat venomously. Little Dang and little Huaihua were in tears, feeling their tender hearts deeply wounded. "Grandma, you mustn't say such things about my mom." Bang Gung protested defiantly. "Hey, you little rascal, have you grown wings to challenge your grandmother?" Jia Zhang remarked. Her demeanor inexplicably softened towards Bang Gung. primarily because she had just vented her frustrations and felt quite relieved. It must be said that this wretched woman harbored a twisted heart. Bang Gung resented Jia Zhang deeply, wishing he could grow up immediately and become the pillar of the family, thus relieving his mother of her burdens, ensuring that his sisters could also enjoy steamed buns. Chapter 21. Yi Zhonghai's schemes and Jia Zhang's obsequiousness. In the central courtyard, the Yi family was also at dinner. Upon hearing the cacophony of curses emanating from Jia Zhangshi, Yi Zhonghai shook his head with a sigh and remarked, "This Jia Zhangshi, from dawn till dusk, does nothing but pick at the shortcomings of Huairu." An elderly woman, taking a bite of her steamed bun, chimed in, "Indeed, with such a wonderful daughter-in-law, how can she fail to appreciate her? If old Jia were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly give her a sound thrashing." Despite the whispers surrounding the entanglement between Qin Huairu and Shaju, the community did not dispute the sacrifices made by Qin Huairu for the Jia family. By day, she toiled at work, and upon her return in the afternoon, she still had to procure groceries, prepare meals, wash clothes, mop the floors, and do the dishes. In the eyes of most, she was unquestionably a model daughter-in-law. Yet, to Jia Zhangshi, Qin Huairu was more akin to a punching bag for her frustrations. Yi Zhonghai set down his chopsticks, furrowing his brow as he proposed. "How about this? I shall bring 10 jin of white flour to Huairu this evening and have a word with Shaju," urging him to be more considerate towards the Jia family. The elderly woman had no objections to providing flour to Qin Huairu, as this was a monthly occurrence. She understood that her husband sought to foster a connection between Shaju and Qin Huairu, thus establishing a rapport with her in advance. "I suggest you teach Huairu some skills, enabling her to advance her trade. Such guidance would be far more beneficial than mere material assistance," the elderly woman advised kindly. Yi Zhonghai remained noncommittal. The reason Qin Huairu had remained a level 1 fitter for several years was twofold. Firstly, she was simply too occupied, working during the day, managing household affairs in the evening, and maintaining relations with someone like Shaju left her little time to hone her skills as a fitter. Secondly, Yi Zhonghai had a vested interest in controlling Qin Huairu's advancement. Why? Because he was reluctant to see her attain true independence. In the factory, Yi Zhonghai was well known as Qin Huairu's master, yet he had seldom imparted knowledge to her. Other masters refrained from teaching his apprentice, fearing they would offend a highly esteemed 8th-level master. Thus, with no training in fitting and a lack of time to practice, coupled with her illiteracy, how could she possibly interpret technical drawings? As long as Qin Huairu remained unable to elevate her status, she would forever earn a meager salary of 27 yuan and 50 cents, perpetually unable to meet the Jia family's expenses, thereby relying on external support. That support came in the form of Shaju, a simpleton with a generous heart. Once Qin Huairu grew accustomed to Shaju's care, she would come to realize that she need not exert herself to be provided for. In this manner, her ambition would wither, leaving her reliant on Shaju. As their relationship deepened, should affection blossom, they would ultimately unite, fulfilling Yi Zhonghai's ulterior motive. A woman well acquainted with her chosen partner would ensure his retirement years were comfortable. An additional crucial player in this scheme was Jia Zhangshi. Having been neighbors for decades, Yi Zhonghai understood her insatiable greed all too well. It was her presence that drove Qin Huairu to the brink, even if she wished to rely on her own efforts. It was impossible, for Jia Zhangshi's avarice was far beyond what a level 1 fitter could sustain. The intricacies of this plot were known only to Yi Zhonghai, which is why he chose to remain noncommittal regarding his partner's suggestions. As night fell, Jiewen sat on the steps of his home, a sunflower fan in hand, seeking respite from the heat. "Eldest brother, I wish for the eldest to contribute a bit more towards living expenses. What is your perspective on this?" Yan Bugui, seated nearby, inquired with a curious demeanor. "What is it? Do you find 5 yuan insufficient?" Yan Jiewen retorted with an expressionless gaze. Yan Bugui nodded, explaining, "You see, you contribute over 20 yuan monthly, while your elder brother only contributes 5, which is intended to cover 2 people's food expenses. I think you are being taken advantage of, though it is indeed a boon for children to contribute financially." Yan Bugui did not wish for Yan Jiewen to suffer loss. Regardless of Yan Bugui's stinginess, his proposal for an equitable distribution was a manifestation of fairness. Yan Jiecheng consumed no less than the others, yet his contribution to the food fund was merely a quarter of Yan Jiewen's. Over time, this disparity would inevitably lead to significant discord. Leaning against a beam, Yan Jiewen chuckled lightly. "So, what exactly is your suggestion? How about this? After some contemplation, it seems only the 3 of us earn money in the household. Therefore, let us average it out, with each person contributing 10 yuan monthly towards food expenses. The standard of living remains unchanged, and we can distribute the costs of firewood, rice, oil, and utilities equally each month. What do you think?" Yan Jiewen pondered for a moment. 30 yuan for living expenses was indeed sufficient. ensuring a minimum diet of steamed buns and fried eggs, surpassing the majority of households in the courtyard. That sounds agreeable. If you can persuade the eldest, I have no objections. Very well, I shall speak with him. If he disagrees, he can simply move out. Humph, Yin Bugui replied confidently, grinning widely. He found the present circumstances of the Yin household astonishing. Yet upon returning to reality, he recognized the need for careful budgeting. Each person's monthly expenditure was capped at 15 yuan, which would pose no issue for Yin Jiewen and himself, and he might even find himself saving more than before. As for the eldest, earning 18 yuan as an apprentice, alongside 7 yuan from selling eggs, he would have a total of 25 yuan. After contributing 15, he would still have 10 yuan left. He might even waive the rent. With his second son around, Yin Bugui suddenly felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Meanwhile, Shaju, holding a plump white chicken, nervously knocked on the door of the Jia family. With a creak, the door swung open to reveal Jia Zhangshi, her face twisted with displeasure, who glared at Shaju and curtly inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Aunt Zhang, is Sister Qin at home?" Shaju asked with an endearing smile. "She is not here. She is dead." Jia Zhangshi barked furiously. "What nonsense? Hasn't Qin Huairu just been gone for a couple of hours? This is outrageous." At this, Shaju's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What? Sister Qin is dead? Impossible. How did she die?" "I killed her," Jia Zhangshi retorted. "I don't believe it. I absolutely refuse to believe that you could harm Sister Qin." Shaju shook his head in terror. "What do you want then?" Jia Zhangshi replied, hands on her hips, her tone dripping with disdain. With tears brimming in his eyes, Shaju dropped the chicken and seized a piece of firewood from the ground, gripping it with both hands. He bent his knees and, with a fierce cry, smashed the firewood against his knee, breaking it with a loud crack, and shouted, "I will avenge her." Jia Zhangshi's face, once filled with venom, transformed instantaneously. Clasping her hands in front of her chest, she smiled sweetly and said, "Silly boy, how could I ever harm Huairu? That foolish girl has merely gone for a stroll. After all, who would dare to confront a fool who was truly capable of violence?" "Oh, so it was a misunderstanding." Shaju exhaled deeply, discarding the broken firewood and retrieving the white chicken from the ground, smiling foolishly. "In that case, I shall return home. And Zhang, please let Sister Qin know to come visit me when she returns. The chicken must be delivered personally to Sister Qin, as that would convey sincerity." As he watched Shaju depart, Jia Zhangshi muttered curses under her breath, wishing ill upon Shaju, and then slammed the door with a huff. Chapter 22. Killing two birds with one stone, the favor of Zhou Haihua. In the blink of an eye, it was already Friday. Yin Jiewen encountered no significant issues, except for a quarrel between Yin Jiecheng and Yin Bugui regarding the food expenses. Yin Jiecheng believed that 5 yuan for monthly living expenses was more than sufficient, covering his and Yuli's meals, and thus he staunchly refused to contribute an additional 5 yuan. Conversely, Yin Bugui contended that the 5 yuan was merely a ceiling for a meager diet. While the Yin household now enjoyed steamed buns and fried eggs on a daily basis, often supplemented with various meat dishes, clearly, 5 yuan was wholly inadequate. Both parties possessed their own rationale. Ultimately, the Yin Jiecheng couple is unwilling to contribute more funds. Yin Bugui, unable to persuade them, has chosen to remain silent. Yet he has made it clear that since they refuse to pay additional meal expenses, their daily sustenance will consist solely of corn buns and a basic fried egg prepared by Yin Jiewen for the family. The couple, upon reflection, concluded that having a fried egg each day is indeed an improvement over their previous circumstances. Consuming corn buns is manageable, after all, given that there are families in the capital who cannot even guarantee a meal of corn buns. Consequently, they continue to share meals. But the Yin Jiecheng couple is strictly forbidden from touching any dishes outside of the standard meal provisions. Yin Jiewen has no intention of intervening. When it comes to matters of interest, even brothers ought not to meddle, as everyone has their own considerations. Presently, Yin Jiewen is preoccupied with the anticipation of the weekend, having not gone fishing for a week, which has left him yearning for the activity. At present, he possesses only 2 resources, his culinary skills and a small chicken, which is rather meager. However, one cannot simply neglect work in these times. Failing to work means being sent to the countryside to prevent social instability caused by an excess of idle youth in urban areas. This is a firm decision, not a matter of choice. Thus, even though Yin Jiewen wishes to take it easy, he has no excuse, resigning himself to a 6-day workweek. Brewing a cup of tea, he settles into a state of lethargy. Meanwhile, in the director's office, Director Yang and the cafeteria head, Zhou Haihua, are in discussion. "Old Zhou, tomorrow, Director Wang from the first steel rolling plant will visit our factory. Please arrange a luncheon for him, consisting of 4 dishes and a soup. But it must be Sichuan cuisine," Director Yang instructed with gravity. Zhou Haihua nodded in acknowledgement, responding, Understood, Director. I will go out this afternoon to procure the ingredients. However, he then inquired, how about having Master Jiewen from the new cafeteria prepare the meal? Director Yang paused for a moment, then reflected before stating, that could work. Master Yan's culinary skills are quite commendable. Initially, in Director Yang's mind, the ideal chef was naturally Shaju, given his impressive prowess in Sichuan cuisine, which has always been the foundation of their luncheons. Yet, Jiewen also made quite an impression. He distinctly recalls the last time he took the old leader and Director Ma to the cafeteria, where Jiewen's fish-flavored shredded pork and stir-fried cabbage left a lasting impact. Moreover, just yesterday, he had his assistant fetch dishes from the East cafeteria for their meal. Most importantly, Jiewen seems to have a close relationship with Director Ma, and Director Yang is keen to cultivate a rapport with him, though recently he has lacked the occasion to engage with Jiewen. Very well, Director. Once I return with the ingredients, I'll inform Comrade Jiewen, Zhou Haihua said with a smile, pleased at the prospect of undermining Shaju's interests. Aren't you the one who disrespects me due to your position as a chef? Aren't you the one who schemes off ingredients due to your status? This will teach you the consequences of offending direct superior leaders. Once the factory leadership becomes familiar with Jiewen and tacitly permits him to host the luncheon, Shaju will find himself at Zhou Haihua's mercy. By the way, Director, here is the application for the position of cafeteria class leader that I have prepared for Comrade Jiewen, requiring your signature. Zhou Haihua presented a document to Director Yang. Upon perusing it, Director Yang furrowed his brow and asked, isn't Master Yin still an apprentice? Indeed, although Comrade Jiewen has only been with us for a few days. He assumed the role of head chef on his very first day. Though his experience is limited, his culinary skills are exceptional, and his dishes are well loved by the workers, Zhou Haihua explained. After a moment of contemplation, Director Yang signed his name and handed it back to Zhou Haihua, stating, take it to old Nya for his signature. Since it was not a formal position, Director Yang decided to extend a courtesy to Jiewen, as it would not adversely affect anyone's interests. After all, Jiewen's skills are indeed remarkable, and he has been serving as the head chef since his arrival. A minor class leader position would hardly encroach upon anyone's benefits. Old Nya refers to Nya 1, the head of the logistics department, as the cafeteria ultimately falls under its management, necessitating the approval of the department head. All right then, Director. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Zhou Haihua said, in good spirits, as this arrangement would leave Jiewen indebted to him. After all, the class leader position comes with an additional monthly stipend of 2 yuan and 50 fun. He has managed to garner a favor from a seemingly influential Jiewen, while simultaneously teaching Shaju a lesson for his previous transgressions, truly a two birds with one stone scenario. In the afternoon, Zhou Haihua, carrying a basket of vegetables, happily arrived at the East cafeteria, publicly announcing Jiewen's new role as class leader, which sent ripples of surprise among the newcomers. Wow, Master Yin has only been in the factory for less than a week and has already become the cafeteria class leader? That's impressive. The position of class leader, although not an official cadre role, entails managing the staffing of the entire cafeteria. Yet, no one voiced any dissent, as Jiewen's abilities are acknowledged, and his gentle temperament endears him to the newcomers. Yin, when you have time, consider obtaining a chef certificate that will enhance your professional standing, Zhou Haihua encouraged. Handing Jiewen a note with the address of the Capital Social Security and Vocational Certification Center. With your culinary skills, achieving a level 9, 8, or even 7 chef qualification should pose no challenge. He genuinely hopes Jiewen can attain a level 7 certification, but this endeavor will require patience, regardless of the profession. Certification is only offered once a year, meaning it will take Jiewen at least 3 years to reach level 7. If Jiewen achieves this rank, he would not only become a standout at the steel rolling plant, but also directly overshadow Shaju, who is merely a level 8 chef. Level 7 is the zenith allowed within the steel rolling plant. Any higher, and Jiewen would need to seek employment in more prestigious establishments. Very well. Then I will trouble you, Director. Becoming class leader is quite unexpected for me, and I will remember this favor from Zhou Haihua. Not at all a trouble. The dishes for tomorrow's reception will be laid out here. Just put in some effort, so you can shine in front of the leaders. Zhou Haihua tirelessly sought to provide Jiewen with opportunities to showcase his talents, knowing that only by fostering a good relationship with him could he freely suppress Shaju. Especially since Jiewen seemingly possesses formidable connections. Wengu, congratulations. Master Yin, congratulations on becoming our cafeteria class leader. Wengu, into the fire and water, Wengu. Did you see how polite the director was to Wengu just now? As soon as Zhou Haihua departed, the newcomers immediately surrounded Jiewen to offer their congratulations, eager to secure his favor before he takes off. Chapter 23, The Furious Lu Hai and the Plans of the Deaf Old Lady. Having sent the kitchen assistants away, Jiewen surveyed the ingredients Zhou Haihua had procured. Ah, Quite impressive. A nice piece of pork belly, a portion of tenderloin, a small rooster for pig trotters, along with garlic sprouts, chili peppers, scallions, and other accompaniments, as well as a block of tofu that Zhou Haihua will deliver tomorrow morning. Instantly, Jiewen knew exactly which 5 dishes to prepare. The pork belly and garlic sprouts would be used for twice-cooked pork. The tenderloin and scallions were perfect for authentic fish-flavored shredded pork. The trotters would be transformed into a trotter soup, the small rooster into spicy chicken, and finally, the tofu would be crafted into mapo tofu. Indeed, a perfect Sichuan-style 4 dishes and a soup. Lu Xinlin, please place these items in the freezer, and then head to the storeroom to collect some additional ingredients. Jiewen instructed, jotting down a note regarding the ingredients before summoning Lu Xinlin. Accepting the note with enthusiasm, Lu Xinlin cheerfully replied, "No problem. Wengu, you can rest assured and leave it to me." It appears that Jiewen has persistently assigned Lu Xinlin various menial tasks. Yet Lu Xinlin remains entirely unperturbed. Indeed, he finds himself eagerly anticipating additional responsibilities from Jiewen. Remarkably, within just a few days of associating with Jiewen, a number of newcomers have already begun to refer to him as brother, which fills Lu Xinlin with a sense of delight. In the afternoon, Jiewen returned to the courtyard carrying a lunchbox and proceeded to inform Aunt San about his new role as the head of the Eastern Canteen. Aunt San was overjoyed and proclaimed that her son was achieving great things, subsequently boasting to the other residents of the courtyard. In the narrative, both Aunt Air and Aunt San are depicted as individuals who are exceedingly concerned with their reputations, eager for everyone in the courtyard to be aware of even the slightest good fortune. Thus, it was no surprise that Jiewen's news indeed caused quite a stir within the courtyard. Wait, didn't Tian's second son just start working at the steel mill? And now he has already become a cadre? Some were skeptical, suspecting that Aunt Sin might be exaggerating. Yet, it was equally possible that such claims could be easily verified, as there were 6 or 7 individuals from the courtyard employed at the steel mill, and a casual inquiry would reveal the truth. Goodness, could it be that Yan's second son really has become an official? Isn't that rather swift? Many had always perceived Yan's second son as destined for greatness, and their judgments proved astute. A gaggle of women in the courtyard engaged in spirited gossip. Some believed Jiewen truly had become an official, asserting that even a minor role in the canteen constituted an official position, while others dismissed it as mere boasting from Aunt San, arguing it was impossible for someone who had just entered the mill as an apprentice to attain such a status. Regardless of the truth, the courtyard was abuzz with excitement. In the Lu household, Lu Haizhong's plump face quivered with indignation as he slammed his palm on the table, expressing his discontent. Jiewen has become an official? How could that be? That old hag, Yang Ruihua, certainly knows how to boast. Lu Haizhong had toiled at the steel mill for over 20 or even 30 years, diligently and with significant contributions, yet he had never ascended to an official position himself. How could your son, a mere kitchen apprentice, possibly qualify for leadership? Nearby Aunt Air, busy preparing vegetables, scoffed in agreement with a disdainful expression. Yang Ruihua has always been one to save face. She has been incessantly bragging about how well off they are and how wonderful their second son is. Lu Haizhong nodded in agreement, his frustration mounting. Why? Because he had been the only resident of the entire courtyard to enjoy a fried egg each day, yet ever since Jiewen returned from the countryside, even the miserly Yin Bugue could now indulge in a fried egg daily. Consequently, Yin Bugue had taken to flaunting this fact before him. What right does Yin Bugue have to compare himself to me? Especially when, in moments of rebuttal, Yin Bugue would counter that the fried egg was presented to him by his second son as a gesture of filial piety, while Lu Haizhong's fried egg was something he purchased himself, entirely on different levels and not comparable. Enraged by such remarks, Lu Haizhong found himself increasingly incensed, prompting him to seize his belt and storm into the inner room, where he unleashed a torrent of blows upon his trembling second son, Lu Guangtian, and third son, Lu Guangfu. Useless. Both of you are utterly useless. Look at how others raise their sons, and then look at you two good-for-nothings. I could beat you to death. The sounds of shouting, crashing, and anguished cries emanated from the Lu household, reverberating throughout the courtyard, eliciting nothing but disapproving shakes of the head from the neighbors. The residents had grown accustomed to Lu Haizhong's periodic beatings of his sons, quietly expressing sympathy for the Lu brothers. Meanwhile, in the home of the deaf old lady, she leaned on her cane, sitting at the door to enjoy the breeze. Upon hearing the commotion from the Lu household, she shook her head, reflecting on the lack of parental compassion and filial piety. Lu Haizhong, when you grow old, your sons will certainly repay you in kind. The deaf old lady had a vague impression of Jiewen. Her limited mobility kept her from frequenting the front courtyard, and she had little contact with the Yin family, being more familiar with the Yi and He families. The Yi couple often brought meals to her, and they would share festive meals together, fostering a sense of familiarity. Similarly, Shaju had often visited her home to cook and engage in conversation, earning her fondness for the kind-hearted, albeit simple-minded, fellow. Currently, the deaf old lady's greatest concern revolved around her grandson, Shaju, and his matrimonial prospects. At 30 years old, he had yet to court a single partner, and it seemed that he was under the thumb of the widow from the Jia family. As the relationship between Shaju and the widow Qin had not yet become too entangled, the deaf old lady felt it imperative to find a suitable bride for him. She had already identified a candidate, Lu Xiaoyi, the daughter-in-law of the Su family in the back courtyard. Due to Su Damao's frequent business trips, Lu Xiaoyi often visited the deaf old lady for conversation, and their rapport had flourished. The deaf old lady recognized Lu Xiaoyi as a woman of exceptional virtue and kindness. Regrettably, she was married to Su Damao. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be a perfect match for Shaju. Through her discussions with Lu Xiaoyi, she learned that the relationship between Lu and Su was far from harmonious, primarily due to Lu Xiaoyi's strong familial background. The Lu family had once been renowned in the capital, with Lu's father famously referred to as Lu Bansheng, indicating the family's formidable lineage. Although much of their wealth had been relinquished for survival, they still possessed considerable riches. Su Damao was merely a projectionist, lacking the qualifications to wed such a highborn lady. Were it not for the constraints of their backgrounds, the Lu family would never have allowed Lu Xiaoyi to marry Su Damao. Su Damao, a rather arrogant individual, was dissatisfied with the weight of his wife's family background, yet knew he had to acquiesce due to the Lu family's influence. Should he dare to mistreat Lu Xiaoyi, he might face dire consequences. In truth, Su Damao's willingness to marry Lu Xiaoyi stemmed from his desire to leverage her family's connections to meet more influential figures. However, unbeknownst to him, the Lu family's decision to marry off Lu Xiaoyi was itself a protective measure to avoid any unsavory associations. Thus, aside from financial support, Lu Xiaoyi was not allowed to freely return to her family. Consequently, Su Damao not only found himself with a domineering wife, but also faced limitations in expanding his social network, leading to his deep frustration. Furthermore, after 3 or 4 years of marriage, Lu Xiaoyi had shown no signs of pregnancy, exacerbating Su Damao's dissatisfaction with her. These grievances were shared by Lu Xiaoyi with the deaf old lady, who thus understood that the relationship between the couple was on the brink of collapse. In the deaf old lady's eyes, Lu Xiaoyi was simply perfect for Shaju, possessing a good temperament, a kind heart, and financial stability. Marrying Lu Xiaoyi would undoubtedly alleviate the financial woes of the He family. Contemplating this, the deaf old lady rose slowly and made her way to the Su household. Su Damao would not return until evening, so she seized the opportunity to enhance Shaju's standing in Lu Xiaoyi's eyes while she had the chance. Chapter 24. The father-son quarrel and Yin Jieqing's thoughts. The commotion within the courtyard bore no relation to Yin Jiewen, yet he felt a tinge of helplessness. He did not intend to boast about his role as the head of the canteen to Aunt San. Rather, he wished to bolster his influence within the family. Little did he know that his mother had a loose tongue and would share everything, indicating that perhaps certain matters were best kept under wraps. At the dinner table, the family congratulated Yin Jiewen on his newfound position, and Yin Bugue even produced a cherished bottle of liquor to share with him. "Dad, pour me a cup," Yin Jieqing exclaimed with a grin. Yin Bugue shot him a glare and waved him off, admonishing Shu, "You wouldn't even contribute your share of living expenses. And you wish to drink my liquor? Look how accomplished the second son is. He has only been working for 5 days and has already become the head of the canteen, earning an additional 2.5 yuan in monthly allowances. It has been over a decade since Shaju entered the factory, and he has merely ascended to the position of the cafeteria manager. What does this signify? It suggests that in the future, Lao Heir will undoubtedly surpass Shaju in terms of success. The Yin family will have to rely on Lao Heir going forward. As for Lao Da, he has been in the factory for nearly a year and is still merely a laborer, contributing little to the family. And yet he dares to wish for alcohol? What a farce. Father, are you still angry with me? I'm not as fortunate as Lao Heir, who managed to procure those 2 prized chickens. Otherwise, I could contribute 20 yuan monthly for food expenses," Yin Jieqing retorted defiantly. Yin Bugue dismissed him with a scoff, replying, "Spare me, I know you well enough. If you could earn that much, you would have moved out long ago, and you wouldn't still be thinking about the family." "Father, you're looking down on me a bit, aren't you? I want to contribute to the family too." You're not drinking either? Why the nonsense?" "Hey, Dad." Seeing her father's irritation, Yuli quickly tugged at Yin Jieqing beneath the table, urging him to silence. Could this husband not remain quiet? Why must they bicker at mealtime? Yin Jiewen chose not to intervene in the quarrel between his father and Lao Da. Adhering to his belief that matters of interest should not require his input, let the adults handle their own discussions. Forcing Yin Jieqing to pay money held little value. Reluctant participation would only deepen the conflict, leading to an eventual explosion. Moreover, for Yin Jieqing, contributing between 10 to 15 yuan for food was indeed a significant burden. As a time traveler, Yin Jiewen possessed a broader perspective. Saving money was not achieved in this manner, thus he spent without remorse. Yet for people of this era, 5 yuan could suffice for a month's worth of steamed buns, and 15 yuan was a daunting sum. Once the argument subsided, Yin Jiewen seized the bottle of liquor and a cup, pouring some for Yin Jieqing, and spoke, "Lauda, let us share a drink." Taken aback, Yin Jieqing glanced at Yin Bugui, who, witnessing his younger brother's gesture, smirked slightly, then snorted, saying, "Your brother is pouring you a drink. Why are you looking at me?" Lao heir, thank you," Yin Jieqing replied, feeling somewhat awkward due to the earlier tension with his father. Yin Jiewen's intervention served to ease the atmosphere. "No need to thank me. We're family after all. Besides, this liquor isn't particularly palatable. It's akin to watered-down broth. In due time, I shall treat you all to some Mao Tai." Yin Jiewen smiled. "TCH, are you disparaging my liquor? I'll have you know, I've cherished this for quite some time, and rarely do I indulge." Yin Bugui's face flushed slightly. "What is wrong with me mixing one bottle of white liquor into 3? How is it akin to watered broth? Mao Tai, is that true? I've never tasted such exquisite liquor." Yin Jieqing's attention was solely captured by the mention of Mao Tai, his lips licking in anticipation, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With Yin Jiewen's words, the atmosphere at the dining table lightened, and the family began to engage in jovial conversation. However, despite the lively banter, Yin Jieqing and his wife's meal consisted only of 4 steamed buns, a plate of pickled vegetables, and 2 fried eggs. In stark contrast, the other half of the table boasted leftover stir-fried eggplants and green beans from Yin Jiewen, along with spicy stir-fried meat and fried eggs prepared by Aunt San, accompanied by a sumptuous mix of steamed buns and cornmeal dumplings, an extravagant feast by any measure. Yin Jieqing and his wife gazed longingly. Yet unwilling to contribute more to the food expenses, they could only watch as Yin Jiewen and the others savored their meals. As night deepened, Yin Jiefeng stealthily approached the chicken coop, retrieving the eggs and carefully placing them into a specially designated black fabric bag before wheeling his cart away from the courtyard. Yu Li, watching from the window as Yin Jiefeng departed, hesitated for a moment, then turned to her husband, who lay on the bed, saying, "Jieqing, why don't we just contribute 15 yuan to Dad each month?" Having once eaten only steamed buns and pickled vegetables, they now found themselves able to indulge, only to discover how dry the buns were and how unappetizing the pickled vegetables turned out to be. Hearing this, Yin Jieqing sighed deeply in agreement. "Honestly, I've been thinking the same." Tonight's meal was unbearable. The atmosphere at the Yin family dinner table had grown exceedingly awkward after the quarrel with their father. Even Yin Jieqing, who prided himself on his thick skin, found the food lacking in flavor. Had it not been for Lao Heir's timely intervention to alleviate the tension, they might have maintained this awkward silence for weeks. "Sigh, with 15 yuan each month, our egg-selling venture seems futile." Yuli wore a frown, as she had hoped to use the proceeds from selling eggs to buy new clothes for the two of them for the upcoming new year. With 5 months remaining until the new year, at 7 yuan per month, that amounted to 35 yuan, enough for 2 decent cotton coats. Well, it's not entirely in vain. Since Lao Heir returned, our meals have consistently included meat and buns, an improvement severalfold, Yin Jieqing thought to himself, harboring admiration for Yin Jiewen's capabilities. His words carried such weight that even their parents dared not oppose him lightly, and that sensation was exhilarating. In the past, when their father reprimanded, no one in the household would dare speak up. Yet now, Yin Jiewen had the audacity to respond, and their father refrained from chastising him. This signified a gradual shift in the Yin family's power dynamics, leaning increasingly towards Yin Jiewen. Although selling eggs no longer generated additional income, it ensured that the couple could enjoy delicious and nutritious meals. In Yin Jieqing's eyes, having good food was far more important than wearing fine clothing. Most importantly, he sensed that if the responsibilities of the household were entrusted to Yin Jiewen, their lives would continue to improve. "Very well then. Tomorrow you can give the money to Dad." Upon hearing her husband's agreement, Yuli swallowed hard and nodded in response. She could no longer endure the disparity between her family feasting while she and her husband nibbled on steamed buns. It would be better to cook separately. However, separating meant losing not only the egg sales, but also the daily fried egg. The couple still needed to set aside 5 yuan for food and 3 for rent each month, leaving them with only 10 yuan. Given this, it seemed wiser to embrace Yin Jiewen's initiative, at least ensuring they would enjoy nourishing meals. Moreover, according to Jiefeng, selling eggs was hardly a laborious task, and the reward of meat at every meal felt worthwhile. Chapter 25. Lu Haizhong is infuriated, hosting director Wang. The next day, in the Eastern cafeteria, the kitchen staff were busy preparing lunch, while Jiewen sat in a chair, sipping tea and resting. At that moment, a corpulent figure pushed aside the curtain, peering in with a piggish face, immediately spotting Jiewen, who was tucked away in a corner enjoying his tea. Could it be that Yen's second son truly has become an official? How outrageous. That bunch of factory leaders must be blind. The figure was none other than Lu Haizhong. He had come in person to ascertain whether Jiewen had indeed secured an official position. So he hurried over to the Eastern cafeteria after finishing his own tasks. As expected, Jiewen was resting while the others toiled, perfectly aligning with Lu Haizhong's imagined image of a bureaucrat. It was infuriating. Lu Haizhong felt as if he could choke on his own bitterness. This fellow had only just entered the factory, so how did he manage to ascend to an official role? Did the Yin family possess some hidden connections within the steel mill? That seemed unlikely. If they did, Yin Bugue or Yang Ruihua would have boasted about it long ago. A cafeteria manager, even if not a formal official position, still held authority over others. As the saying goes, do not underestimate the village chief. And do not dismiss bean cakes as mere food. Lu Haizhong's mental state was on the verge of collapse as he stormed out, muttering curses. Even the younger generation in the courtyard had climbed into management roles, while he, an elder, remained under someone else's supervision in the workshop. How absurd. He needed to quickly find a powerful ally. Otherwise, how could he maintain any influence in the courtyard? Jiewen scratched his head, perplexed. He could have sworn he saw a pig wandering near the back kitchen door just now. Was he still dreaming? Brother Wen, it's about time. Lu Xinglin said as he jogged over. Jiewen nodded slightly, placed the tea jar on the adjacent table, donned his chef's uniform, adjusted his chef's hat, and commenced his culinary duties. He decided to tackle the twice-cooked pork first, immersing the thawed pork belly into cold water, adding scallions, ginger, and cooking wine to eliminate any unpleasant odors. While the meat simmered, Jiewen meticulously chopped garlic sprouts, chili peppers, and other accompaniments, setting them aside for later use. Once the water reached a boil, the meat continued cooking for an additional 5 minutes before being retrieved, rinsed, and cooled. Subsequently, he sliced the pork into thin pieces, approximately 2 millimeters in thickness. Adding a touch of oil, he placed the sliced meat into the pan, cooking it slowly over low heat to render out excess fat. As the pork took on a delicate golden hue, he pushed it to one side of the pan, added ginger, and scooped in a spoonful of debanjiang, stirring it until fragrant and red oil emerged. The savory aroma of the debanjiang wafted through the air as Jiewen quickly poured in a teaspoon of soy sauce, using it solely to enhance the flavor, as the debanjiang was already sufficiently salty, eliminating the need for additional salt. With a deft motion, Jiewen lifted the pan and stir-fried vigorously, allowing the various ingredients to meld together swiftly. Freeing one hand, he tossed in the prepared garlic whites, chili peppers, and other garnishes, sautéing them until just cooked. Before serving, he added the final touch of garlic leaves, tossing them in for a few seconds to let the residual heat thoroughly wilt them. Voila! A delectable rendition of Sichuan-style twice-cooked pork was ready. Lu Xianlin, serve the dish, he called out. Coming right up. Lu Xianlin responded excitedly, inhaling the enticing aroma emanating from the plate of twice-cooked pork, exclaiming, Brother Wen, the dish you've prepared smells absolutely divine. This was not the first time he had witnessed Jiewen cook, yet each occasion left him salivating profusely. Less chatter. Hurry and serve it, Jiewen replied, already busy preparing the next dish, leaving no time to entertain Lu Xianlin. Lu Xianlin chuckled, balancing the plate in his right hand, and playfully shouted, the fragrant twice-cooked pork is here. Meanwhile, in the private dining room, Director Yang was engaged in conversation with Director Wang of the first steel rolling mill. Old Yang, this place doesn't seem like the same canteen as before. Did Chef He move to a new location? Director Wang inquired curiously. Pouring tea for Director Wang, Director Yang smiled and replied, Chef He hasn't changed locations. Today, I wanted you to sample the culinary creations of our new chef. Director Yang was aware that the so-called factory tour was merely a pretext, primarily motivated by the desire for delicious food. It must be noted that, due to Sha Zhu, many leaders from other factories often visited the steel mill just to savor his dishes. Director Wang's expression shifted slightly, a hint of displeasure crossing his face as he remarked, Old Yang, does this new chef's Sichuan cuisine surpass that of Chef He? Don't mislead me. Director Wang genuinely doubted that any factory chef in the capital could rival Sha Zhu's prowess in Sichuan cuisine. Perceiving Director Yang's new chef as a mere excuse to prevent him from tasting Sha Zhu's dishes, unfazed, Director Yang maintained his smile, calmly explaining, Aren't you curious? You might regret missing out. You know the old leaders have been singing praises of this chef's skills. Upon hearing this, Director Wang's interest piqued, and he promptly inquired, Have the old leaders dined here? Indeed, Just a few days ago, Director Yang confirmed. Oh my, old Yang. I misjudged you. Here, let me make amends with this drink, Director Wang said, hastily lifting his glass and downing it in one gulp. If even the old leader, who had a penchant for Sichuan cuisine, praised the chef, the quality of the dishes was undoubtedly exceptional. The old leader referred to was Wang, I mean. And both directors had followed him from Sichuan to the capital long ago, solidifying their loyalty. With a creak, the door swung open as Lu Xinlin entered, carrying the dish. Spotting Director Yang and the others, he promptly greeted, "Hello, Director. Greetings to all the leaders." Director Yang smiled back, responding, "Hello, young comrade. Is Chef Yan's dish ready?" Yes. This is the first dish, twice-cooked pork." Lu Xinlin quickly placed the dish on the dining table. Director Wang leaned forward, inhaling deeply, and remarked, "Wow, this aroma is indeed authentic." He then picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of meat, exclaiming, "What excellent craftsmanship." The lantern-shaped presentation is a testament to a true Sichuan master chef. Haha, enough talk, let us taste the flavor. Director Yang replied with a hint of pride. Considering they had 2 chefs in their factory, Director Wang popped the meat into his mouth, savoring it. The first sensation was the pure essence of the meat, fatty yet tender, lean yet not tough. Following that was the savory richness of the Dabanjiang, its distinct flavor tantalizing the palate and enveloping the mouth in a bouquet of rich aromas. Lastly, the garlic and chili imparted a mild pungency. The garlic taste robust yet not overpowering, and the spiciness subtle yet prominent, achieving a perfect balance. Director Wang slightly tilted his head back, eyes closed, leisurely chewing, as if reluctant to swallow the morsel, his face betraying sheer enjoyment. Delicious. This dish not only boasts prominent seasoning, but also masterful cooking, allowing for a rich layering of flavors. Absolutely exquisite. Director Wang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, fervently praising the dish. Is it truly that extraordinary? Director Yang questioned, somewhat skeptical, before he too sampled a piece of meat, his eyes widening in surprise. Wow, this is indeed fragrant. The pork is rich yet not greasy, melting in the mouth, while the accompaniments are perfectly proportioned, enhancing rather than overshadowing the pork's flavor, allowing the unique taste of twice-cooked pork to shine through splendidly. A satisfied expression spread across Director Yang's face, clearly pleased with the dish. Chapter 26, The Battle for Food. Unveiling the truth. Next came the time to indulge in the food, with directors Yang and Wang continuously reaching for the dish, astonishing their secretaries. They had never witnessed their leaders devouring a meal with such fervor. Observing the eagerness of their superiors, the secretaries were unsure whether to join in or not, as they too wished to taste the delectable twice-cooked pork. "Spicy chicken is here," Lu Xinlin announced as he pushed open the door, only to glimpse the 2 leaders engaged in their culinary battle. Director Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment, awkwardly chuckling, "Ahem, young comrade, you may simply place the dish down." It was indeed somewhat embarrassing to be caught in such a gluttonous act by the kitchen staff. "Oh, okay," Lu Xinlin replied, his heart swelling with joy. After all, this was Brother Wen's cooking, and if the leaders enjoyed it so much, wouldn't he Brother Wen frequently be in the limelight? Wouldn't he promotions and raises soon follow? The thought of his brother's advancement brought a smile to Lu Xinlin's face. Just as Lu Xinlin closed the door, Director Wang eagerly grabbed a piece of spicy chicken. Delicious. This spicy chicken is perfectly fried, crispy yet not overdone, with a sublime blend of fragrant and spicy flavors, maintaining the chicken's succulent taste. If only there were 2 bowls of rice, it would be perfection. Director Wang nodded enthusiastically, his hands never pausing as he devoured piece after piece. Director Yang was similarly engrossed, not bothering to comment, for such exquisite dishes demanded immediate attention. Pausing would be a disservice. "Old Yang, this chef's Sichuan cuisine surpasses Chef He's." Director Wang marveled, having thought Sha Zhu's dishes were already outstanding, only to find that there were indeed greater heights. As Director Yang chewed on the spicy chicken, he shook his head, affirming that Chef Yan's Sichuan cuisine was leagues above that of He Zhu. They were not even in the same category. When the fish-flavored shredded pork arrived, both directors praised it profusely, with Director Yang especially excited, exclaiming, "Goodness, this fish-flavored shredded pork is even better and more authentic than what we had with the old leader." When the mapo tofu arrived, both directors were utterly captivated, hastily instructing their secretaries to fetch some mantu for accompaniment. In the end, the dish served was a delectable trotter's soup, with the tender morsels dissolving effortlessly upon contact with the palate, their texture soft and sumptuous, while the broth was rich and exquisitely sweet, offering a delightful flavor that tantalized the taste buds. The accompanying dipping sauce, with its piquant and zesty notes, served to whet the appetite further, leaving one utterly ravenous. It was perfection, simply beyond compare. Both directors leaned back in their chairs, their stomachs nearly bursting with satisfaction. "Oh, this is divine. I dare say, nothing made in Sichuan could rival this," exclaimed Director Wong, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he rubbed his belly. He suddenly felt a pang of jealousy towards Director Yang, for the third steel mill not only boasted the renowned chef Yuzhu, but also the exceptional Yin Jiewen, a culinary master capable of commanding respect in the capital. "Old Yang, may I invite the chef who prepared today's meal for a drink?" Director Wong inquired with a mischievous grin. Unbeknownst to him, Director Yang was preoccupied with his own thoughts as he jogged in the setting sun, and replied with a chuckle, "Of course. Xiaozhou, please invite Chef Yin to join us." Assistant Xiaozhou left with a grimace, thinking to himself, "You two directors have feasted to your heart's content, while I've merely sipped on some trotter's soup. It's utterly tormenting." Yin Jiewen had just finished preparing the workers' meal when he was escorted away by Secretary Zhou. Upon entering the private room, Director Wong, astonished at the youthful appearance of Chef Yin, pointed at the now empty plates on the dining table and exclaimed, "Young master, did you prepare all these dishes?" Yin nodded affirmatively and replied, "Yes, sir." The accuracy of his response left Director Wong in disbelief, for he had assumed that such exquisite Sichuan cuisine could only be crafted by a seasoned chef in their 40s or 50s. Never would he have expected it to be the handiwork of this young man. "Ha, old Wong, did you not know? Chef Yin is merely 18 years of age," Director Yang proclaimed with unrestrained pride. If he could achieve such culinary prowess at this age, in a mere decade or so, Yin Jiewen's skills could very well dominate the culinary scene in the capital. Without hesitation, Director Wong rose, belly protruding, filled a glass with wine, and approached Yin Jiewen with a warm smile, saying, "Young master, today's dishes were exceptional, so I would like to invite you for a drink." Yin, puzzled, glanced at Director Wong and calmly replied, "Thank you, sir. As long as you both enjoyed the meal, that is enough for me." "Ha. Do not call me sir. I am Wang Yongjun. You may address me as Uncle Wang," he responded, his demeanor amiable. "However, your culinary creations are beyond mere liking. I would relish the opportunity to savor such delectable dishes every day. By the way, Xiaoyan, what is your current position in the kitchen? What are the terms of your employment at the Red Star Steel Mill?" Director Wong inquired with eager anticipation. Director Yang, sensing trouble, interjected sharply, "Old Wang, what are you up to? Are you trying to poach my talent?" "Oh, come now, Old Yang. Do not be so agitated. I was merely asking out of curiosity." Director Wong waved dismissively, feigning nonchalance. With a stern expression, Director Yang retorted, "Do you even believe the nonsense you're spouting?" Sir Uncle Yin Jiewen began to explain. "I just joined the factory a few days ago. I am still an apprentice." "Ah, you're still an apprentice," Director Wong exclaimed with delight. Realizing that such a top-tier chef was merely an apprentice, he felt as though fortune had smiled upon him. Hey, what do you mean by that, Wang Yongjun?" Director Yang's urgency escalated. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Yongjun was clearly intent on luring away his culinary star. Casting a cold smile at Director Yang, Wang Yongjun reproached, "Old Yang, this is where you have erred. Such skills as Xiao Yan's are worthy of a position far beyond that of an apprentice, especially when he could be serving at the state guest house. Moreover, a discerning bird selects a worthy tree to perch upon, let alone a phoenix like Xiao Yan." Wang Yongjun placed a hand on Yin Jiewen's shoulder, enticing him. "Xiao Yan, we happen to have an opening for a deputy director in the cafeteria. Would you consider joining us?" Yin Jiewen remained silent. "Enough, Wang Yongjun. Chef Yin is part of our factory. I have already prepared his confirmation for a full-time position. Do not entertain such ill intentions." Director Yang was in a state of panic, regretting that he hadn't taken Wang Yongjun to taste the dishes prepared by Shaju earlier, as Yin Jiewen was still an apprentice. One might argue he was not yet fully part of the steel mill, and unless he officially transitioned to a permanent role, he could very well be tempted to move to Shijingshan's first steel mill at any moment. "Yang Weiman, do not be so presumptuous. I have an eye for talent. Xiao Yan, as long as you come to our factory, I can expedite your transition to full employment," Wang Yongjun declared, disregarding Director Yang's concerns and focusing solely on Yin Jiewen's response. Yin Jiewen, his lips twitching slightly, shook his head and replied, "I appreciate your consideration, sir, but I have no intentions of leaving the third steel mill. While the first steel mill might offer a more promising future, a storm was brewing for the following year, and compared to the unfamiliarity of the first steel mill, the third steel mill felt decidedly safer." At least Yin Jiewen understood the dynamics at play here. Upon hearing Yin Jiewen's refusal, Wang Yongjun was deeply disappointed, while Director Yang was overjoyed, taunting, "Wang Yongjun, do not assume that Chef Yin is the type to abandon loyalty for profit. I can offer him what you can." Wang Yongjun sighed and addressed Yin Jiewen. "Very well, Xiao Yin, take your time to consider, my offer stands." Though Yin Jiewen was merely a chef, Wang Yongjun understood the significance of excellent hospitality. It not only facilitates business negotiations at the dining table, but also leaves a lasting impression on superiors. For instance, whenever he thought of the third steel mill, it was invariably linked to the delicious meals prepared by Shaju. Similarly, when the inspection team arrived, a sumptuous meal would naturally prevent them from nitpicking at the factory. Chapter 27. Qin Huairu's concern, Shaju's fury. While the private room was embroiled in a fierce battle for talent, the workers had clocked out. Workers from the 7th workshop and several others hurriedly carried their lunchboxes towards the East Canteen. Recently, the East Canteen had drawn numerous workers from other workshops due to its delectable offerings. However, the meals prepared there were limited, and those who dawdled would surely miss out. Qin Huairu was among the crowd, lured by Jiewen's promotion just yesterday, skeptical about the seemingly sudden rise of someone who had only recently joined the factory. She approached with a sense of curiosity. Otherwise, her first choice would have undoubtedly been the West Canteen, where Shaju worked and would generously serve her ample portions. The East Canteen quickly filled with patrons, and Qin Huairu scanned the room, hoping to catch a glimpse of Jiewen. After a few minutes, it was her turn to be served, and the person dishing out the meals was Lu Xinlin. Leaning over the counter, Qin Huairu cheerfully inquired, "Master, is Chef Jiewen here?" Lu Xinlin glanced at her, noting her pleasant appearance, and replied in a friendly tone, "Chef Yin isn't in the kitchen at the moment." "Oh, I see. I'm his neighbor. Could you help me find him?" Qin Huairu continued, her smile unwavering as she pressed on. Confirming that Jiewen had indeed been appointed as the head of the East Canteen, Lu Xinlin's demeanor softened further upon learning she was a neighbor of Chef Yin. Chef Yin is currently in a private room enjoying drinks with the directors, he informed her. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu's eyes lit up as she pressed further. Drinking with the directors? Why is that? Oh, it's simply because Chef Yin's cooking is so exceptional that the directors were pleased and invited him for a drink. Lu Xinlin replied in a hushed tone, yet his pride was palpable. At this revelation, Qin Huairu's heart raced. Was Jiewen entertaining the directors? Had he truly impressed them so much? This is certainly not good news. One must recognize that Shaju has always been responsible for the hospitality at the factory. And now Jiewen has taken over that role. Will Shaju still be able to bring back leftovers from the hospitality as he used to? Qin Huairu casually purchased some food and departed with a heavy heart. She recalled Shaju mentioning that Director Yang adored his cooking, and whenever there was hospitality, it was undoubtedly his responsibility. Just 2 days prior, Shaju had offered to bring her some leftovers, but that day, the hospitality was not prepared, and Shaju mistakenly thought it was because no guests had stayed for a meal. In hindsight, it seemed more likely that Jiewen had intercepted that opportunity. It is no wonder Shaju was stripped of his position as the canteen leader. The canteen chief had always been reluctant to offend Shaju, turning a blind eye to his laziness and occasional pilfering of ingredients. The fact that the canteen chief dared to dismiss Shaju indicated a newfound boldness, showing no fear of Shaju's culinary skills. Thus, it appears that Jiewen is the root cause of all these troubles. Qin Huairu is astute, otherwise, she would not have managed to keep Shaju completely off balance. The impact of Jiewen assuming Shaju's role in hospitality on the Jia family is profound. Jiewen is certainly not as easily manipulated as Shaju, and he is not alone in this endeavor. It is simply implausible for Jiewen to cater to the Jia family's needs. With this thought, Qin Huairu made her way to the Western Canteen. In the kitchen of the Western Canteen, Shaju sighed with a wry smile and said, "Sister Qin, I can't offer you any steamed buns today. That rascal Zhou Haihua has been watching me closely these past few days. Aside from the regular meals, I'm not allowed to take anything else out of the canteen, or I'll face a fine." Qin Huairu usually visited the kitchen to collect free buns, and if it weren't for Shaju's authoritative position in the Western Canteen, he would have been buried under a mountain of complaints by now. Qin Huairu shot Shaju a reproachful glance and chided, "Shaju, do you see me as someone who merely consumes without paying?" Shaju retorted, "Aren't you aware of your own standing?" "Well, Shaju, I've come to inform you of some news I've gathered," Qin Huairu replied. "Oh, what news?" Shaju inquired curiously. Qin Huairu recounted what she had learned at the Eastern Canteen along with her suspicions, igniting a fire of anger within Shaju. "What? No wonder Zhou Haihua has been looking at me with such disdain these past few days. It turns out that scoundrel Jiewen is behind this." Shaju's face flushed crimson, not from embarrassment, but from rage. He had nothing but his commendable culinary skills to navigate through the steel plant, and now, with Jiewen capable of taking his place, a sense of crisis surged within him. "Hey, keep your voice down. Jiewen hasn't done anything wrong. You can't possibly deny him the chance to cook, can you?" Qin Huairu quickly reassured Shaju, fearing he might impulsively confront Jiewen. "No way. This matter isn't over. I refuse to believe Jiewen's cooking could surpass mine. I must speak with Director Yang." Shaju was infuriated, He would not let someone usurp his livelihood without a fight. Most importantly, his authority in the canteen stemmed from his connection with Director Yang, and should Director Yang be swayed by Jiewen, how would he maintain his standing in the kitchen? Shaju stormed off without a backward glance, leaving Qin Huairu in a state of anxiety. Shaju is no longer irreplaceable in the factory. She worried that if he failed to reclaim his dignity, he might inadvertently offend Director Yang. As it turned out, Shaju was not foolish. He understood whom to impress and whom to tread lightly around. When Director Yang heard Shaju's inquiry, he nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, I had lunch at the Eastern Canteen today. And I must say, Master Yan's Sichuan dishes are not inferior to yours. Director Yang was still trying to spare Shaju's pride, considering he had been a chef at the factory for over a decade. This response struck Shaju's ears like a bitter pill. Director Yang had genuinely abandoned him in favor of that young Jiewen. Shaju suppressed his fury and forced a smile, saying, Director, I've been experimenting with some new dishes lately. When you have time, do come to the Western Canteen to sample them. Yes, I will definitely make time next time. Director Yang replied dismissively, not believing that Shaju's so-called new dishes could surpass the satisfaction he found in Yen's twice-cooked pork that day. The indifference in Director Yang's demeanor only fueled Shaju's anger. Damn Jiewen, you've taken my job. How will I provide for Sister Qin now? This matter was far from over. He intended to make Jiewen understand the consequences of crossing Shaju. Chapter 28. Formal employment. Shaju provokes trouble. Jiewen remained blissfully unaware of Shaju's growing fury. Even if he did know, he likely wouldn't care. Are you blaming me for your lack of skill? What do you even have to compare with me? Upon returning to the canteen, Lu Xinlin approached Jiewen to inform him that a woman, claiming to be Jiewen's neighbor, a rather attractive and plump young matron, had come looking for him. Jiewen raised an eyebrow and replied, pay her no mind. If she attempts to leverage my name for free meals, just send her away. It was clear to him that this was Qin Huairu. Her audacity knew no bounds. Jiewen understood her desire to provide for her child, but he felt no obligation to accommodate her. Understood, Lu Xinlin replied, secretly regretting that it seemed Jiewen was not interested in that attractive matron. Earlier, while serving her, he had inadvertently given her extra food. He hoped he wouldn't end up on the receiving end of Jiewen's wrath. In the afternoon, the kitchen staff began tidying up the stove and organizing supplies. As the next day marked the first holiday for the newcomers, and everyone was quite pleased, Jiewen remained seated, resting, having already planned his fishing trip for the following day. Fishing, and yet more fishing. Shortly thereafter, Secretary Zhou from Director Yang's office arrived at the Eastern Canteen, delivering a document to Jiewen. Indeed, as of today, Jiewen had been officially confirmed as a permanent employee. Typically, it would take apprentices at least 3 months to gain formal employment. If they were deemed unfit, the period could extend to a year, or they could opt to change jobs. Director Yang held Jiewen in high regard, fearing he might be poached by Wang Yongjun. Hence, he utilized his authority to expedite Jiewen's transition to permanent status. With this confirmation, Jiewen's salary increased from 18 to 23 yuan, and he would enjoy all associated benefits, including the assurance that his position could be inherited by his relatives for 3 generations, a truly secure job. The kitchen staff came to congratulate Jiewen once more. Goodness, this Master Yin is truly remarkable. Within just 1 week of working, he not only became the canteen leader, but also received formal employment. If he were to obtain a level 10 chef certification, his salary could rise to 27.5 yuan, truly astonishing. A level 10 chef is the lowest tier among chefs. It can be understood that levels 1 through 3 represent the highest positions, with level 10 being the lowest. Yi Zhonghai holds a level 8 mechanic position, theoretically capable of crafting aircraft carriers. However, in the narrative, Yi Zhonghai has not demonstrated the prowess expected of a level 8 mechanic, as such positions are exceedingly rare throughout Longhua, accompanied by numerous restrictions and frequent assignments to classified locations. If Yi Zhonghai truly possessed such skills, it would be nearly impossible for him to reside in a crowded dormitory. Instead, he would be under stringent protection to prevent espionage, and he would face constant travel across the country. Thus, Yi Zhonghai's level 8 mechanic status appears inflated, likely due to seniority bonuses that facilitated his promotion. Regardless, Jiewen's formal confirmation is a positive development for him, primarily because of the increased salary, which would allow him to spend more freely in the future. As the afternoon workday came to a close, Jiewen found himself in high spirits. In addition to his official confirmation, Director Yang had bestowed upon him 5 meat ration coupons worth 1 pound each and 5 oil coupons worth 2 taels each. As a token of appreciation for his hard work in hosting that day, Director Yang felt a tinge of embarrassment for the lavish consumption of the food. As Jiewen's culinary skills were simply exquisite, it would be remiss to let his efforts go unrewarded. Hence, Director Yang graciously gifted some of his accumulated coupons to Yin Jiewen. Hey, Yin's second son, wait up. A disgruntled voice called from behind. Turning around, Yin Jiewen spotted Sha Zhu pursuing him with an angry demeanor. Oh, isn't this Sha Zhu? What's the matter? Did someone whisk away your Qingjie? Yin Jiewen teased nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Sha Zhu's face contorted with rage as he retorted, what does that have to do with Qingjie? Tell me, did you host for Director Yang and the others today? Yes, so what? Do you have a problem with it? Yin Jiewen squinted, responding with indifference. What do you mean, so what? Do you not realize that I was the one responsible for hosting at the factory? At this, Yin Jiewen understood. He had inadvertently usurped Sha Zhu's role, explaining the latter's ire. With a hand on his hip, Yin Jiewen scoffed, Sha Zhu, are you looking for trouble? Hosting is not my arrangement. If you're upset, you should take it up with Director Yang. Of course, I know to go to Director Yang. But do you think I dare? Sha Zhu muttered under his breath, his tone threatening. I don't care about any of that. You've taken my job. And I warn you, you better refuse any future hosting opportunities, or I want to be polite. Uff, Sha Zhu, if you're losing your mind. You ought to see a doctor soon. With a head that big, how come there's no brain in it? What? You dare insult me? Do you believe I can send you to the hospital today? Sha Zhu gritted his teeth, furious at Yin Jiewen's sharp tongue. Oh dear, I'm so scared. Sha Zhu, let me tell you, not only will I take your job, but I'll also introduce your Qingjie to other men. Haha. With that, Sha Zhu's fury reached its peak. You dare covet my Qingjie? I'll kill you. Sha Zhu raised his fist and charged at Yin Jiewen. With a slight smile, Yin Jiewen tilted his head to evade Sha Zhu's punch, then swiftly grasped Sha Zhu's hair and yanked it backward, raising his left knee to deliver a sudden blow to Sha Zhu's abdomen. With a thud, Sha Zhu emitted a pained cry, collapsing to the ground, clutching his belly. Sha Zhu, do you think you're a fighter? What good is fighting without power or influence? Can you compete with me, Yin Jiewen? Yin Jiewen crouched down, patting Sha Zhu's face dismissively, mimicking a famous meme, dripping with disdain. Sha Zhu's face turned pale, not just from pain, but from anger. This Yin Jiewen, returning from the countryside, possessed an astonishing strength. How could he, the so-called war god of the courtyard, be so easily defeated? Internally, Yin Jiewen was also dismayed. Sha Zhu's face was uncomfortably greasy, and his hair was so oily it seemed he hadn't washed it in months. Disgusted, Yin Jiewen wiped his hand on Sha Zhu's clothing before standing up and leisurely making his way back toward the courtyard. Sha Zhu lifted his head, gritting his teeth, vowing, damn Yin Jiewen, this isn't over. I will make you pay. Chapter 29, Yuli's intent to introduce a match. The stubborn Sha Zhu, upon returning home, Yin Jiewen contemplated and decided to share the news of his official employment status with his parents. His third mother beamed with delight, thrilled at her second son's impressive achievement, which frequently brought her pride. Without delay, she joyfully shared the news with the other women in the courtyard, ensuring that the courtyard would buzz with excitement that evening. Yin Bugui was equally elated, exclaiming that his second son had truly accomplished something remarkable, having secured a permanent position after only 1 week of work. Who else can boast of such success? However, upon hearing the news, Yin Jiewen's eyes reddened with envy. Wah, I've been working for nearly a year, and I'm still just an apprentice. How could it be that my younger brother becomes a full employee after just a week? Good heavens, are we even from the same mother? The disparity is too vast. Jiewen, you truly are talented, far surpassing your elder brother, Yuli complimented, her expression filled with admiration. Previously, she thought Yin Jiewen was decent, at least obedient. But now it seemed that obedience was of little consequence compared to the ability to earn. Regrettably, she had already married Yin Jiewen. Otherwise, Yin Jiewen would undoubtedly make an ideal match. Yet, she still had a similarly aged younger sister. Sister-in-law, you shouldn't say that. The elder brother just hasn't settled down yet. With some more effort, he can still have a bright future, Yuli interjected. Oh, second son, what should I do? Yin Jiewen displayed a curious expression. Yin Jiewen stroked his chin confidently, responding, the best way to train your mind is through household chores. For instance, you could wash my clothes for 10 years, which would cultivate both your patience and perseverance. Yin Jiewen's face fell, suspiciously asking, do I sense that you are trying to deceive me? Oh, come now, elder brother, with your intelligence, do you really think I could fool you? Indeed. I was once a well-known prodigy in the alley. Yin Jiewen nodded seriously. Yuli held her head in her hands, lamenting that this husband of hers was utterly hopeless, nearly being led astray by Yin Jiewen. Ahem, Jiewen, now that your job is stable, have you thought about dating? Yuli inquired with a smile. Yin Jiewen shook his head slightly, replying, I haven't considered that for now. Well, I believe a man should find a woman to help manage the household, so there are no lingering worries. Yin Bugui cast a curious glance at Yuli, asking, Yuli, Do you happen to have a suitable match for our second son? Yin Bugui held Yin Jiewen in high regard. Thus he naturally had higher expectations for any potential daughter-in-law. Not just anyone would be worthy of his exceptional second son. Yuli nodded, explaining, Dad, I think my younger sister Yu Haitang would be a great match for Jiewen. They are of similar age, both well-educated. And recently my sister joined the publicity department at the Hongqing steel mill, so she has her own job. Yin Bugui nodded in agreement. Recalling that he had encountered Yuli's sister during the wedding banquet, she was quite lively and attractive, now with her own job, which would make for a dual-income household, a commendable choice. Yin Jiewen interjected, firmly rejecting, Please don't arrange any matches for me. I will find someone myself. Are you joking? The portrayal of Yu Haitang in the drama isn't favorable, and more importantly, she's aligned with the wrong side. So there's no escaping the reckoning in the future. The drama merely beautified that segment. In reality, forming a bond with Yu Haitang would mean, regardless of shared values, the Yin family would inevitably be dragged down by her. Hey, Jiewen, you haven't met my sister yet. How about you just meet her first? Yuli persisted, believing that Yin Jiewen was an ideal match and could care for her sister better than anyone else. Yin Jiewen resolutely shook his head, reiterating that he didn't want anyone introducing him to potential partners. He would find someone on his own. Seeing this, Yuli felt a twinge of helplessness but was not ready to give up. Since you don't want introductions, I'll have my sister approach you instead. Surely that will work. Switching topics, Yuli discreetly nudged Yin Jiecheng, who momentarily looked perplexed before pulling out a bill from his pocket and handing it to Yin Bugui. Dad, Yuli and I discussed last night and decided we cannot lag behind our family. So we are willing to contribute 10 yuan monthly for food expenses to enhance our household's quality of life. Yin Bugui took a couple of puffs of dry tobacco, refraining from immediately accepting the money. A shrewd smile graced his face as he jested. What's this? Are you craving for meat, perhaps? Heh. It's not merely a matter of meat. You know I have always heeded your words. If you instruct me to go east, I shall not venture west. In that case, why don't you wash the clothes for the second son for 10 years? Yin Jiecheng remarked. So this jest cannot be passed over, can it? Yin Bugui accepted the money, clarifying that any excess would be refunded, agreeing that the maximum expense each month would be 15 yuan, possibly more, but more likely less. Yin Jiewen remained nonchalant. This arrangement suited him well, as he still hoped for harmony within the Yin family, considering they would be living together for many years to come. Meanwhile, Shaju returned home, clutching his abdomen and grimacing in pain. Upon lifting his shirt, he discovered a bruise on his belly. Ouch! That Yin family's second son truly strikes with ferocity. It's excruciating. Shaju harbored resentment towards Yin Jiewen and an even deeper disdain for the coldness of human nature in this world. Just moments ago, when he was assaulted, numerous workers had gathered around, yet they turned a blind eye to his plight. Even though he had initiated the confrontation, it was Yin Jiewen who was in the wrong first. This society is indeed in decline. At that moment, Qin Huairu entered the Yin household and noticed Shaju appearing to convulse. She hurriedly inquired, Shaju, are you all right? No, I'm fine. Just accidentally bumped my belly on the way back, Shaju replied, unwilling to divulge the truth about being beaten by a younger individual, fearing it would tarnish his image as the formidable warrior of the courtyard. Oh, that is good to hear. By the way, have you had a conversation with Yin Jiewen? Qin Huairu cared little for whether Shaju had been struck by a vehicle or beaten. Her primary concern was the future provisions for the Jia family. Shaju let out a bitter laugh, pondering before replying. We've communicated. That kid is stubborn and unyielding. I doubt he'll give up his role as a host. Oh dear, what are we to do? If you lose your position as a host, the factory won't require you as much anymore, Qin Huairu fretted, nearly on the verge of tears. Without Shaju's support, she feared the Jia family would revert to the days of subsisting on stale bread. Fear not. How old is Yin Jiewen? Even if he can cook a few dishes, he cannot compare to me. In due time, Director Yang will surely return. Shaju asserted with a stubborn yet confident smile. All right then, I shall await your good news. Qin Huairu held little faith in Shaju, especially since Director Yang had already invited Yin Jiewen out for drinks, indicating that his culinary skills must be quite impressive. Nevertheless, Shaju had not spent all those years at the steel mill idly. Hopefully, he would prove to be as capable as he claimed and regain his hosting duties. Chapter 30, Fishing Again, Encountering Grandpa Ma once more. The next day, Sunday, the steel mill was closed for the holiday. As dawn broke, the courtyard was filled with the aroma of food. In this era, the common folk were diligent, rising early regardless of holidays, perhaps accustomed to such disciplined lives. Yin Jiewen had also gradually adapted to the routine of early to bed and early to rise. By 7 o'clock in the morning, he was already dressed and headed to the wash basin in the front yard to brush his teeth and wash his face. Jiewen, I heard from your mother that you've been made permanent? Yes, Aunt Chi. I knew it. I said you would surely achieve something. You've stabilized right after starting work. Oh, it's nothing special, Jiewen replied while brushing his teeth, chatting amiably with Aunt Chi. And, as expected, the news of his promotion had spread. After washing up, he returned home just in time for breakfast. A bowl of mixed grain noodles accompanied by last night's leftover soup constituted a rather satisfying meal. Second son, are you going fishing today? Yin Bugue inquired expectantly, looking at Jiewen. Of course, it's a rare day off. I want to go fishing and unwind, Jiewen replied casually after slurping a mouthful of noodles. Haha, then let us go together later? Jiewen nodded slightly, saying, sure, but please don't disturb me while I'm fishing. It wasn't that he didn't want to fish with Yin Bugue, but rather he preferred a tranquil environment while setting up his fishing gear. Hey, your father has been fishing for over a decade. I know who disturbs whom. Yin Bugue replied with a hint of pride. Dad, take me along. Yin Jieqing chimed in cheerfully. Yin Bugue shot him a glance, retorting, forget it. I've never seen you catch a fish. What are you coming along for? But Dad, that is not the point. If you don't know how, you need to learn. Otherwise, how will you ever catch one? Yin Jieqing argued defiantly. Fine. Do you even have a fishing rod? No, then what are you saying? If you have that time, hurry and review your factory knowledge. It's been almost a year, and you're still just a general laborer. Can't you learn from your brother properly? Yin Bugue scolded impatiently. Yin Jieqing had no retort. He believed fishing to be quite simple, as evidenced by his brother's success in catching 5 to 8 pounds each time. Unfortunately, his father wouldn't take him along. If you want to take me, I'll go by myself. I'll even make my own fishing rod. And then I'll catch 10 or 8 pounds of fish, making you envious, old man. After finishing breakfast, Yin Jiewen returned to his rented room to prepare his fishing gear. He found it somewhat peculiar that Shaju, whom he had beaten yesterday, had yet to seek vengeance. Yin Jiewen had anticipated Shaju's retaliation, perhaps by stealing Yin Bugue's bicycle or complaining to Yi Zhonghai, prompting him to come over for a lecture. Unexpectedly, Shaju seemed quite resilient. Could it be he intended to take matters into his own hands? Grabbing his fishing rod and bucket, Yin Jiewen, along with Yin Bugue, dug up some earthworms before heading toward Shikahai. Shikahai consists of Qianhai and Hohai. Fishermen typically prefer to fish in Hohai, located very close to Nanluo Guxiang. One could easily see the reservoir upon exiting the alley of Nanluo Guxiang. Yin Jiewen arrived at his usual spot, while Yin Bugue surveyed the surroundings and pointed in a direction, saying, second son, you fish here, right? I'll go over there. Every fisherman has their favorite spot. And Yin Bugue deemed Yin Jiewen's chosen location unlikely to yield any fish, so he decided to fish nearby instead. After bidding farewell to Yin Bugue, Yin Jiewen hooked a worm onto his fishing line and cast his rod. Finally, he was back to fishing. He hoped to catch something worthwhile today. Hey, Yin kid. Back to fish again. A voice called from behind him. Turning around, Yin Jiewen was pleasantly surprised to see Grandpa Ma. Oh, Grandpa Ma. You're here to fish today as well? Yin Jiewen asked, genuinely intrigued. Grandpa Ma set down his gear and scoffed. Humph, what? Can an old man like me come out to fish? I didn't mean that. I'm just curious how a big leader like you finds time to fish. Yin Jiewen replied with a smile. Hearing Yin Jiewen's words, Grandpa Ma felt gratified that he was not viewed merely as a high-ranking official. So what if I'm a leader? Leaders need to rest and take holidays too. Do you disagree? I wouldn't dare. If I did, our factory director might just reprimand me, Yin Jiewen responded. Haha, you're talking about Yang Weiman? If he dares to reprimand you, I'll take care of him first. Grandpa Ma grinned menacingly. No, let us just fish today. Let us not discuss work. Yin Jiewen quickly shifted the topic, sensing that Grandpa Ma was trying to exert influence over him. While it wasn't entirely unacceptable, it seemed unnecessary. With many facing precarious situations next year, and with a clean background, as long as he remained grounded, no one would trouble him. Humph, you truly lack ambition. By the way, I still crave that sweet and sour shredded pork you made last time. When will you prepare it for me again? Uncle Ma indeed holds a high regard for Yin Jiewen. Even after learning of his background, he continues to maintain a friendly rapport with him as a fellow fishing enthusiast. Unlike the young men who merely engage in flattery and sycophancy, he appreciates a junior like Yin Jiewen. Not a problem. Whenever you have the time, feel free to visit my home or come to the steel factory. I guarantee you'll want more, Yin Jiewen replied with a carefree smile. Can't you come to my house instead? I hardly have time to wander around your factory, Uncle Ma retorted, somewhat disgruntled. Home service? That will require an additional fee. Yin Jiewen quipped. Haha, all right, you've got guts. Let's make it next weekend. I'll treat you to some drinks then. Uncle Ma laughed heartily. Decisive and straightforward. Distinguishing between public and private matters, this young man possesses a certain charm. In the midst of their banter, Yin Jiewen's fishing float suddenly dipped. He tugged forcefully, and a 2-pound white fish leaped out of the water. Fish on. Quickly unhook it. Uncle Ma shouted with excitement. Having fished with Yin Jiewen several times before, Uncle Ma had witnessed him catch fish consistently, some weighing over 10 pounds while others were a few pounds. In contrast, he, the Air Force as he jokingly called himself, felt a pang of jealousy each time he saw Yin Jiewen's success. Say, Uncle Ma, are you cursing me because you can't catch any fish yourself? Yin Jiewen teased. With a title in hand, the first fish is always a certainty. Even if it weighs 100 pounds, it must come ashore. Oh, I can't believe I just let that slip. My apologies, Uncle Ma said, his face betraying no shame. Yin Jiewen was left speechless. This old man was indeed lively. Easily pulling the fish ashore, Yin Jiewen weighed it in his hands. It was about 2 pounds, nearly the limit for a white fish. Wow, what a sizable white fish. I've never seen one this big before. Why isn't it unhooked? Uncle Ma mused, nearly envious. If we used this to make a sauce and stew it, just imagine how delightful it would taste. After over an hour of playful banter with Uncle Ma, the latter ultimately left empty-handed. As Uncle Ma put it, fishing was about enjoying the process. The result was inconsequential. Had it not been for the sight of Yin Jiewen landing another fish, he might have believed that himself. Yin, I have to leave. Don't forget to come to my house next weekend. I'll have my secretary pick you up at the steel factory gate. Uncle Ma instructed earnestly. Got it, take care. Yin Jiewen waved, acknowledging the message. With Uncle Ma gone after less than 2 hours of fishing, it seemed he truly loved the sport, making the time spent worthwhile. As soon as Uncle Ma departed, Yin Bugue hurried over, curiosity evident on his face. Hey, who was that guy you were just talking to? Having seen his son chatting and laughing with a middle-aged man in a cadre outfit, he was intensely curious. Just an ordinary old man who enjoys fishing, Yin Jiewen replied nonchalantly. Is that all? That's it. Yin Bugue scrutinized Yin Jiewen with skepticism. Do you think I'm a fool? That old man had an extraordinary demeanor and a secretary in tow, not to mention he drove off in a 4-wheel Jeep. Is that something an ordinary old man would do? Come on, just tell me, did you meet some big leader? Yin Jiewen shook his head firmly. Old man, I just returned from the countryside a few days ago. How could I meet any big leaders? He was unwilling to disclose any details about Uncle Ma to his parents, fearing they might boast or leverage his connections. Yin Bugue felt somewhat dissatisfied, but found no fault in Yin Jiewen's words. Just tell me, will you? Hey, Dad, your fishing rod seems to be moving. Splash. Yin Bugue turned and dashed away, only to realize upon returning to his fishing spot that he had been tricked. This rascal. If he doesn't want to tell me, then I won't be interested in knowing. Yin Bugue grumbled. There was nothing he could do. His son had grown independent and assertive, unwilling to share anything with his parents, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. At noon, Yin Jiewen pulled out 2 steamed buns from his pocket, a lunch prepared by Aunt San. He had caught 3 fish that morning, weighing around 5 pounds in total, not too shabby. The September sun remained relentless, but luckily, Yin Jiewen had positioned himself beneath a willow tree. It was somewhat stifling, yet still bearable overall. Around 3 in the afternoon, Yin Jiewen sighed lightly, realizing that he likely wouldn't catch anything else that day. Suddenly, the fishing float plunged dramatically. Yin Jiewen yanked on the line, and with a splash, a flash of red light invigorated him. Wow, finally, something worthwhile. Yin Jiewen exclaimed, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. Though the red item was of the lowest quality, at least it meant his trip had not been in vain. Gold brick, red quality, weighing 500 grams, pure gold, of exceptionally high quality. Yin Jiewen's eyes sparkled. I can't believe I actually caught a gold brick. Though not a powerful item, it was still quite valuable. At least he wouldn't be lacking in funds. The gold price in Pigeon City was $16 per gram, and with 500 grams, that amounted to $8,000. Wow. Considering that a room in a courtyard house costs between $200 to $400, $8,000 could buy 20 rooms at the highest price. Impressive. Nearby, Yin Bugue watched his son bouncing with excitement, puzzled. What on earth has happened to my usually calm son? Is he losing his mind? Unbeknownst to Yin Jiewen, his father harbored concerns. Who wouldn't he be thrilled with sudden wealth? Of course, money in this era was less useful than tickets, but it was still essential. Money could solve many problems. As the saying goes, while money isn't everything, a lack of it is a significant hindrance. Today, Yin Jiewen's luck seemed to have exploded. After carefully storing the gold brick and rebaiting his hook, within 20 minutes, the float sank once more. Yin Jiewen pulled vigorously, and with a splash, an orange glow appeared as he reeled in another item. No way. More. Yin Jiewen nearly shouted, elated at his extraordinary luck, landing 2 items in a row. Super pig farming device. Orange quality. Can only be deployed with sows. Accelerates the birthing of piglets but depletes the sow's lifetime potential. Wow, a farming device. Yin Jiewen exclaimed joyfully. Naturally, this was the kind of item he desired most, ensuring a steady supply of meat in the future. This device operated by rapidly exhausting a sow's potential. For instance, if a sow could naturally birth 500 piglets in her lifetime, this device would enable her to deliver them all at once. The downside was that the sow and her piglets would no longer be capable of reproducing. Understanding the device's parameters, Jiewen scratched his head. The inability of the piglets to reproduce later was not a significant issue, as the device was specifically designed to exploit the sow's potential. However, he first needed to acquire a sow, which posed a challenge. In this day and age, private pig farming was rare. While the government had not explicitly banned it, they had not sanctioned it either, leaving many hesitant to venture into it. Moreover, pigs required substantial feed to grow, but with people struggling to feed themselves, who had the surplus grain to spare for pigs? Never mind. I shall inquire later about where to find a sow. Jiewen shrugged, exhibiting little concern over the fact that the tool could not be utilized immediately. Presently, this tool seemed somewhat superfluous in contemporary times, but once the reforms and openings commenced, Jiewen would transform into a pork magnate, albeit a decade or so later. There was no need to fret. Around 4 in the afternoon, Jiewen reeled in his line, while Yin Bugue approached with a bucket in hand. Inquiring, "How did you fare today, second son?" "For fish, probably weighing around 7 or 8 pounds, Jiewen replied. "What about you, old man?" "About the same, I suppose." Yin Bugue responded hesitantly, his words lacking clarity. "About the same?" "Not quite. There are barely 2 fish in your bucket, each weighing less than a pound. It is utterly incomparable to Jiewen. As a seasoned angler with decades of experience, it was rather humiliating to be outdone by his son, who had only been fishing for a couple of years. Jiewen chuckled knowingly, plucking a 2-pound fish from his bucket. "Old man, let me place this fish in your bucket for dinner tonight, and I shall head to Pigeon Market to sell the rest." "You're going?" "Well then," Yin Bugue replied, somewhat sheepishly opening his bucket, revealing 2 diminutive fish that nearly made Jiewen burst into laughter. It was no wonder Aunt Sen remarked that Yin Bugue earned only 2 or 3 extra coins a month from fishing. Fish of such a size would be released in modern times, lest they be deemed worthless. The two parted ways, with Yin Bugue returning to the courtyard while Jiewen made his way to Pigeon Market to sell fish and casually inquire about gold prices and sows. Chapter 32. Zhang Niuma. News of the sow at Pigeon Market near Nanluo Guxiang. The afternoon was still rather quiet. Jiewen approached the spot where he had sold fish before, next to the same vendor selling rural dry goods. "Oh, little Yin, you're here to sell fish again?" The vendor greeted him cheerfully. Having sold fish alongside this vendor several times, they had engaged in conversation and become acquainted. "Indeed, Uncle Zhang, I caught a few fish today," Jiewen replied with a calm smile. "Let me take a look," Uncle Zhang said, peering into Jiewen's bucket and exclaiming, "Hey, there must be at least 8 pounds of fish here. Little Yin, your luck is truly remarkable." To most, fishing was seen as a matter of fortune, with skill being secondary. "Well, it's all right. Had I found the right spot, I might have caught even more," Jiewen chuckled. "Haha, you young folks are so full of life," Uncle Zhang said, clearly skeptical of Jiewen's assertion, dismissing it as youthful bravado. As they chatted, several passers-by inquired about the price of fish, and before long, the fish sold swiftly, along with a fair number of Uncle Zhang's dry goods, leaving him grinning from ear to ear, proclaiming Jiewen as his lucky star. After selling a few dried shiitake mushrooms, Uncle Zhang pulled out a crumpled cigarette box from his pocket, retrieving a wrinkled cigarette and offering it to Jiewen. "Little Yin, would you like one?" Jiewen waved his hand, smiling. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang, but I don't smoke." Hearing this, Uncle Zhang lit his cigarette, reflecting, not smoking is wise. This habit can be costly. "You should smoke less too. It's not good for your health," Jiewen gently suggested. "Haha, I'm just a simple countryman. I'm not that delicate." Despite his words, Uncle Zhang took a couple of puffs before extinguishing the cigarette, uncertain whether he was heeding Jiewen's advice or simply reluctant to finish it all at once. "By the way, Uncle, does your village have any specialties?" Jiewen inquired casually. Uncle Zhang paused, then pointed at his dry goods stall, saying, "Well, this is our specialty." Jiewen's lips twitched. He was looking for live livestock, not dried shiitake mushrooms. "Little Yin, why do you ask? Are you looking to purchase something special?" After a moment's thought, Jiewen nodded. "Yes, I am looking to buy a sow." Uncle Zhang was taken aback. "You want to buy a pig? What audacity! How wealthy you must be." Little Yin, are you buying the pig for yourself or for the public?" Uncle Zhang asked, his expression peculiar and slightly hesitant. Jiewen looked at him curiously. "What's the matter, Uncle Zhang? Do you have a connection?" Uncle Zhang's expression changed several times before he finally nodded vigorously. "To be honest, we don't have much else in our village, but we do have a sow." Hearing this, Jiewen's eyes lit up. "You have a pig? What is the situation?" It turned out Uncle Zhang's full name was Zhang Niuma, a resident of Tizeling village on the outskirts of the capital. His usual work involved transporting the dry goods collected from villagers to the city for sale, then returning with cornmeal to distribute among the villagers. This was permitted by the brigade, possibly due to the natural disasters of recent years that left the village struggling to recover. The brigade had tacitly allowed villagers to engage in supplementary income-generating activities as long as they did not interfere with farming, such as cultivating mushrooms, black fungus, chili peppers, and daylilies. Naturally, livestock existed, but they could not survive solely on vegetarian fare. In these times, people struggled to feed themselves, let alone have surplus grain to nourish livestock. Consequently, after several years, Teeseling had only one emaciated sow remaining. Originally, they planned to sell this pig to a factory in the capital, aiming to focus on plant-based goods. As they could not afford to deal with animal products, they had intended to sell the pig at the beginning of the month, but decided to wait until the end of the month to fatten it up, hoping to fetch a better price. Upon hearing Uncle Zhang's explanation, Jiewen felt immense joy, contemplating how to manage the pig, which had now seemingly presented itself to him. Ahem, Uncle Zhang, why not sell the pig to me? Sell it to you? You still haven't clarified whether it's for the public or for yourself. Zhang Niuma looked at Jiewen with confusion. Jiewen met his gaze calmly, replying, it's for myself. For yourself? Well, that complicates things, Zhang Niuma said. Troubled. Selling to the public was reasonable and would not attract trouble if discovered later. However, selling to a private individual posed risks, if exposed. The entire brigade would face penalties. Jiewen noticed Uncle Zhang's hesitation and smiled. How about this, Uncle Zhang? The current market price for prime pork is $1.20 per pound. I will pay you that price for any cut of meat, regardless. Pork comes in various grades, with the finest being the belly, while the cheapest grade still commands 70 cents per pound. Jiewen's offer was exceedingly generous. Whether it was prime or lower grade, he would pay as if it were the best. All right then, Jiewen's high offer was enticing. And Zhang Niuma admitted he was intrigued. The pig in the village weighed around 200 pounds. Under normal circumstances, it would sell for around 150 yuan. But Jiewen was willing to offer over 200 yuan, which was certainly worth the risk. Little Yen, how about this? I'll return home tonight to discuss it with our brigade leader. Come back tomorrow afternoon, and I'll give you a definite answer. Zhang Niuma agreed, but the decision wasn't solely his. He needed to confer with others in the village. That is fine. I'll await your good news. Jiewen was confident he wouldn't be turned down. Offering an additional 50 to 60 yuan was equivalent to over 100 pounds of flour, a sum no reasonable person would overlook. Afterward, Zhang Niuma lost interest in selling dry goods, hastily packing up to leave. Meanwhile, Jiewen's fish were quickly sold out, but he did not leave immediately. Instead, he strolled around Pigeon Market, casually probing for information on gold prices. In his quest to procure a pig, Jiewen found himself sorely lacking in funds. Thus, it became imperative for him to part with at least a portion of his gold bricks. Around 6 in the evening, with squinting eyes, he departed from Pigeon Market, making his way towards the courtyard. He had sold 100 grams of gold at a rate of 15.5 yuan per gram, netting a total of 1,550 yuan. The slight dip in gold prices and the limited funds of the buyer left him with no other option. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous, for holding on to gold would ensure its value, and Jiewen had no substantial expenditures planned. A sum of 1,500 yuan would suffice. Chapter 33. The Jia family in search of trouble? The sow has arrived. At the Yin household, the dinner spread was quite delightful. Featuring a fish soup made from the small fish caught by Yin Bugue, sweet and savory braised chicken purchased by Jiewen from Pigeon Market, and a stir-fried dish of large cabbage. As steaming buns were placed on the table, the Yin family eagerly began to feast. Yin Jiecheng, Yin Jiefang, and the other younger boys devoured the buns and dishes with gusto, relishing every bite. Meanwhile, someone like Yin Bugue savored his food slowly, allowing the starchy buns to dissolve in his mouth, releasing a delightful sweetness worth savoring. He often mused that while little had changed in other aspects of their lives, their meals had dramatically improved. In the past, he would sell every fish he caught, regardless of size. But now he found himself encouraging his wife to cook the fish instead. Alas, he felt he had been led astray by his second son. Yin Jiewen maintained a refined demeanor at the table. Yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to manage the sow from Tai Ziling once it was secured. While the ranch apparatus could harness the sow's potential, the question remained, what to do with the piglets that would be born. Currently, private pig farming was prohibited, so if he were to end up with several hundred piglets, selling them would prove exceedingly difficult. Selling them one by one, that would take an eternity. Thus, he needed to find a buyer capable of taking them all at once. He had already contemplated a few options and was merely waiting for the sow to arrive to begin breeding, eager to see how the ranch apparatus functioned. Meanwhile, in the Jia household's courtyard, the Qin Huairu family was also at the dinner table. in stark contrast to the lavish fare at the Yin family's table. The Jias only had vegetarian dishes. As Jia Zhangshi criticized Qin Huairu for her ineptitude between mouthfuls, Qin Huairu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. She was concerned about Yin Jie when potentially usurping the position of Sha Zhu, leaving the Jia family uncertain about their future access to sumptuous leftovers. This insufferable woman seemed intent on finding fault. Qin Huairu, I'm speaking to you. Are you even listening? Jia Zhangshi glared at her with a venomous look. Oh, mother, please let me be for a moment. I'm quite vexed right now, Qin Huairu retorted impatiently. With a loud bang, Jia Zhangshi slammed her fist on the dining table, startling the three Jia children. Qin Huairu, are you implying that I annoy you? How dare you? I knew you were trying to push me back to the countryside so you could flirt with another man. Mother, what are you saying? I've never said such a thing, Qin Huairu replied, exasperated, feeling that dealing with such an unreasonable mother-in-law was an extraordinary stroke of bad luck. What are you vexed about? Is there something you can't discuss with me? I've eaten more rice than you have salt, Jia Zhangshi insisted with a self-righteous demeanor. Sighing, Qin Huairu recounted the situation regarding Sha Zhu. With each word, Jia Zhangshi grew increasingly furious, shouting, What? Such a thing exists? That wretched Yin family brat dares to take our food. It's no wonder I caught a whiff of roasted chicken from their place tonight. They must have stolen it from us. This is outrageous. Mother, lower your voice. Don't be so loud. Qin Huairu quickly tried to calm Jia Zhangshi down. For heaven's sake, our home is just a wall away from the Yin family, not even 10 meters apart. Jia Zhangshi yanked her hand away from Qin Huairu, seething with resentment. Why should I lower my voice? That little brat has only been back for a few days, and already he has caused chaos in our home. No, I must confront him directly. Qin Huairu was at a loss. I'm telling you to come up with ideas to help Sha Zhu, not to confront Yin Jiewen. Oh dear, mother, please calm down. Uncle San and Aunt San are not easy to deal with. If you cause a scene like this, Uncle San might convene a courtyard meeting to criticize you. At this, Jia Zhangshi began to cool down. Indeed, the Yin family was no ordinary household. Yin Bugui was an educator, and his ability to berate others was unparalleled. Furthermore, the Yin family was numerous and powerful. If a conflict arose, she, a simple and traditional woman, would stand no chance against them. Sitting back down, Jia Zhangshi gritted her teeth and declared, Humph. Then let us inform the deaf old woman and Yi Zhonghai that they treat Sha Zhu like an old man, and if Sha Zhu loses his job, they will suffer as well. Qin Huairu's eyes lit up. This was indeed a clever plan. The deaf old woman, revered as the matriarch of the courtyard, held considerable sway and was very fond of Sha Zhu. She would undoubtedly intervene if Sha Zhu were bullied. Then I shall seek out Sha Zhu tomorrow and encourage him to confide in the deaf old woman, leading her to speak with Yin Jiewen, she resolved. Humph, I still have my ways. You should learn from me and not panic over trivial matters, Jia Zhangshi said with a self-satisfied grin. Qin Huairu was left speechless. Learn from you? How can I survive in the courtyard if I mimic you? Everyone knows that Jia Zhangshi is notoriously sharp-tongued and despised by all. On Monday, all was calm. There were no visitors, and Yin Jiewen anticipated the end of his cooking shift. After finishing his meal prep, he headed straight to Pigeon Market. As expected, he found Zhang Niuma anxiously glancing around at their usual meeting spot. Upon spotting Yin Jiewen, Zhang Niuma sighed in relief and rushed over. Lowering his voice, Little Yin, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for ages. Sorry to keep you waiting, Uncle Zhang. How is the situation? Zhang Niuma collected his thoughts and explained, Our team leader has agreed to sell you the pig, but he is unwilling to transport it into the city. Do you still want that pig? The leader was wary of the risks involved in transporting a pig into the city, fearing scrutiny from officials. So he preferred to conduct the transaction outside the city limits. Yin Jiewen nodded slightly and inquired, Where's the pig now? It's currently outside the city, being watched by several of our team's officials. Given the magnitude of this transaction, almost all the leaders from Taizi Ling are present. All right, that is no problem. I've already arranged for someone to transport the pig, so let us proceed outside the city, he replied confidently. Excellent. Follow me, Zhang Niuma said, elated. He had been worried that the deal might fall through, as it was impractical to have Yin Jiewen transport the pig into the capital. Surely that would invite trouble from the security office. Yin Jiewen harbored no concerns about being swindled. His capabilities were well known, and unless faced with armed confrontation, he believed he would be safe. Half an hour later, Zhang Niuma led Yin Jiewen to a location near the city gate, close to a marshy area. The individuals from Taizi Ling were situated within the reeds. Soon, Yin Jiewen discerned the scene. 3 or 4 middle-aged men, their skin slightly darkened and appearing rather unassuming, stood or squatted beside an ox cart. The sow, somewhat emaciated and bound to the cart with its mouth taped shut, could only emit low, terrified grunts. Chapter 34. The pig enters the ranch, the Yin family's favor. Crazy bull, this is Comrade Xiao Yan, Zhang Niuma introduced, gesturing towards Yin Jiewen. Xiao Yan, this is our village leader, Crazy Bull Zhang, he continued. Oh, so you are the leader. It's a pleasure to meet you, Yin Jiewen said, extending his hand and smiling warmly. Goodness. One is named Niu Ma and the other Crazy Bull. Your village certainly has a knack for names. As Zhang Fengyo was about to extend his hand, a thought struck him, prompting him to vigorously rub his right hand against his clothing before finally grasping Yin Jiewen's hand. With a hearty yet polite smile, he greeted, Comrade Xiaoyan, how do you do? Yin Jiewen felt a twinge of melancholy, although he did not regard rural folk as inferior. The prevailing sentiment was that city dwellers were inherently more esteemed than their countryside counterparts. Ah, let us not digress, he said, Captain Zhang. Let us discuss the matter concerning the pigs. Zhang Fengyo first glanced at Zhang Niuma before turning his attention back to Yin Jiewen. We weighed the pig before bringing it here, and it is 222 pounds. If Comrade Xiaoyan has any doubts, we can weigh it again on site. Yin Jiewen nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I believe you. Let us settle the payment based on this weight. At first glance, he found Zhang Fengyo and his companions trustworthy, though he noted that a sow weighing only a little over 220 pounds was indeed rather lean. A flicker of gratitude crossed Zhang Fengyo's eyes. Perhaps he seldom experienced the feeling of being trusted by outsiders. Comrade Xiaoyan, previously Niuma mentioned you were willing to pay 1.20 per pound, Zhang Fengyo said, his expression laced with hesitation as he regarded Yin Jiewen. Yin Jiewen nodded affirmatively, replying, Indeed, let us calculate the payment as such. For 222 pounds, that amounts to 266.40. I shall give you 270, and the extra shall serve as compensation for the effort of bringing the pig here. Oh, that is quite unnecessary, Comrade Xiaoyan. Your willingness to purchase our pig at such a generous price is already greatly appreciated. How could we accept any additional compensation? It would be quite the affront. Zhang Fengyo's emotions surged. Feeling agitated at the thought of accepting labor fees after selling the village's pigs at the highest meat price, a gesture that would surely invite ridicule from the villagers if they learned of it. Yin Jiewen waved his hand dismissively, asserting, a deal is a deal, it is settled. The pig was not to be slaughtered for immediate consumption, but rather to breed offspring, which meant that Yin Jiewen could potentially end up with several hundred piglets later. This was precisely why he was willing to offer the highest price. For no matter how powerful external influences might be, without foundational resources, they were of little use. As Zhang Fengyo and his companions attempted to persuade him otherwise, Yin Jiewen, uninterested in further discussion, reached into his pocket, indeed, from within his spatial realm, and produced $300, counting out 27 crisp bills and firmly placing them into Zhang Fengyo's hands. Despite their fervent attempts to dissuade him, they ultimately could not sway Yin Jiewen, who insisted they accept the money. Are you truly all right waiting here alone, Xiaoyan? Perhaps I should stay with you until someone arrives, Zhang Niuma offered, concerned for Yin Jiewen's safety. The pig had been unloaded and lay on the ground, and Yin Jiewen informed them that he would wait for his contact, allowing Zhang Niuma and the others to depart. However, Zhang Niuma remained apprehensive about leaving Yin Jiewen alone. There's no need for that. You ought to head back quickly, lest it becomes difficult to travel once darkness falls, Yin Jiewen urged, dismissing their concerns. He had no one coming to meet him. He intended to collect the pig and transport it directly to the ranch once they had left. Very well. Then do take care, Zhang Niuma and the others said as they departed, glancing back every few steps. Once he was certain the area was clear, Yin Jiewen communicated with the ranch, and the sow that had been tied up on the ground vanished in an instant. The ranch existed within a self-contained, perpetually illuminated space, approximately 150,000 cubic meters in size, akin to a space measuring about 50 meters in length, width, and height. Within the space was a livestock shelter, lined with straw, providing a resting place for the sow. Outside the shelter was a sizable activity area, filled with nutritious fodder that pigs adored, refreshed, and cleaned daily. This pig feed not only contained essential nutrients, but also promoted rapid growth and enhanced meat quality. Yin Jiewen observed closely and noted that as the sow eagerly consumed the feed, her previously lean physique began to gain weight at a gradual pace. Goodness, the results are astonishing. At this rate, it seems a pig could be ready for market in just about a month, he marveled silently, feeling exceedingly satisfied with the pig ranch. At the Yin household, the family gathered around the dining table, laden with the evening's dishes and staples. Father, why don't we start eating? I'm starving, Yin Jieqing lamented, his face resembling that of a famished specter. Yin Bugue shot him a disapproving glance, reprimanding. What are you so eager for? Your brother has yet to return. Who knows what the second child is up to? Perhaps he's been invited out for a meal. Yin Jieqing retorted defiantly, noting that work at the steel mill had concluded nearly an hour and a half ago, and if Yin Jiewen could return, he surely would have by now. Do you think your brother is as undisciplined as you? If he were unable to join us for dinner, he would certainly let us know in advance. Aunt San huffed, equally displeased, casting a disdainful look at Yin Jieqing. Yin Jieqing fell silent. In the past, when someone from the family was absent, they never waited for them to eat, often leaving no food behind. Heavens! The second child is held in far too high regard in this household. I cannot abide by this, he thought. Yuli shook her head at her husband's exasperation, observing how the family increasingly favored the second son. In times gone by, they would have never waited for anyone to eat. It was a matter of eat first. And if you missed out, so be it. Yin Jiefeng and the other siblings did not find any issue with waiting for Yin Jiewen to join them for dinner, as the two younger brothers had begun selling eggs alongside him, earning a fair bit of pocket money. Yin Jieti, the apple of Yin Jiewen's eye, enjoyed particular favoritism. For instance, if he sold 4 fewer eggs that day, he would boil them specifically for her, ensuring that his 3 siblings, who were studying, could take them to school for lunch, while Yin Jieti would indulge in 2 for herself. Additionally, Yin Jiewen frequently bestowed her with pocket money, privileges that the other siblings did not enjoy. A girl must be nurtured well, lest she be lured away by a mere piece of cake, he believed. As the dishes grew cold, Yin Jiewen finally returned home. I'm back, he announced. Elder brother is home. Yin Jieti exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him enter the door. Yin Bugui, relieved to see his son intact, exhaled a sigh of relief, despite knowing he had grown up and could fend for himself. Are you all waiting for me to eat? Yin Jiewen asked, surprised and touched to see the untouched dinner spread before him. Yin Jieqing was quick to retort, second brother, how can you say that? Where have you been? We've been starving. All right, second brother, come and eat. Yin Bugui interjected, too weary to inquire into Yin Jiewen's whereabouts. The children were growing up and surely had their own matters to attend to. Let us eat. In the future, if I am not home by mealtime, do not wait for me, Yin Jiewen cheerfully suggested. Through his daily interactions with the Yin family, he found them to be not as peculiar as he had initially thought. The food may have cooled, yet the family continued to eat heartily. Chapter 35, a delightful surprise regarding the piglets. The following morning, Yin Jiewen was greeted with an unexpected delight. Upon observing the lively antics of 10 piglets frolicking in the pig ranch, he was left utterly astounded. Goodness, the sow gave birth to 10 piglets overnight. This is utterly astonishing, he exclaimed to himself. If this continued, a single sow could potentially produce around 500 piglets throughout her lifetime, assuming she had already delivered 50. That left approximately 450 to come within just a month and a half. The market price for a piglet hovered around $40 to $50. Calculating at the lowest price, this could yield a staggering $18,000. $18,000 in a month and a half? This is beyond incredible, he marveled. Oh, the second brother is up. You seem particularly cheerful this morning. Have you encountered some good fortune? Aunt San inquired, her curiosity piqued by his exuberance. It's nothing, mother. What as for breakfast? Yin Jiewen deflected, not wishing to divulge the matter of the pigs to his family. Such information would remain closely guarded, even from his future wife. Aunt San, successfully diverted from her initial inquiry, smiled and replied, this morning, we have porridge accompanied by fried eggs. That is settled then. This evening, I wish to indulge in dumplings. Dumplings, you say? Not a problem at all. Just as it happens, your father will be returning this afternoon with some pork fat, and I shall prepare you some sauerkraut and crispy pork dumplings. How does that sound? Aunt San has recently placed considerable weight on Yin Jiewen's opinions. At times, what Yin Jiewen articulates holds more sway than even Yin Bugui. Yin Jiewen chuckled softly and replied, of course, why not? Whatever you prepare, I shall partake. Oh, you speak so charmingly, dear boy. Aunt San's lips curled into a smile, clearly relishing the esteem in which Yin Jiewen held her. Upon returning to the East Canteen, Lu Xinlin and the others proceeded to the warehouse to collect the ingredients for lunch, while Yin Jiewen made his way to the director's office. Oh, young Yin, what brings you here? Come, have a seat. Zhou Haihua greeted him warmly, even taking the initiative to brew a cup of tea for Yin Jiewen. It was inevitable, for Zhou Haihua had received word that Yin Jiewen's swift promotion was due to Director Yang's influence. Just days prior, Yin Jiewen had been elevated to the position of class leader at the East Canteen, and before he could even settle into his role, he was officially confirmed. What does this signify? It indicates that Yin Jiewen either enjoys a connection with Director Yang or is held in high regard by him. In either case, Zhou Haihua felt compelled to cultivate a favorable relationship with Yin Jiewen, especially since Yin Jiewen lacked the arrogance that characterized Xia Zhu, which was one of the reasons Zhou Haihua admired him. Director, please don't stand on ceremony. I have a matter I'd like to discuss with you, Yin Jiewen said with a smile, accepting the tea Zhou Haihua offered. See, this tone is quite pleasant, unlike Xia Zhu, who always communicates with an air of notification, making it terribly off-putting. Zhou Haihua replied with a chuckle. What is it you wish to discuss? I will certainly assist you in any way I can. Director, I would like to inquire about how we handle leftover food that the workers do not finish, Jiewen asked earnestly. In these times, everyone cherishes food, ensuring nothing goes to waste. However, in a factory of this size, it is inevitable that some dishes will be overprepared, and a mouthful from each person adds up to a considerable quantity. Zhou Haihua was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, well, we typically send the leftovers to the meat processing plant as slop. The meat processing plant, I presume, uses it for pig farming, right? Young Yin, why do you ask? Jiewen leaned back slightly and explained softly, you see, I have a friend who has a batch of piglets for sale, and I was wondering if we could bring them to our factory to raise ourselves? Upon hearing this, Zhou Haihua pondered for a moment before hesitantly asking, well, that should be feasible, but it must be reported to the logistics department. By the way, how many piglets can your friend provide? If it's too few, it may not be worth it. There should be quite a number, certainly no less than 200. At this revelation, Zhou Haihua's body stiffened. What, 200? That number seems excessive. Clearing his throat, he cautiously inquired, I'm not doubting you, but is the source of your friend's pigs reliable? 200 is indeed a staggering figure. Assuming each pig grows to 300 pounds, that amounts to 60,000 pounds of pork, whereas the monthly meat quota for the steel rolling mill is merely 2,000 pounds. 60,000 pounds could sustain us for 2 years. Jiewen confidently replied. Absolutely no problem. His family resides in the countryside and previously supplied meat to a factory in the capital, but that factory relocated recently. So they wish to reduce production and sell off some surplus piglets. Zhou Haihua nodded in understanding. He was well aware of such arrangements, as the steel rolling mill also had several planned supply partners. For instance, the meat processing plant provides at least 2,000 pounds of pork each month, which is a fixed arrangement. There are also others who sell meat or procure it from rural areas, constituting unscheduled supplies. The friend Jiewen mentioned likely collaborates with a factory to provide planned supplies. When one party relocates, the other loses its partner, and until a new collaborator is found, the surplus must be stored. Although Zhou Haihua found it puzzling how a sought-after commodity like pork could lack partners, he refrained from probing further regarding Jiewen, as he did not want to jeopardize their amicable rapport. How about this? I will discuss it with Director Nye, and if all is well, we can acquire all the piglets. What do you think? Very well, thank you, Director. Jiewen expressed his gratitude with a beaming smile. Oh, no need for thanks. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I still hold a modicum of influence in this canteen. Zhou Haihua seized the opportunity to solidify a favor with Jiewen. After Jiewen departed, Zhou Haihua contemplated for a long while before finally devising a strategy for selling the piglets. The steel rolling mill was indeed a suitable choice. It possessed ample space for raising pigs, and it was a fact that the workers were in need of meat, thus making them unlikely to refuse such a transaction. Jiewen had just outlined several options for the steel rolling mill. One was to ignore the situation entirely, as the mill had a limited monthly procurement budget, and the expenditures with the meat processing plant were already substantial. Even if they sought a new supplier, they would need a stable source. Since Jiewen had not previously collaborated with them, he was evidently not the optimal choice. The second option was to purchase over 200 piglets to raise themselves. Given the mill's daily surplus food, it would be sufficient to rear the piglets, ensuring an adequate meat supply for the workers, thereby greatly enhancing their work morale. The third option was to procure meat through Jiewen from his friend, which Jiewen deemed the most advantageous. Setting aside the partnership, the pig farm could expect to produce market-ready pigs in about a month, each weighing at least 300 pounds. At that point, Jiewen would arrange for a village to serve as the pig-raising base, selling the pigs monthly from this facility, allowing him to swiftly amass wealth. Some might wonder if the villagers would divulge the arrangement. The answer is simple. Provided the incentives are sufficient, nothing is beyond cooperation. Once the villagers receive Jiewen's payment, they become allies in this endeavor. Reporting him would mean mutual destruction. Furthermore, supplying to the public sector is entirely justifiable, leaving no room for suspicion. Eventually, the village would establish pig pens to disguise the operation as a legitimate farming venture, and as for the pig's feed, the mill's surplus would serve perfectly. As long as the pigs were sold at a price lower than the market rate, the steel rolling mill would hardly mind the surplus food. Chapter 36. Under the watchful eye of Li Huai, director of the logistics department. At noon, at the West Canteen, Deputy Factory Director Li Huai was entertaining guests. Much to Sha Zhu's delight, he had assumed that Jiewen's presence would obstruct his opportunities, but it seemed he had been mistaken. An occasional exception was quite normal. Perhaps Director Yang found Jiewen's cooking to be commendable, though it still paled in comparison to his own. However, mischief was not absent, as the detestable Su Dumao mocked Sha Zhu from the kitchen. Ha ha, Sha Zhu, I hear you've been removed from your position as canteen leader. Congratulations. Su Damao jeered, his smile devoid of genuine warmth. As childhood adversaries, Sha Zhu's misfortune brought Su Damao great joy. Unfortunately, when Sha Zhu was dismissed, he was in the countryside watching a film, missing the opportunity to respond immediately. Sha Zhu spat out a mouthful of tea leaves. Disdain evident in his tone as he retorted, Su Damao, are you itching for a fight? Haha, silly Zhu, you are such a brute. Today, my status is rather distinguished, for I am a guest invited by Director Li. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Su Damao replied with a smug grin. Silly Zhu spat derisively, retorting, just you? Aren't you merely a wretched film projector? Director Li only asked you to screen a few trivial films. Have you truly deluded yourself into thinking you are of any significance? Unfazed, Su Damao adjusted his collar, his horse-like face beaming as he responded, and what of it? I dine at the same table as the leadership and share a drink with them, while you, just a filthy cook. Humph. If you dare, don't eat the dishes I prepare for lunch. Otherwise, I might just poison you. Ha ha ha. Do give it a try. I'm off to drink. Su Damao said, strolling towards the private room with his hands clasped behind his back, prompting silly Zhu to slam the teapot down upon the nearby table in frustration. Times have changed. He must restrain himself. If he were to strike Su Damao at the factory, Zhou Haihua would undoubtedly come to torment him again. At the entrance of the private room, Li Huide was engaged in conversation with Lu Lan. Li Huide, the principal antagonist in the narrative, had removed all obstacles in his path and ascended to the pinnacle of leadership at the steel rolling mill. During this ascent, he suppressed all dissenters, rendering silly Zhu utterly compliant. Li Huide had long coveted the position of factory director. However, Director Yang had not committed any missteps. Thus he had yet to discover a suitable pretext to topple him. Lu Lan, being Li Huide's mistress, was the sole assistant in the Western cafeteria brave enough to counter silly Zhu, thanks to her backing from Li Huide. During my business trip these past few days, which guests has Yang Weiman entertained? Li Huide inquired, arms crossed as he leaned against the wall. Lu Lan pondered briefly before responding. Director Yang has hosted 2 receptions recently, one for Wang Lijun, the administrative deputy director of Shugong, and the administrative department head, Li Honglei. The other reception was not held in the Western cafeteria, so I am not entirely certain. By the way, a few days ago, 2 high-ranking leaders from the Ministry of Metallurgy and the Ministry of Industry visited, one of whom is named Wang Imin, but they did not hold a reception. As I heard they dined at the workers' cafeteria. Li Huide furrowed his brow. Wang Lijun. He seems to be affiliated with Su Weidong from the Ministry of Industry. 2 high-ranking leaders did not hold a reception. One is Wang Imin from the Ministry of Metallurgy, a former superior of Yang Weiman. The other is likely aligned with Wang Imin. Nothing worth discussing. Wait, what do you mean they were not in the Western cafeteria? Does the steel rolling mill have other cafeterias capable of hosting receptions? Li Huide asked, curiosity piqued as he looked at Lu Lan. The Western cafeteria was the only designated venue for receptions at the steel rolling mill, as no one could rival silly Zhu's culinary prowess. The notion of Yang Weiman hosting receptions elsewhere and consuming inferior dishes was utterly implausible to Li Huide. Lu Lan nodded, explaining, you may not be aware, but a new Eastern cafeteria has recently opened, where a young chef named Jiewen is said to excel at cooking. His skills are not inferior to those of silly Zhu. Director Yang held the reception there. The cafeterias maintained communication, making it easy to gather information. However, as Lu Lan was not present at the scene, she was unaware of who Director Yang had entertained on that occasion. Yin Jiewen? Very well. You may continue with your tasks. Li Huide silently noted Yin Jiewen's name, planning to investigate further when time permitted to discern his true identity. He had placed Lu Lan in the Western cafeteria for a reason, to monitor the guests of Director Yang. Even if he could not overhear their conversations, he at least needed to know who attended, allowing him to assess Yang Weiman's boundaries. Now that Yin Jiewen had emerged, should Yang Weiman decide to host receptions at the Eastern cafeteria in the future, Lu Lan would become a pawn rendered useless. Unbeknownst to Yin Jiewen, who was currently accompanied by Zhou Haihua to the logistics director's office, his name was already on Li Huide's mind. Director Nya, young chef, Yin has arrived. Zhou Haihua announced with a smile as he introduced Yin Jiewen to Nya Wen, the logistics director. Nya Wen, appearing to be in his 40s and clad in a deep green official uniform, was the 3rd most powerful leader at the steel rolling mill, overseeing the entire logistics department. You must be young, Yin. I've heard much about you. Please, take a seat, Nya Wen said with a warm smile. He was already familiar with Yin Jiewen, having heard of his reputation. He was promoted to cafeteria class leader on the guarantee of the cafeteria director and had received special arrangements from Director Yang for his formal appointment. However, Nya Wen had never met Yin Jiewen, only knowing that he was quite renowned within the factory leadership circles. Hello, Director, Yin Jiewen greeted politely, making an excellent first impression. What a spirited young man, Nya Wen thought, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Young Yin, this morning, Director Zhou informed me that you know someone with a batch of piglets for sale, correct? Yes, Director, Yin Jiewen replied succinctly. Indeed. Our steel rolling mill has collaborated with the meat processing plant for over a decade. If we were to suddenly begin raising pigs, it could lead to misunderstandings between both parties. Do you comprehend what I am saying? Jiewen's tone was neutral, but conveyed the gravity of the situation. Aside from the 3 years of natural disasters, the meat processing plant had consistently provided stable meat supplies to the steel rolling mill, making them long-standing and close partners. Had the steel rolling mill never considered raising pigs? Certainly, they had the capacity, yet if they did, it would be difficult to explain to the meat processing plant, which also had connections above. If the steel rolling mill were to clandestinely raise pigs, they could face accountability from higher authorities. Therefore, it was not that they did not want to raise pigs, but rather that they feared unnecessary misunderstandings, thus extinguishing the thought altogether. Yin Jiewen's expression remained calm as he nodded. Understood, Director. So, that's a refusal, then. It's all right. The capital city isn't limited to just the third steel rolling mill. Seeing no change in Yin Jiewen's demeanor, Jiewen's opinion of him rose another tier. Thus, our mill is not suitable for pig farming. However, the logistics department can procure adult pigs from you monthly under the guise of off-plant supplies. What do you think? Indeed, Jiewen's intent was to allow Yin Jiewen to purchase adult pigs from his acquaintances, providing him with considerable leeway while ensuring that the workers at the steel rolling mill could enjoy more meat. After all, no factory would turn down an excess of meat. What does leeway mean? It implies that it was understood that Yin Jiewen could take a cut from the deal, in these times, who would willingly go to the trouble of helping out without any benefit. This also signified that Jiewen was extending a friendly overture to Yin Jiewen. Since Director Yang valued him, Jiewen was naturally inclined to invest in him. Chapter 37. Selection of Cooperation Partners and Requirements. Upon leaving the logistics department, Yin Jiewen secured an agreement with Jiewen for the logistics department to purchase 8 adult pigs monthly under the guise of off-plant supplies. They would deliver 2 pigs each week, completing the deliveries in 4 installments. Yin Jiewen calculated that if each pig weighed approximately 300 jin, that would amount to 2,400 jin. The steel rolling mill procured pork at a price of 9 jiao and 2 fin per jin for second-grade meat, totaling over 2,200 yuan. In addition, Yin Jiewen requested some leftover slop for feeding the pigs. Jiewen agreed, stating that he would also bring slop during the pig deliveries, compensating him with 100 yuan for it. The large mill produced a substantial amount of slop daily, and providing some to Yin Jiewen would not impact the supply to the meat processing plant. In total, Yin Jiewen could earn over 2,100 yuan monthly from selling pigs, which was quite decent. Supplies would commence next month, perfectly coinciding with the growth of the first batch of pigs. However, whom to partner with? Yin Jiewen stroked his chin, contemplating for some time, ultimately deciding to approach the residents of Taidiling village. Firstly, Yin Jiewen did not know of any other trustworthy villages to collaborate with. Secondly, Taidiling village was open-minded and had a high probability of successful cooperation. In general, rural communities typically focus on cultivating crops effectively, while TZ Ridge, along with the village chief, has clandestinely engaged in the cultivation of dry goods for sale, even daring to raise pigs. This indicates a flexible mindset and a desire to advance the village's development. Otherwise, TZ Ridge could simply toil away in the fields without the need for covert operations to grow dry goods. Nor would it require organizing individuals to enter the city daily for sales. Very well, this afternoon, let's have Zhang Yoma inform Zhang Fengyo so that he can communicate with the villagers of TZ Ridge. If they agree, TZ Ridge will secure a stable and substantial additional income each month, with but one condition. TZ Ridge must serve as a pig-rearing base for the public, and this arrangement will be entirely unrelated to Yin Jiewen. The afternoon passed in tranquil calmness. Yin Jiewen sat leisurely in a chair sipping tea until the end of work hours arrived. Upon exiting the factory, he headed straight for Pigeon Market. As anticipated, Zhang Yoma was still at his usual spot selling dry goods. Upon seeing Yin Jiewen approach, Zhang Yoma greeted him warmly and inquired whether the pigs had been successfully transported the previous day. Xiaoyan, is there something you need from me today? Zhang Yoma felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing it might be about yesterday's pigs having died or needing to be returned. Yin Jiewen noticed Zhang Yoma's unease and jested. Uncle Zhang, I'm not here to demand compensation. Why are you so anxious? You see right through me. As long as everything is well, I'm relieved. Zhang Yoma responded, flashing a broad smile to ease the tension. Uncle Zhang, here's the deal. I have a friend with a batch of pigs, but they are not legally farmed, so. Yin Jiewen proceeded to elaborate on his intention to establish TZ Ridge as a pig-rearing base. First, if TZ Ridge agrees to collaborate, A sizable pig farm must be constructed immediately to lend credibility to the operation, with the cost of materials to be covered by Jiewen. Second, it is imperative that the connection between the pigs and Jiewen remain undisclosed. Villagers must keep their lips sealed to avoid collective misfortune. Third, by the end of the month, Jiewen will deliver a batch of mature pigs and piglets to Tz Ridge, where the villagers can simply feed the piglets, utilizing the factory's leftover feed and grass they gather themselves. These stipulations were thoroughly considered by Jiewen. Tz Ridge must have piglets raised under standard conditions, and he cannot afford to deliver pigs weekly. Thus, he will provide enough mature pigs to last a month, ensuring that there will be something for the factory to haul away when they come for the pigs. With a gradual supply of growing piglets, the establishment of Tz Ridge as a pig-rearing village will seem entirely reasonable. After listening, Zhang Yoma appeared conflicted and asked anxiously, Xiaoyan, can this really work? Just yesterday, you purchased pigs from our village, and now you suddenly have friends with a surplus of pigs? What kind of social circle is this? However, transforming Tz Ridge into a pig-rearing hub? This sounds a bit implausible. Jiewen patted Zhang Yoma on the shoulder and smiled reassuringly. What is there to fear? I'll manage the pigs, their feeding, and their sale. All you need to do is provide the land and keep quiet. Once this is successful, I'll ensure the procurement department at the factory issues Tz Ridge a supply certificate, so there is no need to worry if someone comes to investigate. Furthermore, I will offer each household in your village a monthly stipend of 5 yuan for their silence. Not a small sum, is it? Jiewen wiggled his fingers before Zhang Yoma. Wow. Zhang Yoma's eyes widened. 5 yuan a month? My goodness, that's quite generous. A family in the village works hard to earn points and might save 3 yuan in a month. Now, to receive 5 yuan without any effort? This feels like a dream. Upon reflection, with mature pigs supplied by Jiewen, piglets supplied by him, feed provided by him, and sales handled by him, the villagers of Tz Ridge would essentially only need to assist with lifting pigs and gathering grass, resulting in nearly zero costs. Should I eat a few more bites of dirt? Otherwise, I want to feel secure holding on to this money, Zhang Yoma said, feeling restless. He typically earned only about 8 yuan a month from selling dry goods, and that was after splitting with the village. Now, the prospect of receiving 5 yuan a month for doing nothing left him feeling quite empty. 5 yuan could buy over 50 pounds of corn flour at 9 cents a pound, certainly allowing every household in the village to enjoy steamed buns daily. Oh, Zhang Yoma could hardly imagine how comfortable life would become. By the way, Xiaoyan, our village has 56 households, Zhang Yoma suddenly recalled. 56 households, at 5 yuan each. Meant Jiewen would need to shell out 280 yuan monthly just for the silence fee. That's alright. 56 households is quite small, it seems. However, this is merely pocket change. Keep your mouth shut, and there are better days ahead, Jiewen remarked nonchalantly. 280 yuan was indeed considerable, but it was a worthy expenditure for the sake of safety. After their conversation, Zhang Yoma, filled with excitement and anticipation, gathered his belongings, eager to return to Tz Ridge to discuss matters thoroughly with the villagers. This decision would determine whether Tz Ridge would thrive or wither, necessitating a well-structured plan. Before leaving, Zhang Yoma insisted on giving Jiewen a bag of dried mushrooms, displaying remarkable courtesy. As he watched Zhang Yoma depart from Pigeon Market, Jiewen took a leisurely stroll around, purchasing a pair of pig intestines and a bottle of sheafing liquor before finally heading towards the courtyard. Chapter 38, Dumplings and Wine. The Weight of Ancestry. Upon returning home, Jiewen found his family preparing for dinner. Go wash your hands quickly. The dumplings will be ready soon. Aunt Sen cheerfully exclaimed. All right, Mom, set aside those vegetables. I'll stir-fry them with sauerkraut tomorrow, Jiewen replied, handing Aunt Sen the bag containing the pig intestines. Upon opening it, she gasped, These are pig intestines? Oh my, you really know how to spend money. A single set of pig intestines costs significantly more than pork. The Yin family had only bought them twice in all these years. Jiewen chuckled and explained, Don't worry about spending. Our family will never lack for food again. Naturally, he wouldn't disclose his pig-selling endeavors to his family, but he could certainly mention the profits from acting as a middleman. Assuming he earned 2 cents per pound of pork, that would amount to over 40 yuan from 2,400 pounds, plus another 40 from selling eggs and a monthly salary of 23 yuan. Altogether, his income would exceed 100 yuan each month. Look at you, feeling so accomplished. Just keep it up. After all, your father and I can't control you, Aunt Sen said, though deep down, she felt a swell of pride for having Jiewen as her son. Before long, the dumplings were ready, and each member of the Yin family received an identical plate. Dumplings are best enjoyed steaming hot, fragrant, and inviting. The Yin brothers eagerly stuffed their mouths while exhaling warmth. Jiewen produced the bottle of sheafing liquor and said to Yin Bugue, as the saying goes, Dumplings are best paired with wine. How can we have dumplings without wine? Old man, shall we share a couple of cups? Chiefing liquor? This isn't cheap, is it? Yin Bugue quickly grabbed the bottle, inspecting it with a discerning eye. Over the years, he had only tasted such liquor at others' weddings, never having bought it for himself. At 3 yuan and 80 cents a bottle, and with so little volume, he could hardly justify the purchase. Yin Jiewen opened the bottle and poured half a cup for Yin Bugue, then filled a cup for Yin Jieching. Wow, thank you. Yin Jieching said excitedly, lifting his cup and taking a small sip, exclaiming, this is truly good liquor. It goes down smoothly without a burn. Yin Bugue tasted a sip as well, his face lighting up with enjoyment. Life has truly become quite delightful, with our meals elevated to a new standard, and the pleasure of savoring such exquisite wine is unparalleled. The family gathers around the dining table, filled with laughter and joy as they enjoy dinner together. Jiewen, did you encounter any issues while selling eggs? Inquired Yin Jiewen with concern. This week, it was the turn of the youngest, only 13 years old, to sell eggs late at night. Yin Jiewen lifted his head from his bowl, a gleeful smile on his face as he replied, brother, there was nothing to worry about. As soon as I arrived with the eggs, they were snatched up immediately, just a few days prior. Yin Jiewen had accompanied Yin Jiefeng to the pigeon market to learn how to sell eggs. The task proved to be quite simple, for the eggs produced by the Yin family were both large and fragrant, making them one of the most sought-after items in the market. With little effort, he managed to sell them all. In just 2 days, his pocket had gained an additional 40 cents in pocket money, filling him with joy. With this in mind, Yin Jiewen felt reassured. His concern was not about the sales, but rather about the potential dangers that a young boy might face at night. However, the security around Nenluo Guxiang was relatively stable, being situated within the second ring and close to the city center. In the courtyard, the Yi family, along with Sha Zhu, Yi Zhonghai and his wife, and the deaf old lady, were also enjoying their meal. Sha Zhu, it has been some time since you last visited the back courtyard. What have you been busy with? The deaf old lady asked with a hint of reproach. Sha Zhu chuckled innocently and responded, but old lady, didn't I cook a meal for you last weekend? The old lady doesn't recall that. In any case, you must come over this weekend, she insisted firmly. This weekend. According to Lu Xiao Yi, Suda Mao was heading to the countryside, making it a perfect opportunity for Sha Zhu to come over and cook again. They could invite Lu Xiao Yi over for dinner, thus fostering a connection between both parties. All right, I will comply. I will prepare 2 delightful dishes for you. Sha Zhu replied dutifully. Yi Zhonghai smiled warmly, remarking, Sha Zhu, you have a wonderful relationship with the old lady. He appreciated such young individuals who cherished companionship with the elderly, affirming that Sha Zhu was indeed a commendable choice for elder care. By the way, Sha Zhu, I heard that the second young master of the Yin family has been bullying you at the factory? The deaf old lady inquired with a furrowed brow. No. Who told you that? Sha Zhu laughed it off, puzzled about the source of the old lady's information. However, the insincerity in his demeanor was immediately recognized by her, prompting a cold snort as she refrained from further comment. It appeared that Qin Huairu's words were indeed correct. Sha Zhu had been bullied by Yin Jiewen. It seems I need to teach Yin Jiewen a lesson so he understands the weight of our ancestors in the courtyard. Just then, Yin Jiewen's voice echoed from outside the Yi family's door. Is Uncle Yi home? Yi Zhonghai was taken aback, but quickly replied, yes, come in. Yin Jiewen entered the Yi household, glanced around, and smiled faintly. Uncle Yi, Auntie, oh, the deaf old lady and Sha Zhu are here as well. What brings you here, second young master of the Yin family? Sha Zhu questioned sharply. Yin Jiewen smiled and replied, of course. I have matters to discuss with Uncle Yi. Do you think I'm here to share insights on forming cliques with you? How dare you insult me, Yin Jiewen? Sha Zhu's anger flared, his stance indicating he was ready to fight. Really? That is an insult? Yin Jiewen retorted without mercy. Sha Zhu, your cunning is as limited as your intellect. Cough. Enough. Stop the bickering. Yin Jiewen, what do you need to discuss with me? Yi Zhonghai interrupted before the situation escalated further. It seemed that the relationship between Yin Jiewen and Sha Zhu was quite strained. There had been no prior indication of animosity between the two. Sha Zhu, make some space. Yin Jiewen brusquely pushed Sha Zhu aside and took a seat on the other half of the long bench. Sha Zhu stumbled from the shove, nearly falling, and in his fury, he sprang up, ready to retaliate. Sha Zhu, Yi Zhonghai once more intervened, attempting to quell Sha Zhu's rising anger, which had twisted his expression in frustration. The deaf old lady, however, was less patient than Yi Zhonghai, glaring fiercely as she reprimanded. Second young master of the Yin family, this is not your home. Show some respect. By the way, you should still address Sha Zhu as brother. Yin Jiewen cast a disdainful glance at the deaf old lady, sneering, I have no such brother. If one lacks capability, resorting to threats against others is truly pitiful. The old lady's eyes widened in shock. What did that mean? Was it that Sha Zhu had threatened Yin Jiewen first, leading to retaliation? Regardless, one should exhibit some decorum when in another's home. It reflects poorly on your upbringing. The deaf old lady's words cut deep, and Yin Jiewen remained unfazed. Nodding in agreement, "You speak wisely, old lady. My parents taught me to behave modestly and honorably, unlike those without parents who are oblivious to their own disgrace and shamelessness. Some even claim to be ancestors, but they are merely old relics. It is best to disregard them to avoid embarrassment." At these words, Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened, while the deaf old lady's face turned pale, and Sha Zhu's anger reached its peak. "Yin Jiewen, how dare you speak to the old lady in such a manner? Apologize immediately." Yi Zhonghai's voice rose in anger. The deaf old lady was a beneficiary of the 5 guarantees and one of the earliest residents of the courtyard. Being a solitary elder, the newer residents tended to show her respect. Yin Jiewen's insult to her was an affront that struck at the very heart of what Yi Zhonghai valued: respect for the elderly. Sha Zhu felt similarly. After all, Yin Jiewen was effectively calling him an orphan, which was intolerable. The deaf old lady was on the brink of fury. Who in the courtyard dared to speak to her in such a way? Even the scheming Su De Mao had to endure her wrath in silence. Unperturbed, Yin Jiewen calmly countered, "Uncle E, your reasoning is flawed. It was the deaf old lady who first insulted my parents. Am I not entitled to retaliate? Unlike Sha Zhu, who is an orphan and indifferent to insults, I hold myself to a higher standard. I respect the old lady because of her age, but that does not excuse her unruly behavior." Yin Jiewen believed he had not wronged the old lady, and her attitude could only stem from her defense of Sha Zhu. It was evident that Sha Zhu was relying on the old lady to stand up for him, revealing a true lack of character. With every mention of orphan, Sha Zhu's rage boiled over. "Yin Jiewen, I will not let this go," he shouted, attempting to charge at him, only to be restrained tightly by Yi Zhonghai. "Sha Zhu, stay calm. Please, do not resort to violence, or it will end up at the police station, which could lead to severe consequences at work." The commotion drawing attention from other residents. Yi Zhonghai's voice was laced with urgency. "What is happening at Uncle Yi's house? Are they fighting?" The deaf old lady slammed her cane against the ground. Her face twisted with anger as she declared, "Second young master of the Yin family, if you dare speak to me like that, I will hang myself at your doorstep tonight." It was said that Yin Jiewen was rather dull, yet his sharp tongue now belied that reputation. However, the deaf old lady's forte was not merely in insults, but in wielding her status as a threat. Yin Jiewen, seemingly unbothered, scratched his ear and scoffed, "Old lady, I will ensure to craft a splendid coffin for you, complete with firecrackers." This threat is rather trifling. Is this the demeanor befitting the ancestors of the courtyard? The deaf old woman's face turned a shade of iron as she brandished her cane, intent on striking Yin Jiewen. Yet, Yin Jiewen neither flinched nor recoiled, instead smiling and remarking, "Oh, you wish to strike me? Go ahead. For every blow you land on me today, I shall return tenfold to Sha Zhi. Rest assured, I shall not retaliate, lest a single slap sends you off to reunite with your family." Upon hearing this, the deaf old woman hesitated, realizing that Yin Jiewen's audacity indicated he was indeed capable of avenging himself upon Sha Zhi, as a guardian of her own flesh and blood. The old woman could not bear the thought of Sha Zhi being savagely beaten by Yin Jiewen. Thump, thump, thump. The deaf old woman pounded her cane down several times, gritting her teeth as she proclaimed, "I shall report you to the street committee for bullying a solitary elderly woman. I shall have the committee expel your Yin family from the courtyard." At this, Yin Jiewen raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly, and nodded, "Of course, you may do so. When the time comes, I shall leverage my connections to have Sha Zhi permanently reassigned to clean the toilets. By the way, perhaps I could arrange for him to be sent to a factory in the northeast. Don't worry, you will still find him in charge of the kitchen there." These words left the gathering in stunned silence. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback. If Sha Zhi were transferred, his own future retirement would be utterly jeopardized. The deaf old woman inwardly regretted her rashness, as she had little doubt about Yin Jiewen's claims. Everyone in the courtyard knew that he had been promoted to a permanent position within mere days of joining the steel mill, implying he had formidable backing. Transferring a mere cook was hardly a daunting task. Sha Zhi, too, was utterly bewildered. Had he not simply questioned Yin Jiewen's demeanor? Was such a reaction truly warranted? At that moment, the deaf old woman feigned a heart ailment, clutching her chest and wailing in despair. Yi Zhonghai cast a knowing glance at Sha Zhi, urgently exclaiming, "Zhi, quickly assist the old lady back home to rest. Her old ailment has flared up again." Awakening from his stupor, Sha Zhi half-heartedly supported the deaf old woman as they departed from the Yi household. Yin Jiewen observed this pitiful display with an impassive expression, choosing to say nothing further. Only Yin Jiewen and the Yi couple remained in the room. "Cough, cough. My dear, Please prepare a cup of tea for Jiewen. Yi Zhonghai instructed. The older woman nodded and proceeded to boil water. With only the two of them left, Yi Zhonghai turned to Yin Jiewen. Speaking in a gentle tone, Jiewen, the old lady can be rather irritable, especially at her age. As a promising young man in the courtyard, it would be wise not to stoop to her level. Yi Zhonghai genuinely feared that, due to the old woman's influence, Shaji might be transferred away from the capital. He could still have a voice in the workshop, but in logistics, who would regard him as a foreman? Rest assured, Uncle E, my earlier remarks were merely in the heat of the moment, Yin Jiewen replied. He had indeed spoken without much thought, as he had no substantial connections at the steel mill. Was it merely because of Director Yang's favor? Or perhaps the cafeteria manager's esteem? Such advantages stemmed from Yin Jiewen's culinary skills, not from any influential background. Thus, his earlier comments were mere banter. Yet, the circumstances surrounding his position at the steel mill did lend an air of credibility to his words. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai sighed in relief and continued explaining. That is good to hear. As for Shaji, he is a decent fellow, albeit sometimes his words can be rather harsh. However, at heart, he is simple and kind. You are all contemporaries in the courtyard, and should strive for harmonious coexistence. Really? Shaji is simple and kind? Yin Jiewen nearly choked on his drink at Yi Zhonghai's words. Within the courtyard, Shaji was undoubtedly one of the most unscrupulous individuals around, harboring a dark heart. For instance, the esteemed leader Wang Ai Min, who had always favored Shaji, had gone to great lengths to assist him. Not only did he help save the Liu family, bestowing numerous gifts upon Shaji, but he also arranged a respectable job for Bangung later on. It could be said that without Wang Ai Min's intervention, the Liu family would have long been sent for reformation. Liu Shaoyi would never have had the chance to unite with Shaji, and as such, no He Shao would exist, leaving Shaji to become extinct. Had it not been for Wang Ai Min securing employment for Bangung, Bangung would never have accepted Shaji, and Shaji would not have managed to successfully obtain a marriage certificate with Qin Huairu. Wang Ai Min had directly aided both of Shaji's women. And how did Shaji repay such kindness? Aside from cooking, he did nothing but hinder progress. For instance, to undermine Su Damao. He had the audacity to claim in front of Lu Lan that he had seen a confidential red document, merely to instigate suspicion against Su Damao, who at the time was already the top figure at the steel mill, thereby seeking to strip him of his deputy director position. It is worth noting what a red document entails. It is, in essence, a highly confidential document, accessible only to those of certain ranks. What qualification did a mere cook have to view such documents? By doing so, the individuals behind Li Huaida would have grounds to accuse Wang Ai Min of leaking classified information, ultimately crushing him in the process. Should this transpire, Wang Ai Min would not simply escape to the south. He would undoubtedly face years, if not a lifetime, of imprisonment. Such a self-serving, thoughtless individual could hardly possess any semblance of kindness. Nonetheless, Yin Jiewen did not wish to escalate tensions with Yi Zhonghai. As he would be living in the courtyard for many years to come, it was best to maintain a semblance of civility. Chapter 40. Raising Pigs in the Courtyard? A proposal. Seeing that Yin Jiewen had heeded his counsel, Yi Zhonghai felt a wave of relief wash over him. His greatest concern was that Yin Jiewen might be intent on annihilating Shaji, thus jeopardizing his own future retirement. Thankfully, the second son of the Yin family appeared to be a reasonable individual. Cough, cough. By the way, Jiewen, you mentioned you had something to discuss with me earlier? Yi Zhonghai chose to steer the conversation away from Shaji and the deaf old woman, allowing bygones to be bygones. Especially since it was the old woman who had initially pointed a finger at Yin Jiewen and berated the Yin couple. Uncle, it is like this. I have a friend from a rural area, and their village raises pigs, Yin Jiewen began, unhurriedly outlining his plan to introduce pig farming to the courtyard as well. Recently, with the substantial improvement in the Yin family's meal quality, the aroma of their dishes wafting through the air had left their neighbors in awe. As it happened, he had heard from third aunt that a few envious elderly women in the courtyard were green with jealousy. They remarked that the Yin family's meals had once been quite meager, so this sudden elevation in quality must surely stem from some special circumstance, perhaps involving dubious dealings. The term dubious dealings typically refers to the unscrupulous practice of buying low and selling high to reap significant profits, but it had since been stigmatized. Simply engaging in commerce could be labeled as such. If the Yin family had not engaged in any illicit activities, how could they suddenly afford such lavish meals? These envious old women were not unaware of Yin Jiewen's fishing prowess. He could sell the fish he caught for a few dollars each. However, since Yin Jiewen had recently begun working, he could no longer fish daily, yet the quality of the Yin family's meals had not diminished, which sparked further envy. This was why Yi Zhonghai, despite earning a substantial monthly salary of 99, maintained a relatively modest dining standard. He feared that such circumstances could render his family the subject of gossip within the courtyard, thereby tarnishing his own reputation. Envy from some neighbors could easily escalate into conflict, leading the irrational ones to even report him to the street committee. However, it was also unreasonable to suggest that the Yin family revert to a diet of cornbread and cabbage. Thus, Jiewen devised a plan. He proposed that the courtyard raise a couple of pigs together, sharing the meat among themselves. This notion was unprecedented in Jiewen's memory, as he was uncertain whether such an arrangement would be feasible within the urban courtyard. Unfortunately, the reality remained. Food was insufficient for human consumption, let alone having any surplus to feed pigs. Indeed, we lack surplus grain to feed the pigs, Zhonghai hesitantly remarked. It was evident that he had considered this point. The feasibility of raising pigs was one matter, but the insufficiency of grain was another. Jiewen smiled faintly and elaborated. We can arrange for the young men in the courtyard to gather some pigweed from outside the city each week. You are aware of the situation in the various canteens at the factory. Even if the workers leave just a bit of soup in their bowls after meals, it accumulates enough to fill several large buckets with slop. By bringing back a little slop each day, supplemented with pigweed, it will certainly suffice to feed the pigs. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhonghai fell into contemplation. If the courtyard could indeed raise pigs, it would be a remarkable venture. Who among them wouldn't crave meat? Yet, the conditions for indulging in such a luxury were simply lacking. Jiewen, please share your specific thoughts, Zhonghai urged, feeling a flicker of enthusiasm, yet seeking clearer methods. The primary feed for the pigs, of course, would be the factory's slop, but slop was ultimately public property, making it difficult for individuals to take it out. Rather than sneaking around and risking discovery, it would be wiser to obtain a pig-raising certificate from the street committee to purchase the slop from the canteen. A small bucket daily would be enough for 2 pigs, Jiewen explained unhurriedly. Zhonghai nodded continuously until he heard that they would have to buy the slop, at which point his expression darkened. The residents in our courtyard might not be willing to spend that money. Life is already tough. Asking them to pay for pig feed would not sit well with anyone. Jiewen, tapping the table, calmly clarified, if it were just one family, then buying slop would indeed be a significant expense. However, with 20 households in our courtyard, when divided, it amounts to very little. I estimate that spending just 50 cents on slop daily would suffice for 2 pigs, not to mention the additional pigweed. This means each household would only need to contribute 25 cents per day, totaling about 70 to 80 cents a month. With 5 months until the new year, the total expenditure per family would be around 4 yuan, and after 5 months, each piglet could weigh at least 200 jin. That is 400 jin for 2 pigs. At the low price of second-grade meat, which is about 0.92 yuan per jin, that totals 368 yuan. Divided among 20 families, that is just 18.6 yuan per family. If we distribute the meat, each family would receive 20 jin, certainly enough to ensure everyone enjoys a bountiful new year. What do you think? Jiewen presented his explanation with clarity, even calculating the per capita share, primarily concerned that Zhonghai might not grasp the concept. Upon understanding, Zhonghai exclaimed, "Wow, raising pigs has so many benefits. Not to mention, the prospect of receiving 20 jin of meat for the new year is enough to entice me." It was common knowledge that residents in the courtyard often struggled to consume that much meat in an entire year. 4 yuan for 20 jin of meat seemed exceedingly economical to him. He had always yearned to elevate his status in the courtyard, and raising pigs provided an excellent rationale for doing so. "Jiewen, where shall we keep the pigs?" Zhonghai inquired. "Isn't there a patch of garden behind the deaf old lady's house? We could partition it to create a pig pen, and all the families could take turns feeding the piglets, ensuring fairness." "Ah, but the price of a piglet isn't cheap," he added. "Oh, that is not an issue. I've done a great favor for a friend, and he is willing to gift me 2 piglets. For the sake of our neighbors' well-being, I can share them for free." "Wow, Jiewen, you are quite generous," Zhonghai responded. "All right, if you've said that, it would be unreasonable for me to refuse. Let's hold a courtyard meeting tomorrow night to discuss it with everyone. If there are no objections, I will inquire with the street committee about the possibility of raising pigs in our courtyard." He emphatically slapped his knee in determination. Jiewen had thought this through clearly. It was a means to divert the neighbors' attention away from the Yin family. In time, the neighbors would express gratitude for the pigs, thereby significantly enhancing the Yin family's standing in the courtyard. 2 mere piglets could help solidify their position, and Jiewen was not concerned about this expenditure. After all, he currently lacked the capacity for significant resistance. Eventually, he would have the third aunt casually mention to the other women in the courtyard that he knew someone at a pig farm, thus explaining how he could frequently bring back meat. All perfectly reasonable. Chapter 41. A War of Words. The conflicted Zhonghai as Jiewen prepared to return home after leaving Zhonghai's residence. He happened to see the door of the Jia family swing open. Jia Zhangshi, with her corpulent figure, emerged and glared at Yin Jiewen, baring her teeth in irritation. "You brat from the Yin family, don't you dare leave just yet." Yin Jiewen chuckled inwardly, raising an eyebrow and asking with mock concern, "Oh, Aunt Zhang, what do you want from me? If you're rabid, go to the hospital instead of showing your teeth in the courtyard." Jia Zhangshi was momentarily taken aback before sharply retorting, "Yin family's second son, you speak ill of others. I have a question for you." Go ahead. But borrowing money is out of the question." "Bah, who wants to borrow money from you? I want to know if you stole Shaju's job. Do you realize that because of you, our family hasn't had any steamed buns for several days?" Jia Zhangshi's words sparked something in Yin Jiewen, and he quickly connected the dots. No wonder the deaf old lady had treated him so poorly tonight. He had assumed Shaju had informed her about the incident in which he had struck him. Logically, Shaju would never disclose such an embarrassing event, nor would he dare to share it. Connecting the dots to Qin Huairu's visit to the East Canteen to seek him out, he understood everything. It was Qin Huairu who had told Shaju about him taking the extra rations, prompting Shaju to seek revenge. After Yin Jiewen had taught Shaju a lesson, Qin Huairu learned about it from Shaju and subsequently informed the deaf old lady, leading to the quarrel at the Yi family's residence tonight. Having pieced it all together, Yin Jiewen placed his hands on his hips and sneered, "Your family's inability to have steamed buns is none of my concern. Shaju has no complaints. What are you whining about, you pig demon? What? You little beast. How dare you call me a pig demon?" Jia Zhangshi's eyes widened with fury as she glared venomously at Yin Jiewen. "Who are you calling a little beast?" "I'm calling you a little beast." "Ah, yes, the little beast is insulting me." "No, it should be old beast." Yin Jiewen teased with a mocking tone. "Oh dear, your words have truly infuriated Jia Zhangshi, who pointed a finger at Yin Jiewen and cursed, "You little rascal, bullying an old woman. Are you? Watch out, you'll meet a terrible end. Heh, I'll drag you down with me before I go. You bore a son without an anus. You're the one who bore a son without an anus." Yin Jiewen and Jia Zhangshi exchanged barbs, an array of insults flying back and forth, immediately drawing the attention of the surrounding residents. Oh dear, the second son of the Yin family can hurl insults like no other. Even the notoriously foul-mouthed Jia Zhangshi can't keep up. Beware of divine retribution. You've cursed old Jia to death. You'll be hit by a car tomorrow. You'll be the cause of Dongshu's demise. I'll claw you to death. You little rascal. You'll also bring misfortune to the stick. Uft. Jia Zhangshi was so enraged, she nearly spat blood and collapsed onto the ground. Her expression twisted in disbelief. Yin Jiewen's sharp tongue was too much for her to handle. It was utterly outrageous. Outrageous. Oh dear. Dongshu, come quickly and see. There's a little beast bullying me in the courtyard. How could you leave this poor old lady behind? Take me with you. Woo-woo. I can't go on living. Jia Zhangshi wailed, pounding the ground with her hands, summoning the spirits, producing a chilling and piercing wail that sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it. Yin Jiewen smiled faintly, pointing at Jia Zhangshi and exclaimed, "Oh, you are finished. You propagate feudal superstition. I shall promptly summon the authorities to send you off to prison." Without glancing back, Yin Jiewen departed, leaving Jia Zhangshi startled, who hastily scrambled to her feet and hurriedly waddled back home. Yi Zhonghai had long been aware of the commotion between the two and was instantly beset by a headache. In the past, he would have unconditionally sided with Jia Zhangshi, but now, with Yin Jiewen offering to provide 2 piglets for free, he found himself in a predicament. Supporting Yin Jiewen would surely offend Jia Zhangshi, jeopardizing his relationship with Qin Huairu and his own family. Conversely, siding with Jia Zhangshi could provoke Yin Jiewen's ire, leading to the withdrawal of the piglets, which would render his earlier joy utterly futile. After much deliberation, Yi Zhonghai opted to feign ignorance, reasoning that Jia Zhangshi's foul mouth certainly warranted a lesson. However, would Yin Jiewen truly report her? That would complicate matters. Yi Zhonghai contemplated calling out to stop him, yet feared being ensnared by Jia Zhangshi to intervene on her behalf. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the courtyard relished the spectacle, finally witnessing someone capable of dealing with the troublesome Jia Zhangshi. Yin Jiewen, of course, had no intention of involving the police. Sending such a spiteful, bloated woman to prison served no purpose. She was better left to vex Xiaozhu. Let that fool incur my wrath. Upon returning to the Yin household, third aunt rushed over, inquiring, "Second brother, did you just have a quarrel with Jia Zhangshi in the courtyard?" The altercation between Jia Zhangshi and Yin Jiewen had been quite loud, making it unsurprising that third aunt had overheard. Yin Jiewen nodded and replied, "Indeed, Aunt Zhang attempted to defend Xiaozhu regarding the factory's hospitality matters, and I sent her packing." "What? How outrageous. That old hag dares to bully my son? Just watch how I deal with her." As she spoke, third aunt rolled up her sleeves, ready for a confrontation. Jia Zhangshi was notoriously unruly. Her son was a well-mannered and considerate boy. Certainly no match for that wretched woman. Thus, it fell upon the shoulders of his devoted mother to take action. Furthermore, Yin Jiewen's role as a hospitality worker at the factory was a significant boon for the Yin family. If Xiao Zhu could not secure a position, it was not a reflection of Yin Jiewen's worth. Yin Jiewen, bemused, grasped Third Aunt's arm, urging her to calm down. Mother, take a breath. I frightened Aunt Zhang back home. She will likely think twice before showing her face around here for a while. Really? Do elaborate, Third Aunt said, her curiosity piqued. Yin Jiewen recounted the entire incident, which delighted Third Aunt immensely. Excellent. This is precisely how we should handle Jia Zhangshi. In these times, the police held significant sway, and Jia Zhangshi, with her cowardly disposition, would undoubtedly find it hard to sleep tonight. Subsequently, Yin Jiewen approached Yin Bugui to discuss his desire to raise pigs in the courtyard. Yin Bugui took a couple of puffs from his cigarette, furrowing his brow as he responded, raising pigs in the courtyard is feasible, but it is unwise for you not to charge for the piglets. Each piglet was worth at least several dozen yuan, more than Yin Jiewen's monthly salary. If it had been Yin Jiecheng, he would have likely received a thorough reprimand for such a decision. Yin Jiewen narrowed his eyes and remarked, Old man, think long term. This petty sum is inconsequential. Our family's fortunes will surely prosper, and consider it a means to silence our neighbors. Reputation held great importance in these times. And Yin Jiewen was not a selfish individual. He would not begrudge a small favor when it came to assisting his neighbors. However, he added, remember, if you accept the Yin family's goodwill and partake in our provisions, you must align yourself with our household moving forward. Once reforms began, Yin Jiewen might even assist those obedient neighbors in earning a bit of money. Hearing this, Yin Bugui nodded thoughtfully. The Yin family's recent prominence was undeniable, and their lives had indeed become quite comfortable. He had little desire to revert to the days of subsisting on cornbread and sweet potatoes. Very well. I expect the eldest will discuss pig farming with you, and the second elder tomorrow. You three should have no issues. And an assembly for the entire courtyard will be convened tonight. By the way, once my friend formally collaborates with the steel mill, we will never lack for meat again. I will arrange for him to set aside some pig kidneys for you. With that, Yin Jiewen left the Yin household, while Yin Bugui watched him depart, chuckling as he muttered, that rascal. Chapter 42, The Acquisition of Useful Knowledge. The next day, two events from the courtyard made headlines. The first was the quarrel involving Yin Jiewen, the second son of the Yin family, who reportedly clashed with the deaf old woman at the eldest's house last night, leaving her quite perturbed. The second incident, also from last night, recounted how Yin Jiewen had another altercation with Jia Zhangshi, hurling insults so harsh that it left her visibly shaken. Wow, the second son of the Yin family is impressive. He dared to berate the two most formidable elderly women in the courtyard and emerged victorious. How extraordinary. The gossipy women in the courtyard proclaimed Yin Jiewen to be the unrivaled champion of disputes. Yin Jiewen, however, paid little heed to such chatter. He was inherently a calm individual, yet calmness did not equate to being a pushover. He would not hesitate to confront the likes of the arrogant deaf woman or the shameless Jia Zhangshi. As a seasoned veteran of verbal sparring, he feared no one when it came to arguments. On his way back to the steel mill, Yin Jiewen surveyed the pig farm, and as anticipated, 10 piglets had been born today. The piglets born yesterday had already grown significantly, and he estimated they would be ready for market within a month. Upon returning to the East Canteen, the sycophantic Lu Xanlin immediately brought over a cup of tea, grinning as he asked, Master, the canteen procured a batch of pickled green beans yesterday. Would you like to prepare them for lunch? Indeed, Yin Jiewen had taken Lu Xanlin as his apprentice, along with a young man named Zhang Chunyang. Both were now his disciples. Unlike Xiao Zhu, who feared his apprentices might steal his thunder, Yin Jiewen, even as the head chef, remained hands-on in preparing large quantities of food. As a modern individual, Yin Jiewen was not lacking in means to earn a living. Thus, he welcomed two clever apprentices to eventually take over the large-scale cooking. He would not hoard his methods either, for once reforms began, his two apprentices would possess skills to sustain themselves. Sipping his tea, Yin Jiewen nodded. Of course, we shall prepare them. Pickled green beans pair wonderfully with rice. You and Yang Zi go fetch 30 jin of pickled green beans, 50 jin of cabbage, and 10 jin of vermicelli. That will suffice for lunch. Stir-fried pickled green beans and stewed cabbage with vermicelli may be simple fare, but it was quite palatable. Among the 4 canteens, only the East Canteen rarely had leftover food, primarily due to the limited number of diners and the delightful aroma of Yin Jiewen's cooking, which ensured that even uneaten portions were often taken home for later. All right, I'll arrange it right away, Lu Xianlin cheerfully responded. Then he and his second apprentice, Zhang Chunyang, headed to the storeroom to collect ingredients. The kitchen buzzed with activity as the helpers primarily focused on washing and preparing vegetables, as well as making steamed buns and cooking rice. Jiewen meticulously instructed his two apprentices. First, ensure you add enough oil. Otherwise, the pickled green beans won't be fragrant. Once the oil reaches the proper temperature, toss in minced ginger, garlic, and scallions to release their aroma. After that, add in the dried chili flakes. With a vigorous stir-fry, the fragrant essence of the ingredients quickly fills the air. Once fragrant, add the pickled green beans and stir-fry briefly. Then add a bit of water to allow the workers to dip their bread. Be cautious, though. Do not add too much water, or the dish will turn watery. Before long, a tantalizingly sour and fragrant aroma enveloped the kitchen, making mouths water and stomachs rumble. The pickled green beans are notoriously difficult to prepare, with the distinction lying in the meticulous attention to detail. Hence, Lu Xinlin and Zhang Chunyang attentively absorbed Master Yan's teachings. Today, they have learned yet another dish, thereby augmenting their repository of useful knowledge. As noon approached, the workers from the 7th workshop surged towards the Eastern Canteen with remarkable speed. With the passage of time, the reputation of the Eastern Canteen has soared, attracting an ever-increasing number of diners. Fortunately, the proximity of the 7th workshop to the Eastern Canteen ensures that, barring any sluggishness, they can generally secure a meal. Master Yan, good day. Young Master Yan, your dishes are simply irresistible. I could eat them endlessly, exclaimed one worker. Oh, thank goodness young Master Yan is our esteemed chef at the Eastern Canteen. The aroma of today's offerings is enough to make one salivate. I feel compelled to indulge in a couple more steamed buns. After completing his culinary duties, Jiewen stepped out of the kitchen for a breath of fresh air, greeted by the enthusiastic salutes of the workers. Upon learning that the head chef of the Eastern Canteen was merely 18 years old, many workers were taken aback, causing this revelation to trend on the factory's social media. Numerous workers traveled from distant departments just to catch a glimpse of Jiewen. For the ordinary workers, he maintained a congenial demeanor, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Seated on a bench outside the Eastern Canteen, Jiewen squinted his eyes and exhaled deeply, yearning to scroll through his phone on Bilibili. Suddenly, he felt his line of sight obstructed. As he looked up, he found a girl with two long braids dressed in a light blue dress standing before him. Isn't that Yu Haidang? What brings her here? You must be Jiewen. I am Yu Haidang, the sister of your sister-in-law, Yuli. With a bright smile, Yu Haidang casually took a seat beside him. Jiewen furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, Comrade Yu Haidang, do you require something from me? He was not particularly keen on engaging with Yu Haidang, whose looks were unremarkable and whose demeanor was rather haughty and self-important, clad in garish attire. In these times, the common folk of Longwo predominantly donned darker hues, such as deep blue, deep green, dark gray, and black. In contrast, Yu Haitang's light blue seemed vibrant at first glance. Yet in this era, it was a clear deviation from the norm, indicating her status as a nonconformist member of a flamboyant family. It's nothing much. I merely came to see you. Yu Haidang appeared puzzled by Jiewen's aloofness. Having only been in the factory for 3 months, she had already earned the title of the factory's belle. It was perplexing that a striking beauty would be met with such indifference, especially when she had expected a warmer reception from someone she believed to be rather accomplished. As a broadcaster in the public relations department, she enjoyed a clean and comfortable office environment, while Jiewen, a mere apprentice chef, dealt daily with the greasy kitchen, likely reeking of oil. She wondered what right he had to treat her with such disdain. Admittedly, when Yuli first introduced Jiewen, Yu Haidang had dismissed him, as she had entered the factory as a formal employee, while he was just an apprentice. It was only a few days ago when she heard from her sister that Jiewen had been made permanent, possibly due to connections with high-ranking officials, which piqued her interest. But now, faced with Jiewen's attitude, she scoffed. So what if he knows a leader? What is so impressive about that? Seeing Yu Haitang's demeanor sour, Jiewen remained unfazed, smiling as he said, Comrade Yu Haidang, if you wish to get your meal, please join the queue. If you seek conversation, I must decline. With a huffy snort, Yu Haidang exited the Eastern Canteen, thinking to herself, if you don't want to engage with me, then I don't wish to engage with you either. You'll regret this later. Jiewen shook his head in amusement, noting the girl as frustration. Indeed, it was not uncommon for a young woman who had just entered society and who fancied herself somewhat attractive to possess a degree of arrogance. Were this the modern era, Yu Haidang would likely have filmed a short video lamenting her encounter with an unremarkable man. Chapter 43. The Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King Jia Zhongshi, The Ugly Side of Humanity. Yu Haidang was merely a minor interlude, and Jiewen paid her little mind. As the afternoon shift concluded, he carried a container of pickled green beans, intending to return home and sauté them with minced pork for a truly delectable dish. The evening promised to be quite busy, primarily in preparation for the upcoming assembly of the entire institute. Upon returning home, Jiewen assisted his third aunt in kneading dough for steamed buns, honing the essential skills required for staple foods. The combination of pickled green beans and minced meat was indeed a delightful pairing. Each bite of tangy beans complemented the fluffy buns, leading the Yin family to devour their meal with gusto, exclaiming in sheer enjoyment. During dinner, Yan Ague informed Jiewen that Yi Zhonghai had summoned him and Lu Haizhong to discuss matters at the Yi residence, ultimately leading to an agreement among the three elders to raise pigs. Consequently, an assembly would be convened that evening to deliberate with the residents. After their meal, Yan Ague instructed Yin Jiefeng to notify the residents of the front courtyard to gather in the central courtyard at 8 o'clock for the meeting. Yin Jiewen returned to his rented room and lay down, feeling the oppressive heat of the season. With the outside sweltering and the inside stifling, especially in his sun-baked room, he felt tormented by the conditions. I truly miss sipping a Snow King drink while enjoying the cool air conditioning and gaming with my silly friends, Yin Jiewen sighed. Around 8 o'clock, a table and 3 long benches were arranged in the center of the courtyard, designated for the 3 elders. Residents began to trickle in, puzzled as to why a meeting was being called. Was there perhaps a new policy to be communicated? Yin Jiewen, leisurely fanning himself, strolled into the courtyard. Spotting many familiar faces, Lu Xiaoyi, who he had not seen in ages, the impatient Su Demao, the sullen deaf old lady, the innocent-looking Qin Huairu, the disgruntled Shaju, and Jia Zhangshi, with her crooked mouth. Upon seeing Yin Jiewen, Jia Zhangshi's teeth ground together in anger. This little rascal had threatened to report her for promoting superstitions, causing her a sleepless night filled with nightmares of being apprehended by the police. Yin Jiewen nearly burst into laughter at Jia Zhangshi's distorted expression. So it was true. Her mouth was genuinely crooked. The crooked-mouthed dragon King Jia Zhangshi. The 3 elders arrived, looking well-fed and content, with Yan Ague's cheeks round and plump, Lu Haizhong appearing smug, and Yi Zhonghai wearing a benevolent smile. Each held a teacup as they settled into their seats, exuding an air of self-importance. Are we all gathered? Then let us commence, Yan Ague remarked, casting a casual glance at the assembled residents. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Haizhong eagerly stood up, announcing, "The purpose of today's assembly is to discuss an important matter with our neighbors. I now invite our most senior elder to address us. Let us welcome him with applause." A smattering of applause followed, sparse save for the Lu family members, who, though reluctant, felt compelled to show support lest they incur their father's wrath. Yi Zhonghai shot Lu Haizhong a glance, wondering why such a simple chat needed to be delivered with such formality. Yi Zhonghai stood up, cleared his throat, and said, "Ahem, dear neighbors, esteemed friends. Allow me to share the matter at hand. Yesterday, the second son of the Yin family, Yin Jiewen, came to discuss an idea with me. He wishes to raise pigs in our courtyard." Upon hearing these words, the neighbors erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. "What? Raise pigs in our courtyard? Surely you jest. Absolutely impossible. It will stink up the place. Who could possibly live here then? Humph, this is a communal courtyard. Why should the Yin family be allowed to raise pigs here?" Many voiced their disapproval, with a few being the loudest in their protests. "Ahem, quiet down. I have yet to finish." Yi Zhonghai continued as the atmosphere gradually settled. Yin Jiewen's intention is not to raise pigs solely for his own benefit, but rather to share the endeavor with all of us. Once the pigs are ready for slaughter, the meat will be fairly distributed among us all. According to our calculations, if we can raise the pigs until the new year, each household will receive approximately 20 pounds of meat. At this announcement, the expressions of some neighbors, who had initially been adamantly opposed, shifted dramatically. "Oh, so it's for everyone. In that case, I have no objections. I always believed that Yin Jiewen was a promising young man, surely not one to act selfishly. Wait, just a moment ago you said it was impossible. That raising pigs would make the courtyard smell. Nonsense. I never said such a thing. Old uncle, you are slandering me. Jiewen is truly a good boy. I've known since he was young that he would amount to something great. Didn't you just call Yin Jiewen selfish? Ridiculous. I never said that." The courtyard erupted once more, but this time it was a far cry from the earlier condemnation of the Yin family, when interests were at stake. The ugly side of human nature was laid bare. Yin Jiewen observed the scene with an impassive demeanor, having anticipated such a reaction, particularly from those who had protested the loudest. He made a mental note to address them later when the opportunity arose. Yi Zhonghai continued to elaborate, asserting that initially, everyone would certainly agree, as raising pigs in the courtyard would ultimately benefit the entire community. However, when it came to the matter of each household contributing 4 yuan for feed, several neighbors expressed their reluctance to part with their money, suspecting that old uncle was trying to swindle their hard-earned cash. Lu Haizhong stood up to counter. "Aunt Li, the Yang family's wife, didn't he old uncle just clarify? The 4 yuan is for the feed of 2 piglets over 5 months, not just for 1 month. If paying all at once is a burden, we can arrange for monthly payments, which would only amount to 70 or 80 cents each month. You are only thinking of the benefits without considering the initial investment. Is there such a thing as a free lunch? Aunt Lee retorted defiantly. If your family does not wish to contribute, then you shall not partake in the meat distribution come the new year. Just remember not to complain then. Yen Bugue interjected with a disdainful snort. These 2 women were clearly envious of the Yen family, especially Aunt Lee, who had just called her son selfish. Fine, if you don't want to share, then don't. I still oppose raising pigs in the courtyard, Aunt Lee exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation after being challenged by the 2 men. Lu Haizhong chuckled. The majority rules. Your opinion holds little weight. Alternatively, feel free to take your complaints to the street office. Let us do this. Those willing to raise pigs and pay for the feed, please raise your hands. You will all share in the pork come New Year. Those who are unwilling need not worry. You will simply miss out on the meat. The neighbors exchanged glances, and one by one, hands began to rise. Soon a majority of the households had joined in. There was no reason to refuse. 4 yuan for 20 pounds of meat was akin to a gift from the heavens. 20 pounds of meat. For some impoverished families, that could sustain them for a year. In total, out of 20 households, 16 agreed to raise pigs while 4 were unwilling to contribute, hoping to benefit without investment. Yi Zhonghai nodded, saying, then it is settled. The majority will prevail. Tomorrow I will speak with Director Wang at the street office to see if we can proceed with raising pigs in our courtyard. At this moment, Qin Huairu spoke up, asking, Old uncle, where will the piglets come from? The piglets represented a significant expense, and if the neighbors were to contribute collectively, the Jia family would surely oppose the idea. The piglets will be provided by Yen Jiewen. He will procure 2 piglets for us, and the cost will not fall upon anyone else. Yen Jiewen has graciously offered to donate them to our courtyard. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The neighbors' admiration for Yen Jiewen soared to new heights. What a generous young man. He truly considers the welfare of us, his less fortunate neighbors. In that moment, the residents glared at those who had previously criticized Yen Jiewen, recognizing his contributions to the courtyard in stark contrast to the petty grievances of a few. A slight smile crept across Yen Jiewen's face. Was this not a way to win the hearts of the people? From this point on, no one would dare grumble about the Yen family's consumption of meat. Do you wish to attack the Yen family? First, consider if you have contributed as much to the courtyard as they have. As the meeting adjourned, neighbors chatted as they departed, expressing gratitude towards Yen Jiewen, dreaming of sharing meat during the new year, and anticipating a favorable response from the street office regarding the pig raising. Aside from the few isolated dissenters, the community held nothing but appreciation for Yen Jiewen, perhaps tinged with a hint of envy. Unite the majority, marginalize the few, as one prominent individual often said. Jiewen, wait. Just as Yen Jiewen was about to return to his rented home, a voice called out from behind. Turning, he saw it was the wife from the Zhang family. The Zhangs were among the less fortunate in the courtyard. The husband had passed away in an accident years ago, leaving Zhang's wife, Sun Lanhua, to care for their 6-year-old child. Due to the nature of her husband's death, the family had not received any compensation, and her mother-in-law blamed her for his demise, particularly since she had given birth to a daughter. Consequently, Sun Lanhua was left with no support, relying on odd jobs to make ends meet, earning only 3 or 4 yuan a month, placing her family among the lowest in living standards within the courtyard. Sister Sun, is something the matter? Yen Jiewen inquired kindly. Sun Lanhua, though of average appearance, was well regarded in the courtyard for her kindness and discretion, never speaking ill of others despite her hardships. She was a neighbor whom Yen Jiewen respected. With her head slightly bowed, she nervously fidgeted with her clothing, awkwardly saying, Jiewen, my wages this month are rather meager. Would it be possible for me to defer the feed payment until next month? Believing that Yen Jiewen was the one spearheading the pig-raising initiative, she had approached him directly to explain her situation. Understanding her predicament, Yen Jiewen smiled gently. Sister, there's no rush regarding the feed payment. If it's inconvenient for you, I can cover your share. Upon hearing this, Sun Lanhua's face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily declined. No, I can manage. I promise to pay you back next month. Haha, sister, there's no need to be so flustered. Consider this as a loan. I may need your assistance in the future, so please don't refuse then. Yen Jiewen replied with a disarming smile. Sun Lanhua's integrity was beyond reproach. Even amidst her struggles, she had never sought charity from her neighbors. Given the Zhang family's circumstances, had she chosen to appeal for help, Yi Zhonghai would not have turned her away lightly. The independent and self-reliant woman is held in high esteem by Yen Jiewen, for she truly embodies the essence of a celestial being. Of course, Yen Jiewen's benevolence is not born from a saintly heart, but rather from the rare qualities possessed by Sun Lanhua. In the future, Yin Jiewen will undoubtedly require assistance in various tasks, and Sun Lanhua is perfectly suited for such a role. With this notion in mind, Sun Lanhua felt a sense of relief. She genuinely needed those 20 pounds of pork, as her child had only consumed meat once this year. With the provision of that pork, it would be feasible to have meat at least once a month next year. She was reluctant to accept charity, but if Yin Jiewen were willing to lend her money, it would alleviate her burden of working overtime next month. Jiewen, thank you. Your kindness will forever be etched in my heart. Sun Lanhua expressed her heartfelt gratitude, to which Yin Jiewen responded with serene acceptance. After bidding farewell to Sun Lanhua, Yin Jiewen returned to her rented accommodation in good spirits and proceeded to wash in cold water, feeling the warmth dissipate, leaving her utterly refreshed. The following day, the three esteemed gentlemen, Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui, arrived early at the street office to discuss their desire to raise pigs in the courtyard. Upon hearing their explanation, Director Wang readily acquiesced, as the proposal was both reasonable and feasible. The feed would be sourced from the steel mill's waste, adhering to proper channels. The number of pigs fell within the livestock rearing standards. Any proposal exceeding 2 pigs would have been rejected by Director Wang. The piglets would be supplied by a licensed vendor associated with the steel mill. This trust stemmed from Director Wang's confidence in Yi Zhonghai, a master craftsman, which is why he did not conduct a thorough verification, a fact that prompted Yin Jiewen to consult Yi Zhonghai beforehand. Ultimately, most of the courtyard residents consented to the pig-raising initiative, indicating a general lack of opposition, and Director Wang was naturally inclined to facilitate their endeavor. With the street office's approval, the subsequent steps were straightforward. Yin Jiewen approached Zhou Haihua once more, expressing her desire to purchase a small amount of waste daily. Not much, merely a small bucket. Zhou Haihua, seeing the modest quantity, readily agreed. This amount would not affect the supply to the meat processing plant, as he had previously consented to sell several large buckets of waste to Yin Jiewen's meat-selling associate, making this additional small bucket entirely manageable. After the payment, Zhou Haihua mentioned he would notify the security department, but cautioned that the private sale of waste could not be officially receipted. He advised Yin Jiewen to exit through the back gate to avoid being discovered by the factory workers. Yin Jiewen nodded in understanding. It was evident that this was merely an excuse, as Zhou Haihua intended to pocket the money himself. It mattered little to her. It was merely 15 yuan a month, and as long as she received the waste, Zhou Haihua could utilize the funds as he pleased. Subsequently, Yin Jiewen assigned Shaju the task of transporting the waste to the courtyard daily, a proposition that met with his vehement refusal. With a slight smile, Yin Jiewen remarked, "Shaju, you wouldn't want your future wife to be ostracized by the neighbors, would you?" This subtle threat proved effective, as Shaju worked in the cafeteria, making it convenient for him to collect the waste. If the neighbors learned that Shaju's refusal to deliver the waste jeopardized their pig-raising venture, he would undoubtedly face ridicule, and consequently, his future wife would also bear the brunt of the neighbors' disdain. Thus, Shaju reluctantly acquiesced. A few days later, the 2 piglets arrived in the courtyard, prompting a fervent gathering of curious neighbors. The pig pen was situated in the backyard garden, which had previously served as a leisure area for the women of the household. The pen covered an area of approximately 4 to 5 square meters, simply enclosed by wooden planks and featuring an operable wooden door, its roof composed of asbestos tiles, giving it an authentic appearance. The materials for the pig pen were naturally funded by the 3 gentlemen, who, as the courtyard's overseers, bore a greater financial responsibility. "Goodness, these piglets look quite healthy. They seem easy to raise," one neighbor remarked. "I heard that the 3rd gentleman has already sought out a castrator, so soon the piglets will be growing plump. Finally, I can indulge in meat during the new year. Just thinking about it fills me with joy. I truly must thank that young lad from the Yin family. But let us not forget, as the 1st gentleman pointed out, we will need to take turns feeding the pigs daily. No worries, I've already enrolled my child with the 3rd gentleman to help gather pig fodder during breaks. That's a sensible idea. I'll encourage my son to join as well, following in the footsteps of the Yin family. It seems promising," the neighbors chattered excitedly, all expressing their delight. In contrast, the deaf old lady from the back courtyard was far from pleased. She sat at home grumbling. "That wretched brat constructed the pig pen right behind my house. Is he deliberately trying to torment me?" This thought infuriated her, yet she felt powerless to voice her objections, as it concerned the interests of the entire courtyard. Even with her seniority, she dared not risk offending the collective by opposing the construction of the pig pen. However, the prospect of her home being plagued by the stench of pigs and the potential disruption of her sleep by their grunting left her feeling utterly despondent. She strongly suspected Yin Jiewen was behind this. Yet, it was not Yin Jiewen's intention. The only suitable area for raising pigs in the courtyard was that small garden, and it was merely unfortunate that the deaf old lady lived adjacent to it. At the entrance of the courtyard, Zhang Niuma, feigning to deliver piglets, sat atop his ox cart and reported to Jiewen. Young Yin, the pig pen in the village is nearly complete. We're just waiting for your pigs to arrive. Indeed. The villagers of Tieseling had agreed to establish a pig farm in the village, and the consensus was unanimous. There was no alternative. Jiewen had offered far too much. Zhang Fengyo also cautioned the villagers to keep the pig-related matters confidential, lest everyone face consequences. The villagers were quite sensible. They bore no animosity toward money and would not engage in actions detrimental to themselves. Of course, the villagers of Tieseling remained unaware of Jiewen's involvement. Only Zhang Nyoma and Zhang Fengyo were privy to his identity. Jiewen retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Zhang Nyoma, replying, "No problem. This Sunday afternoon, wait for me at the same location where we conducted our previous transaction, and I will deliver the piglets to you." Zhang Nyoma accepted the cigarette, inhaling deeply and exclaiming, "What a fine smoke. Feel free to keep it. You've made the trip today," Jiewen insisted, tucking the cigarette pack into Zhang Nyoma's jacket pocket. "Oh, I couldn't possibly accept this. It's too generous. Take it, it's worth little. And you can buy some good fodder for the ox. It has worked hard today," Jiewen stated firmly. Although he did not smoke, he could use it to foster relationships. Jiewen valued reciprocity, and today he had specifically summoned Zhang Nyoma to accompany him in this charade. He could not allow the trip to be in vain. The cigarettes, valued at 2 yuan, were considered relatively expensive in the market, especially since Huazi's pack was merely 6 yuan. Initially, carrying cigarettes was a spontaneous idea of Jiewen's, intending to keep a supply on hand for future social interactions. And he had not anticipated such swift utility. "Very well, I shall not be modest then. Young Yin, I will be sure to wait for you on Sunday at the reed marsh," Zhang Nyoma replied. "Safe travels." Jiewen waved him off. This time, Zhang Nyoma pretended to deliver the piglets while Jiewen had discreetly placed the 2 piglets into burlap sacks, handing them to Zhang Nyoma to transport back to the courtyard. This arrangement would render everything quite reasonable, and Zhang Nyoma would become Jiewen's ally in this endeavor. This operation will also take place on Sunday. As they approach the reeds on the outskirts of the city, Jiewen will pack 10 piglets into the snake skin bags he had prepared long ago. Once a week, he will deliver pigs of various sizes, thus solidifying Tai Ziling's reputation as a pig farming base. A legitimate pig farm cannot solely consist of adult pigs and piglets. It must include large, medium, medium-small, and small piglets to ensure sustainable development. Gradually, Jiewen will relocate all the pigs from the ranch to Tai Ziling, and then go procure a sow, establishing a beneficial cycle. The courtyard officially enters the era of pig farming, and Jiewen plans to introduce 2 pigs annually, thereby completely winning the hearts of the residents. The inhabitants of the courtyard take great interest in the piglets, with someone checking on their growth daily, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, for Shaju, this is a tremendous torment. After work, he must carry a bucket of swill home, and in the sweltering heat, the swill has begun to spoil, making him feel as though he has been marinated in it. Additionally, he has to walk back to the courtyard through the back gate of the steel mill, taking almost 10 extra minutes. This aside, he feels that the lunchbox he brings back, being too close to the swill, has led to Qin Huairu showing a hint of disdain when he presents it to her. Goodness, the swill is from the same day, not from 2 days prior. And the lunchbox is tightly sealed, not left open. Why is Sister Qin acting this way? Shaju feels a deep sense of grievance and seeks solace from Yi Zhonghai, hoping he can arrange for someone else to carry the swill. There are 7 or 8 people in the entire courtyard who work at the steel mill. Surely they can assist. After listening to Shaju's lament, Yi Zhonghai patted his shoulder and offered consolation. "Zhuzi, one must not think only of oneself. No one in the courtyard is more suited to carry the swill bucket than you. You are the chef at the steel mill, making it convenient for you to transport the swill. Others do not have that advantage. To ensure everyone can enjoy a prosperous year, you should endure a little inconvenience." "But isn't Yan's second son also working in the kitchen? Why isn't he carrying it?" Shaju retorted, unconvinced. While Jiewen is indeed the chef, he is also providing pigs for free and covering the feed costs for the 4 families that are not participating in pig farming. Would you dare ask him to do more work? Yi Zhonghai felt exasperated. How could Shaju presume to compare himself to Jiewen? 2 piglets are worth at least 80 yuan, and the total feed cost for the 4 families is 16 yuan. Back and forth. Jiewen has invested nearly 100 yuan into pig farming. You, Shaju, merely need to carry a small bucket of swill, which is not heavy. And the benefit is that you do not have to feed the pigs. Why do you complain so much? In comparison to Jiewen, Yi Zhonghai suddenly felt that Shaju was rather selfish. Shaju, feeling disgruntled, ceased to argue. Indeed, with Yan's second son contributing so much, there was no justification for demanding further labor from him. But what if I smell like swill every day? What if Sister Qin ignores me in the future? Since he could not blame Yin Jiewen, Shaju could only direct his anger at Yi Zhonghai. It is this Uncle Yi who supports pig farming that has led to my current plight. Humph, as a proud chef at the steel mill, I have no particular craving for pork. Why must I be burdened with these chores? Unbeknownst to him, a flicker of resentment toward Yi Zhonghai began to brew within Shaju. Chapter 46, An Unexpected Encounter with a Pair of Sisters, the Brazen Little Widow. Time flew by, and before long, it was Saturday. At the East Canteen, Yin Jiewen sat in a chair sipping tea, feeling somewhat melancholic. Tomorrow he would cook at Master Ma's house. And in the afternoon, he had to deliver piglets to Tai Ziling. Alas, he had no time to fish, which was quite frustrating. He needed to quickly catch enough bait for his own protection. Otherwise, an unsettling sense of insecurity loomed over him. After work, Yin Jiewen strolled leisurely toward the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back. Halfway there, he was approached by 3 young women, one of whom was Lu Xiaoyi. "Oh, Jiewen, off work?" Lu Xiaoyi greeted him warmly. Yin Jiewen glanced at the cheerful Lu Xiaoyi and replied with a smile. "Ah, Sister Lu. I am heading back to the courtyard. Are you planning to go out?" Yin Jiewen was not well acquainted with Lu Xiaoyi. One lived in the back courtyard while the other resided in the front. 2 years ago, Yin Jiewen had gone to the countryside, so their relationship could only be described as friendly neighbors who exchanged greetings upon encountering one another. "Yes, I'm going to stay at my mother's house tonight. By the way, let me introduce you to my friends, Li Chun and Li Zhan. They are twins." Yin Jiewen looked at the 2 young women beside Lu Xiaoyi and was taken aback by their beauty. The sisters bore a striking resemblance. One sported a shoulder-length bob like Lu Xiaoyi, while the other had 2 long braids. Despite their similar appearances, their auras differed. Both were tall and possessed delicate, attractive features, but the short-haired one wore a gentle smile that exuded warmth, making one feel as if they were basking in spring, all while maintaining an air of elegance and composure, especially with her bright, captivating eyes that conveyed a refined, ethereal presence. The one with long braids offered a different impression, with a small beauty mark at the tail of her left eyebrow, adding a unique charm. Her eyes sparkled with cleverness, and her fair, smooth face radiated a lively, sprite-like energy. "Hello, I'm the elder sister, Li Chun." The short-haired beauty smiled gracefully, exuding poise. "I'm Li Zhan, the younger sister." The one with long braids beamed with a radiant smile. Yin Jiewen, gazing at the 2 sisters, couldn't help but marvel. Now this is what one would call beauty. "Hello, my name is Yin Jiewen," he replied, offering a courteous smile. "All right, we must be on our way, Jiewen. Next time, I'll make sure to introduce you properly," Lu Xiaoyi said with a cheerful laugh. Yin Jiewen, not overly concerned, waved goodbye with a smile. "I wish you all a delightful time." After Yin Jiewen left, Li Zhan curiously asked Lu Xiaoyi, "Sister Xiaoyi, is that guy your neighbor?" "I suppose so. We live in the same courtyard." "Why? Do you want to get to know him?" Lu Xiaoyi teased with a smile. "Getting to know him wouldn't be a bad idea. I think that fellow named Yin Jiewen seems quite nice," Li Zhan replied with a coy tone. Being beautiful also comes with its burdens. For instance, when they go out, people often stare at them with awkward glances. Yet, Yin Jiewen was different. Throughout their brief encounter, he had never altered his gaze towards them, and he himself was quite handsome, exuding a strong sense of security. While it wouldn't be accurate to say she liked Yin Jiewen, there was certainly a genuine curiosity about him. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled softly in agreement. Jiewen is indeed a good person. He is kind-hearted and, reportedly, has quite a substantial background. Though Lu Xiaoyi was not closely acquainted with Yin Jiewen, she had deduced his character from the recent courtyard meeting, where he generously offered to provide pigs for the neighbors, ensuring they could all enjoy a prosperous year. Lu Xiaoyi herself was also a person who enjoyed helping others. Having grown up in luxury, she had never lacked for food or money. Occasionally, when Suda Mao went to the countryside and no one was available to cook for her, she would visit the various homes in the courtyard to share meals, often leaving extra money or goods, which made many neighbors hope she would dine at their homes. Thus, she felt a kinship with Yin Jiewen, believing that a kind person could not stray too far from goodness. If her good friend truly wished to connect with Yin Jiewen, Lu Xiaoyi would be more than willing to assist. "Sister, what do you think?" Li Zhan looked at Li Chun with anticipation. Li Chun smiled gently and inquired, "If you wish to make her acquaintance, why not simply go ahead? Why ask me?" "Sister, did you not say that we would marry together in the future?" Li Zhan pouted adorably while clutching Li Chun's jade pendant. Li Chun, both amused and exasperated, affectionately patted Li Zhan's head and replied, "You silly girl. Do you truly wish for us to wed the same man? What's wrong with that? As long as we are happy, that is all that matters." All right. You've won me over. We shall discuss it when the time is right." Li Chun felt utterly helpless against her younger sister, who, despite being merely minutes younger, acted like a child. Lu Xiaoyi remarked, Is it true that people in the city have become so adventurous? The notion of two women serving one man has emerged. Jiewen was blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of these two sisters. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found Qin Huairu eagerly waiting for Shaju. "Oh, Jiewen, you're back. What delicacies have you brought?" Qin Huairu's face radiated warmth, yet her keen eyes fixated on the lunchbox in Jiewen's grasp. "Sister Qin, Shaju is likely to return shortly with the real feast. Please do not focus on my meager offerings." Jiewen preemptively thwarted Qin Huairu's advances. This widow had an audacious demeanor. She had already caused quite a stir with Jia Zhongshi, yet here she was, acting as if nothing had transpired. It seemed Qin Huairu held a strong dislike for Jia Zhongshi as well. "You know my family's circumstances. I truly have no choice," Qin Huairu explained, her voice dripping with feigned sorrow. Recently, Shaju had not brought back any leftovers, leaving the Jia family on the brink of starvation. With September only halfway through, they were already facing a food crisis. Most troubling was the fact that the Yin family appeared to be doing exceedingly well, seemingly devoid of any scarcity. Qin Huairu contemplated that perhaps she could obtain a lunchbox from Jiewen. Jiewen, with a dismissive expression, sincerely suggested, "Perhaps you should send the insatiable Aunt Zhang back to the countryside?" Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu fell silent. "I would love to rid myself of that glutton. But let's not forget that Uncle Yi would never agree. And even if he did, my mother-in-law would create a scene, leaving me with nowhere to stand in the courtyard. Jiewen, please do not put me in such a predicament. How could I possibly send my mother-in-law away? Then I am afraid I cannot assist you." Jiewen shrugged and walked into the courtyard. Qin Huairu silently scoffed, thinking how impenetrable Jiewen's heart seemed, remaining indifferent even when she displayed her plight. Yet, the strategy of feigned victimhood had failed. She still had her charms to employ. Next week, her cousin Qin Jingru would arrive, ostensibly to be introduced to Shaju, but privately to engage with Jiewen. If she could forge a connection between the Yin and Jia families, it would be perfectly reasonable for her to seek favors from her newfound relatives, including the coveted lunchbox. In this way, not only would she secure food for the Jia family, but she would also not lose Shaju. After all, she would be introducing her cousin, and it was merely a matter of who caught Jiewen's eye. This plan encompassed the art of seduction, subterfuge, and clever maneuvering, killing two birds with one stone. A widow, she had forsaken blueprints for the intricacies of strategy. Chapter 47. The Piteous Qin Huairu. Jiewen's mysterious background? Having gained no advantage from Jiewen, Qin Huairu finally saw Shaju return. "Shaju, you're back." However, she hesitated to approach immediately, as lately, ever since Shaju had been bringing back wastewater daily, he seemed to carry an almost imperceptible odor. Noticing her subtle distaste, Shaju's smile faded, and he awkwardly asked, "Sister Qin, were you waiting for me?" "Well, yes. Who else would be waiting for you in the courtyard?" she replied. "By the way, did the West cafeteria serve any delicacies today?" Despite her reservations, she still found the lunchbox in Shaju's hand enticing. Shaju sighed and shook his head. "No, just the potato and eggplant from lunch." It had been a while since he had prepared any special dishes. The last time was for Li Huai. He had heard that several senior leaders were enjoying meals in Jiewen's East cafeteria, which had left Shaju feeling quite vexed. What was more disheartening was that those factory leaders claimed that Jiewen's cooking surpassed his own, igniting a mix of indignation and sorrow within him. Upon hearing that it was merely leftover cafeteria food again, Qin Huairu frowned and criticized, "Shaju, how can you be so useless? Can't you even compete with that young Jiewen?" She had already informed the deaf old lady about how Jiewen had bullied Shaju. Yet aside from a quarrel with Jiewen, it seemed nothing had changed. The Jia family sustenance relied on the leftovers Shaju brought back. But what good were cafeteria meals if they lacked substance? These words struck Shaju deeply, plunging his spirits into despair. "What? Is it such a crime that I didn't bring you any special dishes? Do you really need to humiliate me like this? Qin Huairu, am I in your debt? You can take the leftovers or leave them. I'm not bringing you anything." His face flushed red with anger. Qin Huairu immediately regretted her harsh words. Shaju was merely a tool for the Jia family, and no matter her grievances, she could not unleash her frustration upon him. In an instant, her eyes welled with tears, and she lamented, "Shaju, I didn't mean it that way. It's not that we adults are lacking, but the children still need to grow. We cannot let them eat plain food every day. It's my fault as a mother for not providing for them properly." Hearing her pitiful weeping, Shaju's indignation swiftly evaporated, replaced by a surge of compassion. "Sister Qin, please don't cry. It's just a matter of meals. I never wanted to serve those leaders anyway. How about this? Tomorrow, I happen to have a meal to prepare for someone. I'll bring you back some good dishes." As a renowned cook in the vicinity, Shaju often received requests for private jobs, and he relished the opportunity, not only to bring back food, but also to earn a handsome red envelope. Qin Huairu looked at Shaju with tear-filled eyes, her voice hopeful, Shaju, are you being serious? Absolutely. When have I, Shaju, ever deceived anyone? Just wait and see tomorrow, he boasted, relishing the look of hope and reliance in her eyes. All right, Shaju. You're truly kind. Next week, I'll bring my cousin from the countryside to meet you. Shaju scratched his head, his face reddening with bashful delight. Sounds good. I'll be waiting. That evening, Jiewen borrowed a bicycle from Yin Bugue, explaining that he would need it the following afternoon. Yin Bugue, of course, would not deny his second son's request, though he would lecture any other child who sought to borrow a bike. The following day, around 8 in the morning, at the courtyard entrance, Su Damao was pushing a bicycle, intending to return to the steel mill to set up a screening machine. He spotted Shaju and Qin Huairu engaged in conversation. Oh, Shaju, Qin Huairu, you two are already cozying up this early in the morning? Su Damao teased with a smirk. Shaju turned his head, and, upon recognizing Su Damao, retorted angrily, Su Damao, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you not have any shame? We still have our reputations to uphold. Huh, what reputation do you have left? Everyone knows you, Shaju, have a penchant for widows. Hearing this, Shaju anxiously glanced at Qin Huairu, relieved to see no adverse reaction from her, before yelling at Su Damao, you scoundrel, stop tarnishing my name. Huh, am I not speaking the truth? Silly Zhu, you swore you did not harbor any feelings for Qin Huairu. I, Silly Zhu, felt my face flush crimson, rendered speechless and infuriated to the point of wanting to strike back. All right, enough of the bickering this early in the morning. Su Damao, what brings you out at such an early hour? Qin Huairu hurriedly interjected, eager to shift the topic, fearful that these two arch-nemeses might clash once more. Su Damao smirked, his lips curling upward in an expression of triumph as he replied, Of course, I am preparing to head to the countryside to screen films. My work schedule is quite different from yours. Indeed, being a projectionist is both laborious yet leisurely. The destinations can vary greatly, if the roads are well kept. It is a breeze, but should one encounter rugged terrain, one might be forced to push their bicycle uphill, exhausting indeed. However, there are perks, such as receiving a share of local provisions during these trips and enjoying a 2-day break after just 2 days of work. Quite a relaxed arrangement, indeed. Humph. What is there to be proud of? It's merely a trivial film projector, Silly Zhu scoffed, wishing fervently for Su Damao to tumble into a ditch. Heh, Silly Zhu, let your jealousy simmer. After my countryside excursion, I will have a wife to attend to me. What about you? A solitary bachelor, and judging by your attire, I dare say you haven't washed those clothes in at least a fortnight. The mention of wives rendered Silly Zhu speechless, for he truly had none. His frustration mounted, causing his face to redden further. Just then, Jiewen's voice rang out. Oh, Su Damao, do you not fear Silly Zhu's wrath? He is reputed as the war god of the courtyard, capable of taking on 20 opponents. Su Damao turned to see Jiewen, rolling his eyes in disdain as he retorted. Take on 20? Huh, he'd be lucky to handle a flock of pigeons. Silly Zhu furrowed his brow and inquired of Jiewen. Jia, what does take on pigeons mean? Jiewen chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. All right, enough of that. Everyone knows you're still a virgin. Qin Huairu interjected. Wait, are young people really that open nowadays? Su Damao nearly choked on his laughter, sensing that Jiewen was also taking jabs at Silly Zhu. Jiewen, where are you heading with that bag? Su Damao asked amiably, for the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Jiewen adjusted his satchel and explained calmly. A relative of mine desires to taste my cooking, so I am visiting their home. I see. Where are you going? Would you like me to give you a ride? Just as Jiewen was about to respond, a jeep pulled up before them. A figure emerged from the vehicle. It was Secretary Zhou, an aide to Master Ma. Young Master Yen, the leader has sent me to fetch you, Secretary Zhou announced with a smile. Jiewen appeared taken aback, nodding to Secretary Zhou before addressing Su Damao. No need, my ride has arrived. As they watched Jiewen depart in the jeep, Silly Zhu, Su Damao, and Qin Huairu were left dumbfounded. Wait, the elder he mentioned is a significant leader? One with an official vehicle. My goodness. Could this be the mysterious background of Jiewen that everyone speaks of? Chapter 48. The courtyard in an uproar, Master Ma's residence. The courtyard has gone completely berserk. Eyewitness Qin Huairu recounted that Jiewen had been whisked away by a jeep. This news rapidly ignited a firestorm throughout the courtyard, with numerous gossiping neighbors clamoring to uncover which high-ranking official Jiewen had befriended, especially one who would send a vehicle to fetch him. Soon, a steady stream of neighbors arrived at Yan's residence, some seeking to ingratiate themselves, others hoping to build connections, and a few coming to offer apologies. Jiewen's status within the courtyard soared. Yin Bugue, utterly perplexed, mused, what on earth? My second son was picked up by a high-ranking official? Wasn't he just going to cook for someone today? How does this involve a big leader? My goodness, am I still dreaming? However, Yan Gui soon recalled the authoritative middle-aged man he had seen chatting with Yan Jiewen last week while fishing. They seemed to share a good rapport. Was it possible that his son was indeed going to cook for that leader? Regardless, the tale of Yan Jiewen's mysterious background grew increasingly fantastical. Many residents who had previously harbored grievances against the Yan family now fell silent, while those on good terms with them rushed to ingratiate themselves with Yan Gui or Aunt San. In the Liu family's backyard, Liu Haizhong bore a constipated expression. Realizing why Yan Jiewen had swiftly gained full-time employment at the steel mill and was now the head of the cafeteria, he truly had connections. Fortunately, he had not antagonized Yan Jiewen. In fact, he had actively supported the idea of raising pigs in the courtyard when Yan Jiewen proposed it. Although he had initially backed the initiative to bolster his own standing, it had inadvertently forged a favorable bond with Yan Jiewen. Meanwhile, the deaf old lady and Jia Zhongshi, who held animosity towards Yan Jiewen, saw this development as an injustice, lamenting that Yan Jiewen, the little brat, had managed to befriend powerful leaders. Qin Huairu's thoughts were far more straightforward. With Yan Jiewen's evident prowess and formidable connections, she was determined to ensure her cousin found her way into Yan Jiewen's embrace, even if it meant resorting to force. Su Damao did not ride back to the steel mill, but instead pushed his bicycle distractedly. Recently, the courtyard had been abuzz with tales of Yan Jiewen's promising future and influential connections, which he had dismissed. Even if he had connections, he was merely a cook dealing with greasy pots and pans, no different from Silly Zhu. As for background, if he had a genuine background, he wouldn't have been sent to the countryside or started as an apprentice in a factory. Who would have known that Yan Jiewen actually possessed such connections? After pondering, Su Damao realized that although he had never crossed paths with Yan Jiewen, he had also not offended him. That was a relief, considering Yan Jiewen's formidable connections. He ought to make an effort to befriend him going forward. As the most ambitious and cunning individual in the courtyard, Su Damao aspired to ascend the ranks at the steel mill. Just moments ago, he had clearly noted the license plate of the jeep Yan Jiewen had boarded. It seemed to belong to the Ministry of Industry, indicating that Yan Jiewen's connections were even more prestigious than those of Director Yang. Meanwhile, Silly Zhu felt equally perplexed. He shared Su Damao's sentiments, believing that Yan Jiewen's swift advancement at the steel mill was merely a stroke of luck. Yet, the sight of that jeep had unsettled him, especially since he had previously crossed Yan Jiewen. If Yan Jiewen sought revenge, Silly Zhu felt utterly powerless. Silly Zhu was not a fool. He understood when to be low-key and when to be brazen. For instance, with cafeteria director Zhou Haihua, Silly Zhu knew his presence was indispensable, and with Director Yang's backing, he felt emboldened to flaunt his authority. However, before Director Yang, Silly Zhu was exceptionally compliant, fully aware that his bravado in the cafeteria hinged on Yang's support. Yet, as Yan Jiewen gradually took over his position, Silly Zhu realized he was not irreplaceable. His arrogance had alienated his direct superior, resulting in his current predicament. Regret gnawed at Silly Zhu as he feared Yan Jiewen might seek retribution, all while worrying that Zhou Haihua would keep a close watch on him. Would he be able to continue at the steel mill? Yan Jiewen was oblivious to the courtyard's gossip. His curiosity lay in how Master Ma had come to know where he lived. However, given Master Ma's high rank, investigating someone's background was likely a simple task. After a journey of over half an hour, they finally arrived at the government compound. Since Secretary Zhou had escorted them, Yan Jiewen was not subjected to any security checks, and the jeep drove directly to the standalone building where Master Ma resided. Secretary Zhou guided Yan Jiewen into the living room, where they discovered Master Ma engaging in a lively conversation with an elderly woman. Young Yan has arrived. Come, take a seat. Master Ma cheerfully beckoned Yan Jiewen. Greetings, Master Ma. And who might this be? This is my wife. You may call her Aunt Lu, he replied. Hello, Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu scrutinized Yan Jiewen, her face breaking into a warm smile as she nodded. So you are the young Yan. Indeed. You possess the same spirited demeanor as old Ma described. After spending 2 years in the countryside, Yan Jiewen's sun-kissed skin and taller stature accentuated his handsome features, exuding a unique blend of vigor and warmth. He settled beside Master Ma, while Aunt Lu rose to prepare tea. Young Yan, you and old Ma converse while I brew some tea. Aunt Lu, I appreciate your kindness. No need for formality. Consider this your home. Old Ma has spoken highly of you. Aunt Lu's amiable demeanor left Yan Jiewen pleasantly surprised. Young lad, your Aunt Lu hails from Sichuan, so you must muster all your culinary prowess today and whip up some authentic Sichuan dishes. I cannot afford to be embarrassed, Master Ma jovially insisted. Rest assured, I never approach cooking lightly. Splendid. If you impress me, I shall present you with a gift, Master Ma replied with a mysterious grin. It wouldn't happen to be a fishing rod, would it? Hearing this, Master Ma retorted with a hint of envy. With your luck, you could catch fish even with a bamboo pole. Yin Jiewen chuckled and teased, "You're simply envious. How about this? If you seek my humble guidance, I shall impart my fishing techniques to you. Get lost." "You're truly irreverent," Master Ma laughed, though he was not genuinely angry. Instead, he and Yin Jiewen engaged in a spirited exchange of banter. As the saying goes, the adept should teach. "Should I kneel before you to impart my wisdom on fishing?" Haha, that could be arranged. As a modern individual with little practical experience, Yin Jiewen excelled in verbal sparring. Thus the two enjoyed a lively repartee. Aunt Lu returned with tea, observing the lively exchange between the two men, content to listen quietly while occasionally interjecting to enliven the atmosphere, enveloping the Ma household in a cheerful ambience. Chapter 49, The Outburst of Master Ma. This is what we call professionalism. Their conversation flowed until nearly noon, covering the trivialities of life. After all, Yin Jiewen could hardly discuss future matters, and Master Ma would not delve into work-related topics, as their professional spheres did not align. In the kitchen, Yin Jiewen surveyed the ingredients. Pleased with what he found, a fine white chicken, a piece of tenderloin, a slab of pork belly, a small chunk of beef, a block of tofu, and various other accompaniments. Clearly, Master Ma had already indicated his preferences for lunch. The menu comprised spicy chicken, fish-flavored shredded pork, twice-cooked pork, and mapo tofu, for quintessential Sichuan dishes. He began by cooking the pork belly, then proceeded with the chicken. The whole chicken was chopped into thumb-sized pieces, seasoned with salt, cooking wine, pepper, ginger slices, and soy sauce for marination. While the chicken marinated, he chopped dried chilies into small segments and lightly toasted some white sesame seeds until golden. Afterward, he returned to the marinated chicken. Before frying, he added a touch of starch to the chicken pieces and mixed well, followed by heating oil. Once the oil reached the right temperature, he scattered the marinated chicken pieces into the hot oil, frying them until they achieved a light golden brown hue. He then increased the oil temperature and refried the chicken to achieve a crispier texture, enhancing its chewiness. After draining the excess oil, he retained a bit in the pan, adding ginger and garlic until fragrant, then scooped in a spoonful of doubanjiang and sautéed until the oil turned a rich red. At this point, he added the fried chicken, ensuring each piece was coated in the aromatic red oil, followed by the dried chili segments and a sprinkle of Sichuan peppercorns. The marinated chicken, combined with the doubanjiang, was flavorful enough without additional salt. He simply mixed in the chilies and peppercorns, finishing with a sprinkle of sesame before serving. The spicy chicken emerged red and fragrant, filling the kitchen with an enticing aroma of heat and spice. In the dining room, Master Ma and Aunt Lu boasted, "You must try the fish-flavored shredded pork prepared by Young Yen. It is truly the best I have ever tasted." Aunt Lu chuckled silently, knowing that only tasting would reveal the truth. Just then, Secretary Zhou arrived with 2 sets of utensils, placing them before Master Ma and Aunt Lu, then standing still. Master Ma furrowed his brow and inquired, "Xiao Zhou, why are there only 2 sets of chopsticks?" Secretary Zhou paused, slightly hesitant, before asking, Leader, is Master Yin dining here as well?" According to protocol, chefs were not permitted at the table unless explicitly stated by the host. "Of course. Do you think I invited Young Yin merely to cook? He is my friend." Master Ma's voice turned stern, his demeanor commanding respect. "I apologize, Leader. It was my mistake." Recognizing his superior's temper, Secretary Zhou promptly bowed his head in apology. "All right, Xiao Zhou, this will not happen again. Go fetch another set of utensils." Aunt Lu gently tugged at Master Ma's sleeve. "Remember, we are at home. No need to bring that authoritative demeanor here." Yin Jiewen entered with the dishes, sensing the serious atmosphere, and curiously inquired, "Oh, Master Ma, what is the matter? Why the outburst?" Master Ma's expression instantly shifted back to his previous jovial self as he shot a glare at Secretary Zhou and explained, "Humph, Xiao Zhou was slow in bringing the drinks. He deserved a scolding. Master Ma, don't be upset. Let us eat first, and you can scold him later," Yin Jiewen suggested with a grin. "Haha, fine. I'll heed your advice. You, young lad, hurry and bring the other dishes. I intend to enjoy a few drinks with you and test your tolerance." Master Ma responded playfully. Seeing the situation defuse, Secretary Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, silently grateful to Yin Jiewen. Despite Master Ma's usual lightheartedness, his anger could be quite intimidating. Had Yin Jiewen not intervened, a lengthy reprimand would have ensued. At the dining table, the 4 dishes were beautifully presented, glistening and aromatic, stirring the appetites of Master Ma and Aunt Lu. Secretary Zhou dutifully poured wine for Master Ma and Yin Jiewen, then stood by with the bottle. Aunt Lu inhaled the fragrant dishes, exclaiming, "Not to mention anything else, these Sichuan dishes smell absolutely authentic. Young Yin, your culinary skills are truly impressive." Given Yin Jiewen's age, Aunt Lu felt compelled to commend him as a prodigy. "Oh, don't just smell, you must taste it first," Yin Jiewen replied calmly. "All right, Then I shall taste it. Aunt Lu eagerly picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and savored it, her eyes lighting up as she gestured towards the dish with her chopsticks. Delicious. This twice-cooked pork is tender and fragrant, rich without being greasy. The lean meat perfectly aromatic and not dry, harmonizing salty, fresh, fragrant, and spicy flavors flawlessly. Aunt Lu then sampled the spicy chicken, her eyes sparkling as she beamed. This spicy chicken is delightful as well. The chicken is crispy with just the right chewiness, perfectly fried. If it were done any longer, it would be overcooked. The dried chilies are both spicy and crunchy, while the Sichuan peppercorns add a numbing fragrance, and the toasted sesame seeds impart a lingering aroma, elevating the dish to perfection. The exquisite spiciness and aromatic flavors surge to the forefront, compelling one to indulge in bite after delectable bite, leaving an everlasting aftertaste. The fish-flavored shredded pork is equally delightful, with its distinct tanginess and rich sweetness. The marinated pork strips are impeccably tender and smooth, while the shredded wood ear mushrooms offer a delicate crunch, and the radish shreds provide a refreshing taste, complemented by the fiery strips of chili. The 6 flavors, sour, sweet, salty, savory, spicy, and fragrant, intertwine and harmonize perfectly. If only a bowl of steamed rice could be added, one would be left in sheer ecstasy. Aunt Lu was lavish in her praises, causing Jiewen to blush slightly from the compliments. Grandpa Ma, with a gleeful smile, patted Jiewen on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Now, this is what we call professionalism." "Ahem, Aunt Lu, may I be so bold as to inquire about your profession?" Jiewen was somewhat taken aback, struggling to articulate such a complex sentence himself. Aunt Lu set down her chopsticks and, with a warm smile, replied, "I work at the Social Security and Human Resources and Vocational Skills Certification Center in the capital." Jiewen's mouth twitched. The title was rather lengthy. Wait a moment. Wasn't this the certification center where Zhou Haihua suggested he go for his chef's license? Well then, let us not discuss anything else while we eat. So, what do you think, dear? Isn't Yin's culinary skill remarkable? Grandpa Ma looked proudly at Aunt Lu. She nodded, affirming with a serious tone. He possesses the caliber to be featured at a state banquet. Huh. I told you Yin's skills were exceptional. Do you believe it now? Come, Yin. Let us drink. Grandpa Ma raised his glass towards Jiewen, who smiled warmly and clinked his glass with Grandpa Ma's before taking a sip. Wow, this wine is quite exquisite. Jiewen felt the liquid glide down his throat, leaving a sweet and velvety flavor in its wake. Grandpa Ma chuckled softly, explaining, "How could the taste of specially supplied Maotai be anything less than superb? If you like it, I'll send you home with 2 bottles later." How could I possibly accept that? But thank you, Grandpa Ma. Jiewen did not decline, as he indeed had a craving for Maotai. Ha, no need for formality. Just don't refuse when I call upon you to cook in the future. Grandpa Ma, I need my weekends to rest as well. I can't come over to cook for you all the time. Jiewen shook his head, displaying a clear resistance. Oh, come now. It's not like I'm asking you to come for free. How about this? For every time you come, I'll give you a bottle of Maotai. What do you say? Grandpa Ma inquired enticingly. That doesn't seem fair. Our factory only grants 1 day off a week, and I'd like to go fishing to unwind. Furthermore, if I start dating, I'll need to accompany my partner. So what do you mean? I mean, you need to be compensated. Grandpa Ma retorted, what about your principles? Where's your rebellious spirit? How shameless. The two exchanged playful banter, ultimately reaching a joyful conclusion, agreeing that Jiewen would come to Grandpa Ma's house at least once a month to cook. Chapter 50. The Elder's gift cannot be declined. The game. After the meal, the 4 dishes on the table were nearly devoured, leaving Grandpa Ma and his wife feeling quite full. Little Yin, your cooking is truly delicious. It's been ages since I've eaten so much, Aunt Lu expressed with a satisfied smile, clearly delighted with today's offerings. Grandpa Ma concurred, adding, I can attest to this. Aunt Lu usually eats very little. As long as you two enjoyed it, that's what matters. For a chef, the greatest compliment is an empty plate. Oh dear, I can't possibly eat another bite. I need to take a walk to digest, Aunt Lu said, clutching her belly as she left the table, leaving Jiewen and Grandpa Ma exchanging glances. After lunch, Jiewen expressed his intention to leave. So soon? I was hoping to chat a bit longer, Grandpa Ma said, somewhat reluctantly. He quite liked this young man, particularly because his personality resonated well with him. I'm afraid I have some matters to attend to this afternoon, Jiewen explained while packing his bag. Very well, follow me, Grandpa Ma said, not pressing further, gesturing for Jiewen to follow him. They arrived at the back of the small building, where Secretary Zhou was pushing a brand new bicycle. Stopping in front of Jiewen and Grandpa Ma. Boss, the matter has been handled. Good. Wait for me in the study, Grandpa Ma instructed, sending Secretary Zhou on his way. Once Secretary Zhou had departed, Grandpa Ma pointed at the bicycle and said to Jiewen, Young man, take this bike with you. Grandpa Ma, what do you mean by that? Yin Jiewen asked, bewildered, thinking perhaps he was being taken somewhere else, wondering if the bike was a gift. Grandpa Ma flashed a sly smile, patting Yin Jiewen's shoulder, and clarified, I bought this bike last year, but have never ridden it. Today, I'm offering you a gift. Here it is. However, this bike isn't a freebie. It's merely being stored with you for safekeeping. Whenever you come to cook at my place, you'll need to bring it yourself. Yin Jiewen, feeling conflicted, shook his head. Grandpa Ma, I can't accept this without doing something in return. That excuse is flimsy. What do you mean last year? This bike looks brand new. It's evident you just bought it. No wonder Grandpa Ma had whispered to Secretary Zhou during the meal. And then Secretary Zhou had disappeared. He must have gone to buy the bike. Wow, a bicycle, especially an old Phoenix model, with the ticket price. Must be worth at least 200. Oh, just take it. I've already said it's just temporarily stored with you. Remember, it needs to be returned. Grandpa Ma said with a knowing smile. Grandpa Ma, let it go. This bike is too valuable. Yin Jiewen still refused, thinking if it were something of lesser value. He could accept it as payment for the meal, but a bicycle was too much. Humph, today you're taking it whether you like it or not, otherwise, you'll have to walk home. Let us see how you manage to leave this compound. Grandpa Ma huffed, shaking his sleeves as he turned and walked away, leaving Yin Jiewen standing bewildered in the wind. Yin Jiewen couldn't help but laugh. How could this old man, at his age, still be so stubborn? Shaking his head, he thought, well, one cannot decline the gift of an elder. Perhaps in the future, if I catch something good while fishing, I can treat Grandpa Ma and his wife, or at least make them some nourishing soup. As Yin Jiewen prepared to depart, Secretary Zhou hurried over, carrying a bag. Master Yin, wait. Secretary Zhou, is there something else? Yin Jiewen asked, puzzled. With a smile on his face, Secretary Zhou handed the bag to Yin Jiewen, saying, the boss asked me to give you this. Upon inspecting the bag, Yin Jiewen exclaimed, oh wow, 4 bottles of specially supplied Moutai, and a collapsible fishing rod. Could it be that this gift truly includes the fishing rod? This old man may be a tough nut, but he is quite endearing at heart. However, having already accepted a bicycle, it wouldn't be proper to accept anything else. Noticing Yin Jiewen's hesitation, Secretary Zhou quickly added. The boss said, what's done is done. The wine is a gift for you to enjoy, so please don't refuse it, or I'll be in a difficult position. As for the fishing rod, it was a gift prepared long ago by the old boss for you. Alright then. I'll accept it. Secretary Zhou, please thank Grandpa Ma for me. Yin Jiewen felt at a loss. This old man had effectively cornered him. Alright, take care. I've already informed the guard booth, so you can leave directly. Then I'll be on my way. Secretary Zhou, goodbye. Alright, until next time. Secretary Zhou smiled as he watched Yin Jiewen leave before returning to the Ma household. Alongside the departing Yin Jiewen, there was also Grandpa Ma, who had been stealthily peering from the window. Upon witnessing Yin Jiewen's departure with both the car and the gifts, a triumphant smile spread across his face. My boy, having accepted my offerings, you can no longer refuse my request for a meal in the future, can you? Initially, Grandpa Ma had intended to offer Yin Jiewen monetary compensation for his culinary services, but found such a notion too pedestrian. Noting that Yin Jiewen had been fishing with a makeshift bamboo rod, which struck him as rather unprofessional, he decided to procure a more conventional 5-meter fishing rod. However, following a particularly delectable meal, he suddenly felt that merely providing a fishing rod might not suffice in enticing Yin Jiewen to cook for him. Consequently, he instructed Secretary Zhou to hastily acquire a bicycle. Haha, with so many gifts, that lad will surely be taken aback. As the saying goes, a hand extended in kindness may bind one. As an elder who cares for you, it is only proper that you reciprocate. Unbeknownst to the unsuspecting Yin Jiewen, who was cycling through the bustling streets of the capital, he felt a twinge of guilt. Was Grandpa Ma perhaps being too generous? Gifting him a bicycle. What was this strange sense of indebtedness that washed over him? By the time Yin Jiewen returned to the courtyard, it was around 2 in the afternoon. The peak of the day's heat. Jiewen, you're back. The second son of the Yin family has returned, exclaimed the neighbors lounging in the corridor. Is that bicycle new? They inquired. My goodness, young Yin really is making strides, isn't he? How long have you been working, and you've already bought a bicycle? As Yin Jiewen rolled the bicycle into the courtyard, the neighbors rushed over, each eager to greet him. He was no longer just an ordinary resident of the courtyard. He was now recognized as a promising young man in the presence of high-ranking officials, and who knew when he might soar to great heights. Aunt Chi, Aunt Lu, this bicycle isn't mine. It's a gift from an elder for safekeeping. In these times, it was prudent to clarify the origins of unexpected possessions, lest rumors arise suggesting that Yin Jiewen had engaged in illicit activities to afford such luxuries. Oh, I see. Young Yin, no need to explain. We understand. Aunt Chi responded cheerfully, with the other neighbors nodding in agreement. Jiewen's elder was presumably the high-ranking official who had sent a vehicle to fetch him today. It was quite reasonable for such an esteemed figure to present a bicycle to a favored junior. Jiewen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What did they think they understood? The peculiar attentiveness from the group of women today seemed somewhat out of character. For instance, there was a certain Mrs. Li, who had previously harbored envy toward the Yin family and had not hesitated to speculate maliciously about them. Now, however, her gaze toward Jiewen was tinged with a hint of flattery. He found the day's events rather surreal. Upon returning home, he finally comprehended why the women had shown him such favor. They had learned of his transport in a four-wheeled vehicle and were secretly speculating about his significant connections. Well, Jiewen decided to forego any explanations, for it was unprecedented for a resident of the courtyard to be fetched by a car, even someone of Zhonghai's stature. A level 8 locksmith had never experienced such treatment. Chapter 51, Transporting Piglets, title upgraded. Carrying his belongings back to his home, Jiewen prepared to store the Maotai before heading out to trade with Zhang Yoma and the others. After retrieving 4 bottles of Maotai, he tested the fishing rod. Not bad. It weighed around 2 pounds. Though it paled in comparison to modern professional fishing gear, it was considered quite good for this era. Jiewen rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated. What was that old man up to? Was he trying to buy him off? But he was merely a humble cook at a steel factory. What qualifications did he have to be courted by a high-ranking official? What a predicament. I went to cook a meal and came back with a heap of gifts. What am I to do? Equipped with his fishing gear, Jiewen resolved to test the rod gifted by Grandpa Ma after delivering the piglets. Time was manageable if one merely made an effort. Just as he stepped outside, he remembered to grab 5 pounds of flour from the Yin household. Meanwhile, just outside the capital, in a reed marsh, Zhang Yoma and Zhang Fengyo were taking refuge from the sun in the shade of the grass. They valued this collaboration highly. Having arrived early and waiting for several hours, the thought of the village enjoying better days next month filled Zhang Fengyo with joy. However, he remained tight-lipped. No one in the village was to know the identity of their trading partner. The fewer people who were aware of Jiewen, the better. After a prolonged wait, the 2 men heard noises outside and quickly rose to investigate. Indeed, they spotted Jiewen approaching, pushing the bicycle toward the reed marsh. Jiewen had 3 bulging sacks made of snake skin strapped to the back seat. "Little Yin, you've arrived," Zhang Yoma exclaimed, rushing to his side. "Hello, Uncle Zhang. And Captain Zhang. I hope you haven't been waiting long?" Noticing the perspiration streaming down their faces, Jiewen understood they had been there for quite some time. No, we just got here," Zhang Fengyo hurriedly replied. Jiewen sighed internally, first offering them a good cigarette before gesturing to the sacks. "The 10 piglets are all in here. Hurry and take them back before anyone else sees." "All right, we'll get moving." The 2, exhilarated, took the sacks and placed them onto the ox cart. The piglets gave off loud squeaks, full of vitality. "Little Yin, we'll be off now. If you need anything, you know where to find me," Zhang Yoma said, fearing the piglets might be discovered en route, leading to disastrous consequences. "All right, be safe on your way," Jiewen nodded. Then retrieved the prepared sack of flour from the bucket where he kept the fishing gear, handing it to Zhang Yoma. "By the way, take this back. You've worked hard today." Zhang Yoma opened the sack, startled, and quickly attempted to return it. "Little Yin, what is this for? We didn't do anything today. We can't accept your gifts." Jiewen waved his hand firmly. "No more nonsense. It's merely 5 pounds of flour. If you work diligently with me, I'll ensure you have flour every day." Hearing this, Zhang Yoma and Zhang Fengyo exchanged determined glances. "All right, Little Yin, I'm entrusting you with over 100 pounds of meat. Just let me know if you need anything." Jiewen's generosity inspired confidence in Zhang Yoma, who felt that following him would surely lead to a bright future. Perhaps by the time the new year rolled around, he could buy new clothes for his wife and children. Zhang Fengyo gritted his teeth and added, "Comrade Little Yin, I also wish to follow you. Just don't look down on us country folk." Jiewen smiled and nodded. "Then it's settled. Hurry along now, as the hottest part of the day will soon pass, and there will be movement outside the city." With that, Zhang Yoma and Zhang Fengyo wasted no time and hurriedly departed with the ox cart carrying the piglets. As Jiewen watched the cart fade into the distance, he contemplated where to conduct the pig transactions, ideally near the entrance of Tizi Ridge village. Since the ranch must remain concealed, Jiewen planned to have Zhang Yoma and Zhang Fengyo create a hidden spot nearby for the finished pigs. He would first deliver the pigs himself, then have them bring the pigs into the village's pig pen, ensuring the entire process remained secure. He had already concocted an excuse, having previously informed Zhang Yoma and others that he had a friend seeking to dispose of a batch of illegally sourced pigs. Since the transaction was illicit, the friend could not possibly make an appearance. Thus, the arrangement was that the friend would release the pigs first, and then Tizi Ling would dispatch people to collect them. Jiewen found it rather laborious, as he had to personally go to Ling each time to deliver the pigs. Fortunately, Ling was merely an hour's ride from the capital. Even departing from Nanluoguxiang, it would take about 2 hours to reach there. There was no alternative. All of this was to avoid revealing his true identity. At the back lake of Shikahai, Jiewen returned to his familiar haunt. A warm breeze swept in, and the willow branches swayed gently, creating a rustling sound. He rigged up the fishing rod he had brought for Grandpa Ma, effortlessly casting the hook onto the water 10 meters away. Quite pleasant indeed. It was evident that this was a professional fishing rod, far superior to the ones he had crafted himself. Without further ado, Jiewen commenced his fishing endeavors for the day. The weather was too hot, and very few were fishing at the Air Force Base. He found it puzzling, as he distinctly remembered that summers during his childhood were never this sweltering. Had he misremembered? Lost in thought, the float submerged. With a vigorous tug, he pulled up a grass carp weighing around 2 pounds. Jiewen inwardly complained that the fish was rather small. When would he be able to catch one weighing a dozen pounds again? Just as he pondered this, 2 hours later, the float sank once more. As he reeled in the hook, a flash of orange nearly blinded him. "Oh my," he exclaimed, "a prop has appeared." Jiewen felt elated. To be honest, the only moments that filled him with anticipation were those when an unknown prop emerged. Title upgrade card, orange grade. Can be used to upgrade the title of Fishing Master, never empty-handed. Ah, a prop for upgrading the title. This is splendid. Jiewen's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. It is important to note that the level of a title correlates with the probability of catching a prop. His current title was the initial red grade, with a mere 10 chance of catching a prop, which was exceedingly low. Crushing the stone, an orange card fell out. Upgrade successful. Current title level, orange grade. Orange, Fishing Master, never empty-handed. Within 10 minutes of the hook being cast, one is guaranteed to catch a fish weighing over 3 pounds, with a 20 chance of obtaining a prop from the myriad realms. Jiewen nodded in delight. Indeed, the probability of catching a prop had doubled. Following this logic, once the title reached its ultimate purple grade, would the probability of catching a prop not soar to 70? 70% would be an extraordinary probability, and he would truly revel in that. Chapter 52, Silly Zhu's Woes, Meat Buns and Dogs. As evening fell, households began preparing dinner, and an assortment of mixed aromas wafted through the courtyards. However, typical families still stuck to the same fare: steamed cornbread, cabbage, and perhaps some thin porridge or sweet potatoes. The pigs raised in the courtyard would not be slaughtered until the new year, so for now, they could only await that time. In the He family courtyard, Silly Zhu returned with 2 lunch boxes, though his face bore a rather grim expression. Today, he had been preoccupied with concerns about whether Jiewen would cause him trouble, which led to his lack of focus while cooking, resulting in either too much salt or insufficient seasoning, ultimately disappointing the host who criticized his culinary skills. Aside from begrudgingly offering him 5 yuan as labor fees, the host did not permit Silly Zhu to take anything else, leaving the 2 lunchboxes empty. Silly Zhu was troubled. Without leftovers, how could he explain this to Sister Qin? Just as he returned home, having barely settled in, Qin Huairu sashayed in with her ample figure. "Silly Zhu, you're back. Were you tired today?" she inquired, her eyes fixated on the lunchboxes on the table. Well, Sister Qin, I'm sorry, I didn't bring back any dishes today," Silly Zhu stammered, his face reddening. Qin Huairu's heart sank, and she forced a smile, saying, "Silly Zhu, stop teasing me. Dinner is all prepared at home. We were just waiting for your dishes." With a sense of resignation, Silly Zhu placed the lunch boxes back on the table, producing a hollow sound. Qin Huairu's smile gradually faded, and she asked, somewhat displeased, "Silly Zhu, didn't you promise to bring back good food for the children?" Qin Huairu was on the verge of exploding with anger. How many times had Silly Zhu let her down? However, recalling how her previous outburst had upset him, she suppressed her frustration this time. "Sigh, it's not that I didn't bring anything. It's just that the host today wouldn't let me take any leftovers. What could I do?" Silly Zhu sighed in explanation. "Silly Zhu, if you don't want to bring leftovers for me, you can just say so, but don't try to fool me," she said, her eyes welling with tears. She simply did not believe Silly Zhu's words. Had she ever heard of a host being so stingy with a cook? "Oh dear, Sister Qin, why are you crying again? I really don't mean to disappoint you. All right, let me tell you the truth. It's because of Jiewen's second son today." Silly Zhu rambled on, and Qin Huairu finally grasped the situation. It turned out he was worried about Jiewen causing trouble, which led to his poor cooking performance and being criticized by the host. After hearing this explanation, Qin Huairu cursed Silly Zhu 1,000 times in her mind. While he was right to be concerned, he should have still delivered a decent meal. Did he not realize that the food was the sustenance for their family? "Silly Zhu, didn't the host pay you?" she asked. "Yes, I received 5 yuan. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu's expression brightened. Money was still good. By the way, silly Zhu, why is your house such a mess again? Should I help you tidy it up? Silly Zhu was momentarily taken aback and asked curiously, Sister Qin, are you not angry with me anymore? Oh, you've always taken care of our family. How could I possibly stay mad at you? It's just that the children are growing and need to eat meat. But as their mother, I lack the means to provide for them. Qin Huairu lamented, wearing a sorrowful expression. Hearing her words, silly Zhu felt a sense of relief and chuckled. What's the big deal? Not bringing back dishes today was my fault. How about this? I've watched those kids grow up, so tomorrow you go buy them a pound of meat and consider it a little gift from their uncle. With that, silly Zhu handed over the 5 yuan he had just earned to Qin Huairu. She graciously accepted the money, smiling as she praised, Silly Zhu, you truly are a great role model. No wonder Bang Gong said he wants to learn from you and become a good chef. Really? Oh wow. That kid has good taste. As long as he learns a trick or two from me, he'll never go hungry. Silly Zhu exclaimed, filled with delight. He had previously thought that Bang Gong disliked him, but it turned out that he viewed him as a role model. All right, whatever you say, she replied, eager to leave. Having received her reward, Qin Huairu had no desire to linger in the He household. Sister Qin, didn't you say you'd help me clean the house? No rush. I promise I'll help you tidy up when I have time. Qin Huairu responded dismissively as she turned to leave the He household. Hey, Sister Qin, you haven't paid me back yet. Silly Zhu called out hurriedly. Qin Huairu turned her head and shot him a playful glare, saying, Silly Zhu, this amount is too large for me to break. Why don't you just lend it all to me, and I'll pay you back later. Silly Zhu was left speechless. Over the past few years, he had lent Qin Huairu at least 200 or 300 yuan, and not a single penny had ever been returned. It seemed this time would be another case of meat buns hitting dogs. At the Jia family, upon learning that Silly Zhu had once again failed to bring back any dishes, Jia Zhangshi scowled and cursed, that useless fool Silly Zhu can't even cook properly. Why doesn't he just go and die? Oh dear, mother, enough is enough. Shazhu is merely concerned about Jiewen causing trouble, Qin Huairu remarked. Unwilling to disclose to Jia Zhangshi about Shazhu borrowing money from her, Jia Zhangshi snorted disdainfully, gritting her teeth as she retorted. Do not mention that little beast in my presence. The mere mention of Jiewen incensed Jia Zhangshi, especially since today he had been suspected of being whisked away by a prominent figure in a car, leaving Jia Zhangshi both astounded and furious. She was frightened that Jiewen might continue to harass her, and infuriated by her own impotence in dealing with him, unable even to seek revenge. Mother, do not blame me for speaking harshly. You cannot afford to provoke Yen's second son. It would be wise for you to treat him with courtesy in the future. Qin Huairu cautioned gravely. Do I need your guidance on how to conduct myself? As for you, unable to manage even that foolish Shazhu, you too are a waste. If I, Jia Zhangshi, cannot unleash my fury upon Jiewen, then surely I can exert some control over you, you ill-fated star. Qin Huairu fell silent, knowing that any further remarks would lead to a night of scolding. I say that Shazhu, that worthless wretch, is utterly useless. After over a decade in the factory, he can't even compare to Jiewen, who has only worked for half a month. Useless. Look at this meal. Only steamed cornbread. How can one eat this? Jia Zhangshi bit into the cornbread ferociously, speaking earnestly to Bongging. Bongging, remember this. Never emulate that foolish Shazhu. Bongging, biting into the cornbread, replied resolutely, Grandmother, I would never learn from that fool. He is both stupid and clumsy. I often visit his home to take his delicious food, and he is none the wiser. Our grandson is indeed clever, truly a child of the Jia family, Jia Zhangshi praised, causing Bongging to believe he had done the right thing. But, Grandmother, I desire meat. Bongging gazed longingly at Jia Zhangshi. Grandmother desires it too, but you see, your inept mother has no means to procure meat for you. Jia Zhangshi pointedly directed her ire at Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu, did you hear what my grandson said? Hurry and find a way to bring back some meat. Jia Zhangshi bellowed at Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu felt a surge of anger, yet feigned a tone of grievance as she replied, Mother, what can I possibly do? You are nothing but a waste. If you cannot find a way, then what good are you? Isn't Su Damao's family in the backyard raising 2 chickens? Use your usual charms to entice him. Su Damao will surely take the bait. Qin Huairu fell silent again, feeling a deep sense of sorrow. And her desire to send Jia Zhangshi back to the countryside grew clearer by the moment. Seeing the atmosphere shift, Bongging chose not to mention the desire for meat. But he remembered that Su Damao's family had chickens. Chapter 53. The Yin family's fine spirits, joyful Yin Bugue. Once again, it was an exhilarating dinner time at the Yin household. The spread today was splendid, featuring stir-fried pickled pork intestines brought back by Yin Jiewen a couple of days ago, pork slices with cabbage, and a soup made from 8 fried eggs. The staple food was, of course, the usual fare, 8 steamed buns accompanied by 8 cornbreads, standard provisions. The children of the Yin family were already salivating, though they were commanded by their father not to touch their chopsticks until Jiewen returned. At this moment, with the delightful aromas wafting from the Yin kitchen, the chatter in the courtyard had dwindled. Firstly, Jiewen generously donated 2 pigs to the community, making any gossip about the Yin family seem heartless. Instead, the neighbors now felt fortunate to have such a child in the Yin family. Secondly, today, Jiewen was firmly backed by a high-ranking official, elevating his standing within the courtyard. In the eyes of some neighbors, Jiewen was already a future leader. Even the families that had previously declined to raise pigs dared not voice their opinions, fearing that their words might reach Jiewen and lead to their own misfortune. "I'm back," Jiewen announced, returning home with a bucket of fish, weary from his day. Today marked an upgrade in his status, and he wondered if he could procure another item, only to realize he was overthinking it. Seeing Jiewen return, Third Aunt hurried over to take the bucket from him, her face lighting up with surprise as she exclaimed, "Oh my, you caught 2 fish again. You're truly remarkable." Bugue scoffed, "This is outrageous. I went fishing today too and caught nothing." Jiewen settled at the dining table, where Jiefeng, ever considerate, poured him a glass of water, saying, "Second brother, have some water." Jiewen accepted the cup and took a sip, chuckling, "Old man, fishing isn't just about skill. Consider it a leisure activity next time." With him around, Bugue no longer needed to fish for extra income. Bugue felt warmth in his heart, understanding Jiewen's words, yet he stubbornly retorted, "Don't get cocky. I will definitely catch a 20-pound fish." "Ah, yes, whatever you say," Jiewen replied lazily, uninterested in arguing with Bugue. Having stored the fish bucket, Third Aunt, amused by the banter between the father and son, cheerfully urged Jiewen, "Come on, eat. You must be starving." As the meal commenced, the Yin family eagerly dug into the meat, yet they exercised restraint, not shamelessly consuming every morsel. Jiewen sampled a piece of the stir-fried intestines, noting, "It's a bit overcooked, making it somewhat chewy, but it pairs well with liquor. By the way, a relative gifted me several bottles of liquor today. I'll go fetch them." With that, Jiewen rose to retrieve a bottle of Maotai from his rented room. The faces of the Yin family lit up in anticipation, as they already knew that the relative Jiewen spoke of was a certain high-ranking official. Surely, the liquor gifted by such a figure would be exquisite. "Ah, is that Maotai?" Bugue exclaimed, nearly jumping in excitement upon seeing the bottle in Jiewen's hand. Jiewen nodded, smiling in silence as he placed the Maotai on the dining table. Jiewen's eyes sparkled as he eagerly grabbed the Maotai, exclaiming, "Wow, is this really Maotai? It looks magnificent." Bugue snatched the Maotai from Jiewen's grasp, glaring at Jiewen's brother, "Eldest brother, be careful not to drop the Maotai." This isn't my first time handling real Maotai. I'm just a bit too excited." Jiewen's brother sheepishly scratched his head. Bugue scrutinized the Maotai closely, suddenly noticing that the label on the bottle seemed slightly different from the Maotai displayed at the supply and marketing cooperative, and curiously inquired, "Second brother, is this the kind of Maotai sold in stores?" Jiewen smiled slightly, casually responding, "This is specially supplied Maotai." The Yin family gasped in astonishment. Specially supplied goods? Wasn't he that something only high-ranking officials could enjoy? "Second brother, can I drink this liquor?" Third Aunt gazed at Jiewen with eager eyes. Jiewen's brother gulped, urgently chiming in, "Second brother, I want to drink too. Uncle, I want to drink as well." Yuli, unable to contain her composure, exclaimed, "After all, this was specially supplied Maotai, an item so rare it was nearly unattainable. Now, don't rush. Everyone will get a taste, but minors are not allowed to drink." Jiewen waved his hand with a light chuckle. Jiefeng protested, "But this is Maotai. If I drink it, I can boast about it to my classmates and teachers." Pouring a glass for Bugue and his wife, as well as for Jiewen's brother and his wife, the 4 eagerly took a sip. "Wow, is this really Maotai? It's so incredibly smooth, truly worthy of being a specially supplied liquor." Jiewen's brother wore a satisfied expression, feeling that he had no regrets in life. Today we've experienced the lifestyle of high-ranking officials. Bugue nodded vigorously, reflecting on how he had never tasted fine liquor before, usually settling for cheap stuff from the market, sometimes even diluting it with water to make it last longer. "Second brother, thanks to you, we can enjoy Maotai." The elderly matriarch of the family may not possess an intricate understanding of the nuances that distinguish fine wines, yet she is well aware that Maotai is a luxury spirit, and that specially designated bottles are exceedingly rare and valuable. Tomorrow, she shall have a topic to boast about among the other women in the courtyard, chuckling to herself. In truth, Jiewen had never indulged in Maotai prior to his transference. Back then, a single bottle could cost several thousand yuan. As an ordinary worker, how could he possibly afford such an indulgence? especially since he was not one to drink. Old man, I previously promised to treat you to matai. Are you pleased now? Jiewen said with a beaming smile as he presented the matai bottle to Bugui. Haha, absolutely delighted. Bugui exclaimed, as if he had just acquired a rare treasure, promptly stowing the matai away. Huh, Dad, what are you doing? I haven't had my fill yet. Seeing Bugui take the wine away, Jiecheng's eyes widened in indignation. He had only sipped a small cup. What do you mean drink? This is a future family heirloom. Can it be consumed casually? Bugui reprimanded sharply. Dad, just one more cup, please. Just one. Jiecheng pleaded pitifully. In response, Bugui snapped back. What do you mean just one? Didn't you already have a cup? Get lost. But, are you being reasonable? This belongs to the second one. You cannot be so selfish. Jiecheng protested vehemently, realizing that with his father hoarding the matai, he may never have the chance to enjoy it again. I refuse to be reasonable. In any case, drinking is off the table for today. Bugui shook his head, resolved to keep the matai for himself tonight. Jiecheng then cast a desperate look at Jiewen, lamenting, second brother. You have to say something. Jiewen replied, is it truly that exaggerated? Ultimately, Jiecheng only managed to drink one cup of the wine, his anger boiling within him as he lamented the lack of love in the family, vowing to create a world replete with matai. Chapter 54. A frustration of unmet expectations. Yu Li's resignation. After dinner, the younger ones ran out to enjoy the cool evening breeze, while Jiewen, Bugui, and Jiecheng engaged in conversation at the dining table. Bugui took a couple of puffs from his pipe and curiously inquired, second, that bicycle at the entrance was indeed a gift from your elder, correct? Jiewen nodded slightly, responding, one could say so. Although Master Ma claimed it was a loan, he understood it was a gift. Bugui's face lit up with joy as he remarked, thus, our household remains the only one in the courtyard with a bicycle. Your elder is truly generous. A bicycle costs at least 200 yuan. The first resident to own a bicycle in the courtyard was Bugui, who had acquired a second-hand flying pigeon model. Suda Mao's bicycle was not his own, but provided by the steel mill for convenience in transporting films to the countryside, though he could use it freely. It belonged to the steel mill. Sha Zhu's sister, Hiu Shui, also possessed a bicycle, but since starting work, she had mostly moved out of the courtyard and was even dating someone, likely to marry soon. With her impending marriage, she naturally did not count in Bugui's tally. The remaining residents did not own bicycles. During this era, the notion of 3 turns and a sound was highly regarded, encompassing bicycles among other items like sewing machines, watches, and radios. It could be said that possessing any one of these items, whether as a dowry or a gift, conferred a certain social prestige. Leaning on the dining table, Jiecheng hesitantly asked Jiewen, so, second brother, is your elder a high-ranking official in some government agency? Before Jiewen could respond, Bugui frowned and admonished, why are you asking so many questions? Eldest, mind your own affairs. Bugui did not wish for the family to be aware of or involved in Jiewen's social connections. The second brother was quite independent. He would share what was necessary, and the family should simply enjoy the happy life that Jiewen brought them. Jiewen waved his hand dismissively, indicating Bugui to remain calm, then turned to Jiecheng, countering, eldest, what is the purpose of your inquiry? Jiecheng offered an awkward smile, explaining, second brother, could you perhaps ask your elder to help me secure a permanent position, or at least transfer me to your factory, preferably in your cafeteria? Having worked for nearly a year as an apprentice, he was still not a permanent employee. If he could not secure a position soon, he would have to seek employment elsewhere, not knowing where he might end up. If he were assigned to a factory in the outskirts, that would be disastrous. Upon hearing this, Bugui slammed his hand on the table, scolding, eldest, how dare you trouble the second brother? Look at how you conduct yourself at work. Slacking off and avoiding responsibility. You never take the time to review what you've learned in the factory. All you do is lie around. If I were in charge, I would have fired you long ago. Second brother, you need not concern yourself with eldest. Just focus on your own matters. Jiewen, with a calm smile, gently declined. Eldest, you are overestimating me. If I truly knew a high-ranking official, I would not still be an ordinary worker. Had it not been for Jiecheng being part of the Yin family, Jiewen would have slapped him across the face. It was no wonder that when opening a restaurant, he had dismissed Sha Zhu, the backbone of the establishment, in a short-sighted move, showing a lack of awareness. However, there was no however. Jiewen's expression turned cold as he directly interrupted Jiecheng. Old man, I'm feeling a bit tired today. I'll go take a shower and rest. Go on, rest early, Bugui replied, suppressing his simmering anger with a smile. As soon as Jiewen left, Bugui pointed an accusing finger at Jiecheng, erupting in a tirade. Jiecheng, do you lack common sense? Why should the second brother help you with your own affairs? If you wish to meet some high-ranking official, you should go out and make those connections yourself. What makes you think any esteemed leader would take notice of someone like you? Dad, I was merely asking casually. Yin Jiecheng felt somewhat aggrieved. If connections can be leveraged, isn't that simply a waste? Let me tell you, if you ever trouble the second brother again, I'll throw you out of the house. By the way, didn't you say 2 months ago that you wanted to split off? Fine, I agree. When you have time, pack your things and get out. Yin Bugui was genuinely exasperated with Yin Jiecheng, who clearly had issues with his work ethic. Yet instead of addressing them, he sought shortcuts. Compared to Yin Jiewen, Yin Jiecheng truly seemed pathetic, relying on his younger brother for support, and even wishing to use familial ties to solicit help from a high-ranking official. Are connections to be squandered so easily? Such favors diminish with each use. Yin Bugui was counting on Yin Jiewen to elevate the Yin family. He must not allow Yin Jiecheng to drag them down. Fuming, Yin Bugui stormed off, leaving Yin Jiecheng feeling utterly aggrieved. Disagreement was one thing, but there was no need for such an explosion of anger. Had his father consented to his separation 2 months prior, Yin Jiecheng would have been overjoyed. Once he moved his household registry away from the Yin family, he would be eligible for a housing allocation and no longer have to pay 3 yuan in rent to Yin Bugui each month. However, even now, he would not agree to a separation, as life in the Yin household was too pleasant, with meat, vegetables, and steamed buns on the table every day. And even mitai being enjoyed tonight. Returning to his room dejectedly, Yin Jiecheng was immediately approached by Yu Li, who inquired, Jiecheng, did you just have a quarrel with Dad? The sound of Yin Bugui's angry reprimands had been quite loud, and given the poor sound insulation in the courtyard, it was likely the neighbors had overheard. Yin Jiecheng, frustrated, slapped his forehead, explaining, yes. I thought the second brother knew some big official who could help me get transferred to the steel mill, but instead, I got scolded by Dad. Didn't I tell you not to discuss such matters with Uncle Air? Yuli felt a chill run down her spine, as the rumors regarding Yin Jiewen's acquaintance with a prominent leader began to circulate through the courtyard in the morning. Yin Jiecheng was struck by a thought. He desired that Yin Jiewen assist him in fostering connections to secure his position at work. Yuli believed there was no immediate need for such endeavors, particularly since the nature of this supposed relationship remained unclear. What if that esteemed leader merely tasked Yin Jiewen with preparing meals? However, Yin Jiecheng was convinced that it was not a mere matter of cooking. Would a vehicle be dispatched solely for that purpose? Thus, he was certain that his younger brother shared a significant rapport with the leader, which explained the earlier scene. Yin Jiecheng raked his fingers through his hair and responded with exasperation. I merely inquired tentatively. Who could have predicted that my younger brother would remain non-committal while our father reacted so strongly? Did your uncle agree? No, he outright declined. Tell me, what kind of brother would refuse to assist his elder sibling and instead watch me toil away at the factory? Yuli frowned and pressed. Surely you didn't speak harshly to your uncle? No, I didn't. Once he refused me, I held my tongue. Yin Jiecheng was not foolish. He understood that while one could afford to offend Yin Bugui, it was unwise to cross Yin Jiewen. Offending Yin Bugui might result in a few scathing remarks, but incurring the wrath of Yin Jiewen could lead to expulsion from the family, a fate that their parents would likely endorse wholeheartedly. Yuli sighed in relief and advised, in the future, refrain from discussing work-related matters with your uncle. I find him to be rather inscrutable. We should simply focus on our responsibilities. Inscrutable? I believe he simply does not regard me as an elder brother. Oh, be quiet. Do you not yet comprehend who holds the reins in the Yin family? Yuli felt a wave of annoyance. She had previously encouraged her sister Yu Haitang to engage with Yin Jiewen, only for her sister to scorn the idea, claiming that an ordinary apprentice did not deserve her attention. Just days ago, Yu Haitang had lamented to her, stating that upon interacting with Yin Jiewen, he acted aloof and disdainful, failing to appreciate her. Yuli felt helpless. The prospect of a familial alliance now seemed improbable, and with Yin Jiecheng's predicament, their relationship with their uncle was likely to deteriorate further. In the days that followed, Yin Bugui offered little warmth towards Yin Jiecheng, who, sensing the atmosphere, chose to remain discreet, dutifully eating his meals and retreating to his room to rest. Yuli had little time to address Yin Jiecheng's issues, for it was her turn to sell eggs that week. A woman venturing out at such late hours required caution, prompting her to insist that Yin Jiecheng accompany her. With a grimace, he begrudgingly escorted Yu Li to sell the eggs. The reputation of the Yin family's eggs had soared in the pigeon market, often selling out immediately. They were large, plump, and exceptionally flavorful. Had the Yin family not concealed their identities, they might have been besieged by eager customers seeking to reserve eggs in advance. The neighbors in the courtyard remained oblivious to the egg-selling venture, only aware that the Yin family indulged in fried eggs daily. Given that the Yin family raised chickens, their daily consumption of fried eggs seemed unremarkable, though their ostentatious display of wealth drew astonishment. The location of the Yin residence in the front courtyard allowed them to leave the compound unnoticed, and even if spotted by neighbors during the night, it would not raise any suspicions. In these times, Huan Ti ventured to the pigeon market. It was hardly a cause for alarm. That evening, Yin Jiewen sat outside his rented room, fanning himself with a palm leaf while contemplating the task of delivering pigs to Tieseling on Saturday night. He resolved to set aside time for fishing on Sunday. After all, he had earned a title that warranted such leisure. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyi strolled past the front courtyard, observing Yin Jiewen enjoying the cool evening air, and approached him with a smile. Jiewen, enjoying the breeze? Oh, Lu Jie, what brings you here? Yin Jiewen replied, somewhat surprised. Lu Xiaoyi brushed her hair back and smiled. I was just stepping out for a moment and happened to see you. I wanted to ask you something. At that time, the courtyard lacked private toilets, compelling residents to leave the premises to use the communal latrine next door. A chamber pot was kept at home for nighttime use, to be emptied the following day. What is it? Please, go ahead, Yin Jiewen encouraged with a smile. He harbored no prejudice against Lu Xiaoyi. Among the notable figures in the courtyard, she was the only one he considered genuinely kind-hearted. Are you free this weekend? Yin Jiewen paused, responding, Lu Jie, is there something planned for the weekend? You remember the two girls who were with me a few days ago? Yin Jiewen thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, the twins, right? He had a vivid impression of the sister duo as they were the most beautiful girls he had encountered in this era. Yes, they wish to meet you. You know what I mean? Lu Xiaoyi winked at him. Yin Jiewen understood and continued. So, Lu Jie, are you suggesting you want to introduce me to potential partners? Lu Xiaoyi chuckled, covering her mouth. That depends on how you two feel. I'm merely facilitating the introduction. Yin Jiewen pondered for a moment. Finding a girlfriend was not a significant issue, yet in this era, relationships were expected to progress swiftly. At only 18, he would need to wait 2 more years if he truly intended to marry, an indulgence that seemed extravagant in these times. Much like Qin Huairu and Jia Dongxiu, who met only once before marrying, where was the room for feelings before such decisions? Despite the allure of the sister duo, he was conflicted as he had planned to fish on Sunday. Jiewen, what are you thinking about? Give me an answer. Noticing Yin Jiewen's distraction, Lu Xiaoyi rolled her eyes playfully. All right then, Lu Jie, I will be sure to entertain them well this weekend. After much deliberation, Yin Jiewen concluded that he could still go fishing in the afternoon. TCH, how reluctant. It's settled then. I'll bring them to your house on Sunday morning. Be sure to tidy up a bit to leave a good impression on the girls. With that, Lu Xiaoyi sauntered away, and Yin Jiewen shrugged, returning to his thoughts. Not long after Lu Xiaoyi departed, Uncle Lin from the front courtyard emerged with a chair, sitting beside Yin Jiewen, his face alight with curiosity. Jiewen, what does Su Damao's wife want with you? Yin Jiewen was taken aback, chuckling as he explained, she mentioned wanting to introduce me to someone. Introduce someone? Heh. If it weren't for my relatives lacking suitable young ladies, I would want to introduce one to you myself. Uncle Lin grinned, revealing his white teeth. It was well known that Yin Jiewen was the most prominent young man in the courtyard, with a promising future ahead. Any girl fortunate enough to marry him might find her family enjoying prosperity as well. Oh, I'm not yet of marrying age. It's still too early to discuss such matters. Not too early. You're still young. You have time to get to know someone. Surely that's better than marrying at first sight? Uncle Lin's expression shifted to one of melancholy, as he seemed to recall some regretful experience. Yin Jiewen patted Uncle Lin on the shoulder, offering comfort. Uncle Lin, don't dwell on it. I understand. Jiewen, have you heard my story? Uncle Lin asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Yin Jiewen shook his head slightly before nodding. No, but your face certainly tells a story. He was uncertain about the specifics, but it was said that Uncle Lin's wife, Aunt Sun, was a fierce woman. They had obtained their marriage certificate upon their first meeting, and in the early days of their union, she appeared obedient and gentle. However, once she became pregnant, her true nature surfaced, subjecting Uncle Lin to relentless torment. His salary was promptly surrendered each month. Alcohol was strictly prohibited, smoking was forbidden, and he was devoid of freedom, often facing verbal and physical abuse. It was only this month, while Aunt Sun had returned to her parental home to assist with the harvest, that Uncle Lin experienced a modicum of relief. Yet, to outsiders, Aunt Sun maintained a cordial demeanor, leaving many perplexed by her seemingly contradictory nature. Hearing this, Uncle Lin was nearly moved to tears, choking out, Alas, Jiewen. The past is akin to a fleeting wisp of smoke. Let us not dwell on it. Very well, let us converse about more cheerful matters. Wasn't brother by recently transferred to the suburban electrical factory? How is he faring? Yin Jiewen deftly shifted the topic. He is doing quite well. His work progresses smoothly, and he will soon be eligible for the level 4 electrician certification. You wouldn't believe it. The house assigned to him in the suburbs is spacious, over 70 square meters. He has invited both you and Aunt Sun to join him there for a more comfortable life. Uncle Lin's face visibly brightened at the mention of his son. Oh, Jiewen, intrigued, inquired, what are you and Aunt Sun's thoughts on this? She is keen to go, but I am still contemplating, Uncle Lin replied, somewhat hesitantly. He worked as an electrician at a hardware factory adjacent to the steel mill, currently holding a level 4 certification. Moving to the suburbs would necessitate a job transfer. But with new factories being established there, securing a transfer was not particularly difficult. However, he had resided in the courtyard for several decades and felt a pang of reluctance to leave. Jiewen narrowed his eyes and suggested, if you intend to move there, you might as well sell your house to me. Sell it to you? Jiewen, are you suggesting we split the family? Uncle Lin questioned. Not at all. Think about it. When I eventually marry, I cannot very well continue living in a house that you rent to me. Jiewen explained candidly. Uncle Lin nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Let me discuss it with Aunt Sun when she returns. 49 years ago, those who moved into this courtyard were granted property certificates, a compensation offered by the authorities to stabilize the populace. Those who moved in after that only received the right of residence, which could change with job relocations. However, possessing a property certificate did not guarantee the ability to buy or sell a house. Yet, one could always find various means to transfer ownership to a buyer. Uncle Lin did not reject Jiewen's proposal because he genuinely wished to live with his son, alleviating some of his wife's attention and allowing his son to share in the burdens. Additionally, if they moved to the suburbs, returning would be challenging, and he was uncertain about how to manage the house. Renting it out seemed troublesome. If unoccupied, it would attract rodents, while selling it posed its own difficulties. This modest back room, though not the finest in the courtyard, would still fetch around 300 yuan, a substantial sum in the capital. Now that Jiewen expressed interest in purchasing his house, it resolved his concerns, allowing him and his wife to move to their son's residence without a second thought. Chapter 56. The Art of Conversation and the Greedy Fool Zhu. The following day, Jiewen rode his bicycle back to the East Canteen. The workers there congratulated him on acquiring a bicycle. Regardless of how he obtained it, it was of no concern to them. After all, what did it matter to them? Should his bicycle's origins be legitimate, they would not want to offend the head chef at the canteen. Pouring himself a cup of tea, Jiewen leaned back in his chair, exhaling a contented sigh. Lu Xianlin stood nearby, and, after Jiewen took a sip, spoke up, Master. Director Yang has a reception at noon, and Director Zhou has already sent over the ingredients, specifically requesting Huayang cuisine. No problem. Bring over the basket of ingredients. Jiewen replied, confident in his culinary skills. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xianlin returned with the basket filled with fresh shrimp, ham, tender tofu, and a perch. In an instant, Jiewen envisioned the delightful dishes he could prepare: sautéed shrimp, braised lion's head meatballs, squirrel-shaped fish, and a delicate soup with silk tofu. Rounded off by Yangzhou fried rice, 4 dishes, and a soup, perfectly fitting. Director Yang's receptions typically adhered to this standard of 4 dishes and a soup. In contrast, a recent reception hosted by the logistics department's director Nye had boasted 8 dishes, with only 1 vegetarian option of stir-fried cabbage, which explained why the steel mill's reception expenses often exceeded the budget. Yet, this was of little concern to Jiewen. He focused solely on his responsibilities. However, he could empathize with why the foolish Zhu often skimped on the ingredients for receptions, as witnessing the lavish meals enjoyed by factory leadership could stir feelings of inequity. Lu Xianlin, take note, then head to the warehouse to collect the additional ingredients I need, he instructed. Lu Xianlin promptly prepared his pen and paper. Just then, Lu Lan from the West Canteen approached. Oh, Master Yen, good morning. She greeted him cheerfully. What brings you to the East Canteen today? Jiewen inquired. Bemused by her frequent visits to the East Canteen, seemingly for no reason other than idle curiosity. Well, you see, Director Li has guests arriving at noon, and I was hoping you could assist by preparing a meal for them, Lu Lan replied candidly. Jiewen shook his head slightly, saying, unfortunately, that won't work. Director Yang also has a reception today, and Director Zhou has already sent over the ingredients. Lu Lan paused, surprised. Director Yang is hosting a reception too? How fortuitous. Director Li had specifically requested Jiewen to prepare the meal, as he had recently heard praise for Yan's culinary skills from various factory leaders. Thus, he hoped to sample Jiewen's prowess while also making his acquaintance. Oh dear, what should I do? I can't return without a solution, Lu Lan fretted. The canteen had only 1 private dining room. She couldn't very well ask Director Yang to leave, as Director Li had not yet reached that level of authority. Isn't there fool Zhu in the West Canteen? Can't he cook? At the mention of Zhu, Lu Lan chuckled awkwardly, explaining, fool Zhu's culinary skills are nowhere near your level. Master Yen. She understood that Director Li's interest in the East Canteen stemmed primarily from a desire to befriend Jiewen, as he had no other valid reason to visit the canteen. Well, it seems there is no resolution. With only one private room, the schedules of the two directors conflict. Perhaps they could communicate directly? Jiewen suggested. What if I prepare the dishes and bring them to the West Canteen? Lulan proposed, reluctant to give up. That is feasible, but the West Canteen is quite a distance away. By the time the dishes arrive, they may have cooled. Jiewen replied calmly. All right, I understand. Lulan conceded, leaving with a sense of resignation before swiftly seeking out Director Li. After hearing Lulan's account, Director Li inquired, his expression inscrutable. What was Jiewen's demeanor when he learned I was hosting a reception at the East Canteen? It seemed quite agreeable. He appeared to regard you and Director Yang as equals, Lulan recounted thoughtfully. Jiewen addressed Director Li as Director Li rather than Deputy Director Li, which was telling. After all, who was unaware of Li Huaida's status as Deputy Director? There was no need for reminders, and omitting the deputy in addressing a leader fostered a favorable impression. This exemplifies the art of conversation. Indeed, upon hearing Lulan's observations, Director Li's mood noticeably brightened. It appears that Master Yin is not withholding hospitality out of discontent with himself, but rather because Yang Weiman had secured a reservation first. Thus, the root of all this lies with Yang Weiman. Very well, I understand. I shall entrust the hospitality to Shaju for lunch. Upon receiving the news from Lulan, Shaju was overjoyed, finally having the opportunity to host once more. In recent days, due to a lack of quality dishes brought home, Sister Chin's demeanor towards him had grown noticeably colder. He had been hoping to get acquainted with Sister Chin's cousin over the weekend, so naturally, he needed to win Sister Chin's favor back. Glancing at the menu, Shaju began his culinary endeavors. He prepared stewed chicken with mushrooms. First placing the chicken into the pot to simmer. Once cooked, he fished out the whole chicken, preparing to chop it into pieces. Observing the size of the chicken, Shaju gritted his teeth and greedily cut off half of the chicken to place into his lunchbox, before returning the remaining portions back into the clay pot. Stewed chicken with mushrooms is ready, Shaju called out, carrying the pot and loudly announcing his arrival at the private room. Inside the room, Li Huaid and several guests had already begun drinking. When the first dish, stewed chicken with mushrooms, was served, one guest remarked with familiarity. The chef from this canteen left a profound impression on me last time. You all must savor it thoroughly. Opening the lid of the clay pot, another guest peered inside and, with a smirk, inquired, Hey, isn't this chicken a bit small? It's not a chick, is it? Another guest casually stirred the contents with chopsticks and burst into laughter. The chicken shouldn't be small, but it only has one drumstick, one wing, and one claw. It seems this is merely half a chicken. Their remarks seemed to mock Li Huaida's stinginess. Questioning who he looked down upon by offering only half a chicken for a meal, Li Huaid felt a surge of indignation and fury. Wishing he could seize Shaju and deliver a beating. He was aware of Shaju's habit of skimping on ingredients. But considering Shaju's culinary skills and the lack of impact on the overall dish, he had chosen to overlook it. To his astonishment, however, Shaju had gone too far this time, directly chopping off half a chicken. Such audacity was simply intolerable. Soon, another dish of stir-fried beef with celery was presented. Staring at the meager amount of shredded meat on the plate, Li Huaida's clenched fists turned pale. Hadn't he purchased a pound of beef? This could hardly amount to 3 taels. Where had the remaining half a pound gone? It was undoubtedly pilfered by Shaju. Today's dishes are quite good, Deputy Factory Director Li. Next time, I'll treat you to our office's meals, with plenty of meat to indulge in. They say the steel mill's food is delicious. Though whether it truly is remains to be seen, it certainly doesn't suffice. The guest's sarcastic banter caused Li Huaida's eyes to redden. These individuals were not of ordinary standing. They were pillars of nearby steel factories. He had hoped to strengthen relationships over this meal, yet instead found himself subjected to ridicule before even tasting the food. Now, not only had he failed to forge connections, but he had also inadvertently offended several people. Shaju, Hiyuju, if I don't deal with you today, I shall no longer be called Li Huaid. Chapter 57. The Art of Cooking, Regret of the Past. Meanwhile, in the East Canteen, Jiewen wielded his knife with an impassive expression, deftly slicing the tofu in half, then cutting it into thin pieces. His movements were fluid and decisive, captivating the attention of the kitchen assistants, who watched in rapt fascination as he skillfully cut the tofu. After slicing, he turned the tofu over and cut it into shreds, the rhythmic sound of chopping resonating throughout the kitchen. The preparation of Wensi tofu requires not only exceptional knife skills, but also precision and fluidity. Within mere seconds, the tofu shreds were complete. Jiewen swiftly placed them into a nearby basin of water and gently stirred with chopsticks, revealing a stunning spectacle. The tofu began to disperse in the water, transforming into strands as delicate as silk, reminiscent of blooming flowers, the breathtaking tofu shreds dancing gracefully in the basin. Lu Xinling cautiously retrieved a strand of tofu from the basin, exclaiming in astonishment, Wow, these tofu shreds are incredibly fine. They could even thread a needle. Master, your knife skills are truly remarkable. The kitchen assistants collectively contributed to the excitement, marveling at Yin Master's unparalleled abilities in the culinary arts. This transcended mere cooking. It was a form of artistry. Yin Jiewen smiled subtly, choosing not to respond. Indeed, Wensi tofu is a meticulous national banquet dish where flavor is secondary to technique. Although he had a capable old hen for broth, and chicken breast was an appropriate auxiliary ingredient, he lacked a crucial component, the ham, which enhances flavor and richness. Thus, he was left to create a simplified version. Carrots were sliced thinly, as delicate as gossamer, then cut into shreds. Fresh mushrooms were similarly prepared. Their slices as thin as paper, followed by bamboo shoots, cut into translucent pieces, and the boiled chicken breast, sliced into thin, leaf-like shreds. These were all the ingredients at hand. With one missing, he would have to rely on flavor to triumph. In the private room, Factory Director Factory Director Wang Yongjun of the First Rolling Mill and Director Kai of the Capital Metallurgy Bureau were dining together. The enticing aroma of dishes such as braised lion's head, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, white-coated shrimp, and Yangzhou fried rice wafted through the air. Wang Yongjun, savoring Yin Jiewen's cooking once again, felt a pang of regret. This young master, Yin, not only excelled in Sichuan cuisine, but also prepared Huayang dishes exceptionally well. He should have been more assertive in securing him before. Factory Director Yang turned to Director Kai with a smile and inquired, "Director Kai, how does it taste?" Director Kai, a slender middle-aged man, placed a piece of glistening fish in his mouth, his face lighting up with enjoyment as he praised, "Excellent. The squirrel-shaped mandarin fish is crispy on the outside and tender within, allowing one to savor the freshness of the fish. The seasoning is remarkably distinguished, sweet and sour, leaving an indelible aftertaste. It brings me great joy to enjoy such authentic Huayang cuisine here after being away from Subei for over a decade. Ah, Yang, I've heard tales of a remarkable chef at your factory, and it seems no one was misled, haha." Factory Director Yang smiled gently, explaining, "Director Kai, the chef you heard about is not the one cooking today. The one preparing our meal is a newcomer." Taken aback, Director Kai exclaimed, "Is there another expert at your factory?" Factory Director Yang shook his head, pouring tea for Director Kai, and replied, "That chef cannot compare to this newcomer." Director Kai, "Old Yang is correct. I attempted to lure this chef to my first rolling mill before, but Old Yang refused to part with him." "Alas," Wang Yongjun interjected, his tone tinged with regret. "Is that so? However, this chef's culinary skills are truly impressive. Even I'm tempted." Director Kai remarked with an enigmatic smile. A sudden realization struck Factory Director Yang. Could this leader also be contemplating poaching Master Yin? Just then, Lu Xinlin entered with a dish, calling out, "Wensi tofu is here. Oh, the final dish has arrived. Director Kai, allow me to serve you." Factory Director Yang promptly shifted the conversation away from Yin Jiewen, fearing that the other party might indeed entertain such thoughts. As the lid was lifted, the three leaned in for a closer look, their eyes widening in delight. Within the bowl, a vibrant medley of strands formed a brilliantly colorful soup, with the white of the tofu, the red of the carrots, the black of the mushrooms, the green of the bamboo shoots, and the beige of the chicken breast creating an exquisite palette. Wow, Master Yin is truly a culinary genius. Wang Yongjun felt utterly astonished by the visual feast that was Wensi tofu, an epitome of color, aroma, and flavor. Wait, why do the adjectives sound so peculiar? Disregarding all else, Wang Yongjun, after Director Yang had served Director Kai a generous helping of tofu soup, eagerly filled a bowl for himself. Director Kai took a spoonful of the soup, swirling it around in his mouth before swallowing it, his eyes suddenly sparkling with delight. "Excellent. Truly remarkable." The broth melted upon contact, delicate and pure, as if countless tiny fish were frolicking joyfully within his palate. The base must have been a clear broth simmered from chicken, refreshing and light, ungreasy and extraordinarily delicious. After savoring another sip, Director Kai exclaimed, "This is truly delightful. What appears to be a humble tofu soup is, in reality, a masterfully crafted dish, intricate and profound, making it utterly impossible to set down one's chopsticks." While Director Kai was still offering his praises, Directors Yang and Wang were already relishing their second bowl. Wang Yongjun regretted with each sip, cursing himself for not having insisted on enjoying Yin Jiewen's dishes more often. Had he done so, he wouldn't have needed to travel all the way to the third steel plant for a meal. In contrast, Director Yang's thoughts were far simpler. He contemplated how to grant Yin Jiewen a salary increase. Alas, Yin had recently joined the plant, and with such limited experience, it would be challenging to promote him even if he wished to. After finishing their meal, Director Kai left, thoroughly satisfied, having agreed to Director Yang's request for additional orders, demonstrating how discussions over a meal can be fruitful. Wang Yongjun hesitated to depart, expressing a desire to meet Yin Jiewen, but Director Yang firmly declined. What? If I let you meet him again, my esteemed chef might truly flee. Director Yang scoffed, watching as Wang Yongjun's vehicle departed the steel plant. Zhou, go to my office and fetch a jar of fine tea for Master Yin. And also take the watch voucher from my drawer as a token of gratitude for his splendid meal today. The assistant acknowledged and promptly left. In the East Canteen's kitchen, Yin Jiewen had ceased preparing large quantities of food. Although his two apprentices hadn't learned much, they could manage cooking in bulk. Recently, many workers had flocked to the East Canteen, and several had queued without receiving their meals, causing some discontent. Given this, Yin decided to tone down the flavor of the dishes to ease his workload. Assistant Zhou arrived, delivering a jar of premium tea and a voucher for a luxury watch to Yin Jiewen, explaining that it was a token of appreciation from Director Yang for the exquisite meal he had prepared, leaving the kitchen staff in awe. The highest-ranking leader of the plant had come to present something to Master Yin. Indeed, Yin was now truly a favored figure in Director Yang's eyes. Consequently, the kitchen workers held Yin Jiewen in even greater esteem. Chapter 58. Shaju is captured, and Yin Bugue is concerned. As the afternoon shift concluded, Shaju, carrying 2 lunch boxes and a bucket of dishwater, merrily headed home to the courtyard to boast to Qin Huairu. However, just as he approached the back door, Deputy Chief Liang Guofu of the Security Department, accompanied by several individuals, surrounded him. Master Shaju, we need to inspect your lunch boxes, Liang said solemnly. Shaju was taken aback and quickly inquired, inspect my lunch boxes? Why? Weren't they never inspected before? Since not only kitchen staff, but also some workers bought meals from the canteen to take home, it was challenging for the security personnel to discern the origins of the dishes. Generally, if no one lodged a complaint, inspections were rare. Liang furrowed his brow, explaining in a harsh tone, we've received information suggesting you may have stolen public property from the canteen. Master Shaju, please open your lunchboxes. Don't make this difficult for me. At this, Shaju's face fell, panic lacing his voice as he protested. Nonsense. I, Shaju, am known for my integrity. I would never engage in such thievery. Enough with the nonsense. Will you open them, or shall we assist you? Liang remained unmoved. Having been ordered by Deputy Director Li to search Shaju, otherwise, the security department would prefer not to offend a prominent chef. After all, if Shaju were to retaliate by tossing all the food during the next serving, it would be disastrous. Absolutely not. I have not stolen anything. Step aside. Shaju resolutely shook his head, refusing to cooperate. Liang snorted, gesturing for his colleagues. Zhang, Wang, restrain Hiyuju. The 2 security officers moved in. But Shaju quickly retreated a few steps and, gritting his teeth, hurled the bucket of dishwater at them before attempting to flee. The 2 officers were drenched. And given the heat of the day, the leftover food quickly soured, causing them to gag. Liang's expression darkened in fury. Hiyuju, do you dare to assault members of the security department? Everyone, seize him. The remaining security personnel lunged at Shaju, but he was not one to surrender easily. He fought back fiercely, even striking one officer in the face. Ultimately, however, he was overpowered and pinned to the ground. Liang coldly sneered as he opened Shaju's lunchboxes. Inside one was half a boiled chicken, and in the other, stir-fried beef and braised pork. Hiyuju, what do you have to say for yourself? Liang displayed the contents of the boxes to Shaju. You truly have some audacity, daring to steal such ordinary ingredients. Leftovers might be one thing, but this is far from it. With his face pressed against the ground, Shaju protested defiantly, I didn't steal this. It's payment for the dishes I prepared for Deputy Director Li. If you don't believe me, just ask him. Liang had anticipated this response and chuckled coldly. I don't care who gave you these items. The evidence of your theft of public property is irrefutable. Hiyuju, come with us to the security department to clarify matters. Shaju was taken away by the security personnel, leaving the onlooking workers in a state of uproar. Did Master Shaju really steal from the canteen? Wow, who would have thought? He seems so honest, but is actually a thief. Honest? Haven't you heard that Shaju is supposedly entangled with a widow from the factory? No wonder he's still unmarried at his age. It turns out he's been involved with a widow. Who is this Shaju? The chef from the canteen? The workers engaged in fervent discussions, and fortunately, not many were leaving through the back door. Otherwise, the crowd would have been much larger. However, even with just a few witnesses, the news of Shaju's capture for stealing public property would undoubtedly make headlines the following day. Yin Jiewen remained unaware of Shaju's predicament as he rode directly back to the courtyard. Upon seeing him return, the 3rd aunt hurried to prepare dinner. While Yin sought out Yin Bugue, old man, I have 2 friends coming over this weekend for a visit. Just wanted to inform you. Yin Bugue took a couple of puffs from his pipe, curious as he asked, who are they? If it were the 3rd or 4th child bringing friends home, Yin Bugue would undoubtedly object, as it often meant those friends would expect to be fed. Few parents were eager to have their children's classmates over, especially in these times of scarcity. 2 girls, Yin Jiewen replied succinctly. Yin Bugui's heart skipped a beat, and he pressed further. Girls? Where are they from? Are they your co-workers? Wow, the second child is making strides, bringing girls home. It seems I need not worry about his marriage anymore. Please don't get too excited. They're introduced by Sister Lu from the back courtyard, who said they want to get to know me. Sister Lu? Is that Su Dumao's wife, Lu Xiaoa? I hope those two girls aren't children of capitalists, Yin Bugui expressed with a look of concern. In these times, a saying circulates, it is better to marry a country girl than a wealthy heiress, reflecting the contemporary disdain of the common folk towards capitalists. Only Lu Xiaoyi, with her amiable demeanor, is well regarded by the neighbors. Yin Jiewen furrowed his brow and remarked, I am not pursuing a romantic relationship. I merely made 2 new acquaintances. Why all these questions? He was unaware of the Li sisters' background, yet he felt indifferent to such matters, as he wasn't seeking a match. Yin Bugui nodded, slightly awkward, and inquired, Then shall I and your mother leave the house this weekend? Yin Jiewen chuckled, teasingly responding, What's the matter? Are you so averse to meeting my friends? Oh no, it's not that. I just didn't want to embarrass you, replied Yin Bugui, bashfully puffing on his cigarette. As the second son brought female friends home for the first time, Yin Bugui pondered giving them space. Otherwise, if they deemed their home too small, it could sour their relationship with Yin Jiewen. Yin Jiewen, laughing softly, tapped the table and asserted, You are my parents. No one has the right to look down upon you. Humph, such sweet words. One wonders how genuine they are. Yin Bugui felt warmth in his heart, though his words remained stubbornly tough. That evening, upon learning that Yin Jiewen would host 2 female friends over the weekend, the Yin couple wore expressions of intrigue, while the younger siblings brimmed with curiosity. Aunt Sen shared Yin Bugui's concerns. The house was too small, and with so many people, wouldn't it embarrass the second son? Hence, Aunt Sen contemplated returning to her maternal home for the weekend to provide space for the second son. Yin Jiewen firmly declined, clarifying that he merely wished to inform them about the guests and would be cooking for them personally. Chapter 59. The Anxieties of Yi Zhonghai and Their Origins. Around 6 in the evening, Aunt Chi frowned, for it was her turn to feed the pigs, yet Shaju had not returned with the pig feed. What was he doing? Thus, Aunt Chi went directly to Yi Zhonghai's house to voice her complaint, saying, Uncle Li, what's going on with Shaju? He hasn't returned at this hour, and I still need to feed the pigs. Isn't this wasting my time? Yi Zhonghai, unruffled, reassured her, Aunt Chi, Shaju is likely occupied with guests at the factory. Do not fret just yet. Shaju had often returned late when there were guests for dinner at the factory. Fine, but when it's my turn to feed the pigs. He really drags his feet. It's quite bothersome, Aunt Chi grumbled as she left Yi's residence. By 8 o'clock, Aunt Chi had visited for the 3rd time, scolding Shaju each time. Eventually, Yi Zhonghai volunteered to feed the pigs himself, which finally quelled her complaints. Yet, as night fell, the lights at the He family's home remained unlit, igniting Yi Zhonghai's concerns. He approached the Jia family across the street and directly inquired of Qin Huairu. Huairu, did you see Shaju this afternoon? Qin Huairu paused, then shook her head, replying, Uncle Yi, I haven't seen him. In fact, I was waiting for him. After returning home that afternoon, she had stood at the courtyard gate, yet Shaju never showed, leaving their family with only steamed cornbread and pickled vegetables for dinner. Yi Zhonghai frowned, expressing his worry. Shaju still hasn't returned, and it's already dark. Ordinarily, even if he was entertaining guests, he should have been back by 7. Now there is not a sound. Could something have happened to Shaju? Qin Huairu asked anxiously. Yi Zhonghai shook his head, saying, Let me check at the steel mill. Huairu, if Shaju returns, please send him to my house. All right, Uncle Yi, please be careful. Qin Huairu felt an ominous premonition, not out of concern for Shaju, but fearing the loss of her household helper. Yi Zhonghai, flashlight in hand, hurriedly left the courtyard, making his way to the steel mill. After about 10 minutes, he rushed to the West Canteen, only to find it already closed and dark, indicating that Shaju was not there. Next, he proceeded to the security office, where he received news that left him reeling. Shaju had been detained by the security office for stealing public property from the canteen, with irrefutable evidence. The security office was currently interrogating him, and Shaju stubbornly refused to confess. Consequently, he would remain in custody overnight until Deputy Factory Director Li arrived the following day to clarify the situation. Whether Deputy Director Li had permitted Shaju to take the food, or if Shaju had misused his name to steal, constituted 2 entirely different scenarios. If Li had granted permission, it would be deemed that Shaju had merely taken leftovers. However, if he had misappropriated Li's name, it would mean Shaju had committed theft and harmed the director's reputation. Liang Guofu did not believe that Li Huaid would assist Shaju. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to send someone to apprehend him today. Eagerly, Yi Zhonghai asked Liang Guofu, Director Liang, may I see He Yuzhu? Liang Guofu hesitated, knowing that ordinarily, No one was allowed to see Shaju at this hour. However, Yi Zhonghai was a highly respected master craftsman in the factory, and he held some clout with Director Yang. Sensing Liang Guofu's indecision, Yi Zhonghai quickly added, "Director Liang, rest assured. I only wish to speak with He Yuzhu briefly, and will leave afterward." "Very well, Master Yi, please make it quick," Liang Guofu relented. Leading Yi Zhonghai to the small interrogation room in the security office and gesturing for him to enter. Upon entering, Yi Zhonghai found Shaju lying on a wooden bed, arms behind his head, looking quite agitated. "Shaju." Upon hearing his voice, Shaju turned his head and immediately sprang up, exclaiming, "Uncle Yi, what brings you here? Are you here to rescue me? Why would I be here? You didn't return home at this late hour. How could I not worry?" Yi Zhonghai scolded lightly, relieved that Shaju had not suffered any physical harm. Shaju awkwardly scratched his head, apologizing, "I'm so sorry for making you worry. Now tell me, did you really steal from the canteen? Did you hit someone from the security office?" Shaju immediately shook his head, indignantly explaining, "You've watched me grow up. When have you ever seen me engage in petty theft? As for those two, they happened to bump into a bucket of leftover soup and got splashed. That has nothing to do with me. Then what exactly happened?" Yi Zhonghai furrowed his brows. Having known Shaju since childhood, he could tell that Shaju wasn't being entirely truthful, but at that moment, resolving Shaju's predicament was paramount. Everything else could be addressed later. Yet, the notion of theft was something Shaju would never do. Otherwise, Yi Zhonghai would not have regarded him as a reliable helper. In Yi Zhonghai's eyes, a dependable helper should be respectful of the law, compassionate, and capable of empathy. Shaju embodied these qualities perfectly. "Then why does the security office believe you stole from the canteen?" Yi Zhonghai sighed. During lunchtime, wasn't there a gathering hosted by Li Huide? I took a little food, intending to bring it home for myself, but that fellow with the surname Liang insisted I was stealing, so he had me detained. It's always been fine to do so in the past. Why was today any different? Shaju pondered, utterly perplexed. Is it truly that simple? Indeed. Do you think it's more complicated than that? Yi Zhonghai let out a sigh of relief. This meant that as long as Li Huide could confirm that he had indeed consented to Shaju taking the leftover food, then Shaju should be in the clear. Very well, the security personnel would likely summon Vice Factory Director Li tomorrow, and by then, you should be fine. For tonight, you can endure a little discomfort and sleep here. All right, I know what to do. It's getting late. You should head home. Shaju also believed that Li Huide would vouch for him, so he maintained a relatively calm demeanor. However, as for Liang Guofu and his cohorts, if they have the audacity, they shouldn't come to the Western canteen for meals. Otherwise, let me show them how I can retaliate. Hastily, Yi Zhonghai returned to the courtyard. Qin Huairu, who had been peeking through the window, rushed out the moment she saw him. "Uncle Yi, wait, where's Shaju?" she asked anxiously. Shaju hadn't returned, and Uncle Yi hadn't brought him back. Could it be that something truly happened to him? Yi Zhonghai sighed and recounted the entire situation. Qin Huairu suddenly realized it was a misunderstanding, and she felt relieved. "Huairu, you mustn't tell anyone about Shaju's matter, especially the deaf old lady. Shaju should be back by tomorrow, and we can act as if nothing happened," Yi Zhonghai solemnly advised. Qin Huairu nodded in agreement. "Uncle Yi, I understand. You should go home and rest." The deaf old lady was undoubtedly the one most concerned about Shaju in the courtyard. If she found out that he had been detained by the factory's security, it might cause her undue distress. Chapter 60, Denial and Punishment. The following day, at the security department, Vice Factory Director Li, "Are you implying that Shaju borrowed your name to pilfer public property?" Security Chief Lu Erwa asked with a frown. Li Huide's expression remained calm as he nodded. "Indeed, I have never given anyone permission to take leftovers home. The practice of chefs taking food is an unspoken rule. While it may be implicitly accepted, it does not equate to permission." Lu Lan had been ensnared by him in this manner. Shaju had caused him to lose face in front of several guests yesterday, and he felt it necessary to teach Shaju a lesson. "Very well. Then I shall file a complaint with the police for theft of public property and slandering a superior. You have no objections, I trust?" Li Huide shook his head in disapproval. "Chief Lu, although he usually made a mistake, he has served as a chef in the steel mill for over a decade. Reporting him to the police for theft is rather severe. I merely wish to discipline Shaju, not to ruin him, as he may still be of use in the future." Lu Erwa scrutinized Li Huide. The security department was not under the management of the steel mill system. Thus, he had the authority to convict Shaju directly. However, it was prudent not to escalate matters with the factory's leadership. Furthermore, he had received word that Li Huide's assistant had approached Deputy Chief of Security Liang Guofu, who then led a team to detain Shaju. Coupled with Li Huide's apparent reluctance to publicize the theft, it suggested that the entire situation was orchestrated by Li Huide. Although the reasons remained unclear, it was evident he only intended to impart a lesson to He Yuzhu, not to destroy him, indicating that the security department had been used as a pawn. Then, Vice Factory Director, what is your stance? I believe we can offer a second chance. Let him compensate for the stolen items at 10 times their value. And deduct 3 months' salary. By the way, he seems to have assaulted 2 security guards, correct? He should also cover their medical expenses and lost wages. Theft, if handled by the public authorities, could lead to a 10-year prison sentence at the worst. Li Huai's intention was to avoid making a spectacle of the matter, allowing Xia Zhu to compensate the steel mill for its losses, thus providing the mill with an opportunity for leniency. Lu Erwan nodded in agreement, replying, no problem. Considering this is He Yuzhu's first offense and the value of the stolen items is minimal, we shall let it slide this time. However, should similar incidents occur again, the security department will not be so lenient. With the factory's second-in-command intervening, it was hardly an unforgivable crime, and Lu Erwa was inclined to show some leniency. Understood. Thank you. Chief Lu, Li Huai expressed his gratitude with a feigned smile. He discerned that Lu Erwa was extending him a favor, implicitly suggesting he should not complicate matters for the security department in the future. Soon, Xia Zhu learned of his verdict. The charge of theft of food was established. But given Xia Zhu's years of service at the steel mill, he was granted special leniency, allowing him to compensate for the stolen food at 10 times its value. Half a chicken, over half a pound of beef, and over half a pound of pork amounted to roughly 3 yuan, making the total compensation 30 yuan. For injuring 2 security guards, although it did not result in actual harm, it did inflict psychological damage, requiring Xia Zhu to compensate each guard 3 yuan for emotional distress. Simultaneously, Xia Zhu would have 3 months' salary deducted as a penalty. Xia Zhu was bewildered and furiously protested. I refuse to accept this. I didn't steal anything. Why am I being fined so much? Where's Li Huai? Didn't he come to vouch for me? This penalty left him at least 140 yuan out of pocket. It was too much. Lu Erwa coldly scoffed, reprimanding. He Yuzhu, adjust your attitude. Vice Factory Director Li has already been here, and he stated that he did not consent to you taking leftovers. Everything you took was without permission. Moreover, had it not been for Vice Factory Director Li advocating for you, hoping for a lighter sentence, you would have already been sent to the police station by the security department. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhu plopped down onto the wooden bed in sheer shock. Li Huai had come by, but he hadn't stood up for him. Why? As Xia Zhu pondered, he recalled that during previous receptions with Li Huai, he had always taken home the leftover food. It was merely that the leftovers he took yesterday were a bit more substantial. The steel mill allocated monthly funds for entertaining clients, and the items he took were covered under those expenses, hence not violating any rules. Logically, Li Huai could have easily absolved him with a single statement. So why did he choose to deny it? Enough of this nonsense. In short, the security department will not issue a factory-wide announcement regarding your theft of public property, nor will they report it to the police. From now on, behave properly and refrain from engaging in petty theft. By the way, remember to pay the fine within 3 days. You may leave now. With that, Lu Erwa turned and left, no longer willing to engage with Xia Zhu. Dazed, Xia Zhu exited the security department. In truth, he was not foolish. He quickly surmised that this was likely Li Huai's way of admonishing him. Otherwise, why would there be such a coincidence that they chose to inspect the lunch boxes yesterday? Why specifically target him? Why would Li Huai deny something that could easily be resolved with a word, leading to such a hefty fine? Furrowing his brow, Xia Zhu contemplated for a long time. Could it be that his reprimand of Lu Lan 2 days prior had prompted Li Huai to take it out on him? It didn't make sense. It was a trivial matter that posed no loss to Li Huai. Suddenly, Xia Zhu felt that someone was watching him. Turning around, he saw 2 female workers whispering and pointing at him. Isn't that the cafeteria chef Xia Zhu who stole something? Yes, indeed. He looked so honest. Yet he is a thief. Xia Zhu was once again bewildered. What were these 2 women babbling about? Indeed, news of Xia Zhu's alleged theft had already spread throughout the steel mill. Numerous workers had witnessed him being taken away yesterday. The truth of the matter was now irrelevant. All that mattered was that the workers had a new piece of gossip. The truth was not what they wished to hear. Enduring the many scrutinizing gazes, Xia Zhu returned to the Western canteen. In the cafeteria, the kitchen helpers cast peculiar glances at Xia Zhu, who remained oblivious to their scrutiny. Deep down, they were aware of the truth, yet it seemed inconsequential. No one would believe them. Master, are you all right? Ma Hua approached Xia Zhu with evident concern. At that moment, Xia Zhu was seething with anger, and upon hearing his disciple's inquiry, he mistook it for mockery. Thus, rage welled up within him, and he kicked Ma Hua fiercely, shouting, Ma Hua, you wretched brat, do you wish for me to be in distress? Get lost. Taken by surprise, Ma Hua fell to the ground, his backside slamming against the floor, eliciting a pained cry. Lu Lan, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward and rebuked, Xia Zhu, what on earth are you doing? Why take your frustrations out on Ma Hua? None of your business. He is my disciple, and I can do as I please. Xia Zhu retorted defiantly. He is your disciple, not your slave. You only bully him because you have a modicum of culinary skill. Lulan exclaimed. Come, Mahua. Let me help you to rest. As Lulan assisted Mahua away, Sha Zhu ground his teeth in fury, muttering, All right, Li Huaid and Lulan. So you wish to play this way? Just wait. I will not let you off easily. Chapter 61. Pai Xiu Qin Huairu, Feeling the Pinch, and Yi Zhonghai. In the East cafeteria, Lu Xinlin obediently prepared tea for Yin Jiewen, his face alight with gossip. Master, have you heard? They say the head chef of the West cafeteria, He Yuzhu, was caught stealing ingredients by the security department. Yin Jiewen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is that so? Where did you hear such news? It's been circulating around the factory. Apparently it happened yesterday afternoon when everyone was getting off work. Yin Jiewen's mind raced with questions. Was Sha Zhu truly in such dire straits that he resorted to theft? It was evident that he had stolen the ingredients for the widow. Otherwise, despite any troubles caused by her, he wouldn't have fallen to such depths. As the saying goes, what is bought with money is not nearly as sweet as what is received for free. It could be said that aside from Qin Huairu, Sha Zhu was unwilling to suffer any losses. However, he willingly aligned himself with the widow, so whatever consequences ensued had nothing to do with Yin Jiewen. His only concern was whether the feed for the 2 pigs in the yard would be affected. This was also a pressing concern for Yi Zhonghai. Recently, the pigs raised in the yard had allowed the trio of older men to elevate their status within the community. Thus, early in the day, after finishing his tasks, Yi Zhonghai hurriedly brought Qin Huairu to the West cafeteria. Upon seeing Sha Zhu seated in his familiar chair, both breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu, are you all right? Yi Zhonghai inquired cheerfully. Hearing this, Sha Zhu forced a pained smile and explained, Well, nothing serious happened, just a fine imposed. Just a fine? No other penalties? Qin Huairu prompted, her brow furrowing in concern. Sha Zhu shook his head, his face sorrowful as he recounted the fine. Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu were taken aback. What? Not only did you lose 3 months' wages, but you also owe 10-fold compensation for the ingredients you took yesterday? That's nearly 140 yuan. How could it be so much? Zhu, didn't Deputy Factory Directorly testify on your behalf? Yi Zhonghai asked incredulously. Testify? What nonsense. Speaking of Li Huaid, it fills me with rage. Sha Zhu's expression darkened. Qin Huairu felt her heart sink. Sha Zhu was penalized 3 months' wages, making it impossible for her to borrow money from him in the upcoming months. At that moment, Sha Zhu continued, Sister Qin, I don't have enough money to pay the fine. If you could spare me a little, I would greatly appreciate it. Qin Huairu's heart jolted. How ironic that she had intended to ask him for money, yet he was now asking for repayment. Sha Zhu, I don't have any money to return to you right now. I can repay you some when payday comes at the end of the month. Her tone was tinged with a hint of frustration. Indeed, she had money saved, or rather, the money Sha Zhu had lent her was being carefully hoarded for the future of her 3 children. She simply could not part with it. Upon hearing this, Sha Zhu felt a pang of disappointment. Over the years, I have lent you at least 300 yuan, not including the money spent on meat and vegetables. Each time, you promised to repay me when you received your wages, yet I have yet to see a single cent. Now that I am in trouble, you still say such things. Are you a Pai Xiu? All right, now that I see you are safe, I can rest easy. By the way, Sha Zhu, do not forget that my cousin will be visiting this weekend. I will bring her to meet you. I must go now. I have work to attend to. With that, Qin Huairu left the kitchen without giving Sha Zhu a chance to respond, avoiding his gaze. A chill ran through Sha Zhu. Ultimately, he refrained from saying more. He was in need of money and companionship. He then turned to Yi Zhonghai and said, Uncle Li, could you lend me some money? I know you must have some savings. Wait, Zhu, have you really not saved anything after so many years of work? Yi Zhonghai asked, astonished. Sha Zhu was alone in the world, without family or dependents. After so many years as a chef, where had all his earnings gone? Sha Zhu shrugged and explained, It's because of you. Didn't you tell me to take care of the Jia family? So, my wages have largely gone to supporting them. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback. I didn't mean for you to support them entirely. Did I ask you to marry into the Jia family? Yi Zhonghai knew of Sha Zhu's good relationship with the Jia family, particularly with Qin Huairu, and admired Sha Zhu for his kindness. However, he had not considered that Sha Zhu might have lent them money, which seemed substantial. Cough, cough, Zhu, while my salary is decent. You know my aunt requires medication every month, so my savings are not plentiful, Yi Zhonghai tactfully declined. If it were just a few yuan, he would have readily given it, but over 100 yuan would take him 2 months to save up. He was reluctant to lend such an amount, especially since Sha Zhu seemed unlikely to repay it anytime soon. Seeing Yi Zhonghai's attitude, Sha Zhu felt even more disheartened, his expression darkening. Then forget it. I'll find a way myself. He had thought that Yi Zhonghai, who had cared for him like a father, would help him. But he realized there was little difference between him and an outsider, leading to a decrease in his regard for Yi Zhonghai. Noticing Sha Zhu's cold demeanor, Yi Zhonghai felt a pang of anxiety and quickly added, "But I have watched you grow up. In my eyes, you are like my own child. With your father not around, if I do not help you, who will? Here's the deal. I can lend you a maximum of 100 yuan. For the rest, you'll have to figure it out on your own." Yi Zhonghai said, his heart heavy. Should this matter cause a rift between him and Xia Zhu, all his efforts in raising him would be in vain. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhu nearly cried, nodding eagerly. "Uncle Yi, 100 yuan is more than enough. I will repay you as soon as possible. All right, just promise me not to get into such trouble again. If you ever face difficulties, feel free to come to me," Yi Zhonghai advised earnestly, though feeling quite disheartened. "Really, Uncle Yi, I do have difficulties." Uncle Yi, don't go just yet. I haven't finished speaking." Before Yi Zhonghai could hear him out, he rushed off, leaving a bewildered Xia Zhu in his wake. Later that afternoon, Yi Zhonghai returned to the courtyard and handed Xia Zhu 10 large bills. His heart ached. He couldn't help but lament. Why had he chosen to support Xia Zhu in his old age? If Xia Zhu faced hardships, he too would have to bear the burden. The following day, Xia Zhu diligently paid off the fines at the security department, managing to scrape together the 40 yuan he required. His predicament had reached a temporary resolution. Yet the scandal surrounding his alleged theft of public property continued to circulate like wildfire. In the absence of an official announcement from the factory, the matter remained unsubstantiated. But that did little to quell the rampant rumors. Henceforth, Xia Zhu's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. With whispers of his previous flirtations with unmarried women and now the shadow of suspicion regarding his supposed pilfering of factory assets, it was evident that Xia Zhu would find it impossible to secure a bride at the steel mill. Chapter 62. Delivering Pigs to TZ Ridge. The foundation for development in the ensuing days, little transpired, but the allegations of Xia Zhu's purported theft of food supplies from the steel mill had spread far and wide. The women of the courtyard indulged in fervent gossip, their disdain for Xia Zhu palpable, as they firmly believed he was indeed capable of such theft. Consequently, several residents who typically left their doors unlocked had begun to exercise caution, exemplifying the adage that one must always be wary of others. Xia Zhu was incensed. Yet he was, in fact, guilty, leaving him with insufficient confidence to confront his neighbors. For the next few days, he feigned illness to avoid interactions, retreating into the confines of his home, perhaps hoping that time would dull the edge of the rumors. Unfortunately, in an era where reputation held more weight than life itself, once a label was affixed, it was exceedingly difficult to shed. On Saturday, as the steel mill's shifts concluded, Jiewen rode his bicycle back to the courtyard, preparing for his evening trip to TZ Ridge to deliver pigs. Though he had never been to TZ Ridge, he had acquired the precise address from Zhang Yama. Fortunately, the route to TZ Ridge was straightforward, located not far from the main road, thus presenting no significant challenges. After dinner, Jiewen informed Yin Bugue of his intention to venture out, indicating he would return later than usual. Yin Bugue did not press for details, trusting his second son completely, though he still reminded Jiewen to exercise caution. As dusk began to envelop the sky, Jiewen took up his flashlight and pedaled away from Nanluoguxiang, heading toward the outskirts of the city. By approximately 7:30 p.m., after a considerable journey, Jiewen approached TZ Ridge. The path was somewhat treacherous, but with the aid of his flashlight, he spotted the village sign marking the entrance. Uncle Zhang had mentioned that after entering the village, he should proceed right for a few hundred meters where the newly constructed pig pen awaited. After an additional 10 minutes, following the directions, Jiewen finally arrived at the enclosure designated for the live pigs. The pen was relatively secluded, covering an area of about 100 square meters, with a cave carved into the mountainside occupying half of the space. The remaining area was enclosed by wooden boards standing at a height of 1 meter, with only one accessible entrance, surrounded by knee-high weeds, making it difficult for an uninitiated person to locate. Jiewen opened the pen and inspected the condition of the piglets. At that moment, there were approximately 200 pigs of varying sizes within the enclosure. The sows were still birthing at a rate of 10 piglets per day, and due to the special pig feed provided, the piglets born yesterday had already gained a notable amount of weight. The first batch of piglets had already grown to over 250 pounds, gaining nearly 10 pounds daily, ensuring that by the end of the month, they would be ready for market at 300 pounds. The second batch was similar in size to the first, having been born only a day later. The third batch was only slightly smaller, with a weight difference of about 30 pounds, indicating that all the piglets were growing at a standard rate. Jiewen selected 20 medium-large pigs weighing around 200 pounds, confident they would reach over 300 pounds within 2 months. He also chose 20 medium-small pigs weighing approximately 100 pounds, which would also be market-ready in 4 months. Lastly, he selected 30 piglets ranging from 10 to 30 pounds, expected to be ready for market within 6 months. Ultimately, the number of pigs at TZ Ridge reached 70, a figure perfectly suited to the breeding capacity of the area. By the end of the month, Jiewen planned to return with 18 adult pigs, 8 destined for the steel mill and the remaining 2 for other purposes. The sudden arrival of the pigs into the darkened environment caused a flurry of commotion, resulting in a cacophony of squeals. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiewen cleared some of the surrounding weeds, making it appear as if many feet had trampled through the area. After a short while, he noticed figures approaching. It was Zhang Fengyou and Zhang Niuma, brandishing torches as they made their way toward him. "Ah, it's really you, Xiaoyan. Comrade Xiaoyan, you've come." The two greeted him joyfully. "Uncle Zhang, Captain Zhang, you've finally arrived." Jiewen smiled as he offered them cigarettes, promptly igniting them. Uncle Zhang exhaled a puff of smoke, flashing a broad grin. "Heh, I was just telling Fengyou that I thought I heard the sound of pigs. So we hurried over to take a look." In truth, the two had been monitoring the situation nearby, hesitant to approach directly as the seller had not indicated a desire to meet them. Thus, they had waited a while before cautiously making their way over. "Wow, so many pigs!" Zhang Fengyou exclaimed, approaching the pen, utterly astonished. Zhang Niuma joined him, equally taken aback by the sight of dozens of lively pigs. Xiaoyan certainly knows how to pick a reliable seller. Although they had not heard the sound of large vehicles and were uncertain how so many pigs had been transported, such details were beyond their concern. Jiewen lit a cigarette for himself and remarked, "This is a solid investment for half a year, with pigs of all sizes. The steel mill's trucks will come monthly to collect them. Don't forget about the slop," he continued. "The steel mill delivers slop every 2 days. So be sure to accept the deliveries." Zhang Niuma chuckled. "Xiaoyan, you can rest assured. I'll treat these pigs like my own children. If even one goes missing, I'd rather jump into a river and drown myself." Jiewen chuckled, patting Zhang Niuma on the shoulder, teasing, "Uncle Zhang, it's not that serious. You can't die. Who would help me raise the pigs?" "Haha, Comrade Xiaoyan is right. Niuma, let us live well together. We will make TZ Ridge thrive and achieve greatness." Zhang Fengyou chimed in, joining the jest. Jiewen then relayed a few more instructions to the two before departing from TZ Ridge. As Zhang Fengyou watched Jiewen's figure fade into the distance, he turned to Zhang Niuma and said, "Let us get the villagers to bring the pigs back to the village pen. We can't let Comrade Xiaoyan down." "Exactly. Soon our village will have an endless supply of steamed buns," Zhang Niuma exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he envisioned a delightful life where he could toss away buns without a second thought. On the narrow path, Jiewen illuminated the road ahead with his flashlight, riding leisurely on his bicycle. The venture into pig sales was finally set to commence, laying the groundwork for future development. If all went smoothly, selling pigs to the steel mill alone could yield over 250,000 yuan within a decade. However, this money would be illicit, making it impossible to spend freely. What then? Would he dare to withdraw over 200,000 in capital once reforms began? That would be courting disaster. Thus, Jiewen had already devised a plan to convert the money into gold, an asset that retained value, was compact, and easy to store. In these times, every household possessed something of worth. Even the miserly and malevolent Jia Zhang, notorious for her stinginess, owned a gold ring. Surely, it would not be unreasonable for the Yin family to possess several hundred grams of gold when the time came. Once the direction of his entrepreneurial venture is firmly established, he will gradually transform his gold into currency, seamlessly integrating it into the project, all unbeknownst to others, with utmost finesse. Chapter 63. Has old Yin truly run away? The sisters have arrived. When Jiewen returned to the courtyard, it was already around 10 o'clock in the evening. After several hours of cycling, he felt quite fatigued. However, being a southerner, the discomfort of not bathing for a day weighed on him. Thus, he filled a bucket with cold water and decided to take a quick rinse. Almost forgot. Tomorrow there will be guests at home. Goodness, how busy we are. A night passed without incident, and today marked another Sunday, a rare day of respite. Yet, early in the morning, the courtyard was already filled with the hustle and bustle of various households. Jiewen also rose early, as he needed to purchase some ingredients for the guests arriving later. Opting not to ride, he completed his morning routine and set off on a light jog towards Pigeon Market. The capital was already lively in the early morning. Despite the poverty of the common folk, their self-discipline was commendable. By this hour, Pigeon Market was nearly winding down. After a leisurely stroll, he bought 2 white-feathered chickens, half a slab of pork ribs, 2 jean of fatty pork, along with carrots, asparagus, yam, fresh wood ear mushrooms, and various vegetables. With white-cut chicken, chicken soup, sweet and sour ribs, braised pork, and a medley of vegetables, he had a splendid array of dishes, for dishes and a soup, indeed perfect. All these ingredients cost him merely 9 yuan, enough to entertain esteemed guests. On his way back to the courtyard, he purchased 2 oil cakes for 2 liang of grain coupons and 20 cents. These delicacies were quite delectable, crispy on the outside yet soft on the inside. Rich in oil. After all, being fried, it was nearly impossible for them to taste bad. Upon returning to the courtyard, Jiewen first visited the Yin residence, only to encounter Yuli arriving. Jiewen, this is a letter from Dad for you. Yuli handed him an envelope. Jiewen raised an eyebrow, took it, and noticed it was pinned by Yin Bugue. It stated that Sandama had not returned to her maternal home for quite some time. So today he would accompany her along with Yin Jiefeng, Yin Jiequang, and his younger sister, Yin Jiedi. Jiewen was speechless. What? Old Yin truly ran away. Doesn't he wish to meet his new friends? Jiewen, your elder brother and I will be in our room. If you need anything, just call for me, Yuli said with a knowing glance before retreating to the couple's room. Jiewen thought to himself, all right, this family feels a bit peculiar. There's little to say. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Jiewen, we have arrived. Upon hearing the voice, Jiewen stepped out, only to see two young ladies standing at the door with vivacity. What? Where's Lu Xiaoyi? My apologies, she's a woman, replied Li Chun with a melodious voice. Calm and graceful, her face adorned with light makeup, her phoenix eyes both serene and bright. Dressed in a deep blue casual short-sleeve shirt and black trousers. She appeared somewhat traditional, yet her tall figure rendered her quite stunning. Hee, Jiewen, it's good to see you again, Li Jin chirped, waving her hand like a lively lark, clad in a white dress adorned with red plum blossoms, charming and delightful. Jiewen observed the sisters with admiration, smiling. I was wondering why there were magpies chattering at my doorstep so early in the morning. It turns out two beauties have come. Hee, you're quite the charmer. Li Jun replied, revealing her adorable tiger teeth with a grin. Li Chun gazed at Jiewen quietly, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, evidently pleased by his compliment, especially since it was devoid of any ulterior motives, lifting her spirits. Hey, did you see me? Lu Xiaoyi, feeling neglected, jumped up in frustration. Oh, and Lu Jia, what brings you here? Jiewen asked nonchalantly. Uft. The two ladies stifled their laughter, brightening the atmosphere. Uft. Lu Xiaoyi felt like retching, pointing at Jiewen, and scolded. All right, remember this. I'll let you off today, but next time, I'll deal with you. With that, Lu Xiaoyi departed, as her presence was merely to introduce the two sides. Fearing an awkward silence, she had accompanied them. Now, with the atmosphere lively, she left for home as the deaf old lady had summoned her. Please, ladies, come in. Jiewen gestured politely, and the two sisters entered the Yin residence, curiously surveying their surroundings. The space was a bit cluttered yet impeccably clean. Make yourselves comfortable, though the place is small. I hope you won't mind, Jiewen said with a calm smile. Li Chun shook her head gently, her smile as refreshing as spring. A home, no matter its size, is the warmest harbor. I think it's quite lovely. I agree, Li Jun chimed in. Jiewen, where are your family members? My parents took my younger siblings to my grandfather's house. I see. Well, here, this is a gift from us to you, Li Jun said cheerfully, handing Jiewen a bag. Upon receiving it, Jiewen found it to be a copy of the Red Treasure Book, truly a contemporary and thoughtful gift. How do you like it? Li Jun leaned on the table, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Jiewen. Thank you. I genuinely appreciate this gift. What would you like to drink? I'll have plain water, both sisters replied simultaneously, showcasing their twin-like synchronicity. Jiewen poured them each a glass of water and initiated a conversation, with the sisters responding to nearly every question while also inquiring about his circumstances. In a short while, their formality transformed. The sisters began calling him Wengu, while Jiewen referred to them as Chunzi and Jinzi. Jiewen's mouth twitched. Jinzi? Is this world truly filled with endless terrors? Through their conversation, Jiewen learned about the sisters' backgrounds. Both were 18. With the older sister having failed the entrance exam for vocational school and consequently opting not to attend a key high school. Meanwhile, the younger sister successfully enrolled in vocational school, choosing to study textiles within the light industry. Why did the elder sister discontinue her studies? Due to their challenging family circumstances. They were unaware of their parents' identities. In other words, they were orphans. However, when discussing their parents, a sense of melancholy enveloped the sisters. I apologize. That was thoughtless of me. Jiewen quickly offered an apology, inadvertently touching upon a sensitive subject. Li Chun brushed her hair back, responding with a calm smile. It's all right, we've grown accustomed to it. Let us change the topic. How did you two meet Lu Xiaoyi? Li Jun pondered briefly before replying. Lu Xiaoyi's family used to frequently support our welfare institution, and she often visited us, showing concern for our well-being. That is how we became acquainted. However, it seems there has been some upheaval in Lu Xiaoyi's family these past 2 years. She also got married. At this moment, Li Chun gently tapped Li Jun's hand, signaling her to stop. Yin Jiewen understood. Upheaval? It likely referred to the impending situation concerning the Liu family. So Chunzi, are you seeking stable employment? Li Chun nodded slightly, with a hint of helplessness on her charming face. Yes, I have no choice. I want to care for my sister. Currently, she worked as a temporary employee at a food factory, earning around 7 to 8 yuan a month to support her still studying sister. Having reached adulthood, they could no longer reside in the welfare institution. For the sake of Li Zhan, Li Chun chose not to pursue high school, hoping to find work to care for her sister and better assist the welfare institution. Chapter 64, Rapid Progress, Tea and Whimsy. Regarding the situation with the sisters, Yin Jiewen currently harbors no substantial thoughts. Firstly, he is not sufficiently acquainted with them. He is not one to fawn. Thus it is only natural that he would not proactively offer assistance. Secondly, it is apparent that Li Chun possesses a rather resolute temperament. If she genuinely wished to pursue her studies, all she would need to do is express this to Liu Xiaoyi, who would undoubtedly lend her support. The absence of such a request, or any alteration in her circumstances, indicates that Li Chun has declined Liu Xiaoyi's assistance. Brother Wen, what do you usually do? Fishing? Or perhaps indulging in a lazy slumber? Hee, I too relish a good nap. Shall we partake together? Oh, what are you saying? I shan't engage with you any longer. The ensuing conversation predominantly revolved around Yin Jiewen and Li Zhan, while Li Chun watched the two with a sweet smile. In contrast to the composed Li Chun, Li Zhan's vivacity was strikingly evident. She displayed no sense of reserve, a trait that Yin Jiewen found particularly endearing. The rapport between Yin Jiewen and Li Zhan progressed swiftly, reaching a point where they could exchange playful banter. Yin Jiewen mused, perhaps the young women of this era are not as conservative as he had presumed. Or perhaps Li Zhan is among the rare few who are more liberated. As time slipped toward midday, Yin Jiewen rose and declared, "Are you hungry? Allow me to prepare a meal for you." You can cook? Li Zhan's eyes brightened, her fondness for Yin Jiewen increasing. A man who can cook is indeed a significant bonus. Of course, I am the head chef at the steel mill. Hasn't Liu mentioned that to you? Yin Jiewen replied. A hint of pride in his tone. Li Zhan rolled her eyes adorably, feigning disdain as she retorted, I find that hard to believe. Unless you prepare something delicious for me to taste. Humph, little sister, once you sample my cooking, you shall belong to me, understand? Yin Jiewen grinned. Then I shan't eat. Li Zhan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, clearly contemplating something rather peculiar. Li Chun chuckled softly, lightly admonishing, all right, brother Wen, do not tease Jinzi. Let me assist you in the kitchen. Li Chun followed Yin Jiewen out of the Yin residence towards a small kitchen nearby, where they were spotted by Uncle Lin. Their neighbor, Uncle Lin, with a mischievous gleam in his eye, exclaimed, "Oh, Jiewen, is this lovely lady your romantic interest? She is truly striking." Upon hearing this, Li Chun's fair cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Ahem, Uncle Lin, please refrain from such remarks. This is my friend, Comrade Li Chun. Uncle Lin, undeterred by any embarrassment, nodded vigorously and addressed Li Chun with enthusiasm. My dear, Jiewen is undoubtedly a fine man. He is handsome and capable. You have excellent taste. Were I a woman, I would certainly marry him. The unabashed manner of Uncle Lin left Yin Jiewen speechless, while Li Chun's face reddened even more. Her delicate lips quivered slightly, yet she refrained from retorting. In the small kitchen, Yin Jiewen busied himself with the meat, while Li Chun assisted by washing vegetables. Her movements were gentle, exuding a tranquil aura. Yin Jiewen, witnessing this rare display of a woman with the qualities of a devoted wife, could not help but steal a few glances. Brother Wen, why do you gaze at me so? Li Chun, noticing his scrutiny, felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Nothing, merely curious about which fortunate fellow shall win your heart. Chunzi, do you fancy anyone? Not yet. Li Chun hesitated before responding. Your hesitation suggests you are reluctant to divulge, Yin Jiewen teased with a knowing smile. Li Chun lowered her gaze, seemingly unwilling to answer that query, instead turning the tables and asking, Brother Wen, do you have a crush on anyone? Yin Jiewen was taken aback before responding with a smile, not until today. Upon hearing this, Li Chun's eyes sparkled, brimming with curiosity. Not until today? Does that imply he has developed an interest today? It could only be a sister or herself, but it is likely the sister, given that the prior conversation was solely between Yin Jiewen and her sister. Li Chun's brow furrowed slightly, an inexplicable feeling of discontent bubbling within her. Just as she was about to inquire further, Li Zhan bounced in, her laughter ringing out. What are you two discussing? Yin Jiewen chuckled and teased. Your sister just sold you to me. Li Zhan felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Chun. She exclaimed, Li Chun, how could you do that? You are so wicked. Jinzi, do you actually believe Brother Wen's words? Li Chun replied, both amused and exasperated. The two sisters playfully bickered as they exited the small kitchen, leaving Yin Jiewen perplexed. Wait, Weren't we supposed to cook together? Outside the kitchen, the sisters whispered among themselves. Sis, what do you think of Brother One? Li Jun eagerly inquired. Li Chun fixed a knowing gaze on her sister, causing Li Jun's face to flush. Do you like him? I suppose I have a slight fondness for him, Li Jun admitted, making a gesture with her thumb and forefinger to illustrate a small extent. Li Chun felt an irrational surge of annoyance and forced a smile, saying, well, that is splendid. I believe Brother One is a man worthy of trust. Indeed. He exudes confidence and composure when he speaks. It's quite charming. Li Zhen's eyes sparkled with admiration, making her appear both enchanting and adorable. All right. I must return to help with the vegetables. Let us discuss this further at home. Li Chun wished to change the subject. Just as she turned, Li Zhen's voice rang out again. Sis, do you like Brother One? Li Chun's body tensed, a slight fluster evident as she shook her head. How could that be? Humph. Dear sister, we are twins. Can your thoughts truly escape my notice? Li Zhen chuckled triumphantly. Fine, I harbor some fondness for him, but it hardly qualifies as affection. Li Chun admitted with a bittersweet smile. This was merely their second meeting. They hardly knew each other well enough for the term like to be applicable. However, it must be said, Jiewen's character was indeed disarmingly endearing. Is it merely fondness? Then I shall not hold back. You, sigh, let it be. Although Brother One possesses a commendable character, I cannot shake the feeling that he is somewhat distant from us, as if he belongs to another realm entirely. Li Zhen nodded, her small teeth gleaming as she declared resolutely, so what? Even if he is a celestial being, I shall bring him down to earth. With that, Li Zhen retrieved a small cylindrical box from her pocket, opening it as she entered the kitchen. Upon noticing Li Zhen's return, Jiewen paused with the knife. Intrigued by her intentions, Li Zhen opened the box, scooping out a generous dollop of creamy skincare, exclaiming with playful reproach, oh dear, I've applied too much snowflake cream. Brother One, may I apply some on you? As she spoke, Li Zhen's delicate hand grasped Jiewen's arm, applying the cream to his skin. Jiewen stammered, wait, why the sudden flirtation? And in this sweltering heat, you carry snowflake cream with you? You are quite the genius. Chapter 65, the proactive and considerate younger sister-in-law. Li Zhen's touch on Jiewen's arm radiated an intimate warmth. It was her first experience caressing a man's arm, particularly one imbued with the subtle scent of masculinity that both intrigued and embarrassed her. Yet, she persevered, feigning nonchalance as she continued to apply the cream. This was her first step in fostering a closer relationship. She could not afford to withdraw. Ah, Brother One, your arms are so firm. Li Zhen remarked with genuine astonishment as she felt the strength in his muscles. Well, I could show you even firmer places, given the opportunity. Jiewen replied with a mischievous glint. Li Zhen was momentarily taken aback. But, dear sister, could you please release my arm? I still have to cook. Li Zheng's little head was filled with question marks, as she couldn't shake the feeling that Jiewen was driving. With their newfound intimacy, their relationship had indeed taken a significant step closer. Li Zheng stood beside him with her hands clasped behind her back, watching him chop vegetables while playfully inquiring, Brother One, do you often read? Occasionally, just to pass the time, he replied. And what do you read? She asked. Well, for instance, The Crazy Monkey, huh? What book is that? Journey to the West. Ha ha ha. Does Journey to the West have such a peculiar name? I had no idea. Li Zheng laughed, her delicate body shaking with mirth, while Jiewen feasted his eyes upon her, thinking to himself that the future children would never go hungry, for he too would be well fed. And what about Dream of the Red Chamber? She continued. That's the crazy stone. And Water Margin? It's the tale of 105 men and 3 women. Ha ha ha, Brother One. You are so amusing. This is utterly delightful. Li Zheng exclaimed, her laughter ringing out, enjoying the banter with Jiewen. He shrugged, noting that these titles were not merely his whimsical fabrications. Indeed, Water Margin had such a translation abroad. Next door, Jiechen and Yuli were peeking through the window. I never expected that visiting uncle would bring a pair of twins, Yuli exclaimed in astonishment. Beside her, Jiechen, with a tinge of jealousy, remarked, these 2 sisters are quite beautiful. Where did the second one meet them? Previously, he had thought his wife Yuli was attractive, but now, in comparison, he realized she was merely average. Are you implying that I'm not beautiful? Yuli squinted, an air of danger radiating from her. Jiechen shivered and quickly clarified, no, my wife is the most beautiful. Yuli huffed, recognizing that her husband was all bravado. However, it was no wonder that Jiewen showed little interest in his own sister, given how stunning the twins were. In the kitchen, Jiewen and Li Zheng were playfully engaging while preparing a meal, as Li Chun stood nearby, meticulously washing vegetables, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Jiewen. Before long, several dishes were ready: braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, poached chicken, herbal chicken soup, and a medley of vegetables. Wow, Brother One, you truly are a master chef. These dishes not only look exquisite, but smell divine, Li Zheng exclaimed, her eyes wide with desire. The two sisters had never tasted such luxurious fare, with flavors and aromas that made their mouths water. Well, to be honest, I usually don't cook at home except for work, he admitted. Can we eat it then? Li Zheng pouted, looking at Jiewen with imploring eyes. He reached out, intending to pat her head, but suddenly felt that this was too intimate. He slowly withdrew his hand and replied earnestly, of course. You are my guests today, as well as my friends. Li Zheng, with a playful glint in her eyes, grasped his hand and placed it atop her head, teasingly saying, feel free to touch. Jiewen, emboldened, began to stroke her hair, which was soft and silky to the touch, a delightful sensation. Li Chun observed this scene, biting her lip, before turning away, feeling inexplicably agitated. At the dining table, Li Zheng picked up her chopsticks, glancing left and right, unsure of which dish to choose. As she wanted to savor them all, Jiewen placed a piece of rib into her bowl, saying, try this. Thank you, brother one. Li Zheng nodded, her sweet smile illuminating her face. She took a bite of the sweet and sour ribs, her eyes sparkling with delight as she exclaimed, wow, the meat is so tender. It's sweet and tangy. I absolutely love it. Then eat more, Jiewen encouraged, serving her another piece. Brother one, you should eat too, Li Zheng insisted, offering him a rib. Watching their interaction, Li Chun felt a flicker of melancholy, only to see a pair of chopsticks placing a rib into her bowl. Chunzi, you should eat, Jiewen urged. Li Chun lifted her gaze to meet Jiewen's calm eyes, sending a shiver through her heart. With a voice tinged with emotion, she softly replied, thank you, brother one. The ribs were delicious, tangy and sweet, mirroring the turmoil within Li Chun's heart. Jiewen hardly ate, as he wasn't particularly hungry. A chef often loses their appetite after cooking, so his primary role was to feed the two sisters. Li Chun's dining style reflected her personality, unassuming and serene, embodying the traditional image of a gentlewoman. In contrast, Li Zheng was lively and exuberant, relishing her meal with abandon, her face radiating happiness. After the meal, Li Chun went to wash the dishes, adamant that Jiewen should not help, insisting he keep Li Zheng company instead. Li Zheng leaned back in her chair, rubbing her stomach, her tender face glowing with happiness, and playfully asked, brother one, after such a delicious meal today, what will I do if I can't eat like this again? Jiewen raised an eyebrow and teased, you could choose to marry me. Upon hearing this, Li Zheng rolled her eyes in a charming manner and laughed. Will you treat me well for a lifetime? At this, Jiewen looked at her, noticing the seriousness in her expression, indicating that her question was not frivolous. Why wouldn't I? He replied with a smile. Li Zheng flashed a cunning grin, leaning closer to him as she whispered, well, you must wait until I graduate. Until then, you could date my sister. Jiewen's mind was flooded with the words often echoed by fans online. He did not dislike Li Chun, after all. It was hard to find a girl as beautiful and kind-hearted as she was. If he could marry her, it would indeed be a great joy. However, Li Zheng undeniably brought endless joy to his family, and in comparison, he preferred a livelier atmosphere. Little girl, are you teasing me? Jiewen said with a bemused expression, perplexed by her suggestion of dating her sister first. Did that imply they would have to break up later? Li Zheng giggled and continued, oh, you are so silly. Think about it, my sister looks just like me. If she marries someone else, wouldn't that give you a strange feeling? Hearing this, Jiewen nodded in agreement, realizing the logic behind it. It would indeed feel unsettling for a man to see a woman resembling his wife married to another man. That's why it would be wonderful for my sister to marry you. Plus, she has a lovely temperament and is gentle by nature. Don't be fooled by her seeming indifference. She surely has feelings for you, Li Zheng stated with an expression reminiscent of a matchmaker. But what about you? I'll be the considerate little sister-in-law to my brother-in-law. I don't need to get married. Li Zheng winked at Jiewen, her cuteness undeniable. At this point, Jiewen grasped her intentions, realizing that she was suggesting he could have both sisters. Wow, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Good heavens. Had he just been manipulated? He cursed himself for being swayed by a young girl, feeling as though he had wasted 30 years of his life. Whether he was truly convinced or simply not resistant, only Jiewen himself could discern. Chapter 66. The Familiar Trap, the Embarrassed Qin Huairu. After the meal, Jiewen had become thoroughly acquainted with the Li sisters. One was serene, the other vivacious, each possessing a distinct charm. One was a gentle, nurturing presence, adept at caring for her husband and home, while the other was a lively, charming spirit, capable of brightening the household atmosphere. The sisters had also developed a significant understanding of Jiewen. Jiewen is merely a few months older than them, yet his demeanor, speech, and personality exude a remarkable maturity and humor. Especially striking is his appearance, handsome and talented as a chef, making him an impeccable match. Li Jun feels a flutter of excitement in her heart, yet she understands that her sister would never compete with her for him. Rather than entrust her sister to an unknown future brother-in-law, she would prefer Jiewen to win her sister's affection, ensuring they remain together forever. Brother Wen, do you have any plans this afternoon? Li Jun inquired, resting her chin on her hands in an endearingly clumsy manner. Jiewen nodded, responding, I plan to go fishing this afternoon. Oh, I see. Then sister, why don't you accompany Brother Wen for fishing this afternoon? I need to visit a classmate. Li Jun then cast a glance at the quietly contemplative Li Chun. Li Chun hesitated, a flicker of interest igniting within her, but uncertain of Jiewen's feelings. She responded cautiously, perhaps we shouldn't disturb Brother Wen. No disturbance at all, Chunzi. If you have time, I can teach you how to fish, Jiewen cheerfully offered, sharing a brief glance with Li Jun that nearly made her burst into laughter. Exactly, sister. If you learn to fish, we can enjoy fish meals more often. Li Jun chimed in, encouraging the suggestion. Well, all right then, Brother Wen, I appreciate your help, Li Chun said, eager to spend more time with Jiewen and understand him better. Jiewen nodded, smiling. It's settled then. Jinzi, would you like me to take you to your classmate's house later? No need, Brother Wen. Just take good care of my sister, Li Jun said, revealing her adorable tiger teeth with a charmingly innocent expression. After a brief respite, Jiewen gathered his fishing gear, pushed his bicycle, and left the courtyard with the two sisters, engaged in lively conversation. The women lounging in the front courtyard observed their departure, erupting into a flurry of gossip. Oh my, Yan's second son has truly brought a girl home, and a pair of twins at that. Indeed, I saw the two girls laughing and chatting with Jiewen this morning. Wow, Yan's second son is quite impressive. I believe he is only 18, and already dating? Why shouldn't he date at 18? We just don't know if he is interested in the sister or the younger one. Seems like the second son of the Yin family is quite popular with the ladies. Just look at those two girls, good figures and handsome enough to make excellent daughters-in-law. Do you think the silly Zhu would be furious if he knew? Perhaps. At 30, he still hasn't found a partner. If he learns that the newly adult Yin has already started dating, he would be green with envy. The women continued to tease Jiewen and the Li sisters, their comments devoid of malice, primarily driven by curiosity, while also taking a jab at silly Zhu. Meanwhile, just as the trio exited the courtyard, they spotted Qin Huairu approaching with a young girl sporting two braids. Hey, Jiewen, where are you off to? Qin Huairu greeted with warmth upon seeing him, her gaze shifting to the Li sisters with a hint of suspicion. It's Sister Qin. I'm heading out to fish, Jiewen replied, patting the fishing gear on his bike. Fishing? You are quite diligent, she remarked, a smile gracing her lips as she glanced at the Li sisters, curiously asking Jiewen, care to introduce me to these two lovely ladies by your side? Jiewen raised an eyebrow. Are we that familiar? Li Jun scrutinized Qin Huairu closely before cheerfully announcing. Annie, I'm Li Jun, and this is my sister Li Chun, who is also Brother Wen's girlfriend. Auntie. Qin Huairu's face darkened. Although she was indeed getting on in years, she hardly regarded herself as an aunt. Wait, did she just hear that correctly? This Li Chun is Jiewen's girlfriend? A faint blush crept onto Li Chun's elegant face as she thought to herself, what nonsense is this girl spouting? Girlfriend? Jiewen. You have a girlfriend, and didn't he tell me? This is my cousin Qin Jingru. I had intended to introduce you, Qin Huairu said, pulling Qin Jingru closer with a smile that suggested familiarity with Jiewen. Jiewen narrowed his eyes, sensing an attempt at instigation. Before he could respond, Li Jun piped up first. Annie, are you quite familiar with my brother-in-law? Little girl, Jiewen and I are neighbors, so of course, we have a decent relationship. Qin Huairu shamelessly grinned. Li Jun chuckled, just neighbors? With that demeanor, I thought you were some sort of brothel madam, specifically in charge of matchmaking. The room fell silent. Stunned by her audacity, Jiewen found her lively spirit and boldness amusing, while Qin Huairu was mortified, thinking, what does she mean by madam? This cheeky girl has a sharp tongue. Qin Jingru found urban folk quite intimidating and suddenly longed to return to the countryside. Meanwhile, Li Chun's cheeks flushed crimson. Hastily pulling her outspoken sister aside. What are you doing? Don't let Brother Wen think our family lacks proper upbringing. Cough, cough. All right, Jinzi, enough. Jiewen gently patted Li Jun's head. He then turned to Qin Huairu, speaking with an edge. Qin Huairu, this young lady beside you is meant for silly Zhu. Isn't she? If he finds out you intended to introduce her to me, you'll be responsible for the consequences. Feeling the weight of his words, Qin Huairu's heart skipped a beat. How did Jiewen know she intended to introduce her cousin to silly Zhu? Could it be that silly Zhu had mentioned it? It was quite possible, as he was known for boasting about his exploits. In previous matchmaking attempts, he had often leaked information ahead of time, allowing her to intervene and thwart any potential match. Understanding silly Zhu's character, Qin Huairu knew he desperately yearned for a family. Huh, Jiewen, I was merely joking with you. I won't disturb you any longer, she said, leading the bewildered Qin Jingru back into the courtyard. Brother-in-law, I think that Annie has ulterior motives. You mustn't engage with her, Li Zhen said, pouting in displeasure. All right, I wasn't particularly close to her anyway. She seems to have too many schemes. I have no desire to entertain her, Yin Jiewen replied. That's good. Well then, brother-in-law, you and my sister go have fun. I'll take my leave now. As Li Zhen's lively figure disappeared, Yin Jiewen turned to Li Chun, noticing how flustered she was, her face a deep shade of crimson, as she appeared to shrink away like an ostrich. Chapter 67. Barriers and Imported Candy. The gentle breeze caressed the air, and the sun shone just right. In late September, the capital's weather had cooled from the earlier heat of the month. Beneath a willow tree by Shikahai, Yin Jiewen and Li Chun were fishing. Li Chun used the fishing rod Yin Jiewen had previously crafted, grateful that old Ma had gifted her another rod. Otherwise, she would have been left idly staring. Brother Wen, do you usually fish here? Li Chun inquired, glancing around with curiosity. Yin Jiewen nodded, replying, yes. This spot is essentially my own as long as no one else occupies it. But it seems that not many people come here, she observed. Exactly. It's the lack of people that draws me here. Look over there. It's crowded, and while the fishing may be good, it's quite noisy, Yin Jiewen explained. Gesturing in a particular direction, Li Chun nodded thoughtfully, saying, so you fish here for a bit of tranquility, then? She turned to face Yin Jiewen. A gentle breeze stirring her hair, her flawless cheeks glowing with a delicate blush, and her bright eyes reflecting his image. She always sensed an otherworldly aura surrounding Yin Jiewen, devoid of the vitality, youth, and exuberance characteristic of his contemporaries, as if he existed in a realm apart from this world. Perhaps individuals like Yin Jiewen prefer solitude. The corners of his mouth curled slightly as he ambiguously remarked, perhaps. He harbored a multitude of unexpressed thoughts, unable to find anyone to confide in, merely bottling them up within. Perhaps once he thoroughly integrated into contemporary society, this sense of alienation would dissipate, though he was uncertain how long that might take. Nonetheless, it was evident that Li Chun possessed a keen sensitivity. Even the Yin family failed to perceive his unusual demeanor. To them, Yin Jiewen's drastic change in character was merely attributed to his 2 years in the countryside. Yin Jiewen let out a soft sigh. At that moment, a delicate hand rested upon the back of his hand, and Li Chun's voice reached his ears. You're only 18. Can you refrain from speaking like an old man? Yin Jiewen gently clasped Li Chun's soft hand in return, causing her cheeks to flush. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but after a feeble tug and realizing it was futile, she ceased her struggle. It must be exhausting taking care of your sister, Yin Jiewen remarked. Noticing the calluses on her palm, his heart aching for her, Li Chun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. It was the first time someone had inquired about her fatigue. As a recently matured young woman, who would willingly abandon their studies to earn a living, it was merely a matter of necessity. I'm not tired. Caring for Jinzi is my obligation, Li Chun replied, her voice trembling yet resolutely firm. Yin Jiewen squeezed her hand gently, smiling softly. From now on, I will assist you in taking care of her. Upon hearing this, Li Chun immediately gazed at Yin Jiewen, her pupils quivering slightly. Was this a confession? You guessed correctly. Yin Jiewen replied, grinning at her. I never agreed to marry you, she stammered, turning her head away, her breath betraying her inner turmoil. Heh, when did I say I wanted to marry you? I meant that you and she will both be my sisters. Yin Jiewen teased her playfully. Huh. Li Chun emitted a questioning sound, then, in a huff, pulled her hand back, indignantly exclaiming, we don't need your help. I never said I would take care of you. I was referring to Jinzi. Upon hearing this, Li Chun grew even more incensed. If you wish to take care of her, go ahead. What does it have to do with me? She lowered her head, biting her lip, anger mingling with a deeper sense of sorrow. Yin Jiewen shook his head, chuckling softly. From his pocket, he retrieved 2 milk candies and offered them to Li Chun, saying, are you angry? Don't be. Let me treat you to some milk candy. I don't want any, Li Chun retorted, her eyes shimmering with a hint of resentment. Yin Jiewen feigned ignorance, unwrapping a candy and casually inquired, Chunzi, have you ever heard of imported candy? Li Chun scoffed, still pondering the meaning of imported candy when suddenly, Yin Jiewen cupped her face, compelling her to meet his gaze. She then witnessed his face drawing ever closer until his tongue pried open her mouth, depositing a sweet, milky candy within. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Li Chun's pupils dilated, her mind blank, her heartbeat quickening as if a fawn were bounding within her chest. This kiss was as sweet as delectable candy and as fervent as a blazing flame. Yin Jiewen released Li Chun, smacking his lips, having tasted my imported candy. You can forget about escaping now. A beautiful girl's luscious lips are simply irresistible. Li Chun remained dazed, shocked by Yin Jiewen's sudden advance. Had she just been kissed? Was her first kiss gone just like that? After a moment, she regained her composure, pointing an accusatory finger at Yin Jiewen. Her voice a mix of annoyance and fury. Yin Jiewen, you scoundrel. Look at you, truly a lady. Even your insults are soft and gentle. Yin Jiewen scratched his head, asking, how about I let you kiss me back? I didn't quite savor it before. You're infuriating. Do you think I'm some roast meat that can be served a second helping? I'll devour you. Just as Li Chun was about to explode, Yin Jiewen enveloped her in his arms, seriously asking, so, can you marry me now? The fragrance of soapberry wafted from Yin Jiewen's clothing, pleasantly soothing. Li Chun tilted her head back, gazing at the earnest expression on his face, and her feelings of embarrassment and anger quickly dissipated. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she bit her lip, replying with a hint of grievance, you're bullying me. I want to marry you. Yin Jiewen smiled gently, leaning down, causing her heart to race once more. If the previous kiss had been a tempestuous surprise, this kiss was a gentle melody, softening her heart. Moments later, as their lips parted, Yin Jiewen unabashedly continued, Li Chun, do you wish to marry me? Li Chun wrapped her arms around Yin Jiewen's neck. The delightful scent escaping her lips, she teased, but you haven't even reached the legal age to register. Then shall we date for 2 years? Let us see how you perform, he proposed. Li Chun yearned to agree immediately, yet she felt that this mischievous man had been too naughty earlier and shouldn't he be allowed to have it easy. Yin Jiewen smiled slightly, pulling out the last milk candy from his pocket, asking, do you want some milk candy now? This time, Li Chun did not refuse. She accepted the candy, unwrapped it, and fiercely embraced Yin Jiewen, mimicking his earlier actions to place the candy in his mouth. Oh dear, how could Yin Jiewen resist such an enticing offer? With a kiss having been so willingly presented, he promptly embraced Li Chun's supple form, extending his tongue once more. Chapter 68. Defining the relationship under one roof. Still beneath the willow trees by the Hohai of Shikahai, the atmosphere had significantly shifted. Previously, there had been at least a meter separating Yin Jiewen and Li Chun. Yet now they were in close proximity. After struggling for over 10 minutes, a hefty 5-kilogram fish was finally hauled onto the shore by Yin Jiewen. Wow, what a massive grass carp! Li Chun exclaimed in astonishment. Today, not only had she savored the best meal of her life, but she had also witnessed another of Yin Jiewen's talents. Yin Jiewen replied nonchalantly, this fish isn't particularly large. I've caught ones weighing over 10 kilograms before. All right, I get it. You're impressive, Li Chun said playfully, giving his waist a gentle pinch. After their relationship had been established, Li Chun was no longer as serene as before, yet she remained tender. You should take this fish home to share with Shinzi. I think you should keep it. After all, your family is large, and food must be scarce. If I say you should take it, then you must take it. You are my girlfriend now, remember. Our family may lack many things, but we will never lack for food, Yin Jiewen asserted decisively. Since she was now his girlfriend, and would undoubtedly one day be his wife, he felt it was his duty to indulge her. Were it not for the ranch being so extraordinary, Yin Jiewen would have instantly considered raising a pig for her friends. Such a tyrant, Li Chun complained, yet inwardly, she relished Yin Jiewen's affection. Subsequently, the two engaged in further conversation, primarily concerning Li Chun's employment. A few months prior, she had taken a temporary position at a food factory. Despite her beauty, she received no special treatment. In this day and age, looks alone were insufficient. The ability to earn a living was the true measure of success. Moreover, due to her appearance, a factory supervisor had attempted to flirt with her, boasting that if she agreed to be with him, he could immediately secure her a permanent position at the factory. Naturally, Li Chun would not acquiesce and had faced considerable difficulties from that supervisor as a result. Engaged in the most arduous tasks for the meagerest of wages, this encapsulates the current predicament of Li Chun. Yin Jiewen listened quietly as Li Chun vented her frustrations, recognizing the importance of allowing her to express herself. After all, Li Chun's nature is to shoulder burdens alone, and the act of venting would significantly lighten her heart. Indeed, after lambasting the leader of the food factory, Li Chun's spirits noticeably lifted. Yin Jiewen playfully tugged at a strand of Li Chun's hair and inquired, what do you think about joining our steel mill? He had taken note of the food factory leader's name, contemplating a future reckoning. Am I really able to enter the steel mill? Li Chun's face lit up with hope. Securing a formal job would greatly alleviate the burden on both herself and her sister. Yin Jiewen smiled and replied, it is all within reach. Await my good news tomorrow. Perhaps it's better to forget it. I can manage at the food factory. Li Chun expressed concern about imposing on Yin Jiewen, acknowledging that arranging a job for someone is no small feat for most. How could that be? I cannot bear the thought of you remaining at the food factory. Do you not wish to see me every day? The prospect of daily encounters with Yin Jiewen caused Li Chun to hesitate, especially after just solidifying their relationship. Her desire to see him frequently was undeniable. Thus, it was decided. Jiewen confidently patted Li Chun's delicate hand. Very well, Li Chun acquiesced, feeling a sense of belonging, as being kissed by Jiewen made her realize she was now his. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu and Qin Jingru returned to the Jia residence. Jia Zhongshi, in the presence of Qin Huairu, scolded with a disdainful tone. Qin Huairu, must you bring your impoverished relatives into our home? Mother, what do you mean by that? This is my cousin, Qin Jingru. I have no interest in knowing the names of your relatives. Suffice it to say, we do not host outsiders for meals, Jia Zhongshi retorted, her face a mask of distaste. Unfazed, Qin Huairu explained, Mother, Jingru is merely here for a couple of days to visit and to meet Shaju. Oh, so, you are introducing her to that fool? Very well, but do not expect the introduction fee to be trivial, Jia Zhongshi replied, her eyes glinting with greed. Qin Jingru attentively absorbed the exchange between her cousin and the matriarch, noting the latter's lack of respect for her cousin, who seemed to receive no acknowledgement whatsoever. It was apparent that Jia Zhongshi had likely made her cousin's life quite difficult in the past. Earlier, Qin Huairu had boasted about her prosperous life in the city, which had drawn envy from many villagers. However, it appeared that the reality was not as splendid as portrayed. Moreover, the notion of introducing her to a fool was bewildering. How could her cousin even consider marrying someone of such limited intellect? Qin Jingru's impression of Shaju plummeted. Jingru, this is my mother-in-law. You may call her Aunt Zhang. Qin Huairu cheerfully introduced Jia Zhongshi to her cousin. Hello, Aunt Zhang. Jia Zhongshi huffed in response, her voice gruff. Remember, upon entering our home, one must adhere to our rules. This is not your countryside. These words irked Qin Jingru, who felt that such a condescending remark was unwarranted, especially since Jia Zhongshi's family was hardly illustrious. However, out of respect for her cousin, she refrained from voicing her displeasure, while Jia Zhongshi busied herself with the soles of shoes. Qin Jingru turned to Qin Huairu and asked, Sister, you aren't truly introducing me to a fool, are you? Earlier that morning, her cousin had mentioned a city dweller, an individual without parents, with a decent income and a chef by trade, suggesting a life devoid of want. Initially, Qin Jingru was thrilled at the prospect of city life, but the idea of sharing her life with a fool was daunting. Qin Huairu chuckled and clarified. Of course not. His name is Shaju, a nickname stemming from a foolish incident in his youth, but he is quite sensible. Oh, I see. That's a relief. When shall we meet him? Qin Jingru felt somewhat reassured by this revelation. Let us go now. He has likely prepared a meal for you, Qin Huairu said, leading her cousin toward the he residence. Without hesitation, Qin Huairu opened the door, and an overwhelming blend of sour and foul odors assaulted their senses, nearly incapacitating the sisters. Inside, clothes lay strewn carelessly, household items cluttered haphazardly, and the dining table bore remnants of meals long neglected, the sourness emanating from the room itself. Enduring her discomfort, Qin Huairu called out, Shaju. Shaju. Hey, Qinjia, what brings you here? Shaju emerged from the back room, disheveled and unkempt, his appearance reminiscent of a vagabond. Upon first sight of Shaju, Qin Jingru's impression plummeted further. Goodness, was it not said that city dwellers lived well? What manner of disheveled appearance was this? In the middle courtyard of the he residence, after a hasty tidying up, the space finally appeared somewhat livable. Shaju, this is my cousin, Qin Jingru. Jingru, this is the person I wish to introduce you to, Hiyuju. Hello, Jingru. I am Hiyuju, but everyone calls me Shaju. Shaju scrutinized Qin Jingru, exclaiming, Wow, you're quite lovely, fitting my taste perfectly. Hello, Qin Jingru replied, her tone tinged with discontent, harboring a deep-seated disdain for Shaju. Knowing she was coming, he still allowed his home to resemble a pigsty, indicating a lack of respect for her. Furthermore, his self-deprecating moniker suggested he was indeed a simpleton. Ahem, Shaju, my cousin can be a bit blunt. Please do not take it to heart. Qin Huairu feigned an apology, inwardly reveling in the situation. She had initially worried that Shaju and Jingru might hit it off, but now it seemed that the matter would resolve itself without her intervention. No worries. It's our first meeting, and we're not familiar with each other yet. We'll get to know each other better as time goes on, Shaju said with a goofy grin, which Qin Jingru perceived as merely a foolish smile. Oh my, he truly is a simpleton. I absolutely refuse to marry him. As for the future, that could wait. Shaju, didn't I mention I would bring my cousin today? Why aren't you prepared? Qin Huairu questioned, her expression stern. Shaju scratched his head, awkwardly explaining, I was just busy, and it slipped my mind. Recently, he had been preoccupied with dispelling rumors of theft and had scarcely ventured outside. You cannot simply neglect preparation. You've made a mess of the place. What will a young lady think of you? Oh, I truly didn't mean to. Qinjia, could you assist me in tidying up? Sigh, very well. I suppose I owe you one. I shall help you clean up shortly, Qin Huairu replied with a tone of indulgence, while Qin Jingru narrowed her eyes, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Were they not merely neighbors? Their conversation suggested a deeper connection. Sha Zhu's request for help in tidying his home was too casual, indicating that such arrangements had occurred previously. This implied that Sha Zhu and her cousin shared a bond that transcended mere neighborly relations. Who had ever heard of a neighbor asking for assistance in cleaning? Particularly a bachelor soliciting a widow? This raised suspicions of an underlying entanglement. Consequently, Qin Jingru's opinion of Sha Zhu soured entirely. She longed for the vibrant life of the city, yet she would never consider marrying a man who lacked respect for others, was unkempt, seemingly dim-witted, and had designs on a widow. Hee, I must trouble you, Sister Qin. Here's the plan. I will head out to buy some groceries shortly and prepare a sumptuous meal for you all tonight, allowing Jingru to savor my culinary skills. Sha Zhu did not perceive any issue with requesting Qin Huairu's assistance in tidying up, for he had grown accustomed to it. Regrettably, this was the crux of the problem. Very well, Jingru and I shall take our leave for now and return later. Qin Huairu nodded in satisfaction. Bringing Qin Jingru along served not only to fulfill Sha Zhu's promise, but also to enhance Sha Zhu's favor, all in anticipation of the delightful feast. The Jia family had not enjoyed meat for some time, due to Sha Zhu's pilfering from the cafeteria, and the children were quite restless. To entertain Qin Jingru, Qin Huairu was confident that Sha Zhu would at least prepare 4 or 5 meat dishes, ensuring that the family could relish meat for the next few days. Upon returning to the Jia household, Qin Huairu immediately inquired, Jingru, what do you think of Sha Zhu? He has his laziness, but otherwise, he is quite admirable. With a dismissive pout, Qin Jingru replied, Sister, let us just forget it. I do not like that Sha Zhu. Being mindful of her cousin, Qin Jingru refrained from expressing her distaste too harshly. Oh, one must truly engage more to discern likes and dislikes. Besides, do you wish to return to the countryside and live in hardship? Qin Huairu feigned concern, secretly elated. She had already extracted all she could from this younger sister and was eager for Qin Jingru to return to the rural life, as it bore no consequence for her. Should Sha Zhu inquire later, she could easily place all blame on him. After all, who would be pleased by a first encounter with someone so disheveled? Thus, the introduction had been made. It was Sha Zhu's own inability to seize the opportunity. Qin Jingru felt vexed. She yearned for life in the city. Yet she found Sha Zhu utterly detestable. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she asked, By the way, sister, who was that man we encountered at the entrance with the 2 young ladies? Qin Huairu paused, pondering. The man with 2 young ladies? Are you referring to Yin Jiewen? His name is Yin Jiewen, the second son of the Yin family from the front courtyard. Why do you ask? Sister, does he have a partner? Qin Jingru inquired with anticipation. Yin Jiewen had left a strong impression on her. He was tall and handsome, a striking contrast to Sha Zhu. Indeed, he was 1,000 times more appealing, though his character remained unknown. Qin Huairu felt a twinge of awkwardness. You can't possibly have feelings for Yin Jiewen, can you? She genuinely hoped for a favorable outcome between Qin Jingru and Yin Jiewen, yet the earlier threat from Yin Jiewen had rendered her hesitant to meddle further. For offending him would mean losing Sha Zhu, a consequence too great to bear. Ahem, Yin Jiewen is only 18, of similar age to you, but the Yin family is large, and their father, Yin Bugui, is known for being quite calculating. I doubt he would approve of his son marrying a girl from the countryside. Otherwise, they'd have to provide an extra portion of food. Moreover, you must have noticed the 2 beautiful young ladies accompanying him, city girls, no less. You simply lack the competitive edge. Upon hearing this, Qin Jingru lowered her head in disappointment. Indeed, she was from the countryside and unable to partake in the city's resources. For a family with many mouths to feed, an additional expense for provisions was quite burdensome. Not to mention, there were 2 girls more beautiful than her by Yin Jiewen's side. One of them was likely his partner, making her aspirations seem unattainable. Well, sister, I think I will go to the restroom. Qin Jingru had given up on Yin Jiewen. She needed time to reflect on whether she should truly marry Sha Zhu or return to the countryside to endure a life of toil. As Qin Jingru exited the courtyard, preparing to find a restroom, Su Damao rode back on his bicycle. He cast a glance at Qin Jingru and was instantly smitten. She was an unfamiliar and youthful beauty. Su Damao approached her, his face lighting up with a grin. Ah, young lady, which family are you related to? Qin Jingru looked at Su Damao and replied, My cousin is Qin Huairu. Oh, so you are Sister Qin's sister. I am Su Damao, her neighbor. By the way, what is your name? Su Damao displayed a rather dubious expression. My name is Qin Jingru. Then I shall call you Jingru, my dear. Are you here to visit Sister Qin? Not exactly. My sister asked me to come up and said she would introduce me to a suitor. Qin Jingru answered candidly. Oh, a suitor you say? Who is it? Su Damao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The one in your courtyard, named He Yuzhu. At this, Su Damao's spirits soared. What? Such a delightful young lady is being introduced to that Shaju? Oh, you clever Qin Huairu. You are pushing your sister into a fire pit. He resolved then and there to seize this opportunity. Shaju would have to remain in his lane. Chapter 70. Qin Jingru was led away to the Li family. At the entrance of the courtyard, Su Damao launched into a tirade of disparaging remarks about Shaju, leaving Qin Jingru utterly bewildered. What? That he usually steals from the public? He may be old and unattractive, which is one thing, and his slovenliness is manageable, but his character is irredeemable. Oh dear, while I cannot fathom Sister Qin's reasoning. Shaju is undoubtedly unsuitable for you. Do not fall for any tricks, Su Damao said with a concerned expression. Tears welled up in Qin Jingru's eyes as she said, but, Brother Damao, I do not wish to return to the countryside and endure a life of hardship. Then don't go back. I will take care of you. Huh? Didn't you say you were married? Qin Jingru asked, astonished. Su Damao scoffed, so what? That woman cannot bear children, and I have already decided to divorce her. When the time comes, we can get our marriage certificate together. What do you think? Is that so? Qin Jingru felt a flutter of excitement. Though Su Damao was not particularly handsome and was indeed a second marriage, it hardly mattered. His family background was no less than Shaju's. As a projectionist, his earnings were substantial, and he was willing to divorce for her sake, thus providing her a legitimate path to a life among the city folk. Oh, enough of this and that. Let us do this. I will take you out for a meal, a hot pot at Donglashan, and then we can buy you a couple of outfits. Su Damao's extravagant proposition left Qin Jingru in shock, and she hesitantly asked, is that really appropriate? Appropriate? What could possibly be inappropriate? You will be my wife in the future, and it is only right to treat your wife well, Su Damao boasted, thumping his chest with pride. Ultimately, compared to Shaju, Su Damao's approach was evidently more suited to a girl like Qin Jingru, who had yet to experience the world. Subsequently, she allowed herself to be led away by Su Damao. Meanwhile, Shaju had gathered his ingredients and prepared 4 or 5 signature dishes before heading to the Jia household to invite the Qin sisters over. Sister Qin, where is Jingru? Shaju asked, puzzled when he noticed Qin Jingru had not followed Qin Huairu. She said she went to the restroom, Qin Huairu replied, equally perplexed as it had been 2 hours since Jingru left. They first entered the He family home, and upon seeing a table filled with delicious dishes, Qin Huairu's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Shaju, the food looks great. Of course. I spent quite a bit on these ingredients, Shaju said, beaming with pride. Qin Huairu immediately picked up 2 plates of food, seemingly preparing to leave. Shaju, bewildered, asked, Sister, what are you doing? Oh, we're going to eat at my house. The children can join us. They haven't had meat in quite some time, Qin Huairu shamelessly explained. Shaju scratched his head, confused, as this was a meal he intended for Qin Jingru, not the Jia family. Shaju, you wouldn't mind, would you? Qin Huairu asked with an innocent demeanor. Indeed. Shuzhuz could not endure the sight of Qin Huairu's pitiful demeanor any longer, and he promptly nodded, declaring, of course, I am willing. Allow me to assist you. As they waited, the evening approached, and the dishes had been reheated 4 or 5 times, yet there was still no sign of Qin Jingru. Shuzhuz felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Qin Huairu, too, was beginning to feel anxious, chiefly because she feared that something might have happened to Qin Jingru in the city, leaving her unable to account for it to her third uncle. 2 hours later, as night began to fall, and it was nearly 8 o'clock, Qin Jingru still had not returned. Eventually, the dishes prepared for the guests were devoured by the Jia family, and Shuzhuz wore a grim expression, wondering if he had once again been stood up. Shuzhuz, do not fret, Jingru is surely safe. When she returns, I will inquire about her whereabouts. Qin Huairu comforted him warmly. Shuzhuz maintained a stern visage, forcing a stiff smile as he replied, Then I shall trouble you, Sister Qin. I will take my leave now. Upon returning home, Shuzhuz awaited Qin Jingru's arrival, but she never came. Meanwhile, at a guest house in the capital, Su Damao had spent some money to bribe the front desk, securing a room, and successfully captivated Qin Jingru, who had been enchanted by the allure of wealth. As dinner time approached, Yin Bugue returned home with his family, and from Yin Jieqing and his wife, he learned about the day's events. Upon discovering that Yin Jiewen had brought home a pair of beautiful sisters, Yin Bugue was greatly impressed, exclaiming that his son had an eye for beauty. Dad, Jiewen said he wouldn't be home for dinner, so we should eat on our own. Yuli chimed in with a smile. Yin Bugue nodded slightly, glancing at the third aunt. My dear, let us prepare a meal. But let us still make enough for the second son. I fear he may return hungry. Of course, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have cooked. The third aunt retorted with a roll of her eyes. Yin Jieqing envied this attention, wondering when he too would be held in such regard by his father. Meanwhile, Yin Jiewen, who was not dining at home, found himself at the Li sisters' residence. Although the fishing trip had yielded no catch, he had nonetheless gained a girlfriend. After catching 8 pounds of fish, Yin Jiewen strolled through Pigeon Market with Li Chun, purchasing a chicken, a block of pork fat, 2 pounds of cured meat, a strip of pork belly, and some vegetables. The money was spent liberally, which left Li Chun feeling a twinge of concern. However, when Yin Jiewen produced a stack of approximately 500 yuan, Li Chun was left speechless. She had assumed her boyfriend, having just started working, would not possess much money, only to discover he was, in fact, quite affluent. The Li family's residence was situated on New North Bridge Street, adjacent to Jiewen Street, in a courtyard comprising only 6 households. This was a rented dwelling, measuring 20 square meters, with a monthly rent of 2 yuan. A place Li Chun had sought for quite some time. The landlord, residing in the same courtyard, approached with curiosity upon seeing Li Chun return with Yin Jiewen. Upon learning that Yin Jiewen was Li Chun's boyfriend, the landlord expressed delight. Having initially rented the house to the sisters at the lowest possible price due to their unfortunate circumstances, he was aware that the Li sisters' lives had not been easy. But since everyone was struggling, he could not offer much assistance. Now that Li Chun had found support, the landlord felt genuinely pleased for her. Inside the Li household, while Li Chun went to wash the vegetables, Li Jun approached Yin Jiewen with a beaming smile, asking, "Brother Wen, are you truly dating my sister? Isn't this what you hoped to see?" Yin Jiewen replied with a teasing smile. Li Jun nodded enthusiastically, revealing her little teeth as she grinned. "Yes. So, how far have you two progressed?" "We kissed." "What? You kissed already? That's rather fast," Li Jun exclaimed, astonished. She knew her sister to be quite reserved and had not expected her to lose her first kiss so soon after establishing their relationship. Yin Jiewen shrugged. "Is that fast? In modern times, we would already be sharing a bed. What does kissing feel like?" Li Jun asked, her eyes wide with anticipation as she gazed at Yin Jiewen. Playfully, Yin Jiewen poked Li Jun's forehead and joked, "What, do you wish to try it too?" Li Jun scoffed, her cheeks displaying a look of disdain as she scolded, "Brother-in-law, you wouldn't truly want to kiss me, would you? My sister is still outside." However, she added with a mischievous tone, "But, as the saying goes, half of a sister-in-law's heart belongs to her brother-in-law, so I suppose I could reluctantly allow you a kiss. This is my first kiss, after all." Li Jun stretched her neck, closed her eyes, and puckered her lips towards Yin Jiewen. Yin Jiewen thought to himself, "This sister-in-law is quite bold." Chapter 71, A Dreamlike Experience. Caring for 2 disciples. At the Li family's dinner table, the meal consisted of braised pork, spicy stir-fried cured meat, stir-fried cabbage, and 6 steamed buns. Li Jun took a generous piece of braised pork, took a bite, and with a delighted expression exclaimed, "This braised pork is exquisite. It's rich without being greasy. Melting in the mouth. Brother-in-law, you truly live up to your reputation as a chef at the steel factory." Having already enjoyed Yin Jiewen's braised pork at noon, she felt it was a dish one could never tire of. Li Chun nodded serenely, clearly in agreement with Li Jun's sentiments. The dishes prepared by Yin Jiewen were, in her lifetime, the most delectable she had ever tasted, without exception. The perspective had shifted. In the morning, she and Yin Jiewen were merely acquaintances, somewhat reserved. Now, however, as true romantic partners, sharing the same dish imbued the experience with an added sweetness. "Eat your fill. Whenever you wish for more, I shall prepare it for you," Yin Jiewen said with a warm smile, serving more braised pork to the sisters. "Brother-in-law, you are truly kind," Li Jun beamed, awarding Yin Jiewen a good person card with her sweet smile. She then cheerfully recounted her experiences at school, explaining how vocational schools in modern times were quite ordinary, accessible only to those with money, whereas now it was a higher technical institute, ensuring good job placements upon graduation. As Li Jun spoke, Li Chun's eyes gleamed with longing. It was clear she still wished to pursue her education. Yin Jiewen noticed, but chose to remain silent. Almost all schools would close next year, and the college entrance examination had been suspended for over a decade. Attending school was not an advisable choice at present. Perhaps, once the turmoil subsided, it would be worthwhile to encourage Li Chun to apply for university. After the meal, both sisters felt pleasantly full. In their 18 years of life, they had never dined as lavishly as they had today. As the hour grew late, Yin Jiewen prepared to depart, and Li Chun accompanied him to the courtyard gate. "Be careful on the way," Li Chun said, reluctant to part from Yin Jiewen. Yin Jiewen wrapped his arm around Li Chun's slender waist, chuckling as he instructed. "Make sure to eat well. The groceries I bought for you two should not be skimped on. I've assured you, our household will never lack for food." He had purchased so many provisions to ensure the sisters received proper nourishment, though he worried Li Chun's nature might lead her to be frugal. "Understood," Li Chun replied, comfortably leaning against Yin Jiewen's shoulder as she did not resist his embrace. "I will take my leave now, and I shall visit you again tomorrow afternoon." "Go on. I shall await your return," Li Chun said, slightly lifting her head, knowing that if Yin Jiewen bent down, he would be able to kiss her. Understanding her cue, Yin Jiewen leaned down, and they shared a deep kiss, lingering for some time before parting. As Li Chun watched Yin Jiewen ride away into the night, she sighed, feeling a sense of longing. Today, she had found a man upon whom she could rely, a man who treated her well, and the sensation felt almost dreamlike. Sister, has brother-in-law left? In the darkness, Li Jun emerged, her face alight with delight. Li Chun jumped in surprise and nervously asked, when did you arrive? Hee. Since you mentioned being careful on the way, Li Jun replied, a teasing glint in her eyes. Hearing this, Li Chun blushed. Had her sister witnessed her and Yin Jiewen's affectionate moment? Realizing it was not the time to tease her sister further, Li Jun pulled out a stack of cash, totaling 20 bills, and handed it to Li Chun. Sister, this is from brother-in-law for you. Li Chun was taken aback and, somewhat irate, reprimanded. How could you possibly take brother-one's money? Oh, what's there to be afraid of? Soon, you'll be my sister-in-law, and isn't your brother-in-law's money essentially yours? Li Jun replied nonchalantly. The money had just been handed to Li Jun by Yin Jiewen, instructing her to pass it on to Li Chun. As Yin Jiewen knew Li Chun would refuse to accept it directly. Sister-in-law? That's a bit premature, Li Chun thought to herself, her cheeks flushing slightly, but ultimately, she accepted the money. Deep down, she felt profoundly touched. This man was truly considerate, going to great lengths to care for his sisters. By the time Yin Jiewen returned home, it was already past 8 in the evening. The Yin family quickly gathered around to inquire about his day. Upon learning that Yin Jiewen had a romantic interest, Yin Bugui and his wife were particularly elated. Yin Bugui felt an immense sense of pride. Having previously mentioned that they were merely friends, now, he could finally acknowledge her as his prospective partner. Yin Jiewen was disinclined to elaborate, as their relationship had indeed solidified in just one day, leaving little to discuss. Yin Bugui did not press for details, but merely suggested that Yin Jiewen bring the young lady home to meet them when he had the chance. In the eyes of Yin Bugui and his wife, the daughter-in-law was practically a done deal, and it was time for introductions. They had complete faith in their second son's judgment, so they only inquired about Li Chun's basic information. She grew up in an orphanage, has a younger sister still in school, and works as a temporary employee at a food factory, earning a meager salary of 7 to 8 yuan. The couple felt both a pang of sympathy and urgency, urging Yin Jiewen to treat her well. Although their son would not be able to obtain a marriage certificate for another 2 years, it was not uncommon for couples to date for a few years before marrying. Though such instances were relatively rare compared to arranged marriages or introductions. The following day, Monday, the weather was clear, and the sky was devoid of clouds. Yin Jiewen rode back to the steel mill, where his eldest apprentice, Lu Xianlin, thoughtfully prepared tea for him, while the second apprentice, Zhang Chunyang, stood by attentively. You two are to accompany me this Saturday afternoon after work to handle a certain matter, Yin Jiewen stated, taking a sip of tea with an expression of calmness. Lu Xianlin and Zhang Chunyang exchanged glances and replied in unison, understood, master. They did not inquire about the nature of the task, trusting implicitly that their master would not lead them astray. Indeed, this Saturday marked the day they had arranged to deliver pigs to Taizi Ling. The logistics department would send a truck to transport the pigs, and Zhou Haihua had delegated the tasks of slaughtering and processing the pigs to Yin Jiewen. Zhou Haihua also clarified that Yin Jiewen would have complete authority over the operation, including deciding how many people would be involved in the slaughter and distribution of the meat. There was significant room for maneuvering. For instance, a 300-pound pig might yield approximately 230 pounds of meat, but if Yin Jiewen claimed it was only 210 pounds, that would not be an issue. If 20 pounds of meat were deducted from each pig, that would amount to 160 pounds for 8 pigs, a considerable sum. Both apprentices came from challenging backgrounds. Lu Xianlin's situation was slightly better, just enough to stave off hunger, while Zhang Chunyang's circumstances were even more dire, akin to Yan's previous hardships, where a meager diet of thin porridge and sweet potatoes was the norm. Having taken on apprentices, Yin Jiewen felt inclined to look after them a bit. After the pigs were slaughtered, it would be a good gesture to send some meat home with them to improve their family meals. The primary responsibility of the 2 apprentices was to accompany the truck for loading the pigs, and Yin Jiewen would also join them, selecting a few temporary workers from the factory to assist with handling the live pigs. All right, go ahead with your tasks, but remember to clear your schedules for Saturday. Yin Jiewen reiterated, not revealing the specifics of their outing, simply wanting to gauge whether his apprentices would follow his instructions without question. After the reform and opening up, Yin Jiewen would need capable hands, and selecting his apprentices over outsiders seemed the prudent choice. Chapter 72, Director Yang's Visit and Special Attention. It was Monday, the day of the weekly meat and vegetable distribution, making the kitchen bustling with activity, while only Yin Jiewen enjoyed a moment of respite. Around 10 in the morning, Zhou Haihua entered the kitchen of the East Canteen and greeted Yin Jiewen with a cheerful smile. Young Yin, taking a break? Oh, Director, is there a banquet today? Jiewen inquired curiously as he stood. No, no, Director Yang has asked for you to come to his office right away. Zhou Haihua explained with a beaming smile. As expected, Jiewen had a significant relationship with Director Yang. What had Director Yang said over the phone? Please ask Young Yin to come to my office. Please. That was not the language an employer typically used with an employee. Even the seasoned chef, Shaju, had merely received a phone call for special catering requests and had never been summoned to the director's office for a meeting, let alone received a polite invitation. Director Yang is looking for me? I understand. Coincidentally, Jiewen had been intending to chat with Director Yang after lunch. After instructing Liu Xi and Lin to oversee the kitchen, Jiewen strolled leisurely towards the administrative building. Upon seeing Jiewen at the office door, Assistant Zhou greeted him with a friendly smile, saying, Young Yin is here? The director is waiting for you inside. Come with me. Thank you, Assistant Zhou. Jiewen replied. Assistant Zhou knocked on the door, and a robust voice from within called out, Come in. Assistant Zhou opened the door and announced, Director. Young Yin is here. Upon entering the director's office, Jiewen found Director Yang engrossed in paperwork. Good morning, Director. Director Yang looked up from his documents, a smile gracing his face, and said warmly, Young Yin, come, have a seat. Let me finish this document first. Xiaozhou, please bring a cup of tea. Assistant Zhou acknowledged and exited, while Jiewen settled across from Director Yang. After a short while, Assistant Zhou returned with a steaming cup of tea, placing it before Jiewen before exiting the office once more. After a few moments, Director Yang concluded his paperwork and addressed Jiewen, Young Yin. Thank you for waiting. Not at all, Director. I fully understand how busy you are. Haha, it's not that hectic. With National Day approaching, the subsidiary factories are all rushing to apply for materials for next month, Director Yang said with a hint of exasperation. Jiewen took a sip of tea, awaiting Director Yang's next words. Ahem, Young Yin. The reason I asked you here today is to assign you a task. Jiewen raised an eyebrow, responding calmly, Director. I am at your service. Director Yang paused momentarily before continuing. There is a Director Ma Zhonghua from the Industrial Department. You should be familiar with him? You mean Old Master Ma? I know him, Jiewen replied, puzzled at the sudden mention of Old Master Ma. Director Yang's expression confirmed his suspicion. Having referred to him as Old Master, it was clear that during the last visit to the factory, Director Ma was indeed familiar with Jiewen, not merely an acquaintance. That's good to hear. Director Ma is one of our factory's higher-ups. Recently, he sampled the dishes you prepared and expressed a strong desire to have you cook for him again. He called me this morning, hoping you could come to his home this weekend to prepare a meal. Rest assured, it won't be without compensation. You will receive the travel stipend. The corners of Jiewen's mouth twitched. Old Master Ma wanted him to cook? Wasn't this old gentleman aware of his own address? Why not just reach out directly instead of going through Director Yang? The next moment, Jiewen grasped Old Master Ma's intention. This was a show of support for him at the steel mill. While it seemed unnecessary, it effectively communicated to Director Yang that Jiewen had backing from Ma Zhonghua, subtly implying that he should take good care of Jiewen within the factory. After all, Director Yang was unaware that Jiewen had visited Old Master Ma's residence just the previous week. Well, Jiewen felt a twinge of emotion. Indeed, this old man proved to be quite reliable. Director Yang, I also have something I would like to discuss with you. Jiewen did not respond immediately, but instead diverted the conversation. Director Yang was taken aback but nodded, saying, What is it? If I can assist, I shall. At this moment, Jiewen was no longer just a simple worker newly arrived at the factory. He was a young man with connections in the department and his own remarkable attributes. As long as his requests were not excessively unreasonable, Director Yang was inclined to help. Vice Director Li Huai had long coveted his position, and he also hoped that in times of need, he could have more allies. Helping Jiewen would mean that in the future, Jiewen might also assist him in return. After all, reciprocity is a virtue. Is there a job available at the factory? Arrange a job? For whom? Upon hearing that the matter was so straightforward, Director Yang let out a sigh of relief. Each year, the factory had a certain quota for hiring. Some positions were returned to the factory by retirees, while others were needed for new departments and roles. Typically, the factory would allocate the hiring quota to several nearby streets, allowing them to manage the unemployed youth in their jurisdiction. However, there were always a few positions left aside, either as backups or as favors, and Director Yang had 3 unallocated positions at hand. My partner. Your partner? Wait, you have a partner now? Director Yang was quite astonished. He knew Jiewen was only 18 years old. Was it not rather early to be in a relationship? Today's youth are indeed quite open-minded. Jiewen nodded, smiling as he responded, Yes, is that not permissible? Haha, certainly it is. Since she is your partner, I shall arrange a better position for her. How about managing the warehouse in the logistics department? Or perhaps serving as a cashier in the procurement department? Director Yang chuckled heartily. Look at that. This would surely create a sense of obligation for Yin Jiewen. After pondering for a moment, Yin Jiewen replied, let's go with the procurement department. She graduated from high school, can count, and is good with numbers. Being a cashier is indeed a rather easy job, albeit with limited prospects for advancement. But it involves sitting in an office and the salary is quite decent. She has received an education? Splendid. Then she shall be responsible for the cashier statistics in the procurement department, Director Yang decisively declared. Given Director Yang's prompt agreement, Yin Jiewen was also agreeable. Smiling as he said, thank you, Director. If you need any assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. With this simple gesture, should any ripples arise, he would certainly safeguard Director Yang's interests. Haha, little Yin, no need to thank me. Just remember to speak favorably of me in front of Director Ma. Perhaps suggesting that we can be prioritized for any new machinery next year. You understand? All right, Director, but if Director Ma calls to scold you, do not blame me. Perhaps we should skip that. Director Yang's eyelids twitched. He was not familiar with Director Ma, but had heard that he was a man who would not tolerate any nonsense. And he did not wish to risk provoking him. After Yin Jiewen departed, Director Yang summoned Assistant Zhou, instructing, tomorrow morning, go to the factory gate to receive a female comrade named Li Chun, and personally escort her to the personnel department to complete her formal employment procedures. Understood, Director. Assistant Zhou did not ask further. When the leader gives an order, one simply follows. Also, arrange for Comrade Li Chun's residence in the Jideokyo Street area, preferably near Nanluo Guxiang. Communicate with the Jideokyo Street office to secure a larger accommodation. This matter must be resolved by tomorrow. Just say it's my directive. Director Yang emphasized. Assistant Zhou nodded eagerly, curious about who this Li Chun was to warrant such special attention from the director, but she must certainly be anything but ordinary. So he resolved to be particularly courteous the following day. Chapter 73. Old Yang is truly capable. Silly Zhu has withdrawn. Assistant Zhou went off to carry out his tasks, while Director Yang sighed deeply. He held Yin Jiewen in high esteem, not only because of his connection to Director Ma, but also due to Yin Jiewen's remarkable skills. A few days prior, the incident involving Silly Zhu's theft reached Director Yang's ears, and initially, he could not believe it. After all, Silly Zhu had always presented himself as quite obedient in front of him. He seemed trustworthy and honest. How could he possibly engage in theft? After sending Assistant Zhou to the security department for an investigation, Director Yang learned the grim details. He Zhu had indeed stolen public property, although of little value. Theft is theft, and it leaves a stain. From that moment on, Director Yang was profoundly disappointed in Silly Zhu. He had once valued Zhu highly, often introducing him at social gatherings, never suspecting that he was a thief. Had it not been for the security department's prior punishment of Zhu, Director Yang would have pursued the matter to its conclusion. He could tolerate minor quirks in his subordinates, but moral corruption was absolutely intolerable. Initially, Director Yang had planned to take Silly Zhu to the former leader's home to enjoy Sichuan cuisine, but now he decided against it. What if Silly Zhu were to steal from his former leader's home? That would bring him great disgrace. Although the likelihood of such an event was slim, Director Yang was not inclined to take any risks. Fortunately, with Silly Zhu out of the picture, there was still Yin Jiewen. Otherwise, he would truly find himself in a predicament. Previously, when the former leader dined in the cafeteria, he praised Yin Jiewen's culinary skills in Sichuan cuisine, noting his expertise with state banquet dishes. He appeared young yet reliable, and most importantly, his cooking skills surpassed those of Silly Zhu. Director Yang's thoughts were unknown to Yin Jiewen, and even if they were, he would remain indifferent. Old Yang had treated him well, and Yin Jiewen would naturally repay that kindness when opportunities arose. This he kept in mind. With Li Chun's matters settled, the next priority was to accumulate funds swiftly. That afternoon, after work, Yin Jiewen returned to Zenbaekyo to share this delightful news with Li Chun. Her joy was palpable as she leapt with excitement, finally embodying the youthful exuberance befitting her age. Sitting in Yin Jiewen's embrace, she chattered animatedly about her elation, and eventually, with tear-filled eyes, she looked at Yin Jiewen, choked with emotion, saying, "Wengu, thank you." Yin Jiewen gently caressed Li Chun's delicate back, chuckling softly, "From now on, we are family. Expressing thanks feels too distant." Li Chun's cheeks flushed as she spontaneously kissed Yin Jiewen, smiling as she said, "Well then, consider this a reward for you." "Oh, come on. A mere kiss? What a jest!" Yin Jiewen exclaimed, playfully extending his hand, engaging in a mischievous manner, leaving Li Chun's charming face blushing profusely. Suddenly, a voice from outside interrupted them, causing Li Chun to hastily extricate herself from Yin Jiewen's grasp, quickly smoothing out the creases in her blouse and casting an annoyed glare at him. Having only met for the third time, she felt flustered by the intimacy. If this continued, she would surely lose her virtue. This fellow was truly incorrigible. "Hey, brother-in-law, You're here. The door swung open, revealing the lively figure of Li Jun. Jiewen, amused by the resemblance between her and Li Chun, chuckled. What's this? Am I not welcome? Li Jun leapt into Jewen's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck, grinning broadly as she replied, Not at all. I wish I could see you every day. This display of affection elicited little reaction from Li Chun, who instead wore an expression of anticipation, as if she were a spectator of a play. Jiewen smiled slightly. Indeed, Li Chun exuded a subtle fragrance reminiscent of elegant lilies, while Li Jun carried a refreshing scent akin to blooming lotuses. Their distinct qualities complemented one another, and he found himself fond of both. As days passed, Li Chun successfully settled into her role in the logistics department, becoming a cashier at level 12 with a salary of 23 yuan. Barely qualifying as part of the official workforce, Li Chun's beauty caught the attention of many male workers in the procurement department, their eyes nearly popping out at the sight of her. Yet, they hesitated to approach her. Why? Due to Li Chun being personally arranged by Assistant Zhou, the secretary of Director Yang, it is evident that Li Chun enjoys a privileged status uncommon among ordinary workers, suggesting a close relationship with Director Yang. Even the head of the procurement department treats Li Chun with considerable respect. Subsequently, Li Chun's residence was assigned at number 75 Nanluo Guxiang, a two-courtyard compound. Her allocated room, situated in the back courtyard, is comparable in size to that of the deaf old lady, boasting a generous 38 square meters, ample space for the two sisters to reside comfortably. Jiewen was somewhat astonished upon learning this. Indeed, old Yang possesses remarkable interpersonal skills. The distance between number 75 and number 95 is merely 2 alleys apart, a mere 10-minute walk, allowing Jiewen and Li Chun to frequently meet. Meanwhile, an event transpired in the courtyard. The simpleton Zhu had withdrawn into himself. It is said that after Qin Jingru was lured away by Su Damao, she returned the following day, boasting to Qin Huairu about the lavish dinner she had enjoyed, along with a costly garment gifted by Su Damao. Hearing of Qin Jingru's entanglement with Su Damao, Qin Huairu furrowed her brow, as she truly wished to avoid any association between Qin Jingru and the simpleton Zhu. Not only would it tarnish their reputation, but it could also jeopardize the standing of the Jia family. Qin Jingru, however, dismissed her concerns, asserting that her affairs were of no concern to Qin Huairu. She claimed that Su Damao had promised her he would soon divorce Lu Xiaoa and marry her instead. It was from this that Qin Huairu discerned that Qin Jingru had not returned the previous night due to spending it with Su Damao. Furious, Qin Huairu expelled Qin Jingru from her home. Qin Jingru huffed disdainfully and returned to her rural hometown, awaiting good news from Su Damao. From Su Damao, Qin Jingru had learned of the dire circumstances that Qin Huairu was enduring, with Zhu bringing vegetables to the Jia family daily, and the household experiencing monthly food shortages. It was no wonder that her cousin was so familiar with the simpleton Zhu. There was indeed a connection between them. In this light, it became apparent that her cousin's life in the city was far less favorable than she had imagined. Conversely, Su Damao, who readily spent dozens of dollars treating her to hot pot and nearly 100 on a lavish dress, represented a far more appealing existence. As soon as Qin Jingru departed, the simpleton Zhu eagerly arrived at the Jia household to seek out Qin Huairu, only to be met with devastating news. Qin Jingru was dissatisfied with him, citing his unkempt appearance and age as reasons for her lack of interest in pursuing a relationship. The simpleton Zhu was taken aback. Was he truly so inadequate that even a country girl could look down upon him? Of course, these were merely Qin Huairu's excuses. She could hardly reveal that Qin Jingru had been duped by Su Damao. Given Zhu's temperament, had he discovered that his prospective match had been absconded by his rival, it could have led to a tragic outcome. Yet, Qin Huairu did not protect Su Damao. Rather, the Su family's circumstances were indeed favorable. If Su Damao were genuinely willing to divorce Lu Xiaoa and marry Qin Jingru, that arrangement could be beneficial as well. This would establish a familial bond between the Jia family and Su Damao, making it reasonable for the latter to extend support to the Jia family. Thus, in the following days, the simpleton Zhu attended work in a daze, returning home in a despondent state, unwilling to engage in conversation with anyone, and ultimately retreating into silence. On Friday evening, Jiewen, fanning himself with a palm leaf, entered the back courtyard where a group of women were conversing and enjoying the cool evening air. Oh, Yan's second son, what brings you here? Jiewen, what a rare visit. What brings you to the back courtyard today? Yan's second son, are you here to see the piglets? The women, upon spotting Jiewen, expressed their curiosity. Jiewen, gently waving his fan, replied with a serene smile, Ladies, I am here to seek Sister Sunday. Among the crowd, Sun Lanhua stood up, surprised, and inquired, Jiewen, do you need something from me? As she was the only one with the surname Sun, it was clear he was referring to her. Sister Sun, do you have time tomorrow evening? The steel mill requires some assistance in slaughtering pigs. Upon hearing this, Sun Lanhua promptly replied, I have time. You need my help, right? No problem at all. Some time ago, Jiewen had borrowed 4 yuan from her to purchase pig feed, a kindness that Sun Lanhua had not forgotten. Very well. We shall meet at the steel mill gate tomorrow evening at 7. Someone will escort you inside, Jiewen stated with a smile. I will definitely be there. Sun Lanhua agreed with a nod. At that moment, one of the women, munching on sunflower seeds, curiously asked, Yan's second son, is there any compensation for helping with the pig slaughter? Jiewen glanced at her and casually replied, there may not be any money, but you can expect a few pounds of pork as remuneration. The moment the words left his mouth, the courtyard fell silent. Wait, did he just say a few pounds of pork as payment? How generous. Given that the current market price for pork belly was around 1 yuan and 20 cents per pound, a few pounds implied at least 3 pounds, which equated to over 3 yuan. Annie Tu's eyes widened as she swallowed hard, asking, Yan's second son, how many people do you need for this task? What about me? And me? Jiewen, you can't leave me out of such a good opportunity. I want to go too, Yan's second son. We are all neighbors. It wouldn't be fair to play favorites. The women grew excited. Assisting in the slaughter of pigs was hardly a daunting task, especially when it yielded several pounds of meat. In most households, being able to eat meat once a month was a luxury. A few pounds of meat represented half a year's worth for a family. Who wouldn't be tempted? As the saying goes, one woman is equivalent to 800 ducks. With this group of women, the number surely exceeded 8,000, creating quite the uproar. Jiewen, unperturbed, firmly stated, I'm sorry, ladies, but we already have enough hands. No more assistance is needed. With that, he departed, leaving the women greatly disappointed. Why should only Sun Lanhua be favored by Jiewen? They felt envious. Not suspecting any romantic involvement between Jiewen and Sun Lanhua, but simply resentful that she would be the one to benefit from this opportunity. Sun Lanhua was also puzzled as to why Jiewen had specifically chosen her to assist, yet she had no intention of turning down such a favorable opportunity, as her family truly needed to supplement their protein intake. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that her debt to Jiewen was growing heavier. As Jiewen stepped into the central courtyard, he suddenly heard Su Damao calling out from behind. Jiewen, wait up. Turning around, Jiewen saw Su Damao trotting toward him, carrying a bag. Oh, Su Damao, what brings you here? Su Damao, slightly out of breath, paused to catch his breath before raising the bag in his hand and grinning. It's nothing much. I went to the countryside a few days ago to watch a movie, and the locals gifted me some local specialties. Since I can't eat them all, I thought I'd share some with you. Su Damao. This unsolicited generosity is either a sign of ulterior motives or deceit. I cannot accept such gifts without cause, Jiewen said, shaking his head in refusal while fanning himself. The bag contained dried chili peppers, several cloves of garlic, and a small packet of dried mushrooms. Quite rustic fare indeed. Embarrassed, Su Damao rubbed his nose and quietly explained. Please don't put it so harshly. I know you're acquainted with a certain high-ranking official. You are bound to ascend to a leadership position at our factory. I'm merely trying to build rapport with you in advance. How candid of you. Jiewen chuckled knowingly as he accepted the bag. Su Damao was just beginning to feel pleased when Jiewen, weighing the bag, admonished, but is this truly what you consider a test for a cadre? What cadre could withstand such a trivial trial? The words spoken rendered Su Damao utterly embarrassed, as he inwardly cursed Jiewen for his insatiable greed. This bag of local specialties was worth at least $1, yet he remained unsatisfied. I've returned your belongings, but I do have a favor to ask of you. Jiewen handed the items back to Su Damao. Hastily accepting the net bag, Su Damao patted his chest and assured, I would traverse fire and water for you. Brother Wen, Jiewen replied, you frequently screen films in the countryside, so when you have time, could you inquire if any commune has pigs for sale? Ideally. I'm looking for sows, regardless of size. Sows? Su Damao queried, his face a mask of confusion. Are you planning to raise pigs? Don't ask too many questions. Just know that for every sow you procure for me, I'll reward you with $50. $50? Are you serious? Su Damao's eyes widened. That was indeed a considerable sum. Despite his seemingly carefree life, his salary was comparable to Qin Huairu's, though he managed to earn a little extra on the side through various schemes. Thus, $50 was quite a significant amount, especially since he had recently splurged to appease Qin Jingru, leaving his pockets nearly empty. Besides, he was merely inquiring, which required no substantial effort on his part. Exactly, remember. Just sows, nothing else. All right, I'll help you look into it. And remember, if you have any other good fortune, count me in. Su Damao hinted with a grin. Jiewen, non-committal, turned to leave. He needed a replacement for the sow at the farm, and Su Damao was well suited for the task, given his frequent trips to the countryside. Upon returning to the Yin household, Jiewen sought out Yu Li, asking her to join in the pig slaughtering the following evening. Yuli readily agreed, recognizing this as an excellent opportunity to strengthen her relationship with Jiewen, convinced she would not be working for free. That night, the courtyard buzzed with excitement over Jiewen's search for assistance in slaughtering pigs and the prospect of receiving a few pounds of meat as compensation. The residents were astonished. Just for helping to slaughter pigs, one could receive a share of meat? How astoundingly lucrative. Among the most enthusiastic was the Jia family, known for their greed, particularly Jia Zhongshi, who was the epitome of avarice. Qin Huairu, aren't you on good terms with Yan's second son? Hurry and seize this pig slaughtering opportunity. Jia Zhongshi urged anxiously. The last time they had meat was due to Shaju's blind date with Qin Jingru, and ever since, their meals had returned to a mundane state, leaving her starved for something delightful. Hearing Jia Zhongshi's words, Qin Huairu forced a bitter smile. While their previous relationship had been amiable, she had played a trick the previous Sunday, which had led to Jiewen harboring a dislike for her. This time, she doubted he would extend any favors. Regardless, Qin Huairu resolved to give it a try. After all, what if it worked? Chapter 75, Refusal and a Journey to Teaseling Village. The next morning, as dawn broke, while Jiewen was washing up, Qin Huairu approached him, expressing her desire to join the pig slaughtering crew. Jiewen expelled a mouthful of foam and shook his head. I'm sorry, Sister Qin. We have enough hands for now, perhaps another time. Assisting in the slaughter were two apprentices, Sun Lanhua and Yu Li, along with Lu Cheng from the Lu family and Uncle Lin from the Lin family, totaling 7 people, sufficient for the task at hand. Unabashedly persistent, Qin Huairu refused to leave quietly, smiling as she implored, Jiewen, you know my family's situation is quite difficult. Please help me out. I've already said we have enough help. Let us discuss it next time, Jiewen reiterated, his tone firmer. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu bit her lip. Her expression forlorn as she continued, Jiewen, I admit I was wrong last time. Please don't be angry with me. I can apologize if that is what it takes. Jiewen regarded her with a cold stare and replied indifferently, no need. Out of neighborly consideration, I prefer not to speak harshly. Seeing the resolute expression on Jiewen's face, Qin Huairu felt tears welling up. Was it so wrong to have stirred the pot a little between him and those two girls? Surely, she hadn't meant any harm. Didn't he bear some responsibility as well? With Jiewen's growing impatience evident, Qin Huairu could only leave, her face a portrait of grievance. Jiewen scoffed silently. How Shaju had been manipulated by her was of no concern to him, but if she dared to plot against him, he would not be accommodating. Climbing onto his bicycle, he headed straight back to the East Canteen. His eldest apprentice, Lu Xinlin, understanding the situation, went to brew some tea, while his second apprentice, Zhang Chunyang, approached him with a document, whispering, Master, this is the file Director Zhou asked me to give you. Jiewen nodded, accepting the document, which indeed pertained to the procurement of pigs from Teaseling. It contained a short-term supply certificate issued by the procurement department and stamped by the logistics department. With this certificate, the pigs sold to the steel plant by Teaseling would be deemed a legitimate transaction. Since it was not a long-term agreement, it wouldn't count as planned resources, allowing for renewal upon expiry. This arrangement enabled the steel plant to avoid offending the meat processing factory while securing a greater supply of meat. The document also addressed payment concerns. The feed provided to Teaseling would be deducted monthly, with transportation costs waived, as the pigs were sold at a low price to the steel plant, which would cover the fuel expenses. A procurement officer from the logistics department would accompany the team to weigh the pigs, calculate the payment on-site, and if all was in order, Teaseling could settle accounts at the factory the following day. The price for a pound of live pigs was calculated at 92 cents per pound, accounting for 8 pigs. With Jiewen being responsible for transportation, there was considerable room for maneuvering within this arrangement. Would Teaseling share any of the profits with Jiewen? That would depend on their negotiations. It seemed that Director Zhou Haihua and Director One from the logistics department were attempting to curry favor with him. However, Jiewen had no interest in kickbacks, as he had no need for them. The entire Teaseling operation was already under his control, requiring no such efforts. Was his endeavor to raise pigs for the courtyard purely an act of kindness? Not entirely. It also served to win the residents' favor. Once the residents became loyal to him, the few managing the affairs would be inconsequential. In fact, the effects were already manifesting. The families that had previously spoken ill of the Yin family were now isolated. Everyone believed Jiewen had made significant contributions to the courtyard, and those few who continued to stir trouble found themselves ignored. What if there were future opportunities and Jiewen excluded them? Thus, to genuinely consolidate support, the best strategy was to involve everyone in the venture. By late afternoon, around 4 o'clock, Jiewen rode away from the steel plant, heading first to Teaseling, claiming he needed to inform the team there about the situation and prepare for the pigs to be brought over. Lu Xinlin would follow the transport vehicle after finishing work, while Zhang Chunyang remained at the steel plant to pick up Sun Lanhua, Yu Li, and the other helpers. By 5 o'clock, Yin Jiewen arrived at Tieseling, returning to the same place where the pigs were kept. With a wave of his hand, 8 fat pigs were placed into the pen. At this point, each pig weighed around 340 pounds, which was considered quite substantial in the market. Afterward, he entered Tieseling village, where villagers looked at him with curiosity upon spotting him. An elderly man, pipe in hand, approached him and politely inquired, "Young comrade, whom are you looking for?" It was evident from his clean attire and bicycle that Yin Jiewen was from the city. "Sir, I'm from the Hongxing steel plant in the capital, and I am looking for your team leader, Zhang Fengyo and Zhang Yoma," Yin Jiewen replied, offering the elderly man a cigarette. The elder gentleman accepted the cigarette, exclaiming with delight, "Ah, my young comrade, you're too kind. Are you from the Red Star Steel Rolling Mill? Surely you're here to purchase pigs, correct? Wait a moment. I'll summon them for you." After a month of anticipation, the workers from the steel mill finally arrived in the village. Once the pigs were sold, every household in the village would receive a 5 yuan sealing fee. Who wouldn't be thrilled by such news? Before long, Zhang Fengyo and Zhang Nyoma hurried over. "Comrade Xiaoyan, you've arrived. Have you eaten?" Zhang Fengyo inquired cheerfully. "Not yet, but there's no rush. Let us deal with the pigs first. The last batch you delivered was fine, wasn't it?" Yin Jiewen offered the 2 men cigarettes with a gentle smile. "Absolutely, no issues at all. Each pig is healthy and well-fed. The largest group has gained about 10 jin of meat during this period," Zhang Nyoma replied promptly. Quickly pulling out a match from his pocket to light Yin Jiewen's cigarette before igniting his own and Zhang Fengyo's. "That's excellent. The pigs for today's transaction have already been delivered to the temporary pig pen from last time. Please arrange for some people to bring them into the village. The steel mill's truck will be here shortly," Yin Jiewen instructed, exhaling a puff of smoke while squinting slightly. Zhang Fengyo's eyes lit up with anticipation as he responded, "No problem. I'll arrange for the pigs to be brought into the village right away. Nyoma, take Comrade Xiaoyan to rest for a bit." Zhang Fengyo swiftly organized the villagers to transport the pigs while Yin Jiewen followed Zhang Nyoma to inspect the pig pen. Last time, it had been too late for Yin Jiewen to check on the pigs. Along the way, he chatted with Zhang Nyoma while observing the scenery of Tieseling village. The village was predominantly composed of dilapidated tiled houses and a few thatched cottages, scattered haphazardly, lacking both running water and electricity. The villagers wore simple, even tattered clothing, and many of the children ran about barefoot, their feet caked in dirt. "Ah, Xiaoyan, please excuse the state of our village," Zhang Nyoma said with an awkward smile, noticing Yin Jiewen's keen interest in the surroundings. "Though we seem close to the capital, we are quite poor. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to take risks by secretly growing things to sell." Yin Jiewen smiled gently in response. "There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Soon, Tieseling village will be entirely transformed." Zhang Nyoma's eyes glistened with a hint of moisture as he nodded vigorously. "Comrade Xiaoyan, we have faith in you." After a brief tour, Yin Jiewen had inspected the pig pen, which was situated at the back of the mountain in a relatively concealed area, enclosed with wooden fencing and thatched roofing, covering approximately 300 square meters. It seemed evident that Tieseling was treating this matter with utmost seriousness. Chapter 76, The Transaction. Preparing to slaughter the pigs. As they awaited the arrival of the transport truck, a number of villagers had gathered nearby, their curious gazes fixed on Yin Jiewen. A child attempted to approach him, only to be pulled back by a parent, perhaps fearing that their child might accidentally offend Yin Jiewen or dirty his clothes. This simple and timid demeanor tugged at Yin Jiewen's heart, making him acutely aware of how many ordinary citizens in the Dragon Country lived in such trepidation. Regrettably, his capabilities were limited. Had he access to an infinite supply of resources, he could easily ensure that every citizen in the Dragon Country had sufficient food to eat. Lost in thought, the rumble of a truck drew his attention. Yin Jiewen looked up to see the transport vehicle from the steel mill cautiously navigating the village's narrow path. "The truck has arrived. Uncle Zhang, Captain Zhang, prepare yourselves," Yin Jiewen announced, rising to his feet and discarding his cigarette butt. Zhang Nyoma and Zhang Fengyo acknowledged him, and all the villagers stood ready. The truck parked at the drying ground of Tieseling, and 2 individuals disembarked, Lu Xinlin, the chief apprentice, and Lin Taijun, the deputy director of the procurement department. "Hello, Master Xiaoyan. I am Lin Taijun, the deputy director of the procurement department." Lin Taijun introduced himself politely, extending a hand. "Ah, so you are Director Lin. It's a pleasure to meet you," Yin Jiewen replied with a smile, shaking Lin Taijun's hand. Although he was unfamiliar with the man, it did not deter him from being courteous. "Haha, greetings. The dishes you prepared last time, Master Xiaoyan, were truly unforgettable." Lin Taijun's demeanor was exceedingly amiable, leaving Yin Jiewen somewhat bewildered. Had Lin Taijun really tasted his cooking? Noticing Yin Jiewen's confusion, Lin Taijun chuckled and explained, last time, Director Nya treated us department heads to a meal, and I had the fortune of sampling your culinary creations. Ah, I see. Director Lin, if you enjoyed my cooking, I would be delighted to invite you to a meal sometime, Yin Jiewen replied, realizing that he had indeed cooked for Director Nya a few days prior. Although he had no knowledge of who else was present. Really? I would be most honored. Lin Taijun responded, a bit taken aback. He knew that Master Yin Jiewen was highly regarded by both Zhou Haihua and Director Yang, and had even been invited to the director's office for tea. Even Director Nya, who oversaw logistics, held Yin Jiewen in high esteem. Although Yin Jiewen was merely a common chef at present, being valued by two high-ranking officials made him someone that a mere department head could not afford to offend. Yin Jiewen's mouth twitched slightly. There's no need to be so excited. It was merely a polite remark. When we say we'll invite you for a meal next time, we often mean it in a figurative sense, not an actual invitation. Subsequently, Yin Jiewen introduced Lin Taijun to Zhang Fengyou, the village chief and captain, and they exchanged pleasantries. To lend authenticity to the pig-raising endeavor in Tieseling, Zhang Fengyou and several village officials took Lin Taijun to the pig farm, where he was quite exhilarated to see dozens of pigs, exclaiming that Tieseling was indeed very capable. Afterward, 8 pigs were herded down to the drying ground for weighing. Each pig averaged 342 jin, totaling 2,736 jin, at a price of 0.92 yuan per jin, resulting in a total of 251,712 yuan. After rounding down, the transaction price settled at 2,500 yuan. Captain Zhang, if everything is agreeable, we'll go with this price, Lin Taijun said cheerfully. Given that the village held significant resources, Lin Taijun was keen to maintain a positive rapport, knowing that Tieseling could easily find another factory to collaborate with if needed. Zhang Fengyou discreetly glanced at Yin Jiewen, and upon receiving a slight nod from him, he revealed a broad grin, saying, that sounds good, but since this is our first collaboration, I can offer a discount of 100 yuan. Let's settle on 2,400 yuan. Lin Taijun was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the proactive offer. Wow, that is fantastic. Saving money is truly delightful. Lin Taijun took out the procurement documents, requested Zhang Fengyou's signature, and issued a receipt to finalize the transaction. As the pigs were loaded onto the truck, Yin Jiewen quietly advised Zhang Fengyou, I shall take my leave now. Remember to come to the factory on time tomorrow to settle the account. Of course, Comrade Xiaoyan, Zhang Fengyou assured him promptly. Yin Jiewen did not ride his bicycle back, but instead entrusted it to Lu Xinlin, opting to accompany the truck for the slaughtering preparations. By the time Lu Xinlin returned to the factory on his bicycle, the pigs were likely to be slaughtered, aligning perfectly with the meat distribution schedule. On the road, Lin Taijun conversed amiably with Yin Jiewen, during which he discovered that the new accountant, Li Chun, was Yin Jiewen's partner. This revelation left Lin Taijun enlightened. It was no wonder that Li Chun had been personally assisted by Director Yang during her onboarding. He had assumed she was merely a relative of the director, but it turned out to be due to her connection with Yin Jiewen. Li Chun possesses striking beauty, stirring the interest of several single employees in the procurement department. Lin Taijun feels a sense of relief, grateful that no unpleasant incidents have occurred with Comrade Li Chun. It seems prudent to caution those youthful rascals to avoid offending individuals who must not be crossed. In front of the storeroom of the steel mill's canteen, Zhang Chunyang has already brought in those who would assist with the pig slaughtering. Sister Sun, have you ever slaughtered a pig? Yuli nervously inquired of Sun Lanhua. Sun Lanhua shook her head, replying, what opportunity have I had to slaughter a pig? I've hardly seen a living pig more than twice. Uncle Lin, standing nearby, chuckled reassuringly. Don't worry, Yin family's daughter-in-law. The slaughtering will be primarily handled by Jiewen himself. We'll merely assist in holding the pig and scraping off the hair. Lu Cheng scratched his head in agreement, stating, Uncle Lin is right. Who among us has ever slaughtered a pig? If we were to attempt it, it would undoubtedly end in chaos. It's best if Brother Wen does it himself. Lu Cheng, being half a year younger than Yin Jiewen, had a decent rapport with the Yin family, as his mother had actively supported raising pigs in the courtyard. Thus Yin Jiewen had brought him along. Lu Cheng would not be the only one unfamiliar with Yin Jiewen, but still mingling with him, as more families in the courtyard would soon have opportunities to join Yin Jiewen's circle. Under various temptations, it is challenging for the residents of the courtyard to remain steadfastly loyal to Yin Jiewen. After all, he is not a solitary figure. Nor would he care for reputation if he were. Wanting free piglets? Dream on. It's unfortunate that he must consider the Yin family, but caution is not his style. It's quite simple. Turning the majority of the courtyard's residents into his own people would suffice. As the clock approached 8 in the evening, the pig transport vehicle returned, and Zhang Chunyang eagerly shouted, the pigs are here. All departments prepare. Immediately, Yu Li and the other helpers hurried over to assemble. The pigs safely arrived at the open space in front of the canteen storeroom. Lin Taijun cheerfully bid farewell to Yin Jiewen as the deputy director of the procurement department. He need not personally handle the procurement of unplanned materials. He simply wished to become better acquainted with Yin Jiewen. Master, is there anything wrong? As soon as Lin Taijun departed, Zhang Chunyang approached to inquire. Yin Jiewen waved his hand, responding, "Nothing to worry about, Chunyang. Take Uncle Lin and Lu Cheng. The three of you need to bring down the pigs and prepare for slaughter." Zhang Chunyang happily complied, quickly taking the two to fetch tools. Let us get to slaughtering. Chapter 77. The Butcher, Dividing the Pork. The fervent slaughtering commenced, with Zhang Chunyang, Uncle Lin, and Lu Cheng tasked with bringing down the pigs and pinning them on the cutting board. Yuli and Sun Lanhua were responsible for heating water and scraping off the hair, while Yin Jiewen naturally took charge of the actual slaughtering and butchering. As if sensing their impending demise, the first pig emitted a piercing and agonizing scream, while the three men held it down with all their might. Goodness, this pig is incredibly strong. Uncle Lin strained with all his strength, his face turning crimson, nearly allowing the pig to break free. Naturally, the freshly sourced pigs were bursting with vitality, making it quite challenging for three grown men to hold them securely without exerting their full strength. Even the driver, waiting to clock out after unloading the pigs, came over to lend a hand. Once the first pig was restrained, Yin Jiewen sharpened his knife, his gaze cold and unyielding. With swift decisiveness, he plunged the long knife into the pig's carotid artery. Blood gushed forth in a crimson spray, flowing into the basin below. The pig struggled violently, its cries growing increasingly shrill and frantic. As the blood drained, the pig gradually ceased its thrashing, and the four men lifted the lifeless animal into a basin filled with boiling water. Yuli and Sun Lanhua began scalding the pig's hair, continuously pouring hot water over the side that hadn't been submerged, making it easier to scrape off the hair later. Again and again, Yin Jiewen operated like a cold-hearted butcher, his movements swift and ruthless, devoid of expression, causing the pig handlers to feel a chill of apprehension, fearing that Yin Jiewen might turn his wrath upon them as well. Once 8 pigs had been slaughtered, the 4 men picked up their scraping knives to assist Yu Li and Sun Lanhua in removing the hair, while Yin Jiewen began processing the first pig, which had already been skinned. With a powerful grunt, Yin Jiewen hoisted the dead pig and effortlessly tossed it onto the ladder to bind it, creating a visually stunning spectacle that left everyone present in awe. Goodness, over 300 pounds of pig, and he just tosses it around? Is this man a weightlifter? His strength is astonishing. Yin Jiewen remained undistracted as he skillfully eviscerated the pig, removing all inedible parts. With a gentle incision, he effortlessly severed the entire hind leg. And with another cut, a whole rack of ribs followed suit. Everything flowed seamlessly, executed with grace. After finishing the first pig, Yin Jiewen instructed Zhang Chunyang to weigh it. The result came in at over 340 pounds, with approximately 285 pounds of meat yielded. Yin Jiewen calculated the meat yield at around 80%, which he deemed a normal rate. He smiled faintly, questioning how this could possibly be normal, as the pig should have weighed only 275 pounds. Clearly, the scale was faulty. Zhang Chunyang hesitated, wanting to speak, but ultimately conceding that Master was correct. The scale was indeed malfunctioning. About an hour later, all 8 pigs had been slaughtered. The helpers finished scraping the pig hair, with some transporting the butchered pork into the cold storage, while others cleaned the entrails. In the end, 2 large baskets of meat remained, weighing approximately 100 pounds. Yin Jiewen first took a 5-pound piece of front leg meat from the basket and handed it to the driver, saying, "Master Zhang, you've worked hard today, helping us transport and slaughter the pigs. This meat is your reward." Master Zhang's eyes widened, hesitating to accept the meat. He asked, "Master Yin, is this appropriate? 5 pounds of meat, especially front leg meat, would sell for 6 yuan on the market. I've merely assisted a little. Appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? This is what you deserve," Yin Jiewen replied firmly. After a moment of hesitation, the driver accepted the meat, as it was difficult to refuse such a reward. "Thank you, Master Yin. To be honest, my children have been craving meat," he chuckled. "I understand. There will be more opportunities in the future, Master Zhang. Let us not speak of it further. You know what I mean," Yin Jiewen said knowingly, patting the driver on the shoulder. The transport driver's salary wasn't particularly high, just a bit of extra compensation. However, over the course of a month, they could only afford to eat meat a few times, and 5 pounds would suffice for his family for a month. "I understand, Master Yin. Rest assured, I won't say a word," Master Zhang quickly affirmed. After seeing the driver off, Yin Jiewen smiled faintly, gathering his belongings. He now considered the driver one of his own, completely unconcerned about the driver's discretion, as he too was a beneficiary. Once the driver had departed, Yu Li and the others eagerly looked to Yin Jiewen, awaiting their turn. "Everyone, don't rush. I'll divide the meat for you. 5 pounds of front leg meat for you, Lu Cheng, Yin Jiewen said, handing a piece of meat marbled with fat and lean to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng cradled the meat in his hands, grinning widely as he exclaimed, "Oh, thank you. Brother Wen, 5 pounds of meat. That's enough to last my family for 3 months. This work has been immensely satisfying. Uncle Lin, here's about 5 pounds of trotters. You can braise them for a delicious meal." Uncle Lin beamed, revealing his white teeth, responding joyfully, "All right, I want to be polite. Sister Sun, you also receive 5 pounds of front leg meat." Yin Jiewen selected a piece of pork with a balanced mix of fat and lean and handed it to Sun Lanhua. "Thank you, Jiewen." Sun Lanhua replied gratefully. Sun Lanhua's eyes brimmed with tears. Previously, her family could scarcely afford to consume 5 pounds of meat over the course of 2 years. Yet now she had earned that much in a single night. She was utterly at a loss as to how to express her gratitude to Yin Jiewen. When it was Yu Li's turn, she gazed at Yin Jiewen with eager anticipation. "Sister-in-law, take this 5 pounds of pork belly home," Yin Jiewen said, handing her a beautifully marbled piece of pork belly. "Pork belly? Oh my, thank you, uncle." Yu Li beamed. Knowing that pork belly is the most coveted part of the pig, indeed, it was a clear advantage to be related to Yin Jiewen, as the rewards were far greater than those offered to others. The remaining onlookers said little, recognizing that since Yin Jiewen was the one who initiated the venture, it was only fitting for the Yin family to claim the most prized portions. Besides, they had already made a considerable profit today. What more was there to discuss? One must not be ungrateful. Subsequently, Yin Jiewen also provided Yu Li with a pair of pig intestines for trotters, and a set of ribs for her to take home as a token of his labor. Some might question whether Yin Jiewen, as a time traveler, was being overly opportunistic by exploiting public resources. What about integrity? In truth, Yin Jiewen did not take advantage of the situation. The price at which the steel mill purchased the pigs was already rather low, and he had voluntarily reduced the final price by an additional 100 yuan. What was the purpose of this concession? Simply to ensure that he could, with a clear conscience, distribute meat to his own. Effectively, he had purchased this meat himself, having only withheld 80 pounds for his own use, which was quite generous. When calculating, he had allocated 5 pounds each to the driver, Uncle Lin, Lu Cheng, Yu Li, Sun Lanhua, Lu Xinlin, Zhang Chunyang, totaling 35 pounds, while retaining 45 pounds for himself. However, from that amount, he still owed 10 pounds to the canteen director as a matter of reciprocity. Ultimately, Yin Jiewen ended up keeping only 35 pounds of meat, most of which was of lesser value. Of course, with over 100 pigs still at his farm, he had no shortage of pork, yet he was not about to let others take advantage of his efforts. "I will not allow you to profit at my expense, nor will I let you suffer losses." Yu Li and the others departed in high spirits. As Yin Jiewen pulled out a cigarette, Zhang Chunyang promptly retrieved a match from his pocket, dutifully lighting it for him. "Chunyang, take 10 pounds of meat to share with Xinlin later, and also, take another 10 pounds of pork belly to quietly deliver to Director Zhou tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chunyang, somewhat discontented, questioned, "Master, are you telling me that after working all night, this is all you have to show for it? Isn't that a bit unfair?" "Enough chatter. There are matters for you to attend to shortly," Yin Jiewen replied, shaking his head without further explanation. He had not been shortchanged. Selling the pigs from the farm was the priority. However, he had ensured that the steel mill did not benefit unduly from the arrangement, which was satisfactory. Chapter 78. A Sensation, the Kaleidoscope of Life. In the courtyard, it was already past 9 in the evening, and a group of women lingered in the front yard, chatting and enjoying the cool evening air, while their eyes occasionally darted toward the entrance. Yes, they were awaiting the return of Yu Li and the others who had gone to assist in slaughtering pigs. "How much meat do you think they'll bring back?" one asked. "Puffed, probably just a few pounds, if that," another scoffed. "Still, not bad. Helping with the slaughter nets you a pound of meat." "Oh, why didn't the second son of the Yin family call me? I wanted to bring some meat home too." "You? Do you even know him well enough?" "Auntie San, I admit I spoke ill of Jiewen before, but I've already apologized." "Don't be so unreasonable." "Humph, don't act so familiar, and if apologies worked, we wouldn't need the police." The women bantered amongst themselves, with even Auntie Sen joining in. It seemed that until Yu Li and the others returned, these women would likely find it difficult to sleep. "They're back," a sharp-eyed woman exclaimed as several figures entered the courtyard. Auntie San was the first to spring into action, with the others quickly following. "Yu Li, how did it go? Was the pig slaughtered?" Auntie San inquired eagerly. Yu Li smiled and nodded. "The pig has been processed and sent to the cold storage at the steel mill." "Brother Lin, is what you have there the reward for today's work?" another woman asked Uncle Lin. He chuckled, holding up a black cloth bag. "Indeed, we helped slaughter pigs for the steel mill today, and each of us received 5 pounds of pork." A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the gathered women, creating a sensation. 5 pounds of meat. My goodness, that's too generous. Oh my, 5 pounds. That could last our family half a year. Just for helping with the slaughter? Why did I miss out on such good fortune? Oh, didn't you notice? It seems only those with good relations to the Yin family were invited. So, if I cultivate a good relationship with the Yin family, I too could partake in such opportunities? Well, that ultimately depends on the second son's mood. Ah, Yin Jiewen is truly impressive. The Yin family is on the rise. Indeed, he has gained success and still remembers to care for the neighbors in the courtyard. Is it too late for me to cover the feed costs for raising pigs now? The women chattered excitedly, especially the neighbors who had previously looked down on the Yin family, now regretting their past judgments. The residents of the courtyard were well aware that the Yin family had a reputation for being miserly, particularly Yin Bugue, who would cast a covetous, greedy gaze at anyone passing through the front yard with goods in hand. It was said that even a passing dog would be subjected to Yin Bugue's scrutiny. For a long time, he had been regarded as a pest by the residents, who would hasten to avoid him. Even the stewards, including Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong, looked down upon Yin Bugue, deeming him lacking in vision and dignity. However, after Yin Jiewen returned from the countryside, the Yin family underwent a remarkable transformation. First, their meals improved, and secondly, Yin Bugue seemed to have ceased his petty calculations against the neighbors. Although this situation had persisted for some time, the lingering prejudices remained, and respect for Yin Bugue had not significantly increased. Fortunately, Yin Jiewen had restored the family's reputation, and the Yin family's standing gradually improved, prompting many neighbors to begin interacting with them. Alas, the time was too brief. Otherwise, the women believed they surely would have had a share in the pig slaughter and distribution of meat. Just by observing those who were invited to assist, one could see that the Lin family, directly across from the Yin family, had maintained a good relationship with them. Additionally, Uncle Lu from the Lu family, who had lived in the courtyard alongside Yin Bugue, had also preserved a strong bond with the Yin family. Yu Li, being the eldest daughter-in-law of the Yin family, naturally had her share in any good fortune. Yet, one might wonder what merit Sun Lanhua possessed to catch Yin Jiewen's attention. Was it simply because her family was impoverished? In any case, these individuals all shared a favorable connection with the Yin family, which likely explained why Yin Jiewen had called upon them for assistance. Soon enough, news of Yu Li and the others receiving 5 pounds of meat each for helping at the steel mill spread throughout the courtyard. There were those who envied, those who admired, those who regretted, and those contemplating how to curry favor with the Yin family for future opportunities. Such is the tapestry of human life, with each thread telling its own story. In the back courtyard, Auntie Air hurriedly shared the news with Lu Haizhong upon her return. Lu Haizhong fell into deep thought. Was it truly possible for the steel mill to be so generous as to offer 5 pounds of meat as compensation to each helper? Old Lu, do you think Yin Jiewen is exploiting public resources to secretly reward those individuals? Auntie Air speculated, believing Yin Jiewen was unlawfully using public property to provide rewards to Yu Li and the others. Lu Haizhong cast a sidelong glance at the sour-faced Aunt Air, admonishing her. Thus, it seems your destiny is to remain merely a cook for your lifetime. Enough of this matter, let us leave it as it is. By the way, tomorrow, send 5 or 10 eggs over to the Yin family. Although Lu Haizhong was not particularly astute, he harbored doubts about Yin Jiewen's audacity to utilize public funds to compensate workers. That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Recalling Yin Jiewen's impressive feat of becoming a cadre in 3 days and securing formal employment in 7, Lu Haizhong was further convinced that Yin Jiewen's actions were underpinned by influential backing. Given that there were factory leaders orchestrating events behind the scenes, Lu Haizhong felt he dared not act on his own volition. Sending 10 eggs to the Yin family was, in his view, a gesture of goodwill, a gift he deemed quite valuable. In the Yi family courtyard, Aunt Yi hastened home after gathering the news to inform Yi Zhonghai. You see, while it makes sense for Jiewen to look after the Lin and Lu families, how does he have any connection with the Zhang family in the back courtyard? Gentle by nature, Aunt Yi was reluctant to speculate with malice, yet she couldn't help but harbor some doubts. The Zhang family, in terms of living standards, was undoubtedly at the very bottom of the courtyard hierarchy. Even Yin Bugue couldn't be bothered to scheme against them, as they were simply too impoverished. With Yin Bugue's temperament, he would never associate with the Zhangs. Otherwise, he would be left to deal with the burden of having to support them instead of profiting, a scenario he would find utterly unacceptable. Yi Zhonghai took a sip of lukewarm water, his countenance adorned with a knowing smile, and replied, well, it's quite simple. Since the Zhang family's daughter-in-law has no ties to the old Yin family, it indicates that the second son of the Yin family is willing to assist the Zhangs. Oh, what does that imply? Consider this. The Zhang family leads the most arduous life in the courtyard, yet Xiao Sun has never sought our assistance, which signifies a robust sense of pride and independence on their part. To be frank, had it not been for Xiao Zhang's late departure, I would have attempted to matchmake Xiao Sun and Zhuzi. Yi Zhonghai lamented with a tinge of regret. Sun Lanhua's virtues surpassed even those of Qin Huairu, yet alas. By the time Sun Lanhua's husband passed, Zhuzi had already become infatuated with Qin Huairu, leaving Yi Zhonghai unable to intervene. And what does this have to do with Jiewen? Andy queried, perplexed. Yi Zhonghai shook his head and responded, it simply illustrates that the second son of the Yin family possesses a kind heart. He is helping Xiao Sun in his own way. This child is bound for greatness, yet regrettably, he is a child of the Yin family. Since Yin Jiewen proposed raising pigs in the courtyard, Yi Zhonghai had expressed profound admiration for him, recognizing the altruistic spirit of helping others. This was precisely the kind of young person Yi Zhonghai cherished. It is worth noting that even Zhuzi had never made such a significant contribution to the courtyard. Had Yin Jiewen been Zhuzi, he would have found the elderly Yi Zhonghai to be utterly perfect. Thus, Yi Zhonghai found it unsurprising that Yin Jiewen would actively assist Sun Lanhua, for in his mind, that was precisely the sort of action Yin Jiewen was capable of. He speculated that, given the opportunity, Yin Jiewen would extend his assistance to even more neighbors. Alas, Yin Jiewen was the child of Yin Bugue, and Yi Zhonghai felt that any goodwill he wished to extend would likely be in vain. Could he truly expect Yin Jiewen to neglect his own parents to care for an outsider like himself? Chapter 79, Sun Lanhua's Gratitude and the Peeping Tom, Sadako. In stark contrast to Lu Haizhong's reluctance to ponder too deeply and Yi Zhonghai's benevolent conjectures, the atmosphere within the Jia family was far more malevolent. As the savory aroma of meat wafted from the Yin household, Jia Zhangshi twisted her lips in disdain, cursing, are the Yin family mad? Cooking meat late at night? Just look at their audacity. And what gives that little wretch of the Yin family the right to enlist Sun Lanhua's help instead of coming to us? Truly outrageous. Did they not realize that our Jia family has gone many days without meat? Qin Huairu, tuning out her mother-in-law, was unwilling to engage. Yet she harbored an intense envy towards Sun Lanhua. 5 gene of meat. That would sustain their household for 2 months. Why did she miss out on this fortunate opportunity? Seeing that Qin Huairu ignored her, Jia Zhangshi launched into a tirade. Hey, Qin Huairu, you are utterly useless. You can't even manage that little brat from the Yin family. Yet I wonder why Dongshu ever chose you as his wife. Qin Huairu sighed and replied, Mother, it is Yin Jiewen who is responsible for slaughtering the pig. He is free to call whomever he wishes. What can I do about it? First, her mother-in-law quarreled with Yin Jiewen, driving a wedge between them, and now she had also offended him, leading Yin Jiewen to completely disregard her. Alas, what a nuisance. Humph. At the end of the day, it's your inadequacy. And that fool, isn't he also the chef at the steel factory? Why should the responsibility of slaughtering pigs fall to the Yin family brat? Those factory leaders must be blind. Jia Zhangshi indiscriminately vented her frustrations, expressing her dissatisfaction. All right, mother. It is what it is. Scolding won't change anything. Bah. Do I need your guidance on how to conduct myself? Can't I simply vent my frustrations? Jia Zhangshi retorted, hands on her hips, looking as though she wished to engage Qin Huairu in a fierce battle. In any case, I don't care. You hurry up and pacify that fool. What have we been eating these past few days? We can't even get leftovers. Understood. I'll try to have a word with Zhuzi. Qin Huairu replied helplessly, her disdain for Jia Zhangshi palpable. When she wasn't ignoring Zhuzi, her mother-in-law would complain about the poor quality of the family meals, urging her to communicate with Zhuzi. Yet, when she did engage with Zhuzi, she was accused of being unfaithful, of having inappropriate interactions with another man, and of disrespecting her deceased husband. No matter how one looked at it, her mother-in-law was always in the right, leaving her as nothing more than a punching bag. Such malicious old hags like Jia Zhangshi were rare. The majority of residents had already recognized the benefits of associating with Yin Jiewen, pondering how they might ensure they were included in the next stroke of good fortune. In the backyard, the Sun family experienced a similar situation. Sun Lanhua sliced off 3 or 2 pieces of meat, intending to provide her daughter with some much-needed nourishment. Her youngest daughter, Zhangyu, perched on the countertop, swallowed hard, her eyes wide with longing as she pitifully asked, Mommy, can I eat this meat? Sun Lanhua paused her slicing, her heart aching, and replied, Of course. This meat is all for you, Yaya. Her daughter was 6 years old, frail and small, noticeably shorter than her peers, and Sun Lanhua felt a pang of guilt for not being able to care for her properly. Yay, thank you, Mommy. I get to eat meat today? Zhang Yu exclaimed joyfully, bouncing in delight. It had been ages since she last had meat, perhaps not since the new year. Seeing her daughter's exuberance brought tears to Sun Lanhua's eyes, and she solemnly admonished, Yeah, you must remember to thank Uncle Yin Jiewen from the front courtyard. He is our family's great benefactor. I understand, Mommy. Little Zhang Yu did not grasp the concept of a benefactor, but she understood that her ability to eat meat was due to the uncle named Yin Jiewen. The meal was not extravagant, Simple pork stew accompanied by 2 leftover corn buns from dinner, but the mother and daughter relished it wholeheartedly. "Mommy, you should eat meat too," Zhang Yu. Noticing her mother giving all the meat to her, while she herself only had vegetables, awkwardly and clumsily picked up a piece of meat and offered it to Sun Lanhua. Sun Lanhua trembled with emotion, her eyes watering again as she nodded, slightly choked. "All right, Mommy will eat." Her daughter was growing thoughtful, learning to care for her mother, which moved Sun Lanhua to tears. She felt immense gratitude that Yin Jiewen had chosen to assist her. 5 jin of meat, if rationed, could last until the new year. How wonderful! Not only Sun Lanhua, but the Lu family in the front courtyard found themselves in a similar situation. Lu Cheng handed over 5 jin of meat to his parents, which brought joy to the Lu family elders. Their circumstances were also challenging, and their diet had not improved significantly compared to the Yin family, making meat an exceedingly rare treat for them. Upon catching a whiff of the tantalizing aroma of stewed meat emanating from the neighboring Yin household, Uncle Lu clenched his teeth and promptly decided to prepare a pound of his own, yearning for some braised pork to indulge in. The Lin family was similarly engaged, concocting a savory hock of pork. Consequently, the delightful scents of various stews wafted through the courtyard, driving the neighbors in the front courtyard to the brink of madness. Stewing meat at such a late hour. Is there no justice in this world? This is sheer torment. Meanwhile, shortly after distributing the pork, Lu Xinlin returned home on his bicycle, weary from his journey. His 2 apprentices, each carrying 5 pounds of meat, expressed their heartfelt gratitude as they bid farewell to Yin Jiewen. Yin Jiewen, carrying the remaining 10 pounds of pork belly, made his way back to Nanluo Guxiang. But not to the courtyard, rather to the residence of Li Chun. Yin Jiewen's arrival surprised the steward of courtyard 75. "Oh, isn't this Li Chun's beau, Comrade Yin? What brings you here at such a late hour?" "Mr. Bai, I've come to deliver something for my partner." Yin Jiewen patted the black cloth bag hanging from the dragon head and offered a cigarette to the steward. Having visited this place several times due to his relationship with Li Chun, Yin Jiewen was familiar with the steward and, being polite, always offered him a smoke upon arrival. Receiving the cigarette, Mr. Bai chuckled. "Ah, I see. Well, do head inside, but be quick about it. You 2 aren't married yet, so don't linger too long at a young lady's home at this hour." "Understood, I shall take my leave." Yin Jiewen waved goodbye as he entered. Li Chun was utterly astonished by Yin Jiewen's appearance, eagerly pulling him inside and inquiring, "Wen Go, what brings you here?" With a smile in his eyes, Yin Jiewen replied, "I missed you. Is that not permissible?" At his words, Li Chun shot him a playful glare and retorted sweetly, "You only know how to tease me. Who else would I tease if not you? Am I to tease Jinzi instead? By the way, where is she? She just want to take a bath. She will be back shortly." Li Chun slightly bent down to pour water for Yin Jiewen, at which point Yin Jiewen's keen eyes caught sight of a deep neckline. At that moment, Li Chun was clad in a thin, loose silk garment, her graceful figure faintly visible, a sight to behold. Noticing the fervent glimmer in Yin Jiewen's eyes, Li Chun glanced down to find her collar slightly ajar, igniting a sensation of warmth within her. Blushing, she playfully admonished, "What are you staring at, you naughty rogue?" Yin Jiewen embraced Li Chun, exclaiming, "Oh my, so fragrant and soft. I must express my respect." Sensing an unusual odor emanating from Yin Jiewen, Li Chun immediately chided. "Oh dear, you smell like a pig. How dreadful. What a waste of my bath. Then perhaps you could help me wash up?" "Not a chance. Why ever not?" "Humph. Let us discuss it after we are married," Li Chun said, shyly turning her head away. Soon, Li Chun realized Yin Jiewen's purpose for visiting. He had come to deliver meat after the pig slaughter that evening, hence the peculiar scent surrounding him. 10 pounds of pork belly, a treasure not to be missed. A simple salt rub, then hung above the boiler, allowing the fragrant smoke from cooking to imbue the meat, eventually resulting in delicious smoked bacon. After a flurry of activity, Yin Jiewen hung the meat. It must not be disturbed for a while. It shall hang there, and soon the 2 would have smoked bacon to enjoy. "Understood. You've worked hard to make this trip for us," Li Chun acknowledged. "No need for thanks between us," Yin Jiewen replied, washing his hands and playfully pinching Li Chun's delicate face, which felt wonderfully soft. Li Chun gazed at Yin Jiewen, a blissful smile gracing her lips, then leaned in to share a deep kiss with him. After a few minutes, Yin Jiewen released Li Chun, who appeared somewhat dazed, her eyes glistening. "I must take my leave. I'm visiting an elder tomorrow, so you needn't come looking for me," he said, gently stroking her hair. "Understood. Do be careful on your way back," Li Chun softly replied. "Oh, Comrade Yin, you're leaving without saying goodbye?" Just as Yin Jiewen stepped out of Li's residence, a lively voice chimed from the side. Turning, he saw Li Zhan, holding a bucket and towel, dressed in a different color of the same sleepwear as Li Chun, tilting her head curiously at him. Well, Jinzi, when did you return?" Yin Jiewen asked, somewhat surprised. "Right when you 2 were kissing," Li Zhan replied with a giggle. Yin Jiewen was left speechless. Was this girl a voyeur? Well, I must be off. Come here for a hug. Yin Jiewen opened his arms, and Li Jun obediently approached, leaning against him and gazing up. In that moment, Yin Jiewen could have easily leaned down to kiss Li Jun, but before he could decide, she rose on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on his lips. Her tongue slipped inside, sweet as honey, distinctly different from Li Chun's milky taste. Before Yin Jiewen could respond, Li Jun released him, giggling. That was my first kiss. You must take responsibility from now on. And you smell terrible. No climbing into bed without a bath from now on. With that, she turned and sashayed back into the house, leaving Yin Jiewen bewildered. This girl was far too forward, leaving him somewhat flustered. Chapter 80. In a world alight with a myriad of lamps, one shall always shine for me. By the time Yin Jiewen returned to the courtyard, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. The lights in the Yin household were still aglow. After a moment's contemplation, he parked his bicycle and quietly entered, only to find Yin Bugue seated at the dining table, propping his head with one hand, his eyes half closed, nodding intermittently. Old man, you're still awake? Yin Jiewen spoke softly, cautious not to startle Yin Bugue. Hearing Yin Jiewen's voice, Yin Bugue immediately perked up, inquiring with concern, you're back? Everything all right? Nothing amiss. Just wrapping up some loose ends before returning, Yin Jiewen casually replied as he took a seat opposite Yin Bugue. Ah, that is good to hear. Have you eaten? I had your mother save some food for you. With that, Yin Bugue lifted the lid from the table, revealing 4 steamed buns, a bowl of freshly made braised pork, and a bowl of spicy stir-fried meat. Seeing this, Yin Jiewen felt a swell of gratitude. He indeed hadn't had time to eat that evening, but knowing someone had thought of him brought joy to his heart. In a world aglow with countless lights, one shall always shine for me. Perfect timing. I'm quite hungry. Yin Jiewen took a bite of a bun, which, though cooled, was still warm to the touch. Yin Bugue chuckled, taking a puff from his smoking pipe, as if relishing a moment of triumph. I knew you hadn't eaten. I made that braised pork especially for you. Did the meat come from Sister Yu? Indeed, Yin Bugue replied with a nasal tone, a hint of delight evident in his eyes. It was a source of joy that Yu Li had willingly contributed her earnings from helping with the pig slaughter to the family. Yin Jiewen sampled a piece of the braised pork, mumbling, it must have been quite lively in the courtyard today, was it? Upon hearing this, Yin Bugue chuckled knowingly and nodded. It was indeed quite festive. Several families brought some so-called specialties to our home. Did you accept them? Yin Jiewen raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Yin Bugue shook his head, smiling calmly. In the past, I would have accepted anything offered, but now, who am I? The third elder of the courtyard. Can I simply accept gifts from the community? Hearing this, Yin Jiewen felt a sense of pride. Old man, you've indeed changed quite a bit. One should not accept gifts with ulterior motives. The Yin family shall never lack for anything. And there is no need to owe favors to others for trifles. Humph, don't look at me with such admiring eyes. You little rascal, do you want a beating? Hee hee. Well, speaking of which, your birthday is in half a month, isn't it? What would you like as a gift? Yin Bugue paused, puzzled. He had completely forgotten about his own birthday. He had never celebrated it properly, as the Yin family's circumstances were modest, and it was unlikely they would prepare a lavish meal for an inconsequential occasion. When Yin Jiewen inquired, Yin Bugue found himself at a loss for words. What? Are you planning to give me a gift? Yin Bugue asked curiously. Nothing. I was merely asking. Yin Jiewen shrugged, admitting he had no noteworthy gifts to offer. However, he still possessed a watch voucher that factory director Yang had given him as a form of compensation during his last visit. Yin Bugue shot him a glare and humorously scolded. Ah, you little brat. Are you just trying to mess with your old man? If you truly wish to give me something, why not bring your partner home that day so your mother and I can meet them? Sure, that is not a problem. I'll try to arrange it. Yin Jiewen replied nonchalantly. Humph, you must bring them back. Otherwise, I'll give you a good thrashing. Now hurry up and finish your meal, then get back to sleep. After finishing his meal, Yin Jiewen left promptly, while Yin Bugue leisurely returned to the inner room, where his old companion was already fast asleep. His second son had achieved success, and the eldest daughter-in-law had changed considerably. Life for the Yin family was becoming increasingly prosperous, and Yin Bugue felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The following day, Sunday, the weather was splendid. The autumn breeze had begun to blow, and the temperature was gradually reaching a comfortable level. However, in no more than a month, the weather in the capital would turn chilly. Early in the morning, the courtyard was bustling with life, with people washing up, cooking, and exercising, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The excitement from Yin Jiewen's request for assistance from several neighbors the previous day had not yet faded. In fact, it had only intensified. As Yin Jiewen was brushing his teeth, he found himself surrounded by a group of ladies. Yin Jiewen, will your factory have more pig slaughtering work in the future? Yes. If you need more hands, what do you think of me? Yin Jiewen, I'm not in it for the pay. I simply enjoy helping the community. Jiewen, your fourth uncle just returned from the countryside with some local specialties. I'll bring you some shortly. The chorus of voices from the ladies was lively, with some flattering, some cheerful, and others boasting, creating quite a commotion. Trapped in the middle, Jiewen calmly exhaled a mouthful of foam and vaguely replied, "Ladies, I still don't know when the steel mill will have its next pig slaughtering. Perhaps we can discuss it later?" Upon hearing Jiewen's evasive response, the ladies were left unsatisfied. Eventually, Jiewen grew disinterested and ignored them, prompting the ladies to reluctantly disperse. Just after they left, a certain Mrs. Kai, who had previously shown envy towards the Yin family, scoffed and remarked, "That Yin kid doesn't want to include us. I think we should report him for embezzling public funds to share with Sun Lanhua and her helpers." At this statement, the surrounding ladies stared at her in disbelief. One of them angrily retorted, "Kai Rongfang, what nonsense are you spouting? When has Jiewen ever stolen from the public? He is merely compensating Sun Lanhua and the others for their work." "Exactly. Mrs. Kai, I've always thought you had a dubious character. And now you dare to disrupt our unity? Mrs. Kai, do you think everyone is as malicious as you? I warn you, if you dare to harm Jiewen, we will unite and have your family expelled from the courtyard." A chorus of condemnation ensued, leaving Mrs. Kai stunned. "Wait, aren't we on the same side? Since Jiewen doesn't want to share the benefits with us, we can't just sit idly by, can we?" Another more astute lady huffed at Mrs. Kai. "You foolish woman, Jiewen didn't refuse us. He merely expressed uncertainty about the timing. Moreover, even if he doesn't include us, we owe him gratitude for the 2 piglets he provided. Reporting him, is that the right thing to do?" Indeed, Mrs. Kai's household hadn't participated in the pig-raising venture, which explained her resentment. "If you dare to cause trouble, believe me, we'll tear your family apart. When it comes to interests, even mere neighbors can turn adversarial, let alone relatives." The fact that Jiewen hadn't declined their offer during their earlier inquiry indicated that there would be future opportunities. Reporting to the steel mill? What benefit would that bring you? It would only alienate a neighbor, and Jiewen was rumored to have significant connections. If the report backfired, it could spell trouble for her. As soon as the ladies dispersed, 2 of them stealthily approached the Yin household to report Mrs. Kai's remarks to Jiewen. This was precisely the outcome Jiewen had hoped for, to unite the majority and suppress the minority. As long as he could convert the majority into allies, the few dissenters would pose no real threat. Chapter 81. Agreement to sell the house. Stupid Juyu. After sending away the reporting ladies, Jiewen shook his head and chuckled. The Kai family, along with a few others who had previously spread malicious rumors about the Yin family, had never been on his agenda for sharing benefits. Reporting? They could go ahead. The one who reported would inevitably face the consequences. Jiewen was far from unprepared. If a report were to surface, Tai Ziling would stand up as his witness. As long as the steel mill's purchase of pigs at a bargain price was framed as Jiewen's personal contribution, any potential report would likely result in nothing more than a verbal warning. After all, Jiewen spent 100 yuan to buy 80 pounds of meat not for profit, but to support impoverished neighbors, even if exposed. It wouldn't be construed as a scheme, and the street officials might even view it as an act of kindness. Thus, foregoing that 100 yuan not only brought him peace of mind, but also served a preventative purpose, a most advantageous arrangement. At that moment, Uncle Lin entered Jiewen's room, holding a bowl of food. "Jiewen, are you busy?" "Oh, Uncle Lin, not at all. Do you need something?" Jiewen asked curiously. Uncle Lin shook the bowl in his hand and, with a hearty smile, said, "This is the pig trotter your grandma's son stewed last night. It's delicious. My wife and I couldn't finish it, so I thought I'd bring you some to try." Upon seeing that the trotter was still mostly intact and not merely leftovers, Jiewen realized this was a pretext. "Uncle Lin, this pig trotter is your reward for your help last night. I can't accept it." Hearing Jiewen's refusal, Uncle Lin's face turned anxious, and he quickly reassured him. "Oh, such a large trotter, my wife and I can't possibly finish it. We can't just let it spoil and throw it away, can we? Besides, if you don't accept it, I'll surely get an earful from Grandma's son when I go back." Seeing Uncle Lin's pitiful expression, Jiewen found himself at a loss for words. "All right then, I'll take it, but don't feel bad about it." Uncle Lin laughed heartily and replied, "What is there to feel bad about? You actually gave us more than enough last night." The Lin family was quite well off. Uncle Lin was a 4th-level electrician, and his son was a 3rd-level electrician. If one were to compare, their quality of life wasn't any worse than that of Lu Haizhong's family. "By the way, you mentioned wanting to buy my house last time. I discussed it with Grandma's son, and she agreed to sell it to you at the market price of 350 yuan. With this room gifted to you. What do you think?" Jiewen's eyes lit up, and he nodded. "That is perfect. But I'll pay the proper price for the house. I want to take advantage of you." Haha, no need to say that. It's not without conditions. What do you mean? When you eventually tie the knot, do remember to give me a call. Our entire family shall come to extend our congratulations. And consider this house as our wedding gift to you, along with a monetary contribution. Uncle Lin chuckled heartily as he patted Jiewen's shoulder. He vividly recalled the two young ladies who visited the Yin residence last week. He had spoken a few kind words about Jiewen, and according to Aunt San, it had been confirmed that he had chosen one of them as his partner. A smile blossomed on Jiewen's face as he assured, "Of course. That will not be an issue. I shall make sure to share a couple of drinks with you then." They agreed to handle the property transfer after the National Day holiday, and Uncle Lin departed in good spirits. Jiewen smiled to himself, realizing that he would soon possess a home of his own. How splendid. Not long after Uncle Lin's departure, Lu Cheng from the Lu family in the front courtyard approached with a bowl of braised pork and soy sauce. Expressing gratitude for the previous night's venture that helped him earn some extra money, Jiewen felt he could not refuse this gesture. Thus, dinner preparations for the evening were taken care of. After tidying up, Jiewen rode off on his bicycle, heading towards Grandpa Ma's residence. Meanwhile, in the central courtyard, Sha Zhu was despondently attending to his morning routine. He had faced challenges at work due to Zhou Haihua's harassment, and now, he was also rejected by a village girl. To add to his woes, he was ostracized by neighbors and workers at the factory over unfounded suspicions of theft, which was pushing him towards despair. Concerned, Qin Huairu inquired, "Sha Zhu, are you all right?" "I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong?" Sha Zhu replied, managing a smile that was more painful than a frown. Seeing his demeanor, Qin Huairu sighed and continued, "Sha Zhu, are you aware that the steel mill slaughtered 8 pigs last night?" "Huh." Sha Zhu was taken aback, astonished by her revelation. The steel mill slaughtered pigs? How could I not know? "Well, it was Jiewen who brought people to assist with the slaughter." "Are you truly unaware?" Qin Huairu queried, her face reflecting disbelief at the notion that Sha Zhu, the head chef of the steel mill, could be oblivious to such events. Sha Zhu shook his head. He had never heard of the steel mill acquiring pigs. It was evident that Zhou Haihua had deliberately kept this from him. Last night, in the front courtyard, Yu Li, Lu Cheng, Uncle Lin, and the widow's son Lanhua all helped Jiewen with the pig slaughter, and each received 5 pounds of meat. Qin Huairu exclaimed enviously, displaying her open palm before Sha Zhu. "What? 5 pounds of meat? That's impossible." Sha Zhu was stunned, having spent the night in isolation and unaware of the happenings outside. However, given the steel mill's nature, it was unlikely they would offer more than a couple of buns for assistance. 5 pounds of meat was beyond belief, unless the sun rose in the west. Nevertheless, what did it matter? He was merely a despised worker, a pitiful soul rejected by his neighbors, and in search of a partner. It would be better to ponder on ways to uplift his mood. The factory's affairs were of no concern to him. Noticing Sha Zhu's continued despondency, Qin Huairu thought it dire. Sha Zhu needed to regain his spirits, or else who would care for her child? After a moment's contemplation, she steeled herself and spoke. "Sha Zhu, aren't you curious why Jingru's attitude towards you has changed so dramatically? I can enlighten you." Upon hearing the name Qin Jingru, Sha Zhu felt a surge of irritation and retorted, "I have no interest in that village girl's affairs. Please refrain from discussing it." As he turned to leave, Qin Huairu grasped his arm, urging earnestly, "Oh, please listen to me." "I refuse to listen. I have nothing to do with that village girl. It's because of Su Damao." Qin Huairu nearly shouted. Sha Zhu's body jolted, his pupils dilating as he fixed a fierce gaze on Qin Huairu, growling, "What does this have to do with Su Damao?" Qin Huairu hesitated momentarily before explaining, "Well, that day." After a brief pause, Sha Zhu learned the reason for Qin Jingru's drastic change in demeanor. It turned out that Su Damao had coincidentally encountered Qin Jingru while she was heading to the restroom, where he spoke ill of Sha Zhu. Subsequently, Su Damao took Qin Jingru away and did not return until the next morning. After that incident, Qin Jingru returned to the countryside, stating that Sha Zhu was far inferior to Su Damao. Sha Zhu's face contorted in fury, his teeth clenched as he roared, "Su Damao!" With a thunderous shout, he hurled his toiletries to the ground and stormed towards the backyard in a rage. "Hey, Sha Zhu, calm down," Qin Huairu exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation, and hurried after him, fearing he might act recklessly. In the backyard, Su Damao and Lu Xiao were having breakfast when, suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door was kicked open. Before the couple could comprehend the situation, Sha Zhu, with bloodshot eyes and fists the size of a wok, landed a powerful blow on Su Damao's face. "Su Damao, you will pay for this." Su Damao felt a searing pain in his cheek as he was sent crashing to the ground. Lu Xiao screamed in fright. And soon the Su household was filled with the cacophony of chaos. Su Damao's wails, Sha Zhu's furious roars, Qin Huairu's desperate pleas for calm, and Lu Xiao's heart-wrenching sobs, creating a scene of utter tumult.